Alright, you and I are starting off in this massive abyss of endless mountains, where some dude in a bright red outfit is just ego-tripping all by himself. This place makes him look back at his past, remembering the days he dreamed of becoming an ultimate war god, a dream he wanted to crush no matter how brutal the grind got. Every single time he brought up those grand dreams of his, people just clowned on him, laughing their heads off and treating him like some total delusional lunatic. But he still trained like a beast day and night just to reach that dream. A real psycho, even if he could never actually become a legendary god of war. He kept grinding, thinking all that sweat was enough. But now he realizes that in this game you never stop, and it is never ever enough. Suddenly a shout completely ruins his vibe. The Lee Jaha has arrived, bringing a whole mob of goons. This guy is the powerful left hand of the demonic cult. He snarls, telling him to stop wasting time and hand over the heavenly pearl he swiped. The guy known as the Lee Jaha just turns around, totally annoyed. Like, what the hell, you light sect dogs, can't you see I am having a moment here? The cult leader snaps back, asking what his trash talk actually changes. You were destined to lose early, so congrats on surviving this deep into the game, but it ends now. Suddenly, the Lee Jaha pulls out a glowing red orb. You said this thing is the heavenly pearl, right? Should I just drop it? Seeing this, the leader immediately panics, going full coward mode, yelling for him to chill. My bad, okay? Please keep talking. So our crazy Lee Jaha just goes back to his ridiculous flexing, calling himself a strategic genius, the literal king of mind games. The god of trolling, the ultimate master of running scams, and absolutely someone who would never ever fall into a basic love trap. He just keeps proudly flexing. Now pay attention here, because his flexing gets so incredibly cringe that the cult guy just ruthlessly cuts him off, telling him that he is the only one who thinks that. This totally catches Lee Jaha off guard, making him tilt his head 45 degrees like a confused puppy. But the cult leader keeps exposing him, especially about that love trap. The real reason you never fell into a love trap is because no hot girl would ever date a weirdo like you. The sky suddenly turns dark as he speaks. Every girl that ever got close to you was a plant set up by us, and the whole world knows it. Their eyes lock, filled with pure killing intent. The Lee Jaha is definitely not happy about being called single. He stretches his hand over the abyss again, asking if they want him to drop the orb. Instantly, the cult leader panics again, begging him to stop and telling him to keep talking. So Lee Jaha goes right back to rambling about his tragic backstory. He spent his entire life grinding like a maniac to become a legend. Hearing this, the cult goons are completely speechless. He wanted to be a hero, but instead he ended up as a total maniac. His dark words send shivers straight down their spines. Suddenly, the cult leader speaks up with a sarcastic smirk. Are you done with your speech yet? The Lee Jaha tightly grips the heavenly pearl, giving a super short response. Nope. Then he dives right back in. He continues his dramatic monologue, saying all his recent battles feel totally meaningless now, especially after everything he did to bring justice to this rotten world. The cult leader looks totally confused and cuts him off with a sarcastic laugh. Justice? Aren't you literally the biggest enemy of all the righteous sects? You are way more villainous than me, and I am in a literal evil cult. That is why those righteous guys put you at the top of their hit list. Ignoring the question, the Lee Jaha silently raises the glowing red orb in his hand, asking with a bone-chilling coldness if he should just throw it away. You and I both know the cult leader is sweating bullets right now. He bites his lip, apologizing for making him angry, while Lee Jaha just stares. After staring him down, he smirks, realizing he holds all the cards. Seeing how a high-ranking cult leader is begging like a dog is honestly hilarious. This orb must be insanely important for you to take this disrespect. The cult leader bites his tongue in pure rage, forcing himself to listen to more bragging. He boasts about wiping out over 100 elite cult warriors while being chased, mocking his patience. The cult leader is officially reaching his absolute breaking point. Veins pop all over his face as he snarls, warning the Lee Jaha that letting him talk does not mean he can keep throwing around these insults. Thick black demonic energy floods the area, looking absolutely terrifying. But our crazy Lee Jaha does not even flinch, casually staring back at the dark aura. He asks if the guy is ready to kill him, welcoming the challenge to finally end this clash. But honestly, the cult leader already lost this game. Our boy has him completely cornered, holding his life in his hands both literally and figuratively. He smirks, suggesting he should drop the orb before they fight. He points out that holding a valuable treasure during an all-out battle is a bad idea. Suddenly, the cult leader remembers the orb is still in danger. His face completely pales as he goes back to sucking up, quickly apologizing for overreacting and asking if they can just negotiate like civilized people. The Lee Jaha just laughs, asking what there is to negotiate. Suddenly, he blows up, furious that they chased him for days without any rest. Thanks to their relentless traps, he has not eaten or slept a single wink. Waving his hand angrily, he keeps complaining about his miserable situation. He rants about not even having time to use the bathroom. The cult lackeys are completely speechless, but the cult leader actually tries to explain. He calmly tells him that was literally the whole point of their trap. In response, our Lee Jaha slowly raises his fist, clutching the heavenly orb tightly. The cult leader panics, asking what he is trying to do. With a completely blank face, the Lee Jaha casually says he wants to troll them. Before anyone can even react, the Lee Jaha decisively pops the priceless pearl straight into his mouth. The entire cult squad instantly freezes in horror. He steps right up to the edge of the cliff, keeping everyone completely silent and terrified. The cult leader's face turns red as a beet, Sweat pours down his face, looking absolutely miserable, while our crazy MC just grins, mockingly asking him if he is surprised by this sudden turn. He treats the ancient treasure like a cheap piece of candy. This completely pushes the cult leader over the edge, making him scream curse words. Did you really swallow that? Our boy just smirks, saying his reaction is priceless. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Yo, stick with me because this dude is about to lose his mind. The demon cult leader gets so furious his eyes literally turn bloodshot, screaming, "Do we kill him? No, capture him alive." He signals his goons behind him, planning to chop our Lee Jaha into pieces for the patriarch. Instantly, the cultists charge forward like crazy. Hundreds of bloodthirsty fighters swarm toward the Lee Jaha, but Lee Jaha just stands there, completely chill and looking cool as hell, waiting for them to make a move. He draws a circle in the dirt, throwing one hand back in a sick combat stance, sword in one hand, fist in the other. Let us see how this unfolds. No matter how they attack, he dodges like water, smooth as silk, before instantly countering with a nasty gut punch that sends a guy flying back. Another trash mob tries to sneak a cheap slash from behind, but Lee Jaha sees right through it, easily sidestepping the blade like it is nothing. Instead, he gives him a brutal kick straight to the butt, making him scream. Soon a river of blood flows, but it is all cultist blood. And watch closely, because he is not even sweating. Dozens of blades aim for him, but none can scratch him as he charges like a beast. One cultist literally starts shaking with pure terror seeing him approach. Our boy does not care about their fear, focusing all his energy into his fist for some serious damage. One punch, two punches, three punches, blasting them 100 meters away. The surviving goons instantly freeze, sweating bullets, their knees shaking as they stare at him. After completely wrecking them, he turns to the commander with pure disgust, calling him out. "Yo, are you just gonna stand there, you lapdog of the light?" The black-haired leader flinches. Our boy challenges him directly, asking how much longer he plans to let his useless underlings die in his place. "Did you waste days trying to tire me out? Do not you think it is finally time to poke your cowardly head out of that shell, you little turtle?" These insults make the leader's face turn pitch black with rage. The taunt works perfectly as he roars back, "Fine, I will destroy you myself." He waves his hand, ordering his remaining men to fall back. The Lee Jaha watches him, plotting something deep. A few seconds later, he smirks mockingly. "What a massive coward. Why did not you fight me when I was actually fresh?" Losing his mind, the leader screams, "Shut up," and charges straight at him. Our boy gets into stance, ready to throw down. Not flinching for a second, veins popping on his face, he yells, "Bring it on if you dare!" He stands ground while the leader rushes him at insane speed. Seeing Lee Jaha not moving an inch, the leader feels totally insulted and screams, "You bastard!" Before they even clash, Lee Jaha suddenly coughs up blood, realizing that gathering his energy is only worsening his internal injuries from earlier. But he thinks, "You are coming to hell with me, you dog." Without hesitating, he unleashes his ultimate flying strike, rushing straight at his enemy. They collide and their powerful techniques clash, triggering a massive explosion. The onlookers can barely react, shielding their eyes as dust fills the air. I know what you are thinking, who won? Well, as the smoke clears, all we see is a giant crater and someone getting blasted far away. It is the Lee Jaha flying through the air. He thinks, is he just too strong for a broken body like mine to handle? Meanwhile, the leader is not doing great either, bleeding onto the dirt, shocked that Lee Jaha could fight this hard while half dead. Hurting badly, the leader realizes in awe that this guy is way more formidable than expected. But holding his broken arm, he suddenly realizes what the falling Lee Jaha is actually doing. Terrified, he screams out, "No!" Covered in blood, the Lee Jaha just chuckles with a self-depreciating grin, saying, "Well, that was not too bad." And then he lets himself free fall off the massive cliff, shouting his final savage parting words, "Your patriarch is going to kill you all." The leader stands frozen, face pale with absolute horror. He scrambles to the edge of the rocky cliff, staring down into the dark abyss in pure panic. He immediately turns to his men, shouting frantically, "Get down there right now. We need to recover his corpse, no matter what it takes." Meanwhile, falling through the wind, Lee Jaha shows zero fear. Instead, he just talks to himself, feeling a slight touch of regret about everything. "Well, at least I fought till my very last breath. I took out their elite warriors and even stole and ate their sacred sect treasure. That is honestly a pretty sweet way to go out. I wonder if the Martial Arts Alliance will call me a legendary god of war after this?" But then he sighs, realizing something else. Who cares anyway? It is not like any of that stuff matters anymore once I am dead. Closing his eyes, he accepts his fate with total peace. But one stupid regret still lingers, like, how did I die without ever getting a girlfriend? But guess what? After that massive fall, he does not die. He actually lands perfectly on his feet, feeling totally fine, without a single scratch. He cannot believe it, looking completely clueless like a lost puppy. Glancing around at his surroundings, he mutters in total confusion, "Where the heck am I?" Out of nowhere, an old man with a long white beard appears like some deity, saying, "You swallowed the soul-binding demonic relic, so you must be insane." The Lee Jaha jumps, spinning around completely startled. Looking closely, the old man is not even standing on the ground. He is literally floating in the air, looking incredibly cool. Our boy cannot help but blurt out in utter shock, "Holy crap, old man, you are ridiculously strong, or not you, this is crazy." The elder smiles mysteriously, saying that does not matter right now. The heavenly pearl you ate contains the souls of countless legendary warriors. With his hands behind his back, he rambles on. "Since you ate it, those restless souls that cannot pass over will now live inside your spirit." Our boy has absolutely no idea what any of this means, standing there looking clueless. The old man keeps going. If you try to sleep, those spirits will wake you up. When you eat, they will taste it too. But here is the most crucial part of this whole crazy situation. They will cling to anyone you touch. Confused, Lee Jaha starts to ask, wait, what about? But the elder interrupts him with a dead serious face. It will make your inner energy go completely wild and uncontrollable. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this madness. Alright, you and I are about to watch this crazy kid clench his fist and drop a massive bombshell, saying he actually likes this wild path to get stronger. The old man is just speechless, wondering if this kid is a total idiot. Like, who thinks chaotic energy is a good thing? Suddenly he gets serious and asks. He goes dead quiet to hear him out. Suddenly the old man's saintly face vanishes, replaced by a smug, menacing grin. He looks right at him and asks, why did you swallow that celestial pearl? Caught off guard, the Lee Jaha freezes, feeling like that razor-sharp glare alone is enough to slice him to pieces. Staring at the old man's fury, fear creeps in. This guy possesses power way beyond imagination if he does not spit out the exact answer the old man wants. He is dead meat. No, worse, he will be turned straight to ash. He is sweating bullets, looking absolutely pathetic as the old man tries to hold back his rage. In an overwhelming, dominant voice, the old man demands the truth. He casually replies that he did not swallow it out of greed, but for a totally different reason. He just wanted to make sure the demonic cult leader could never consume it. The old man questions him suspiciously, asking why, and he answers with pure confidence. I just hate his guts. To him, other people are just trash beneath his feet. If a monster like that got any stronger, things would get way too out of hand. So you hate him because he treats people like garbage, not because you wanted power? The old man, with his flowing white hair and sharp golden eyes, ponders. He strokes his beard, looking like an absolute master. After a long pause, he flashes a bright white-toothed grin and says, fine, you actually did a good deed. That was a great answer. Hearing the old man's approval, he finally breathes a sigh of relief, glad his tiny life is spared. Then the old man steps forward. He reaches out his hand, declaring this new life is his absolute last chance. He cannot help any further because he must face punishment himself. Our boy gets super confused. Panic sets in as he processes the cryptic words. Shaking, he asks what that even means. The old man just cryptically responds that this is his final best effort. He starts channeling energy, joining his hands to form an inverted heart shape. Right in the center, a tiny glowing elixir ball begins to materialize in his palms. Watch closely now, because a silver aura wraps around him. Smiling, he tells Lee Jaha this is the absolute best gift he will ever receive. He concentrates all his immense power into his hands. Confused by the glowing object, he wonders what is happening. Suddenly, a blinding, endless light floods his vision. After the bright flash, the scene shifts to an old house. The sun rises over the mountains, signaling a new day. He suddenly snaps awake and sits straight up. Dazed, he looks around and stammers. He finds himself in a simple, modestly decorated room filled with martial arts manuals he used to study, looking weirdly familiar. Shock hits him. This is the exact inn he lived in as a kid. He is Lee Jaha again. Stunned, he just sits frozen, trying to process this crazy reality. He stares at the space, letting out a heavy sigh as his mind races. The same door, the same dusty corner, everything is exactly as it was, completely unchanged. Lee Jaha can barely believe his eyes, realizing this is definitely not a dream. Even though he got reincarnated, he has no clue how any of this actually happened. He sits there in a daze, trying to piece his memories together. Back when he lived in this place, he was only around 20 years old. You and I both know what this means. His eyes light up as he realizes he can start training his martial arts years earlier than before. Lee Jaha looks at his palm with burning determination. Once he masters his skills again, this crazy demon can grow his power way faster than in his past life. With his eyes gleaming, he clenches his fist, showing absolute resolve. He cannot hide his excited smirk, confident he will become stronger than ever before. He is so hyped about this second chance that he completely forgets he just got brutally beaten up. His entire body is covered in painful, aching wounds. Even moving an inch hurts like absolute hell. The sudden throbbing pain makes him stop and wonder when exactly he got thrashed in this timeline. After questioning himself, Lee Jaha steps out of his room. He pulls back the curtain only to find a total disaster zone looking like a tornado swept through. Seeing the wrecked tavern, he immediately figures out exactly when he was sent back to. The entire place is completely trashed, if this is that specific day. He digs deep into his memories to recall the details. Lee Jaha remembers working as a waiter back then when 2 random customers called him over. Hey waiter, we hear you are working hard for cash. What are you saving up for? Back then he was young and easily intimidated by them. That simple question made his young mind race. He could not just say he lost all motivation after his parents died. What should he tell these traveling guests? Deciding to joke around, Lee Jaha flashes a customer service smile, scratches his head, and shyly admits his dream is to hear the famous courtesan Jiang Hong sing. He just wanted to hear her sing at the Cherry Blossom Pavilion. But that casual joke quickly spread, turning into gossip about the young waiter's grand dream. People gossiped about the tavern waiter Lee Jaha, claiming he was only working his butt off to spend a wild night with the famous beauty Jiang Hong. Another guy scoffed at the rumor, calling him a total creep. He wondered why the kid was always so obsessed with money, labeling him a complete loser. Lee Jaha cringes, remembering how his harmless joke about the most famous girl in town turned into that ridiculous widespread rumor. It was totally embarrassing. Looking around the ruined tavern, he confirms he is definitely back in that chaotic period. Everything is smashed to pieces, exactly like it was back then. The sight of the rubble makes his blood boil. They beat him to a pulp and wreck the whole tavern over nothing. Brushing it off, he turns around. He needs to check his physical condition before making his next move. Back in his room, Lee Jaha sits cross-legged, placing his hands on his lower abdomen. His plan is to practice the core cultivation technique he mastered in his past life. Closing his eyes, he concentrates, channeling energy into his core. As the energy begins to flow, he frowns in confusion. Why does his body already have raw origin chi? He was supposed to have absolutely zero right now. This massive overflowing energy fills the entire room. He does not know how this happened, but a golden opportunity is still a massive win. He must start training. He closes his eyes to guide the energy flow, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he handles this crazy power. Alright, you and I are starting with this dude pulling a massive all-nighter just to train his power until sunrise. Morning turns to night, night bleeds into day, and the days just keep flying by. Finally, when Lee Jaha finally opens his completely exhausted eyes, he is in absolute shock. And honestly, there is a good reason for his surprise, because mastering the Swiftfoot technique level 1 is usually insanely hard. Even if he was a pro at it in his past life, pulling it off this fast is unreal. But then, he suddenly remembers the words of that mysterious white-haired old guy he met right before reincarnating. He told him, "This is the absolute best I can do for you, and it is the greatest gift you will ever get." Now Lee Jaha finally gets it, so that is what the old man meant. He rubs his chin, thinking that all this massive energy inside his trash body must have been sucked in by the Heavenly Pearl. But there is still one annoying thing bothering Lee Jaha right now. Half of the energy in his body is still totally stuck and refuses to move. How embarrassing is that? But he probably figured out a way to fix it, because he lets out this smug, shady smirk. He looks shady as hell. Since he has been grinding day and night, he is totally exhausted. He flops back onto his wooden bed, thinking, whatever, no rush at all. I have already got plenty of energy. Who knows how insanely strong this demon is going to get? Suddenly, his stomach starts throwing a massive tantrum, growling super loud. It is time to eat. Lee Jaha stares up at the ceiling, lost in thought. It has been forever since I used my real art, so let us go check out Yiyang Town first. He really wants to go. Even though it is late at night and his body is totally dead, he cannot wait another second. He walks through the streets alone, looking at all those old nostalgic places with a warm heart. He passes by his old spots, like that dumpling cart he used to hit up. Everything starts rushing back to him, and he can feel a little spark of excitement in his chest. Now pay attention here, because this is where his stroll gets interrupted. A random dude picking his teeth suddenly spots something and completely loses his mind. Who does he see? He sees Lee Jaha from behind. He nudges his buddy who is eating noodles and gasps, "Wait, is not that Jaha the waiter from the inn?" The other guy looks up naturally. He asks, "Wait, that loser is still alive?" Soon a whole crowd starts whispering about how he got beaten to a pulp a few days ago, but apparently he is doing just fine. Look at him just strolling around. One of them clicks his tongue and calls him a total failure. Lee Jaha hears every single word of their trash talk, but he does not even care. He keeps walking with total swagger, completely unbothered. Yeah, they are right, he thinks. I used to be a pathetic nobody. Everyone treated me like garbage just because I was a lowly waiter. But wait, Lee Jaha is not mad at their insults. He is mad at his own weak mindset. Damn it, the more I think about how pathetic I was, the more pissed off I get. He stops right in front of a brothel that he never paid attention to before. Lee Jaha looks up at the incredibly flashy building, asking himself, is this the Cherry Blossom Brothel? All he remembers about this place is getting absolutely wrecked by their guards. Two massive thugs were beating the crap out of him back then, showing him zero mercy while screaming insults. They called him a crazy bastard, asking if he really thought he could sleep with their top beauty, Yang Yi. They swore they would beat him so bad he would never talk trash again. Meanwhile, past Lee Jaha was just holding his head in pure anger, crying out that he never said anything like that. But those brainless thugs just would not listen to him at all. While getting stomped on, tears were streaming down his face as he looked up and spotted someone. He wondered, why is Yang Yi standing there, and why is she looking at me like that? You and I can feel how embarrassing this must be for him. Getting caught looking totally pathetic made his eyes go blank with despair, knowing he was completely innocent of those rumors. Those two guards even called in two more guys to join the beatdown. Lee Jaha could only cover his face, looking incredibly miserable. All he remembers is dragging his bruised body back. He returned to the inn covered in deep cuts and bruises. People outside were talking trash right to his face, laughing about how some loser just got his head kicked in earlier. He was crying his eyes out hearing those rumors, constantly wondering what he did to deserve this. Why was everyone so cruel to him when he did absolutely nothing wrong? Finally, those painful memories fade away. Back in reality, he rubs his forehead with a self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, even the legendary Lee Jaha had a dark, embarrassing past like that. Normal people would probably be terrified if they got reincarnated back into this situation, but not Lee Jaha. He thinks returning to this exact moment is actually beyond perfect. He clenches his fist, staring at the brothel with a smirk, saying, "Great, time to clear up this misunderstanding." But as he is looking up, a loud voice cuts in. "Hey, you stupid waiter, what the hell are you staring at?" Lee Jaha looks back, totally confused, only to see some arrogant punk in green robes acting like he owns the place. He snaps, "What, you planning to burn down the entire cherry blossom brothel, you loser?" The guy gets even more aggressive, mocking him, saying he does not even have the guts. He claims Jaha can only cry in fear anyway. Lee Jaha stays dead silent, completely ignoring the stranger's lame provocation. But seeing him ignore him only makes the guy angrier. He gets right in his face, yelling that he saw him get beaten half to death just the other day. He mocks him, saying he is surprised the weakling is still breathing. Jaha keeps quiet, but the guy keeps pushing, telling him he should have just crawled into a hole at his inn and stayed there. Why even bother coming back outside, huh? Our Lee Jaha does not even flinch, keeping a completely straight face. This absolutely triggers the trash talker, who screams, "Why are you not answering? Are you deaf now?" Lee Jaha emotionlessly asks for his name. The guy does not answer, snaps back asking what he wants, and lunges forward with a wild fist, screaming at the top of his lungs. He calls him a dead man, but Jaha easily tilts his head to dodge the punch. It is incredibly smooth, and with one quick kick, he strikes the guy's chin perfectly. The punk gets launched backward and slams hard onto the dirt. He is completely knocked out cold from that single hit. Honestly, what a pathetic attempt to pick a fight. After that pointless fight, Jaha wonders why asking for a name was such a big deal. Whatever, who cares about his name? He turns and heads straight for the brothel. The guard at the entrance spots him and immediately starts shouting insults. He screams, "What the hell is a trash waiter doing back here? You begging for another beating, kid?" But Lee Jaha does not care. He just asks if that is how they treat paying customers. This triggers the guard, who lunges forward screaming. Jaha easily steps aside. He is lightning fast. He grabs the guard by the hair, channels all his strength into his right hand, and slams his head straight down, taking him out instantly. He wipes some dust off his shoulder, looking incredibly cool. He adjusts his clothes, walking in like a boss, complaining that their customer service is absolutely terrible. He sighs, saying there is zero hospitality here. He places his hands on the massive doors and slowly pushes them open. The vibe inside is completely different. And trust me, you and I are about to see a whole new world. Inside, the place is absolutely packed, with food flying and guests laughing everywhere. Alright, you and I are about to watch one crazy kid wreck this place. Lee Jaha smirks, flings the doors open, and screams, "What the hell are you guys doing? Get out here and serve the guests." Everyone just stares at him, totally clueless. Nobody answers his question, and honestly, nobody even gives a damn about him. Well, except for this mysterious silver-haired dude watching quietly from the balcony. Meanwhile, our Lee Jaha, after finally busting open the doors that kept him trapped and looked down on for so long, feels so incredibly free that he grins from ear to ear. Then he lets out another massive roar. "What are you guys doing? Go serve the guests." It takes a second for the crowd to snap out of it, but then the gossiping starts getting loud. Is not that the waiter Tuha from the tavern? Did that brutal beating make him lose his mind? The crowd thinks he has gone totally crazy. Suddenly, the guards show up, cracking their knuckles to look tough. One growls, "You got a lot of nerve. Where do you think you are?" Our boy just smirks. Like, obviously. "I came here to drink. You think I am clueless? Now watch this, because the guards are about to lose their minds at his attitude." The guard turns red, shouting, "What?" He raises his hand to slap our Lee Jaha, growling, "You are way too cocky," but a voice suddenly stops him. "Let him in." The guards stop, totally confused. Lee Jaha just smiles, realizing he knows exactly who this guy is. The man who just saved him is Cha Songtai, the boss of the Cherry Blossom Brothel. His face looks incredibly annoyed, but he still fakes a polite smile and says, "Our tavern cannot just kick out a guest who wants to have a drink, right? A guest is a guest, after all." Lee Jaha just gives him a sharp look. He does not say a word, just turns to the guards and asks, "You heard that, right?" They are furious but cannot touch him. Then Thon Tai orders, "Get this guy the absolute best table in the house." But he cannot resist throwing shade, asking when our Lee Jaha will ever get to come back here. Make sure you serve him well. He speaks like he is commanding absolute trash. Soon, a low-level waiter leads Lee Jaha into an incredibly fancy bright red VIP room. But once they get to the door, the waiter starts acting all high and mighty, asking, "What? Do you want a drink?" Our Lee Jaha tilts his head, acting super smug. "You think I have never seen luxury? Bring out the most expensive bottle." Hearing that, the waiter is visibly annoyed. He snaps, "Watch your mouth, kid." Our boy just plops onto the chair, relaxed, and asks, "What is your problem? You hate being disrespected by another waiter? My bad, screw your mother, okay? Now bring me the good alcohol." This savage trash talk absolutely triggers the guy. He is furious, thinking, is this punk out of his mind? But because of Cha Songtai, he has to swallow his pride and swallows his anger, muttering, "Just wait a minute." Lee Jaha bursts out laughing, totally enjoying how pissed the guy is. Soon enough, a huge feast is laid out in front of him. Great food, expensive drinks, but he is still deep in thought. He stares at the bottle and asks the girl who served it, "What kind of alcohol is this?" She politely holds up the bottle, replying softly, "This is some Russian vodka." Our Lee Jaha looks at it, feeling super skeptical. "Did you just say vodka?" She nods, "Yes, exactly. Now it is time to get down to business." He lowers his voice, testing her. "Kan Huang is here too, right?" The girl looks nervous, whispering, "My boss will lose it. I heard you got beat half to death over her just days ago." He just laughs it off. "Wow, so the whole town knows I got beat up? Do not worry about that trash. Just bring her to me." The serving girl next to him looks shocked. Her eyes go wide in disbelief. She lets out a soft sigh, bows politely, and says, "I understand, I will pass on the message to her." Once she is gone, the room falls completely silent. It feels a bit lonely. He swirls his drink and chuckles, thinking, "Are you kidding me with this? He sniffs the glass, muttering, "This color and smell? It is literal third-rate trash. They are totally ripping me off." But he still takes a sip. He knows it is a scam, but takes a sip anyway. Now listen closely. Heavy, intimidating footsteps suddenly start echoing right outside his private room. The guard bursts in, yelling, "Hey, you absolute trash! Who the hell do you think you are? Did you feed your brains to the dogs?" Our Lee Jaha just sits there quietly. He glares at them and asks, "Is it a crime for a waiter to buy a drink? Why do you guys keep trash talking?" The guard scowls, shouting, "What?" Lee Jaha slowly puts his cup down, casually saying, "If I remember correctly, your name is Don Kwok, right?" He smiles, "Hey, Don Kwok, let me pour you a cup. Get over here." Don Kwok laughs, "You brat, what kind of garbage did you eat today?" He sits down across from him, asking, "What is wrong with you, Lee Jaha? Did we hit you in the head too hard last time?" Our Lee Jaha stays quiet, slowly pouring another cup and sliding it over. Don Kwok takes it, laughing, "You better not run off without paying before things get ugly." Lee Jaha brings the cup to his lips, looks right at him, and calls out, "Hey, Don Kwok." Hearing his name, the guy slams the table in absolute rage. He raises his fist, screaming, "You damn bastard!" But before he can even land a single punch, his hand is already dripping blood. Lee Jaha instantly grabs a chopstick and drives it right through his hand, lightning fast. He is not even scared. He is actually excited, eyes glowing. Don Kwok screams in agonizing pain. Our Lee Jaha looks at him, showing zero mercy, and speaks, "Don Kwok, why do you gotta be like this? I just wanted a peaceful drink and to see Kan Huang before leaving. It honestly pisses me off. Why do you pests keep barking at me like dogs fighting over bones?" Suddenly, Kan Huang walks in and completely freezes, her face turning pale. Her panic quickly turns into a serious glare as she analyzes him. Then she commands in a cold, icy tone, "Master Don Kwok, get out." Don Kwok uses his inner energy to force the bloody chopstick out of his hand. Lee Jaha just smirks and mocks him, "Yeah, get lost." And that is where we leave it today. Trust me, you and I are about to see some serious payback in the next chapter. Stay tuned. Alright, stick with me as we see Kan Huang sit across from Lee Jaha. The tension is high, but he looks at her with a surprisingly warm gaze. His eyes are actually soft now compared to that scary look from earlier. Seeing Lee Jaha smirk, Kan Huang gets annoyed and snaps, "What are you laughing at?" He calmly replies, "Oh, nothing." Then he thinks, why should a waiter like me have to hide his feelings in a place like this? Displeased, Kan Huang frowns and asks, "You think this is funny? Do you think our guards and boss will just stand by?" Lee Jaha takes another sip of wine, completely ignoring her threat. "Since I came here on my own, I won't charge you extra." Kan Huang glares at his cup. "That is high-grade goji berry vodka, not cheap at all. Plus, you owe medical fees for injuring Lord Dong." Kwok. Hiding her mouth behind her fan, she adds, "Look, I am only saying this for your own good. Just pay up and leave before you get into any real trouble." While she keeps lecturing him, he just smiles, thinking, wow, this is actually the very first time I have ever been this close to her. Kan Huang keeps talking, her voice turning sharp and warning. "Let me make this crystal clear. No matter how much gold or treasure you bring, I am never going to bed with you." She spits out the words in anger. "I might work in a brothel, but that does not mean just anyone can have me." Hearing this, Lee Jaha realizes it is the perfect chance to clear his name. "Then let me be frank too," he says. "I never once said I wanted to force my way into your bed. I literally just wanted to hear you play music and sing. Like you said, you sell your art, not your body." Kan Huang's eyes widen in sheer shock. Now pay attention to her reaction. Her disgust vanishes, replaced by pure confusion as she asks, "How is that possible?" But the rumors clearly say, before she can finish, Lee Jaha cuts her off. "Those are just rumors spread by my jokes." He looks away. "I never wanted that, nor do I have the money anyway." Kan Huang is left speechless, sinking into silence. Lee Jaha looks at her and adds, "The only reason I came here was to clear things up." She feels completely stunned. Then he drops a bomb. "Now that we are done, get out." She cannot believe her ears. Lee Jaha repeats himself, his voice freezing cold. "I said get out." Feeling deeply humiliated, her face turns dark. Suddenly, 3 aggressive guards burst right through the door. The shortest bully among them steps forward with a smug look, shouting Lee Jaha's name. "Looks like you came here with a death wish, huh?" His expression turns wicked. "Let's take this outside. I don't want your filthy blood making a mess in here and getting us in trouble." Lee Jaha calmly pours another drink, completely unbothered, showing zero fear. He just mutters, "At least let me finish this last cup of wine before we go." The 3 guards lose their minds. "What did you just say?" But our Lee Jaha doesn't blink. "Why so mad? I mean, you guys are pretty confident you can destroy me whenever you want, right?" The 3 thugs are stunned for a second, but then they burst out laughing. "Kan Huang, get out of here." She quickly nods yes and leaves. The 3 thugs slide right into her seats. The short leader sneers, "Well, Master Lee Jaha, looks like this is your final cup of wine, so drink up." Another thug smirks, "Man, you really are a brave guy," puffing his chest out and mocking him for calling Kan Huang in. The third guy chuckles. "If I knew he was this tough, I would have beaten him harder last time. What a waste." The middle guy grins, "Well, now we know, so let's go all out. Surely a brave hero like Tuha won't complain about it." Let's pause here. These guys actually think they're in control. One asks, "You agree?" And the other nods. Even the short leader mocks his guts, asking, "Your name is Lee Jaha, right?" But he simply asks back, "Want a drink?" The thug snorts, giving him a deadly glare. He feels like they are wasting too much time. "Alright, you are done. Get your lazy butt up and let's head outside." But Lee Jaha totally ignores the guy's words. He casually pours another cup, enjoying his drink without moving an inch. After tossing it back, he lets out a heavy sigh and mutters with pure sarcasm, And they call this trash a high-grade wine? He keeps drinking cup after cup. The thugs are getting more annoyed watching him than he is about getting beaten. They wonder why he is so chill. Did they hit him so hard last time that his brain got knocked loose? Lee Jaha just keeps drinking until he runs out. Slamming the empty bottle down, he asks in a challenging tone, "I only have one question for you, brothers. Do I really look like a clown to you?" One thug instantly laughs. "Aren't you a literal clown? You're a total idiot." But the guy in the middle stares straight into Lee Jaha's eyes. "You should have just taken your beating the other day, but you crawled back here for more." Suddenly, Lee Jaha's face darkens as he grins, in a deeply unsettling way. Thinking he has lost his mind, they curse. "What the hell are you laughing at?" But he only laughs louder, filling the entire room with a creepy, echoing laughter. Suddenly, the two lackeys draw their swords and point them straight at him, but Lee Jaha is way faster. He flips the entire heavy food table right into their smug faces, catching them completely off guard. Dishes fly everywhere as he weaponizes the furniture. He delivers a devastating kick to the table, slamming it into all three thugs and sending them crashing. They end up pinned underneath, screaming in pain. He steps right onto the table, crushing them further. They groan in absolute agony, faces twisting. Lee Jaha looks down and mocks them. "Hey, brothers!" Hearing his voice, their hearts race in sheer terror. They look up to see his terrifying face, especially when he growls, "Do I still look like a clown to you now?" A waitress hears the massive ruckus and rushes in, but her face immediately pales with fear. Just standing at the doorway is terrifying, especially hearing his furious voice demanding, "You three, what about me? Do you still think I am just some joke for you to play with?" As he speaks, he stomps his foot violently onto the table, making them scream in agony. Channeling his rage, he unleashes a brutal barrage of kicks. He shows absolutely zero mercy. The waitress watches in sheer horror, wondering how someone could be this crazy. Lee Jaha looks down, his eyes blazing. "Hey lady, bring me some more of that third-rate trash vodka right now." Offended by him calling her a lady, she fumes silently inside. "And trust me, we are left on a cliffhanger," as she snaps, "Excuse me, but this vodka is top shelf, not third-rate trash. What do you think happens next?" Alright, let's jump into a story where trash talking gets you wrecked. Think I'm an idiot? I don't hit girls with zero martial arts, but you better watch your mouth, old hag. The hostess's face drops instantly, too terrified to speak. She just shuts her mouth and quickly backs away before things get even worse. Suddenly, Lee Jaha hears footsteps of someone big approaching. But honestly, he couldn't care less. Instead, he just turns around and stares down from the balcony at the pathetic guard dogs groveling below. They look absolutely trashed, like they got flattened by a steamroller. Lee Jaha is loving every second of it. He smirks and yells, "Look at you sad losers. Why don't you get up and keep barking?" He laughs, mockingly adding, "Come on, keep laughing at the clown now." Meanwhile, a whole squad of angry guards is marching down the hallway. Behind Cha Xiangtai, they are stomping toward Lee Jaha's room with pure murderous intent. Cha Xiangtai is absolutely fuming, glaring at our Lee Jaha like he wants to rip him apart. Lee Jaha does not even flinch. He just looks up casually and says, "Oh, finally showed up?" Cha Xiangtai stays dead silent, completely speechless at what is happening. The guy is in total shock. His eyes scan the room. Plates, food, and expensive wine are completely smashed across the floor. But the worst part? His three elite buff guards are folded on the floor like wet cardboard, looking totally pathetic. Cha Xiangtai takes it all in and spits out in pure rage. "Lee Jaha, are you out of your mind?" His face turns red as he roars, "You are not leaving this room alive." Lee Jaha just looks back, completely unbothered. "Oh, I'm going to die." This casual response makes Cha Xiangtai snap. "Yes, you are." Lee Jaha slowly stands up, staring straight into his eyes, zero fear in his face. "Watch closely here." His pupils shrink with absolute excitement as he prepares for a bloody fight. Cha Xiangtai gets even madder, thinking this kid is still looking down on him. Is he actually smiling? Even with a whole gang behind him, Cha Xiangtai's ego is so bruised he decides to handle Lee Jaha personally. No backups, he lunges forward. But Lee Jaha smoothly dodges the first strike. Before the guy can even blink, Lee Jaha delivers a brutal counterpunch that leaves him completely dazed and confused. In a flash, that heavy clay wine jar in Lee Jaha's hand is shattered right over Cha Xiangtai's skull. Wine explodes everywhere, spraying shard fragments all over the surrounding thugs. Everyone starts screaming in panic. Cha Xiangtai is bleeding, stumbling around completely dizzy while clutching his broken head. His lackeys totally freak out, shouting for their boss. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha is radiating pure, terrifying energy, looking like a literal demon king. He asks coldly, "Any other trash want a piece of this?" Nobody moves. The gang is absolutely petrified. Not a single one dares to make a sound, standing stiff like frozen statues under Lee Jaha's savage glare. They are shaking. Every single thug is breaking into cold sweat, trembling like crazy. Blood is dripping down Cha Xiangtai's face, making him look utterly miserable. The burning pain and pure humiliation make him explode with rage. "Lee Jaha, you really are begging for death." Cha Xiangtai reaches for his sword, ready to go completely all out. He raises his voice, challenging Lee Jaha. But Lee Jaha just gives him a dark, threatening look. "Go ahead. Draw that sword and see what happens. You're dead." Coming from a former waiter, that threat should be a joke, but it actually paralyzes the brothel boss with fear. Cha Xiangtai's face goes completely pale. "I know what you are thinking. How is a boss scared of a waiter?" But holding that sword hilt, Cha Xiangtai realizes this psycho is not joking at all. Seeing Cha Xiangtai hesitate like a coward, Lee Jaha mocks him. "You're supposed to be the most clever schemer in town. Can't you figure out what's going on?" He points at the floor. Think my guards ended up under that pile of trash just because of bad luck? Do you seriously think I got lucky? Cha Sana squeezes his eyes shut tight, totally speechless. His mind is spinning in pure panic, absolutely unable to find any loophole in Lee Jaha's cold logic. Lee Jaha loses his patience and drops the games. If you want to live, think very carefully before doing anything. He glares with terrifying cold eyes. Go on, pull your sword and die. Cha Sangtai's eyes twitch in silence. It clicks. The kid is dead serious. He couldn't even track Lee Jaha's movements earlier. Realizing he is completely outmatched, Cha Sangtai makes his decision. He turns to his men behind him and orders everyone wait outside. They quickly bow. Cha Sangtai lets go of his hilt, completely backing down. He hides the weapon away and asks, Lee Jaha, what is your plan? You are not just here for wine. Lee Jaha rubs his chin, looking pretty pleased with himself. Leaving after a drink is okay, but what if I want your boss to come here and apologize? Cha Sangtae is fully submissive now. Fine, I will get the master. Hearing this, Lee Jaha suddenly looks at Cha Sangtae with a fake, creepy, overly sweet smile. So how is your bloody right eye doing? Cha Sangtae wipes the mess away and jokes back dryly. Luckily, it seems I can still see out of it. Lee Jaha crosses his arms and laughs. Wow, really? Because I thought I was dead when your goons jumped me earlier. The joke makes Cha Sangtae flinch. His face goes pale. Cha Sangtae immediately steps outside to save face, telling a servant, get us another clean room right now. The servant quickly nods. Sure. He turns back inside, asking politely, if you are not going to finish off those guards, can we take them to get patched up? Killing each other in town is not great, right? Lee Jaha stares at Cha Sangtae, a bit surprised by this sudden polite attitude. Cha Sangtae is secretly sweating. How can this crazy kid look so completely chill after causing this massive disaster? After thinking, Lee Jaha shrugs. Fine, drag them out. So the lackeys quickly carry those 3 broken bodies off the floor and rush them out. Cha Sangtae then leads Lee Jaha to a brand new, much cleaner private room. Cha Sangtae sits down holding an ice pack to his bleeding head while grumbling, what a complete disaster, this makes no sense. He looks up at Lee Jaha. Did you get some crazy power-up or a miracle? Hearing this, Lee Jaha stays quiet, not sure how to explain it. Instead, he looks at a wine jar. It looks pretty high quality, totally catching his eye. As he stares at the jar, he brainstorms an answer. Seeing him silent, Cha Sangtae just shrugs. He grabs the jar and smiles. Let me pour you some premium vodka imported from Russia. Best taste ever. He starts pouring the glass up. Once it is 3/4 full, Lee Jaha asks suspiciously, this is not real vodka, is it? Cha Sangtae freezes, surprised that Lee Jaha actually called him out. You guys served me third-rate trash wine earlier and called it vodka. Cha Sangtae stays silent, and that's where we leave this wild showdown. Will he survive? Yo, check this out. Lee Jaha calls them out, saying, you gave me third-rate trash wine and claimed it was premium. Hearing that, Cha Sangtae stays dead, silent, completely speechless. Alright, let's dive into this madness. Instead of denying his scam, this guy actually blames his servants, saying they accidentally brought some third-rate trash because business is all about maximizing profits. Now, Lee Jaha used to be a massive alcoholic, so seeing premium liquor makes his mouth water. But he is still on guard and commands Cha Sangtae to step up. He tells him to cut the crap and drink first. Cha Sangtae looks confused, guessing Jaha wants a poison tester, but shrugs and happily agrees to take the first sip. Without hesitating, he downs the whole cup, looking totally refreshed. Seeing this, Jaha finally lets his guard down a bit, picks up his own cup, and prepares to drink. He savors every single drop of the premium wine. Cha Sangtae then brings up his burning question, asking how Jaha got this strong since he never showed off his martial arts before. Jaha stays silent for a second, but with the alcohol kicking in, he gives an honest answer, saying he held back because his father banned him from using his skills. Of course, Cha Sangtae knows that is complete nonsense, but instead of calling him out, he smoothly apologizes for everything his gang did to Jaha in the past. He admits his underlings insulted him first, so he understands why Jaha retaliated. Jaha sets down his cup, looking thoughtful as he stares back at him. Then Jaha suddenly gets pissed, snapping back, thanks for the sympathy, but are you really trying to patronize the Lee Jaha? His mood completely flips into pure coldness. Pay attention here, because this is where the vibe gets incredibly tense. Jaha growls that this fake apology is getting on his nerves, making Cha Sangtae sweat bullets. Jaha unleashes his dark aura, asking if he needs to break a few more ribs to fix his attitude. Cha Sangtae looks furious but is too terrified to react. Instead, he drops directly to his knees, begging for forgiveness like a total coward. He knows when he is outmatched, realizing that survival means swallowing his pride. Knowing he can never beat Jaha, he bows low, admitting this is the first time he has ever kneeled to apologize. Suddenly, Kan Huang appears at the door. She calls out in panic, asking why he was summoned so suddenly. Cha Sangtae snaps his head back to look at her, his face a complete mess of embarrassment. Seeing him like this, her mind goes into overdrive. She cannot believe her eyes. Why is her strong brother trembling so much, even kneeling down before a simple waiter? Seeing his battered face, she starts to connect the dots. Did her boss actually lose to this crazy servant? Right then, Jaha spots her standing in the doorway. He calls her over, breaking her train of thought. Kan Huang flinches in shock, her face filled with panic, while Cha Sangtae desperately tries to salvage his reputation. He glares at her, barking to hurry her lazy self up. She nervously walks over to his side, but that only makes him angrier because she completely misunderstood. He screams, asking if she is stupid since that wine is not for him, and points directly at Jaha, demanding she serve the guest of honor instead. Kanhuang softly mumbles a reply, sits next to Jaha and starts pouring his drink, but her hands are shaking so badly she cannot even look at him. Jaha notices her trembling immediately and calls out her name. Still too terrified to make eye contact, she mutters a response as he picks up the cup. He asks if she knows something, leaving her completely baffled as she quietly listens. Avoiding her gaze, Jaha looks out into the open space instead and speaks. He muses that even a simple waiter yearns for true love. Hearing this, Kanhuang's eyes widen and her heart starts racing with a sudden spark of hope. But his voice quickly turns incredibly cold and empty as he stares at his cup, coldly adding that his love will absolutely never be for her anyway. He brutally tells her to leave, crushing her hope instantly by adding that she is totally ruining his mood. She stands there, completely devastated by his harsh words. She is left utterly speechless, staring at him in frozen shock. Seeing her awkward hesitation, Cha Song-tai quickly barks at her to get out of the room. Embarrassed and angry, her face turns bright red as tears well up in her eyes. Unable to say a word, she clenches her fists and storms out. She leaves with a heart full of bitter resentment. Cha Song-tai watches her go, feeling a tiny bit of pity but wisely keeping his mouth shut. He sighs to Jaha that her feelings are crushed, but Jaha suddenly calls out his name with a sharp glare, making Cha Song-tai jump in fear. Jaha points a finger at him, warning him to drop the attitude, especially that annoying squinty-eyed glare that is seriously getting on his nerves. Hearing this, he immediately switches back to his fake welcoming boss persona, nodding frantically. But then Jaha suddenly frowns and calls his name with sheer gravity. I know what you're thinking, is Jaha about to murder him? His incredibly intense stare makes poor Cha Song-tai break out in a cold sweat, heart pounding. The pressure is suffocating. Cha Song-tai panics, racking his brain to figure out how he messed up. But shockingly, Jaha just commends him for his polite manners. That compliment nearly gave Cha Song-tai a heart attack. Relieved, he bows deeply in gratitude, while Jaha impatiently stares down at his freshly filled cup. He demands to know when Cha Song-tai's master will finally show up. Handing him the drink with a nervous smile, Cha Song-tai explains the master is currently busy. He is entertaining top masters from the Black Cat Society at the brothel, so getting him to leave immediately is near impossible. Jaha raises an eyebrow. He scoffs at those heartless bastards. Cha Song-tai nods, pouring more wine, explaining that no new alliance can form in this town without their direct approval. That is exactly why his master is desperately trying to win them over. But then his voice drops to a serious whisper as he considers their next move. Ignoring his worried expression, Jaha takes a sip of wine and asks if the Black Cat Society will still interfere even if his master gets defeated. Cha Song-tai looks down, quietly confirming that is exactly what will happen. Furious, Jaha slams his cup onto the table, his face twisting with rage. He snaps, asking if he is expected to just drink up and walk away quietly. Jaha grinds his teeth, demanding to know if they think this is a joke. Cha Song-tai calmly replies that it is definitely not over, but curiously asks what Jaha plans to do next. Jaha slowly regains his composure. Holding his cup, he proposes a wild solution. What if their master and his entire gang swear loyalty to him instead? That would block the Black Cat Society. Cha Song-tai asks if he honestly thinks they would ever agree to that, but Jaha just smiles confidently, saying he needs to build his own sect anyway. And trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos once he takes over. Jaha coldly demands they submit, leaving Cha Song-tai completely speechless. Alright, you and I are about to watch Lee Jaha make a crazy offer, saying, the choice is yours. If you think the Black Cat gang is actually going to beat me, then go right ahead and fight by their side with your boss, but if not, you better join me. Hearing this, Sate-song just frowns, totally losing his mind. Like, how on earth did this low-level waiter change so much? How can a literal restaurant kid not have a single care and talk about starting a whole new martial arts sect? But while Sate-song is still overthinking things, Lee Jaha suddenly slams his wine cup down, catching him totally off guard. Sate-song watches him stand up in sheer confusion. Not knowing what the crazy guy is planning, Sate-song watches Lee Jaha walk past him, chuckling as he asks, hey, you going out already? Why not hang around for a bit? Are you mad? Or do you think I am running away? Lee Jaha asks, keeping a straight face. Sate-song just stares back, thinking this kid is seriously begging for a beating. Sate-song squints silently, looking all mysterious. But since he can't do anything to stop Lee Jaha, he just sighs and says, just get back safely and I will put the wine on your tab. Lee Jaha shrugs, completely ignoring him, basically telling him to do whatever he wants, before turning around and casually strolling out of the room with absolute swagger. Right outside, there is a literal army of guards waiting. Lee Jaha takes one look at them, smirks with absolute disdain, and shouts at the top of his lungs, make way for me, trash. Now don't blink, because the guards actually split into two perfect lines, leaving a clear path. A highly satisfied Lee Jaha just struts down the stairs like a total boss. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes, where is he? Where is that damn waiter? A massive, beefy guy is absolutely furious, screaming about how a mere servant dared to touch him. He vows to hunt Lee Jaha down, but right then, Lee Jaha casually walks up behind him and cheerfully says, yo, watchdog, you are finally awake, huh? The meathead spins around and throws a massive punch, cursing him out, but Lee Jaha just slaps him across the face so hard his teeth literally fly out in a bloody mess. The guy gets sent flying through the air, crashing hard onto the ground. Everyone around them freezes, their eyes wide with shock as they start whispering about what just happened. Lee Jaha turns to the crowd and yells, shouldn't you guys have explained the situation to him first? Now look at him, knocked out cold on the floor again. Lee Jaha sighs, muttering, "Why did I even expect anything from you absolute idiots?" He walks off without even looking back, totally unbothered by the chaos behind him. He waves goodbye, yelling, "This waiter had a blast tonight." The gang members can only grit their teeth in pure rage, unable to do a single thing to stop him. They just stand there watching as he casually walks away. The streets outside are completely empty and eerily quiet as he strolls through the silent night. Looking around, Lee Jaha stops in front of a shop called the Dragon Beast Forge. He hesitates for a second, thinking, if I am going to fight the Black Cat Gang, I need weapons. Inside, the heavy clanging of hammers echoes everywhere as a bunch of blacksmiths work up a sweat. They are putting their absolute soul into forging metal. Kwok Yongchang, the assistant manager of the forge, is pretty surprised to see him walk in. He grins and asks, well, if it isn't the waiter from the inn, are you here to pay off your debt? Lee Jaha confidently replies, I am here to buy stuff. Yongchang stands up and mocks him, so, are we buying a grass sickle or a kitchen knife? You and I both know Lee Jaha isn't here for farm tools. He crosses his arms, saying, I'm taking down the Zhou clan, so show me your best weapons. Yongchang sighs. Look, kid, I heard you got beaten half to death the other day. Don't let pride get you killed. But Lee Jaha is completely out of patience, snapping, shut up and show me the weapons. I need a long sword, a whip, or even a super sharp dagger. The blacksmith stares at him in disbelief, asking, are you seriously going to use all of those? Lee Jaha shrugs. It is just a personal hobby of mine, so how about showing some respect? Yongchang turns to his workers and yells, bring out the black dragon sword. And grab the white dragon whip and cloud dragon dagger too. The workers quickly nod and run to get them. While they wait, the blacksmith tries to make small talk. Honestly, your grandpa made the best chicken soup in town. Why is your cooking so trash? One bite of your soup and I almost met my ancestors. Lee Jaha has zero interest. We aren't here to talk about soup, Lee Jaha says coldly. The smith laughs. Well, what else then? How about I tell you the legend of the Marine Alliance unification? Lee Jaha scowls, looking completely annoyed, while Yongchang glares back without backing down. The air gets super tense, but luckily the workers return just in time with the weapons. Here they are, boss. The workers present the 3 legendary items. Yongchang tells Lee Jaha to take a look, but Lee Jaha doesn't even spare them a single glance. I'm taking them all. I'm in a rush. The blacksmith cuts him off. All of them? All right, that'll be 90 copper coins. Lee Jaha raises an eyebrow. 90 coins? I'm giving you a major discount since we are neighbors, Yongchang says. Lee Jaha thinks about it and offers, how about I give you 50 coins and you rent them to me? I will bring them back once I am done. Yongchang blows a fuse, shouting, you want to rent weapons? That is basically daylight robbery. Just then, a voice booms from inside. What is with all the noise? The two stop arguing and look over. Walking out is Kim Chol-ryong, the legendary master blacksmith of the Dragon Beast Forge. He looks incredibly imposing. Yongchang and the workers immediately bow down in deep respect, while everyone except for our crazy Lee Jaha, who just stands there. Yongchang quickly explains the situation. Master, this crazy kid wants to fight the 3 Zhou brothers, and he is trying to rent 3 weapons for only 50 coins. The old master recognizes him. Wait, aren't you the grandson from the inn? Lee Jaha politely bows, saying, Grandpa Kim, it has been a long time since we last met. The old man smiles warmly. It sure has. I used to absolutely love your grandpa's chicken soup. It is such a shame that his legendary recipe is gone forever now. His disciple cuts him off, reminding him they have business. The master clears his throat. Right, back to the point. You are really going to war with the Zhou clan? If they are giving you trouble, I will make them stop, and if they do not listen to me, I will protect you. After all, your grandpa was my best friend. Master Kim tries to talk him out of it, saying there is no need to make a big deal out of this. Lee Jaha listens, but he is completely baffled. He stays quiet for a moment, thinking to himself, was he always this nice? I do not remember him saying things like this in my past life. Did my regression change him? Shaking off the thought, Lee Jaha politely declines, saying, I really appreciate your help, Grandpa Kim, but I need to handle this problem with my own hands. The master is confused, asking, but why? What are you planning? Trust me, you and I are about to see Lee Jaha gather an army of local blacksmiths for a legendary clash. Alright, stick with me as we watch a lowlife try to build the Iron Dragon sect. Kim Satlong is shocked, asking what he means, while Lee Jaha explains that if the Zhao brothers set up a sect in this town, they will tax you even harder. That is why I am planning to establish a massive alliance right here in this very town of Yiyang, making sure the Black Cat Gang can never interfere. Kim Satlong looks doubtful, asking an alliance of sects. Lee Jaha firmly nods to confirm it. Exactly, brothels will belong to the Longevity sect, and the blacksmiths will form the Iron Dragon sect. Kim Satlong listens intently, looking like he might actually buy into this. And the architects will join the Hammer and Sickle sect. We will gather every single profession left to create all kinds of groups in our alliance, he explains. As he breaks down the details, everyone goes totally silent, speechless. Lee Jaha reassures them, saying no one pays extra fees and no single sect rules over the others. Our only goal is to guarantee that not a single penny of your hard-earned cash gets lost. Stroking his chin, the old man finds this intriguing, even if it sounds crazy. Honestly, it actually sounds pretty solid. What will we call this alliance? Lee Jaha replies with absolute grit, a place for bottom feeders like us, the trash at the very bottom. The absolute dirt of society. He drops his tone, we will call it the lowly crowd sect. Kim Satlong stays quiet, rubbing his chin, thinking, the lowly crowd, huh? He chuckles. It is pretty amusing watching a basic waiter try to build an entire coalition. But are you actually confident you can handle those Zhao brothers? Our boy confidently replies, just watch me. The old boss tells Guo Longkang to hand over some weapons, leaving the lackey completely stunned. Wait, what? Are we giving them away for keeps? Ignoring him, the boss looks at Jaha and says we will talk more once you make it back alive. Jaha shrugs, sounds like a plan. Now pay attention here because things are about to get chilly. Inside his room, Jaha is training hard, sweating, while the wind outside howls. He opens his eyes, focusing to hear a creepy repeating digging sound outside. He slides the door open to find a bunch of guys shoveling dirt in the yard like a construction site. Zhao Gong, the second brother of the Zhao clan, glares at him with a nasty sneer. Look who is back, he mocks. I was planning to finish digging this grave before bringing you home. As a corpse. Suddenly, he slams a dagger straight into the table, startling everyone, and growls a dark order to sit down, calling Lee Jaha a damn waiter. He just stands there staring completely expressionless. Lee Jaha and Zhao Gong face off, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Zhao Gong speaks first. Today is a massive celebration for us brothers, because the Black Cat Gang officially approved our plan to establish a brand new martial arts sect right here in Yiyang. Lee Jaha stays quiet, just watching him like a hawk. Zhao Gong darkens his tone, but a useless piece of trash waiter who cannot even cook basic noodles properly had the nerve to trash our brothel. How should I punish you? He raises his voice threateningly. Lee Jaha, before my boys finish digging your final grave. Give me 3 good reasons why I should spare your pathetic life. Our boy just snickers, completely ignoring the threat. The thug growls, you are still laughing? You and I both knew he was not going to take that insult lying down. Zhao Gong snaps, lunging at him in a total rage, but suddenly pulls back in shock. His face goes pale. Lee Jaha already has a dagger in hand, moving lightning fast. Shaking with sweat, Zhao Gong stares in disbelief as Jaha slams the blade right through the back of his hand, pinning it to the table with blood spraying everywhere. Coldly staring, he says, Zhao Gong, let me tell you something. I do not mind letting you live. I just need one single reason. The thug bites his tongue, but deep down, he finally gets how a random waiter wrecked their joint. Suddenly, a subordinate calls out, snapping him out of his shock. Boss, the grave is almost ready. He tries to act cool, saying go a bit deeper. The lackey nods, as you wish. Zhao Gong relaxes slightly, trying to play off the pain, but stays cocky, saying, you must have gotten lucky with some hidden power. He stands up, throwing his free hand to strike Jaha, but he freezes halfway, getting repeatedly stabbed in rapid succession, groaning in sheer agony from the hits. Shocked, the boss gets yanked forward and falls flat. Jaha brutally drives his blade right into the thug's other hand, making the blood gush out non-stop. The guy screams in absolute torment, face twisted in pain. Our boy looks down coldly, asking, who did you say that grave was for? Zhao Gong looks up, whimpering, I was only threatening you. Jaha snorts in disgust, saying, cut the garbage, before pulling the blade out. Zhao Gong grits his teeth, drenched in cold sweat. Spinning the knife, he sits back down, demanding, all right, give me a reason to spare you. The guy shakes silently, pale as a ghost, while Jaha mocks him. Can you not even think of one? Figures, tell me, why on earth should I let a scumbag like you breathe? Dropping his voice, his gaze turns sharp. You did not just run smuggling rings, you also butchered anyone who crossed you, and even killed people I actually knew. You are paying for that today. Furious, Zhao Gong barks a final warning, try it, and my brothers along with the Black Cat Gang will hunt you down. Before he can finish, he freezes. His eyes bulge as he looks down at his chest, finding the dagger buried deep, blood pouring out fast. Jaha coldly remarks, I asked for a reason to live. Not a stupid threat, you idiot. Instantly, Zhao Gong collapses onto the table, dying in a pool of his own blood. Jaha glares at him, then turns to look at the lackeys, his face like stone. They are still standing there holding shovels, totally petrified. He smirks, are you morons still working that hard? They stare back at him, utterly terrified. Jaha sighs, hey, you can stop digging now. The men flinch, trembling like leaves as he points his finger behind him. Why so surprised? He was just playing with a knife and accidentally ended up dead. The thugs exchange confused glances, having absolutely no idea what to do next. One of them finally asks, stammering, who the hell are you? Jaha stares him down, cut the crap, I am obviously just a humble waiter at Low Bend Inn. And that is all. They quickly blurt out, yeah, we totally believe you. Yeah, right, who are they kidding? Jaha stands up, saying, stop asking stupid questions. Take off those masks so I can see if I recognize any of you. They immediately obey, pulling down their masks, revealing their terrified faces to him. Crossing his arms, he asks, I have never seen you guys around Yiyang. Are you with the Black Cat Gang? The leader quickly stammers, no way, sir. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with a deadly waiter. We just work at Pear Blossom Brothel, they beg. Jaha ignores them, pick your poison. Yo, you and I are back with Lee Jaha pointing at a fresh grave, telling these thugs one of them has to stay and catch hands so the rest can run home. Their leader quickly speaks up, promising, I will go into hiding in the countryside if you spare my life. The other two immediately start begging desperately. Bro, even though I cannot go back to herding cows due to some personal issues, but if you let me go, I will never step foot in the Pear Blossom Pavilion again. Seriously, spare me and I will do whatever you want. Lee Jaha just waves his hand, dismissing them. Get lost, scram. Their leader hesitates, asking, do you need any help in the kitchen, sir? He drops to his knees, looking up at him. If I lose my job at the Pear Blossom Pavilion, I will literally starve. Lee Jaha asks, are you a good cook? He nods, absolutely. Then he asks, what about chicken noodle soup? The leader confidently brags, is that not the easiest dish ever? Even kids can whip that up. I am absolutely sure I can cook the best chicken noodles. Lee Jaha turns away, glancing back at him. Since I spared your life, go figure out how to survive on your own from now on. The guy bows in gratitude, stammering like crazy. Ah, no. This lowly servant understands. Please rest, sir. With that, Lee Jaha does not waste a second, heading straight to his room and slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The moment he steps inside, his eyes widen at a dark figure lurking in the corner. What the hell are you doing loitering in here? Turns out it is Cha-Cha Xiangtai. This guy smirks with a smug grin, asking a loaded question. Heard you sent Lord Zhao to meet his ancestors already? Lee Jaha fires back at Cha-Cha Xiangtai, sounding absolutely done with him. Did you honestly think he had the skills to send me to the grave? By the way, heard your eyes are fully healed. Cha-Cha Xiangtai replies smoothly, just a minor part of my... Now pay attention, because this is where his crazy plan gets revealed. He casually explains he faked his eye injury, waiting for those useless doctors to look away so he could sneak out. Quack doctors were distracted to make a quick escape. Opening one eye, he grins with pure smugness. If I was not that smart, by now I would probably be lying dead in that grave right now. You see, I am both incredibly useful and smart, right? He glances at Lee Jaha with a look that says, you get it, right? Lee Jaha lets out a massive, exhausted sigh. Yeah, good job, I will give you that. Cha-Cha Xiangtai grins like he just won the lottery. Honestly, I really should thank you, because if I want to survive, I had no other option. Suddenly, his face turns dead serious. But anyway, how do you plan to handle those remaining 2 members of the Zhao clan? Lee Jaha replies instantly, ice cold, kill them. Crossing his arms against the door, his voice is dead flat. If we let them live and breathe, grinning around, the people of Yanyang Town will suffer for a long time. Cha-Cha Xiangtai nods, his expression turning equally serious. I get it, Zhao Yan is the most toxic and dangerous thorn in this entire town. You must be extremely careful if you want to take him down. Lee Jaha suddenly stops him. Hey, Cha-Cha Xiangtai. He replies seriously, yes. Lee Jaha then nags him like a grandpa. Go buy me some dried squid. I have the alcohol, but I totally forgot the munchies. Cha-Cha Xiangtai looks completely blank, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, why the sudden shift? We were just discussing serious business about Zhao Yan. Lee Jaha remains dead silent, not uttering a single word. Cha Xiangtai asks, annoyed and suspicious. Are you telling me this massive inn does not even have any snacks? Lee Jaha replies casually, nope, none. Cha Xiangtai goes into full facepalm mode, sighing heavily. Of course, a massive inn is just different. Fine, I will go buy them, but hand over the cash first. Lee Jaha shakes his head, dropping a bombshell that completely freezes Cha-Cha Xiangtai. I am broke too. Cha-Cha Xiangtai is even more helpless, asking in total disbelief with a... He sounds like he is about to cry, asking how a place once famous for legendary chicken noodles got so run down. Let's see how Lee Jaha avoids the question. Sidesteps the question like a slippery eel. Who knows? Just go buy a ton of snacks and feel free to grab your favorite food too if you want. He even tells him to get extra so they have leftovers for tomorrow, saving them another trip. Cha-Cha Xiangtai can only grip his shirt tightly, his face twisted in pure defeat. Yeah, I got it. He just reaches the door when Lee Jaha suddenly calls him back again. Hey, Cha-Cha Xiangtai. He spins around looking completely lost. What is it now, bro? Lee Jaha urges him, clearly losing his patience. Are you going on a leisurely stroll? Hurry your legs up already. Cha-Cha Xiangtai stares at him in silence, basically thinking, are you kidding me? He grits his teeth in pure misery, his face scrunching up in pure anger. He storms off, cursing under his breath. Are you serious right now? I cannot believe I am being ordered around by a literal waiter like a stray dog. Lee Jaha's voice rings out again, purely to troll him. Hey, are you sightseeing? Why are you so slow? Cha-Cha Xiangtai starts sprinting for his life while screaming curses at the sky. After running around like a headless chicken, Cha-Cha Xiangtai finally returns with a pile of snacks, setting them up neatly on the table, starting to snack slowly while looking totally relaxed. Lee Jaha holds his wine cup, his eyes completely locked on the guy chewing his food. Then, he speaks up with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Go ahead, eat up. This food was bought with your hard-earned money. Oh, wait, I mean your precious cash. Cha-Cha Xiangtai keeps chewing, trying to look totally unbothered. Oh, I am enjoying it just fine. Lee Jaha takes a sip of his wine, dropping a verbal bomb straight into Cha-Cha Xiangtai's chest. Of course it is. After all, you scammed naive young girls to buy low-grade trash wine, then sold it at a ridiculous price, as if it were premium spring wine, so of course it tastes great. Hearing this, Cha-Cha Xiangtai's hand completely freezes in midair, his face changing color like a chameleon. Lee Jaha rubs massive salt into his fresh wound. What is wrong? Working as a manager at the Plum Blossom Pavilion must have paid pretty well. Cash, right? He stays completely silent, slamming his chopsticks onto the table with a loud bang. He chugs his entire drink in one go, slamming the cup down. Massive, heavy sigh. Lee Jaha remains completely calm, asking as if nothing happened. What is wrong? Are you mad? Cha-Cha Xiangtai snaps back, his voice dripping with pure frustration. Yes, I am literally about to explode. What is with these garbage snacks anyway? I cannot even swallow them. Lee Jaha remains silent, not bothering to say a single word. Cha-Cha Xiangtai continues to whine miserably. And not only that, Lord Zhao is dead. If even Zhao Yan bites the dust too, the Black Cat Gang will absolutely hunt us down. Lee Jaha replies coolly, if you are so worried about the future, then why don't you lock in and train martial arts instead of just complaining? Trust me, you and I are about to see if things get even wilder from here. Yo, stick with me because this dude looks like a total funeral. Keep this up and you will get seriously depressed. Cha Seong-tae starts fuming, face red as a beet, but he still keeps rambling like a broken record player. What are we supposed to do now? What the hell do we do? His face is burning red like a fighting rooster about to fight, but Lee Jaha just keeps talking, basically pouring fuel on the fire. Stop doing that. It is totally useless. He snaps, stands up, and slams the table, completely ruining his usual cool, handsome guy image. Damn it, in the end. Who the hell are you anyway? You are definitely not the real Tuha. You are clearly just some fake imposter. Lee Jaha stares back coldly, his eyes sharp as daggers, basically asking if he wants to get beat up again. Cha Seong-tae freezes for a second, then acts like he just realized some ultimate truth, saying maybe I should beat you up so you will stop being so damn nosy. He slowly sits back down, staring intensely at the guy sitting across from him with suspicious, questioning eyes. His voice gets dead serious as he asks, are you absolutely sure you can wipe out all of those Black Cat Gang lackeys and send them to the afterlife? Lee Jaha takes a big gulp of wine, swallows it down, lets out a heavy sigh, and says, all right, let us finish this drink, and then I will go deal with Triyu not VM. Since we have no clue where the youngest brother Triyu Tombin is hiding, let us just send his older brother to the grave first, to keep things clean. Cha Seong-tae is completely shocked, jaw on the floor, asking in disbelief, what? Did you just say that? How can you say that so easily? Now watch closely because he replies totally chill, like talking about the weather. We have to finish him anyway, so quick is better. The only real problem is that punk Triyu Tombin, I have zero clue where he is hiding. Cha Seong-tae grabs a piece of meat, stuffs it in his mouth, and casually mumbles back, Triyu Tombin is probably crawling back soon. He continues with a totally indifferent voice. Oh really? If that kid shows up, do me a favor and handle him. He puffs out his chest, confidently bragging, I am Cha Seong-tae with my skills. Taking down that punk is a piece of cake. But Tuha is barely surprised, only asking back with a doubtful voice, oh really? The guy points at his eye, acting super pitiful, but the only issue is my eye is injured, so it might be a bit tricky. Lee Jaha completely loses his patience and cuts straight to the point. Just tell me straight, can you do it or not? He smirks, acting all deep and mysterious. Instead of giving that guy a chance to strike back, I prefer pulling off a sneaky, sudden surprise attack on him. He gets totally cocky, bragging with a smug voice. You probably haven't heard the legendary tales about the insane, god-level sneak attacks pulled off by the great Cha Seong-tae, right? Lee Jaha sighs heavily, completely done with him. Cut the crap. If we can actually get rid of the 3 brothers of the Triyu family, then those 3 brothels will be yours to manage, got it? His eyes instantly light up like high-beam headlights as he boasts, I am Cha Seong-tae. This annoying attitude really pisses Tuha off, so he snaps. I know already. Stop repeating yourself, you thick-skinned jerk. While they are drinking, Lee Jaha starts planning everything out in his head. Let's pause for a second, because there are still many innocent people struggling to make a living at those brothels, so we cannot just shut those places down completely. He holds up his wine bottle, looking thoughtful like he's solving a hard math problem. We should pay those who work hard fairly instead of cheating clients and selling trash at sky-high prices. He adds firmly, sounding like a responsible boss, we also need to take care of the sick. Let anyone who wants to go back to their hometown leave without stopping them. Cha Seong-tae quickly cuts in, looking super awkward and troubled about this whole thing. That sounds a bit too tough, man. But Tuha demands, leaving absolutely zero room for arguments. Even if it is hard, you do it, no buts. Looks totally confused, asking why we even have to do that. Tuha explains with absolute confidence, because that is way easier than me ambushing you out of nowhere. He goes silent, pondering his words deeply. Lee Jaha points his finger, threatening him in a low voice, act like a real respectable boss and run things right. If I hand over the brothels and you let them turn into a total chaotic mess, watch out, because I will gladly send you to join those Triyu brothers. Cha Seong-tae flinches in terror, quickly folding his arms and sliding his chair away from the table, trying his best to change the subject as fast as possible. His tone flips 180 degrees as he complains, man, this food is absolute garbage, I can barely swallow a bite. He mutters to himself in frustration, threaten me with death over everything. Maybe I should just retire to the mountains. Lee Jaha downs his cup and drops a line that startles him completely. If you actually bother to learn, managing the brothel won't be that hard. But since you don't care, I guess I'll have to find someone else to run it. He changes his mind instantly, eyes shining like gold. Hey, I am Cha Seong-tae. I am still way too young to retire from the martial world, you know? Lee Jaha just sighs, completely speechless at how quickly this guy flips his attitude. He finishes the last drop of wine in his cup and stands up. He decisively starts taking off his outer robe. This sudden move freaks Cha Seong-tae out, making him stutter. Wait, we are not even done drinking yet. Why are you stripping all of a sudden? He calmly undresses without any shame, replying coolly, I am going to wear your clothes. The guy's face turns pale, with shock. Tuha immediately urges him with an impatient tone. Stop whining and strip already, hand it over. Left with no choice, the guy reluctantly starts unbuttoning while complaining, feeling totally robbed in broad daylight. Damn it, this is literal robbery. He turns to Lee Jaha and brings up a serious point. He speaks with extreme seriousness, like the fate of the nation is on the line. I mean that bastard Triyu not VM. He growls with determination, saying, put my clothes on and go send that scumbag Triyu not VM straight to hell. He rips off his outer robe, tossing it over to Lee Jaha. He throws a sarcastic compliment. You are actually pretty smart, aren't you? Then he continues to babble like a broken record, looking at his current clothes. I mean, look at your ragged beggar outfit. If you walk into Lehuala like that, you'll get kicked out instantly. Trust me, you and I both know changing clothes is absolutely necessary because trying to enter Lehuala looking like a filthy beggar is just a bad joke. Lee Jaha silently listens, face completely emotionless like a solid stone statue. You would definitely get kicked out before you even step foot near the entrance. He takes the clean robe, silently changes, and then calmly ties back his long hair. Yo, you and I are about to watch Lee Jaha flex. Done changing, Lee Jaha struts like a runway model asking Cha Songtai, how do I look, stylin' or what? The guy rubs his hands together, kissing up with total flattery. Is that even a question? You look straight up fire, boss. Then Cha Songtai starts, spouting fancy, poetic words like some professional fashion critic. This is exactly the vibe, an innkeeper who does not look like a regular innkeeper. Truly magical. The guy keeps hyping him up like he just discovered some ultimate universal truth. Seriously, clothes make the man and good soil makes the crop. Scanning Lee Jaha from head to toe, he starts judging him like an expert. He says, dressed like a beggar, you look like a broke, miserable innkeeper. But putting on my outfit makes you look so bright, handsome, and totally top tier. Honestly, if I knew you would look this good before, then you should not have been walking around dressed like a total beggar on a daily basis. Lee Jaha gets visibly ticked off, saying absolutely nothing as he smacks him hard on the head for running his mouth without a filter. He warns him with a dead serious voice, cut it out, man. That is enough. The guy quickly ducks his head, muttering, yes, my bad, boss. Lee Jaha, still annoyed, keeps lecturing him about how he gets cocky the second he gets slack. Do I need to beat some manners into you again? Cha Songtai shuts his mouth instantly, not daring to breathe a word, terrified of getting smashed again. Lee Jaha turns to leave, tossing out one final order, wait here until I get back. The guy bows, still trying to kiss up one last time. Seriously, boss, you look insanely handsome in those clothes. Lee Jaha casually strolls out, heading straight toward the thick forest ahead. Only then does the guy dare to look up, his face turning dark as a funeral as he mutters curses. I hope every bit of bad luck on this planet crashes down on you, Lee. Tu-ha, you absolute jerk. Our boy walks straight to the Tan Lao Tavern. Seeing a fancy-looking customer, the staff quickly bows, saying, welcome to our tavern, sir. He cuts straight to the chase with zero small talk. Is your boss Trionyat VM inside? The server looks up, asking politely, excuse me, sir. Are you looking for our boss? Where are you visiting from? Our Lee Jaha drops his identity with pure boss energy. I am from the Black Cat Gang. Now take me to see Trionyat VM immediately. The server is completely stunned, stammering with confusion. The Black Cat Gang? Wait, are you? Before he can even finish, Lee Jaha delivers a brutal slap right to his face. He barks at him with pure arrogance. Why are you asking so many questions? Keep your mouth shut and lead the way. Terrified out of his mind, the server goes pale, nodding frantically. Yes, I am so sorry, sir. The massive doors of the Tan Lao slowly creak open. The server politely leads the way, saying, please follow me. Our Lee Jaha casually walks right behind him, heading straight up to the second floor. Reaching the luxurious VIP room, the server says in a polite, soft tone, please wait here for a moment, sir. I will inform the boss immediately. Our boy casually walks over to the main armchair in the center of the room and makes himself completely at home. Looking around, he remarks, well, this place looks pretty fancy and shiny. He kicks his feet up, resting his chin on his hand with a smug face. Thinking deeply. So setting up a gang means going through the Black Cat Gang first? What a massive pain. Right then, the heavy doors swing open once again. Trionyat VM enters, looking incredibly serious. Now look closely at his fake respect as he bows, saying it is his honor, while totally looking down on him. Deep down, he is totally disgusted. This little brat actually has the guts to barge in at this hour without even giving a single heads up. Then he spots Lee Jaha chilling in his personal chair, making his blood boil. He thinks, this kid seriously dared to sit my throne? And he does not even stand up to greet me. Trionyat VM glares at our Lee Jaha, asking in a sharp, testing voice, I wonder what position you hold in the Black Cat Gang. Lee Jaha chuckles softly, responding with an incredibly mysterious, unpredictable tone. Who even told you that I belong to the Black Cat Gang? The boss replies with total certainty that he was told so, totally falling for the whole trick. He mocks the boss like talking to a clueless kid. Do you really not recognize me? Seriously, you and I are about to witness the ultimate shutdown. Not VM frowns as his brain finally registers the face. He gasps in utter shock. You are that damn innkeeper, Lee Jaha, our boy replies. Nonchalantly, yup, that is indeed me. The boss clenches his fists tightly, shaking with pure rage as his voice trembles with absolute hatred. Are you completely insane? How did you dare to do this? Trionyat VM asks, totally confused and panicking, how on earth are you still alive anyway? Did my little brother not finish you off already? Our boy acts totally clueless, playing dumb like, wait, your little brother? Lee Jaha sneers with total contempt. Obviously, I beat him to a complete and utter pulp, which is why I'm standing here alive and well. The boss stares wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what he just heard. Trionyat VM clenches his fists even tighter, muttering under his breath, my little brother. He demands to confirm it again, voice shaking with raw fury. My little brother was actually wiped out by a random innkeeper like you? Lee Jaha shrugs it off like it is just some boring gossip. Well, he randomly showed up at my inn and started causing a mess, so started digging around. I just had to take him out of the picture. Losing his mind, the boss charges straight at him, roaring, you bastard. Do not talk trash. Our boy looks back with ice-cold eyes, completely unfazed. Lee Jaha gets into position, ready to counter whatever he throws. Both unleash powerful energy strikes at the exact same time. Our boy blasts a massive wave while casually sitting down, not even bothering to stand up. That would be way too much effort. Lee Jaha's heavy strike sends him flying backward, but the boss is no pushover, bracing himself with his hand against the floor to stop his fall, barely keeping his balance. His face remains dead serious, completely tense like a guitar string about to snap. Triyu Veem stares at his own hand in pure shock. How did this kid effortlessly block my move? Stick with me, because Lee Jaha is just getting started. Alright, stick with me here as our Lee Jaha completely humbles this arrogant punk. He rises slowly, dripping with attitude, mocking the so-called top thug of Yiliang County for being such a hothead. He clenches his teeth, his mind spinning as he tries to make sense of the madness. What the hell is going on? Just a minute ago, this guy was a nobody, a dirt-poor innkeeper. A broke, pathetic innkeeper. Lee Jaha sees him standing there dazed like an idiot and throws out a teasing smirk. What is wrong? Giving up already? In that case, he lunges forward instantly, eyes sharp as daggers, his voice dripping with pure defiance. My turn now, he says. Triyu not Veem flinches, throwing his hands up in absolute panic. He scrambles to block, but Lee Jaha unleashes a relentless storm of attacks. His eyes are savage, looking ready to rip the guy to shreds on the spot. He blasts him with a devastating palm strike, sending the thug flying straight through furniture as tables and chairs shatter into pieces. Triyu not Veem crashes hard against the wall, coughing up blood, looking completely wrecked. The door is totally destroyed too, looking like a Category 12 hurricane just ripped through the entire room. Lee Jaha relaxes his arm, staring down at his fist with a smug, proud grin. Meanwhile, another fountain of fresh blood spurts from the villain's mouth. He is throwing up violently, his face turning pale as a ghost. Staring up at the Lee Jaha, Triyu not Veem wheezes out, How do you know martial arts? Lee Jaha looks down at him with cold, utter disgust. He effortlessly grabs the guy by his neck and lifts him up like a helpless little chicken. He asks with total indifference. What is wrong? His gaze is sharp as a blade, his voice dripping with absolute mockery as he stares the guy down. Now watch closely, because this is where the trash gets put in his place. Why is it okay for a bully like you to know martial arts, but a lowly innkeeper cannot? His grip tightens, completely choking the guy out so he cannot even squirm. As Lee Jaha grows more furious, his chokehold gets tighter, turning his face purple. He confronts him, his voice heavy with hatred. You are nothing but a savage beast, smuggling innocent people and slaughtering anyone who gets in your way. He glares down, growling out in a terrifying voice. You are a monster beyond belief. Triyu not Veem tries to stutter a reply, his voice barely a whisper. Wait a minute. But our guy gives him zero chance to explain. With one hand, he slams him headfirst into the floor with a devastating crash. The impact is so brutal the entire brothel shakes violently, feeling like a massive earthquake just hit. The servants and wealthy guests downstairs feel the shockwaves. Everyone freezes in absolute terror. The workers scramble upstairs to check out the noise, only to find a shocking sight waiting for them in the room. Triyu not Veem is completely ruined, lying on the floor like a shredded rag. They stammer in sheer panic. Our boss has been attacked. Lee Jaha stands up, looking at the servants with nothing but mockery. You guys seriously waited until your boss was half dead before showing up to enjoy the view? He pauses for a moment, then drops a cold, commanding order. The Black Cat sect leader has changed his mind. We are not setting up any gang and not long. His voice is steel, leaving no room for argument. Take this trash from the Triyu family as a warning to anyone else who wants to start a gang here. If any of you try to pull this stunt again, this is exactly what is waiting for you. Are we clear? The servants bite their lips in absolute terror. Not a single one dares to utter a word. He looks over at them as they tremble in the corners, then drops a final warning that is dripping with bloodlust. Let that sink in for a second as he drops the ultimate threat. Get out of here right now if you do not want to die early, he says before walking away. He strolls right past them, not even giving them a second glance. But suddenly the crowd starts whispering behind his back, making him halt his steps. A surprised voice cries out, Wait, is not that the lowly innkeeper Tuha? The crowd instantly erupts into a chaotic buzz of gossiping voices. What? The innkeeper Tuha? No way, that is impossible. Lee Jaha stands frozen, listening to their chatter with an entirely blank face. He just changed his clothes, but if you look closely, you can definitely tell it is him. He turns around as the curious whispers keep spreading. What is going on here? He lets out a cold smirk and casually admits the truth. Yeah, I am the innkeeper you all are talking about. The servants turn red with anger, but they are too terrified to take action, only able to stare. Lee Jaha glances over them with a mocking smirk. He throws out a blunt challenge. So what if it is me? Does knowing that somehow make you cowards feel a little more brave? They have no comeback, but their hands are twitching, itching for a fight. Clearly they are not happy. He continues to mock their weakness. If any of you want to follow in his footsteps and have me send you to the afterlife to meet Triyu not Veem, step right up. They shut their mouths in terror, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Nobody dares to make a sound. Lee Jaha lets out a disappointed sigh. Then a trembling voice from the crowd calls out, Why? Why did you kill our boss? He replies with a mysterious, unpredictable grin. Why, you ask? The guy nods quickly, his voice desperate and begging for an answer. Yes, please, just tell us why you did it. He answers mockingly, as if telling a bad joke. Did that absolute scumbag ever need a reason when he was out there slaughtering innocent people? They gasp in shock, completely silenced, not daring to say another word. With everything settled, Lee Jaha turns around and walks away without looking back. Waiting outside is Cha Seongtae, looking incredibly anxious and worried. The moment he sees our Lee Jaha return, he asks a suspicious question. You said you were going to send True Not VM straight to the grave, so why are you back so early? Walking past him, he replies with total indifference. He is dead, it is already over. Cha Seongtae cannot believe his ears, shouting out in disbelief. Do not lie to me like that. Lee Jaha tilts his head, throwing back a smug challenge. If you do not believe me, go check it out yourself. The guy falls completely silent. But his mind is spinning with endless questions, thinking to himself in pure shock. He was only gone for a tiny moment, how could he be finished already? So what do we take from this? Even if he did kill him, how does he look so unbothered and clean? Stay tuned because you and I are about to find out. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild ride. How did this innkeeper dude end up completely scratch-free? What kind of crazy miracle made him this overpowered, right? Entering his room, Lee Jaha doesn't forget to yell back at Cha Seongtae, telling him to clean up all the leftovers on the table before he dares to sneak off. And clean this whole inn while you are at it, okay? Cha Seongtae just stands there, staring at the table with a face so miserable he looks like he is at a funeral. All Cha Seongtae can do is swallow his anger and curse silently. Damn it, how does this guy have the absolute nerve to order a legend like me to clean up? He looks around the empty room and his blood starts boiling even more. Seriously, how is there not even a single rag to mop this trash place with? Meanwhile, Lee Jaha is chilling in his private room, cultivating with a totally relaxed face. All the urgent drama is finally taken care of, so he can finally focus on getting stronger. Closing his eyes, he thinks back to that absolutely wild, earth-shaking fight he just went through. A mysterious, smug little smirk slowly creeps onto his face as he remembers it. He is feeling pretty proud of himself, and honestly, who can blame him? His strength has leveled up big time, and there is no way he is wasting this golden opportunity. He lets out a deep breath and locks in, focusing all his energy on his cultivation. He is determined to reach a whole new, godly level this time around. As the sun dips behind the distant mountains, the night passes in complete peaceful silence. No crazy distractions, just pure focus until the morning light finally breaks. The next morning brings clear blue skies, warm sunshine, and fresh air. Perfect day, right? Well, Cha Seongtae is just strolling down the street when he hears some crazy gossip. The locals are whispering like crazy about whether Zhao Yan really got taken out. Rumor says the innkeeper Lee Jaha sent him packing to the afterlife a few days ago. It is absolutely wild and hard to believe. But wait, where is that mysterious innkeeper right now? Has anyone actually seen him wandering around town lately? Did he actually get wiped out along with his enemy? Now pay attention here, because Cha Seongtae immediately rushes all the way to Lee Jaha's place, looking super worried and anxious. Meanwhile, our Lee Jaha just finished his intense cultivation session. He lets out a heavy sigh, feeling completely drained and exhausted as he stares down at his own hands. He mutters to himself, I finally broke through the wood realm and advanced to the sickle realm. Then he looks at his other hand, totally lost in thought. Even though he mastered all these stages in his past life, the speed he is absorbing inner energy right now is just too fast. It is honestly hard to believe. Lee Jaha watches the crazy energy swirling around his palm, his eyes filled with pure determination. He clenches his fist with a confident, cocky grin on his face. This is not just some random guess anymore. He is absolutely sure of one thing: he is way stronger now than he ever was in his past life. But as soon as he snaps back to reality and looks around his room, his face completely twists in disgust. Oh man, this place is a total disaster zone. You and I both know cultivation gets messy, but this room is next level gross. All the nasty toxins flushed from his body during his breakthrough are everywhere. The stench is absolutely brutal. But hey, looking on the bright side, enduring this horrific smell means he actually got some epic results from his hard work. His body is finally purified and clean enough to start training in high-tier martial arts. But just then, Cha Seongtae screams from outside in pure horror. Oh my god, what on earth is that putrid stench? The dude immediately pinches his nose shut, gagging and complaining like he is about to throw up. Seriously, what the hell did you do in there to make it smell this bad? Lee Jaha casually walks out of his room, acting totally clueless. He asks with absolutely zero shame. Oh, you are finally here, huh? Cha Seongtae pinches his nose even tighter, totally grossed out, and immediately starts talking trash. Seriously, bro, did you just crap your pants in there, or what? Hearing this, Lee Jaha instantly gets ticked off and roars back in anger. Realizing he messed up big time, Cha Seongtae turns around and runs for his life. His face is pale as a ghost while he keeps on gagging like crazy. But he still manages to throw some shade over his shoulder, yelling back that if Lee Jaha needs to use the bathroom, he should actually do it outside. Like, who even does that inside their own room? He completely ignores Lee Jaha's dark, murderous expression and just keeps complaining like a broken record. This is beyond disgusting. There is no way you only went once. Lee Jaha is super annoyed by now, muttering about how this guy just cannot shut up. Cha Seongtae boldly swings the front door wide open before running off, leaving Lee Jaha standing there in silent rage, completely speechless at the dude's sheer audacity. Later that afternoon, Lee Jaha is leisurely soaking in a hot bath at the local bathhouse, finally enjoying some much-needed peace and quiet. He feels so relaxed. This is the life. But suddenly he starts thinking back to the awkward drama from earlier this morning, his expression turning quite thoughtful again. He remembers Cha Songtai, pale-faced and shaking, pointing a dagger straight at him while screaming in absolute panic. Please go wash your smelly self before coming near me. Lee Jaha, smelling terrible and completely losing his patience, yelled back in a fury, put that damn knife down right now. Are you seriously looking for a beating? Thinking about it now, he still feels super annoyed. What an ungrateful jerk. Just then, the bathroom door swings wide open, completely startling our Lee Jaha. A young gorgeous girl stands there, shyly bowing her head to him. Lee Jaha blinks in utter confusion and asks, Kan Huang, why are you in here? She keeps her eyes glued to the floor, whispering softly, My lord, I am here to help you wash. Our Lee Jaha is so shocked his jaw literally drops. A beautiful young girl is shyly bowing her head to greet him. He looks back at her, asking in total shock, Kan Huang, what are you doing in here? She doesn't even dare to look up at him, just whispering, Sir, I came here to serve your bath. Lee Jaha is so shocked his jaw literally drops. Wait, are you actually serious right now? Kan Huang softly explains that it was big brother Cha Songtai who ordered her to come over and help out. She hesitates for a second, then continues in a super shy voice, Since you are already done bathing, then I can definitely help wipe you down, sir. She stands there anxiously waiting for his response, her eyes full of hope. But instead of accepting, Lee Jaha straight up rejects her, leaving her totally crushed. He flatly refuses, making her look up in disappointment. You do not need to come here anymore. Trust me, you and I have to see what happens next. Let's dive into a wild ride where our Lee Jaha keeps it too real. He looks straight into her eyes, keeping his cool to calm her down, and telling her he will handle Cha Seongtai himself. Her eyes and drops some pure honest facts. He tells her she already made it clear she only sells her art, not her body, so she needs to stick to that rule. No cap, Kan Huang is absolutely shook by his words. She never expected this dude to actually say something so respectful and chill, leaving her completely stunned. After that, he turns back around to soak in the tub, totally ignoring her. Inside, Lee Jaha is low-key complaining to himself, thinking about how his annoying subordinate always does too much. That guy is always causing unnecessary drama without even being asked to do anything. Meanwhile, Kan Huang just stands there staring at him, her face completely filled with awkward and messy confusion. She bows her head, thanking him with real sincerity. She says, Thank you so much, my lord, and also I am truly sorry for everything that happened between us in the past. Honestly, he does not care at all. He just casually replies that it is fine, and since everything is in the past, she should forget it. But then she asks him another question. Watch closely here, because she asks a crazy question out of pure curiosity. Lord, you are so overpowered, so why did you let those weak clowns beat you up back then? He stays quiet for a moment, cooking up the perfect answer. Finally, Lee Jaha drops a deeply philosophical line saying, You have to get hit first to have a valid excuse for revenge, right? The girl is still lost, offering a blank, confused reply. He just smirks like he is some ultimate genius, saying it is obvious that a true gentleman takes his sweet time for revenge. Even 10 years is not too late. That is how an innkeeper handles business. Lee Jaha looks insanely proud, adding that if you want to succeed, you gotta take some massive L's first. Kan Huang is completely amazed, her voice dripping with sheer admiration. She actually thinks it is some legendary quote, asking him if such a deep and wise saying really exists. He bursts out laughing and casually says, Nah, I am just capping for fun. She stares at him with wide eyes, having absolutely no idea which of his words are actually real. You and I can see he is just vibing, humming a random tune in the tub. But this whole situation is making Kan Huang feel extremely awkward and super embarrassed. She quickly backs out of the room, not wanting to disturb his bath anymore. He just lies there in the water, looking completely relaxed and enjoying every single second. Lee Jaha proudly thinks to himself, Did they really try to use a honey trap on me? Too basic, they have zero game compared to me. But suddenly he remembers a past event. A long time ago, he met a mysterious man he called Kung Ma. That old dude spoke to him in a super toxic, condescending tone that was just full of straight-up disrespect. He said, The only reason you are still a virgin is because normal girls do not even want to look at you. Back then, that old man was standing right near him. He was standing on a steep cliff and continued, saying, All those beautiful girls around you are just part of our plan to test you, and everyone in the world knows it. Remembering this makes Lee Jaha snap back to reality, feeling completely annoyed. He mutters to himself, Why the hell am I even thinking about this random, useless trash right now? But then, out of nowhere, Cha Songtai slams the door open and rushes right in. He starts screaming at the top of his lungs in total panic, yelling that there is a fire. He yells that everything is going down in flames. Lee Jaha gets super annoyed, shouting back at Cha Songtai, asking why he is making such a massive deal. But the guy replies with a straight face, sounding way too casual. He looks at him and says, Well, the place that is currently on fire happens to be your own inn. Hearing this, Lee Jaha completely freezes, his mind going blank. He stands there looking absolutely clueless, unable to process what the hell is actually going on. By now, the night sky is lit up by a massive, raging fire consuming his entire property. The scene looks completely terrifying as a crowd of people starts gathering. They are whispering and gossiping, but suddenly a loud, commanding voice cuts through the noise. It is Trio Tom Bin, shouting a brutal and ruthless threat to everyone there. He yells, Listen up, you trash. From this day forward, if any of you dare to help or hide that worthless innkeeper Lee Jaha, you are all dead. You will all die a painful, brutal death by my own hands, got that? But suddenly, a highly sarcastic voice mocks him from right behind, catching him off guard. Yo, Trio Tom Bin, your big brother is literally buried right behind that inn. You probably should have moved his dead body before burning down the entire place, right? Hearing this, the guy turns red with pure rage, spinning around to scream. Which of you trash bastards just said that? Speak up right now. Then Lee Jaha casually walks out from the crowd, looking completely unfazed. He drops a savage reply, saying, "Is me, you absolute thick-skinned, shameless clown." Trio Tom Bin looks around like a total idiot, having no idea who spoke. He is so lost, asking with a dumb, confused look, "Who are you?" Lee Jaha is getting pretty annoyed at this point, so he snaps back. "You literally burned my inn down, and now you are asking such a brainless, stupid question? Are you actually brain dead or what?" Trio Tom Bin is so shocked he stutters, asking how the hell this weak loser changed so fast, looking like a different person. Meanwhile, Nin Not Thuk is standing right next to him, keeping a cold, calm face. He looks at Lee Jaha and asks in a chilling voice, "Is this the guy?" Trio Tom Bin quickly nods like a loyal dog, replying with respect, "Yes, senior, that is him." The senior immediately looks down on Lee Jaha with absolute disgust. He speaks up, sounding extremely arrogant, asking if they really dragged him out here just to slaughter some cheap, worthless innkeeper who is not even worth his time. Trio Tom Bin can only mumble a weak yes, looking completely terrified. Nin Not Thuk continues asking obvious questions in a highly condescending and patronizing tone. He asks, "Your brother wanted to build a massive sect right here, but he could not even kill a pathetic, nobody innkeeper like this?" He glares at Lee Jaha with utter disgust, throwing a brutal insult. "How do you expect to build a faction when you cannot even handle a minor insect?" His eyes are filled with pure disrespect as he spits facts right into his face, telling him that forming a guild is a joke if he is this weak. Trio Tom Bin has absolutely no comeback, stammering like a fool. He lowers his voice, sounding deeply embarrassed as he desperately tries to make up a lame excuse. The master says if he personally wastes this nobody innkeeper, the entire martial arts world will laugh at him for being an absolute bully. Nin Not Thuk gives a cold final order, telling Trio Tom Bin to do it himself. Hearing this, Trio Tom Bin turns pale, utterly terrified. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this epic showdown unfolds in the next chapter. The kid just mumbled a weak yes. See, you and I are jumping right into a brutal scene where the boss spits pure contempt, calling his squad too pathetic to even kill a nobody tavern owner like this. Then he drops a cold ultimatum, saying that if they fail this easy job, he will definitely not stand by their side anymore. Trio Tom Bin is literally shaking, his voice completely cracking from fear. But then Lee Jaha just strolls up like he owns the place, looking totally relaxed. He starts lecturing him like a snarky older brother, telling him that a real man needs to have some actual responsibility. Then he keeps pushing his buttons with extreme confidence. He says, "Do not go begging other people to do your dirty chores for you. It is honestly way better if you just handle this yourself like a man." This open challenge puts Trio Tom Bin in an incredibly awkward spot. Lee Jaha just keeps teasing and provoking him with that smug look on his face. He says, "Loser gets burned alive in that fire, so you down or what?" Hearing this, Nin Not Thuk lets out a super cocky and mocking laugh. He sneers, a basic tavern keeper acting this tough is hilarious. But while he is laughing, Trio Tom Bin is literally sweating buckets from sheer terror. The poor guy tries his best to stay composed, then suddenly snaps and agrees with desperate determination. "Fine, let us settle it exactly like that." Nin Not Thuk, acting like he is some big shot, arrogantly boasts about his own status. He claims to be a pretty famous figure in this martial world. So he decides he will witness this deathmatch himself. Suddenly, the whole area falls into a dead silence, as tense as a guitar string about to snap. Trio Tom Bin slowly raises his blade, his heart burning with pure rage. He mutters to himself, completely furious about how this whole mess started. He curses under his breath, blaming Lee Jaha for getting his brothers killed. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha glances at Nin Not Thuk and notices something fishy. He actually respects the guy's brain, realizing he is not just some brainless thug. Now watch closely, because this is where the real mind games begin. This dude intentionally created this duel so he could stand back and watch. He wants to analyze Lee Jaha's true power from a safe distance. With a massive fire blazing in the background, the two men face off. The air between them is so heavy you could cut it with a knife. Lee Jaha looks at his burning tavern, then turns his gaze to his opponent standing in front of him, looking deeply lost in thought. Then he flashes a mischievous smile at Trio Tom Bin. This completely freaks the kid out, making him yell, "What the hell are you planning to do?" Lee Jaha just shrugs casually, asking, "And what if I am?" Trio Tom Bin tries to keep his cool and snaps, "Hurry up and draw your sword. Stop wasting my time." But Lee Jaha just looks at him with absolute disgust. He openly disrespects him, making it clear he is not even worth the effort. He says, "Using a sword on trash like you is a waste of my energy." Hearing this, the kid is too stunned to even speak. He stands there frozen, veins popping on his forehead from sheer humiliation. Trio Tom Bin's face turns bright red as he lets out a furious roar. "You absolute bastard!" He swings his sword straight at Lee Jaha with all his might, but our guy dodges it effortlessly like a gentle breeze. Then he clenches his fist and delivers a brutal body blow straight to the kid's ribs. It is an incredibly savage strike with zero warning. The impact is so insane that Trio Tom Bin cannot even react. He collapses onto the ground in agonizing pain, unable to stand back up. Lee Jaha just stands over him, mocking his desperate struggle to get up. He smiles coldly and drops a savage line that absolutely destroys his pride. He laughs, "You are overacting, buddy. I did not even use any of my power yet." Trio Tom Bin grits his teeth through the blinding pain. You and I both know he is done for, but he still drags himself up for one last swing. The sharp blade barely grazes his cheek. Lee Jaha's eyes flash with cold killer intent. He calmly insults him, saying he is just as crude and brainless as they come. He locks his hand around Trio Tambing's wrist, completely freezing him in place. There is absolutely no mercy left in his cold, terrifying tone as he speaks. He whispers, "You are just as stupid as your two dead brothers." The kid is so terrified his face completely loses all its color. He makes his final judgment with zero hesitation. It is decided a trashy loser like you has absolutely no right to exist in this world. In a flash, Lee Jaha disarms him, snatching the sword right out of his hand. He raises the blade with deadly cold precision. He delivers a fatal slash straight across Trio Tambing's chest. The kid is too shocked to even scream as he collapses onto his knees. He falls flat on the dirt in a pool of his own blood, dead. Lee Jaha just stares down at the corpse without a shred of emotion. The watching crowd starts whispering in absolute shock and panic. They cannot believe a simple tavern owner just ended him with such effortless ease. They mutter, "Is he really just some humble innkeeper? How on earth did a regular guy gain this kind of monstrous martial arts power?" Lee Jaha ignores them all, looking back at his tavern fully engulfed in flames. He sighs, deeply annoyed by the massive property damage. He grumbles, "Those idiots, my tavern did absolutely nothing wrong." Just then, Ningyat Thuk steps up, prompting a sharp, annoyed glare from our hero. He says, "Your martial skills are seriously impressive, definitely not to be underestimated." He crosses his arms, giving a slightly condescending but respectful nod. He formally recognizes his victory in this duel to the death. Then he turns on his heel to leave, tossing back one last cryptic phrase. He says, "Until we meet again." But Lee Jaha is not about to let him slide that easily. He calls out, sounding completely annoyed. He demands, "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Ningyat Thuk freezes, visibly pissed off, and snaps back at his absolute lack of respect. He yells, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to a member of the Black Panther sect?" But Lee Jaha just smirks, pushing his buttons even further. He asks, "Are you scared, Black Panther?" He slowly raises his sword with arrogant defiance. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss their next epic clash. Yo, you and I are about to watch this loser get utterly roasted by Lee Jaha, who sneers, 'So you came all this way just to kill me, and you even dared to burn down my entire inn? Did you seriously think I would just let you slide and walk away that easily, bro?" The moment the guy hears this, he freaks out completely, turning tail and running like a coward without even looking back once. Our Lee Jaha just raises his eyebrows and speaks with total disgust. What in the world is even happening? Right after, Lee Jaha shifts his stance and moves instantly, fast as a literal gust of wind. Using top-tier martial arts, he glides with insane speed and silence, looking exactly like a ghost drifting through the dark night. He leaps high in the air and cuts right in front of Ning Yishu, shutting down any chance of escape. Realizing he is completely cornered, the villain channels every bit of his energy to unleash his ultimate move for a final desperate struggle. Ning Yishu lets out a wild scream and fires a massive blast, pouring all his strength into this deadly strike. The vicious, deadly attack flies straight toward Lee Jaha with absolutely terrifying power. Sensing the danger closing in fast, our Lee Jaha immediately spins around to dodge that fatal blow just in time. Right then, his eyes turn incredibly sharp and cold, looking exactly like an apex predator stalking its prey. Lee Jaha watched closely. He swings his sword in a perfect line, slicing the energy blast clean in half. It is a crazy, decisive counterattack. Right then, on Ning Yishu's face, a deep slash suddenly rips open and fresh blood starts pouring out. Our guy just stares at him with an icy, emotionless expression. Ning Yishu finally realizes his face has been sliced, his expression turning into absolute shock and horror as the deep cut sprays a fountain of blood before he can even react. An intense, overwhelming pain hits him. Ning Yishu collapses hard onto the ground in absolute agony and dies right on the spot without saying a single word. Lee Jaha grips his sword, staring down at the lifeless body with a completely blank face. Meanwhile, the wildfire keeps raging through the night, completely burning down Lee Jaha's house until there is absolutely nothing left. Our guy stands there silently, staring down at the two corpses with a deep, thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, the crowd watching is so terrified they are completely speechless, shivering at this gruesome sight. Standing in the crowd, Cha Seongtae has witnessed the entire crazy fight from start to finish. His face is completely pale with shock. Inside, he is utterly losing his mind and cannot believe his eyes. The Lee Jaha actually killed Zhao Sanping, and now even this guy too. Looking over at Ning Yishu's dead body, his jaw drops in shock as he mutters under his breath, "Wait, who is that?" He clicks his tongue, wondering who our Lee Jaha actually is. Suddenly, Lee Jaha turns his eyes to Zhao Sanping's underlings and barks out an order. "Hey, you losers!" His voice gets sharp as hell as he demands some serious answers. "Why did you punks think you could get away with burning down someone's house like that? You want me to burn yours down too?" The thugs are so terrified their jaws hit the floor, completely speechless. Feeling his insane, terrifying, murderous intent, they instantly beg for their lives, shaking like leaves. "We are so sorry, please. Just spare us, sir." Lee Jaha is not letting them off that easily. He asks again, his voice cold and sharp, "I asked why you dared to burn my house down. Now tell me, answer me." Right then, Cha Seongtae raises his hand trying to explain it, and trust me, his excuse is absolute comedy. "Maybe because your inn smelled like literal crap, so they had to burn it down." The guy says this with a dead serious face, adding, "Honestly, when I smelled that awful, toxic stench, I wanted to do the exact same thing." Suddenly, the entire crowd starts whispering and buzzing again. Wait, did that inn really smell like crap? Why would that be? Who knows, maybe someone took a dump in there. Our Lee Jaha holds a major grudge right there, thinking to himself that he is absolutely going to murder this annoying loudmouth sooner or later. He calls out in an incredibly annoyed and frustrated voice, "Hey Cha Songtae!" Lee Jaha barks at him with a cold and commanding tone. "You and these thugs are going to rebuild my inn right this second." Cha Seongtae looks completely annoyed and immediately starts complaining about it. "Why me? Seriously, why?" Our guy just smiles with pure, dangerous malice. "Why? Maybe because I have been way too nice to you lately? So you think you can push your luck? You want me to end you right here?" Cha Songtae instantly freezes up, terrified to say a word. He has no choice but to agree, whispering under his breath that if they have to rebuild, they should make it way bigger this time. Looking over at the smoking pile of ashes, Cha Seongtae mutters to himself, "You know, this plot of land is actually pretty massive. Maybe we should build a second floor and make it look super flashy, like a literal glorious masterpiece of architecture of some kind." Lee Jaha immediately adds another demanding, highly authoritative order. "We need a big fence around it too, and on the inside of the place, we should build a training ground and a massive garden in the backyard." Cha Songtae chuckles awkwardly, trying to read his actual thoughts. "So you want to start a whole new martial arts sect, not just a regular inn?" The Lee Jaha replies with absolute certainty. "It will be a sect, but styled exactly like an inn." Cha Seongtae scratches his head and thinks about it for a second. "All right, I get what you mean. A sect that is also an inn." He proudly declares his brand new brilliant idea with total confidence. "We will call it the Purple Cloud Inn Sect." Lee Jaha gives him another serious reminder. "Make sure you keep all the skilled workers during construction." Hearing this, the guy immediately catches on and asks, "So you want to assemble those powerful factions like we talked about before?" Our MC nods with a simple, "Exactly." Cha Seongtae looks a bit worried, saying the underworld groups like the Black Cat Gang won't let this slide. But our guy just smirks with pure absolute confidence. "Trust me, we are about to see him completely run this town, so stay tuned. Stick with me, because our Lee Jaha is about to flex on some fools." He arrogantly tells his partner they just need to handle the trash and make sure everyone does their damn job. Cha Songtae gets super curious and asks another question. He wants to know what the hell this new alliance is actually called. Lee Jaha answers back with total boss energy, clear as day. Ha-Oman. He is 100% set on this name, no doubts about it. He thinks to himself that this is finally happening, his own sect, a dream he has chased forever. Ha-Oman is the very first sect he has built with his own two hands, finally making his ultimate wish come true. Cha Songtae stays quiet for a second, then asks another question. Ha-Oman, yeah. The guy looks up at Lee Jaha completely lost and confused. He asks if he has to start calling him the freaking sect leader from now on. Lee Jaha just gives a super cold, short reply, telling him to do whatever he wants. Cha Songtae goes completely silent, looking like he is making some huge life decision. Then he speaks up with a dead serious face. "Jaha, I have been quietly watching you for the past few days, and I am telling you, something is definitely off here. I am absolutely sure you are not the same Lee Jaha I used to know, so I have to ask you something." Our Lee Jaha just shrugs and asks him what is up. Cha Songtae hesitates for a second, then finally drops the question that has been eating him alive for days. His voice is packed with heavy suspicion and doubt. "Why did you spare my life? I have been thinking about this nonstop, but I cannot find a single logical answer." Now pay attention here because Lee Jaha's response is golden. He answers with a completely straight face like it is nothing. "I just wanted to mess with you for fun." Cha Seongtae did not see that savage comeback coming at all. The poor guy stands there looking totally shocked and lost. He slowly nods, trying to cope, and tells himself that makes sense. Then he looks over at the pile of ashes. He suddenly feels incredibly lucky to be alive and whispers to himself that at least living as a toy is way better than dying. He sighs, totally accepting his weird fate. He heads back to the Tonlao brothel. Lee Jaha casually sits down to train his martial arts, looking completely chill and relaxed like nothing happened. Closing his eyes, he focuses deeply and realizes his internal cultivation has actually jumped up a whole level, totally crushing his original expectations. This is getting crazy. His hands start moving as he tests out a new martial arts style. He mutters to himself that this exact internal power saved his life before, even in his past life. Meanwhile, Cha Songtae is in another room checking the books with a super serious face. Early the next morning, we are back at the ruins that got burned down. Cha Songtae is already out there, bossing everyone around to build a sick new mansion for Lee Jaha. The whole place is buzzing with fast energy. Back at the brothel, Lee Jaha slowly opens his eyes, feeling completely refreshed. The new technique he was grinding all night is finally fully mastered. His whole body feels incredibly light and powerful. He looks up at his subordinate and asks with a surprised look who exactly decided to show up at his place. Cha Songtae quickly bows and speaks with total respect. "Sir, it is those thugs from the Black Cat Gang, the ones who used to work with the Zhao brothers." Our Lee Jaha sits straight up on his bed and asks with absolute curiosity, "How many of these guys are we actually talking about here anyway?" Cha Songtae answers clearly, telling him there are only two of them. He already made them wait in the Plum Blossom room and asks what their next move is. You and I both know our Lee Jaha never backs down from a fight, so he gets up instantly and orders Cha Songtae that they are going to meet them first. Cha Songtae looks up, looking totally stressed and worried. He asks if Lee Jaha is seriously planning to go start a massive fight to the death with them. The boss just casually walks right past him out the door, saying those clowns definitely only showed up here because they want to collect their stupid tribute. They are totally playing dumb about him killing the previous lords just for the cash. Next, they will probably invite him to their headquarters to negotiate. Cha Songtai is so panicked he literally chases after him, trying to talk some sense into him. He asks what they are supposed to do if that happens. Looking at their current power, there is no way they can win against a massive group like the Black Cat Gang. It is basically a suicide mission for them. Lee Jaha just smiles with pure confidence looking down on them. He says it might be impossible for a weakling like him, but for him, super easy. Cha Songtae panics completely, raising his voice to ask if his master is seriously planning to just leave them all behind to die like trash. He puts his hands behind his back, walking out calmly to reassure the guy. He tells him those thugs will definitely try to kill him before touching anyone else. But Lee Jaha continues with that insane, arrogant smirk, telling him that there is absolutely no way he is going to die that easily. Cha Songtai bites his lip hard, completely speechless and not knowing what to do. In another quiet room hidden deep inside the brothel, they head inside. Cha Songtae guides him inside to meet the two powerful VIP guests waiting for them. He bows deeply to them, trying to act incredibly polite and respectful. Then he backs out of the room, closing the door super gently, telling the guests to relax and have a great talk together. The door shuts quietly. Lee Jaha casually takes a seat right across from the two guys, looking totally chill and not bothered at all. The skinny guy speaks up first, introducing himself in a very polite tone. He says his name is Thong Fong from the Kim Fung Pavilion. They are directly under the Black Cat Gang. Then the giant beefy guy speaks up next, his loud voice booming like thunder in the small room. He introduces himself as Han Sao Hook, also from the Kim Fung Pavilion. Our Lee Jaha just looks them over, staying completely silent with a blank face. Both of these guys are instantly thinking the exact same thing. They wonder if this little punk has any idea who they are to dare act this arrogant. Thong Fong cannot stand the disrespect anymore and snaps. He asks him straight up with a suspicious glare if the rumors are true about him killing the Zhao brothers. He demands to know if that crazy rumor is actually true. Lee Jaha just looks at him and replies in a freezing rock-hard voice. Yeah, that was me. Hearing him admit it so casually makes their faces turn completely pale with shock. They literally cannot believe what they just heard. So what do you and I take from this? Our boss-level Lee Jaha is bored of these weaklings and asks them why they even care about those dead guys. Alright, let's jump into this crazy showdown together. Our Lee Jaha asks if those Zhao losers are their relatives, since they clearly do not even share the same last name. They trade uneasy looks, completely reading each other's minds, their faces filled with pure confusion. Right now, both of these guys are sharing the exact same awkward thought. They keep wondering where this arrogant little brat gets his insane confidence from. Why on earth does he dare to act so incredibly disrespectful and bold right in front of them? Just because he took down a few low-level Zhao family members, does he think he is God now? They glance back at him, totally baffled by his attitude. They stare suspiciously, trying to figure him out. Could this guy have some massive secret faction backing him up? Lee Jaha notices them staring and gets annoyed. Since they just keep staring without saying a single word, he impatiently snaps. What is your deal? If you have something to say, spit it out already. But they stay dead silent, clearly on guard against him. The vibe in the room gets super heavy and awkward, making our Lee Jaha let out a massive sigh. Their stupid attitude is honestly just draining his energy. He secretly laughs to himself, thinking these clowns came all this way to shake him down, but are too scared to speak. They want to extort him, but cannot even speak. Tong Pung strokes his beard, acting all serious and deep as if he is about to say something super important. Finally, he speaks up in the most arrogant, condescending tone possible. He claims the Zhao brothers were authorized by their Black Cat Gang to start their own sect. Yet here they are, brutally slaughtered by your hands. Hearing this, Lee Jaha just raises an eyebrow and plays along, totally unfazed by the threat. He simply asks, so what about it? This completely triggers the guy, who immediately drops a heavy threat, warning him that messing with their gang is a death sentence. He tells him he has basically ruined their business and nobody survives after pulling a stunt like that. But watch closely, because our Lee Jaha is not scared at all. He just chuckles, fully understanding their cheap game. Slowly raising his hand with a smug grin, he asks a highly provoking question just to mess with them. So you clowns basically want me to pay you off, just like those dead Zhao brothers did, right? Hearing this, the two thugs actually let out a huge sigh of relief. Their faces light up with greedy excitement. The old man smirks, highly pleased with himself, and says it is great that he actually knows how to play the game. Lee Jaha acts super friendly and generous, offering to buy them a drink first. He says they should toast to their new deal before getting into the details. He calls out loudly for Miss Sun. The door slowly creaks open and Sun Xiaoxiao steps in shyly, keeping her head down as she bows with deep respect. He proudly orders her around, telling her to bring that cheap wine from the other day, along with some good snacks so they can drink. Xiaoxiao gets totally confused and squints her eyes, wondering what on earth he means by cheap wine. But then it suddenly clicks in her head. She realizes he was talking about their premium spring wine. Bowing quickly, she whispers a soft response and exits the room before they notice. The door gently closes behind her. Han Gaoshu finally breaks his silence after that weird show, speaking up with his usual arrogant and pushy attitude. He tells our Lee Jaha that drinking is cool and all, but they really need to settle their business talk first to avoid any misunderstandings. Lee Jaha just laughs in his face, mocking him. He acts clueless, asking what else they could possibly want besides sharing a few friendly drinks. Losing his temper, the thug slams his hand on the table with a loud bang, furious that this annoying brat is completely disrespecting them. He yells that the kid is completely blind to who he is messing with. Lee Jaha slowly looks down at the guy's hand, his face dead silent. With cold, annoyed eyes, he drops a straight-up threat, asking if they actually want to fight to the death. The two thugs instantly shut up. They freeze up, their hearts racing with anxiety as they panic over his sudden shift. They keep wondering where this kid gets his crazy confidence. They start stressing out, thinking he must have some insane backing behind him. Let's pause for a second to see how he handles this. Keeping a totally chill face, he looks down on them and asks if their precious Black Cat gang is actually going to save their lives today. Hearing this, the two thugs start shaking like leaves, their faces turning completely pale with pure terror as they realize they might be in deep trouble. Our Lee Jaha mocks them even harder, telling them to actually use their tiny brains for once and think about who they are dealing with. If he was actually scared of their gang, would he have slaughtered those three Zhao brothers without hesitating? The thugs are too terrified to even speak. Their tongues are frozen and they are sweating bullets through their shirts, unable to utter a single word. He chuckles mockingly at their pathetic state. He mockingly says that since they are here, they must be way stronger than those weak Zhao brothers, who are honestly just boring to kill. The two of them can only gape in shock, completely speechless. The atmosphere in the room grows incredibly thick and nobody dares to make a move. Lee Jaha decides to give them one final chance. With pure killing intent in his eyes, he drops a cold ultimatum that sends shivers down their spines. If that girl brings the wine and they still have not figured out their place, he will take it as a formal challenge to a fight to the death. He suddenly yells out, making both thugs jump in terror. In an excited voice, he announces that Miss Sun has finally returned with their drinks. He keeps his cold eyes locked on them like a predator cornering its prey. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao gently enters, totally unaware of the heavy pressure. She walks in with her head bowed, acting all shy. But when she finally looks up, she is completely confused by the weird vibe in the room. While she stands there clueless, the two thugs suddenly start laughing and acting super friendly, trying their best to flatter our Lee Jaha to save their skins. They quickly assure him that they will cover for him with the Black Cat gang, promising to act like this whole thing never happened just to stay alive. Lee Jaha smiles in satisfaction, glad they finally got the message. Han Gaoshu forced a loud laugh, trying to play it cool despite being absolutely terrified. He agrees they deserve to die. Trust me, you and I will have a blast watching these spineless cowards squirm next time. Alright, stick with me because we are diving right back into this insane leveling up story. Of course, those trash names did not cut it, and our Lee Jaha totally agreed with a savage roast. It was totally spot on. The three of them cracked up laughing, and just like that, the heavy tension in the room completely melted away into a chill vibe. Meanwhile, those two cowards scrambled and ran for their lives out of the building like ghosts were chasing them. Cha Songtae stood there while Luong leaned against the door. He watched them run off and asked Lee Jaha with a deeply worried, doubtful frown if letting those punks off the hook so easily was actually a smart move. But our Lee Jaha just stood there, speaking with total confidence. If they off those two right now, the Black Cat gang would have the perfect excuse to launch an immediate attack. It did not even matter who ruled this whole Yuryang district. The only thing that truly mattered was making sure those thugs knew their place and obeyed his every single command. Hearing that, he finally got the point, his face locked in deep, serious thought. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha was already plotting his next move, keeping his focus entirely on the real threats. He knew the only major players he actually needed to worry about were the 12 heavenly generals. As for the Great Asura, it was best to avoid his radar for now. But pay attention here, because this is where his real master plan begins. Turning to Cha Xiangtai, he gave him some very serious and strict instructions about what was coming next. He announced he was going into secluded training to level up his martial arts, so Cha Xiangtai needed to seize all the assets of those building lords and manage them well. He officially appointed him as the temporary chief manager of the lowdown sect. But hearing this sudden and massive promotion, Cha Xiangtai just stood there looking completely and utterly lost. He blurted out a totally confused, huh? But our Lee Jaha did not even bother explaining. He just turned around, walked away, and dropped one final cold warning. If you dare touch a single coin of the sect funds, I will fire you on the spot. Terrified, Cha Songtai could only mumble back a highly anxious question. He asked what would actually happen to him after getting fired. Walking away, our Lee Jaha answered his question with a bone-chilling tone that would freeze anyone completely solid. You get put 6 feet under, obviously. Hearing that chilling response, Cha Songtai jumped out of his skin, completely terrified by the casual, brutal threat he just received. He stammered out a totally shocked what, grumbling to himself about where such a crazy, twisted rule even came from. But Lee Jaha just kept a perfectly straight face. I make the rules here because I am the sect leader, he stated simply. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Cha Songtai was so incredibly frustrated he was left completely speechless. He just stood there frozen like a statue, completely unable to speak. But after taking only a few steps, our Lee Jaha suddenly stopped and turned right back around to face him. He offered some hilariously fake, cheerful encouragement, telling him congrats on the big promotion. Your time has finally come, buddy, and absolutely nobody can stop your rise now. Cha Songtai gritted his teeth in pure anger, his face looking utterly miserable. But Lee Jaha was in a great mood, completely ignoring his subordinate's silent, burning rage. He casually strolled away with a massive smile, not caring one bit about how much the guy standing behind his back was wishing for his absolute downfall right now. Cha Songtai finally gave up and let out a massive, deeply exhausted sigh, muttering to himself that surviving in this cruel martial arts world was way too tiring. Later, Lee Jaha casually strolled into a small local restaurant named Xuan Duong, looking completely relaxed. That's when old Guillaume Saryong looked up, totally stunned to see him there. The old man was right in the middle of eating when he raised his head, his eyes wide with pure shock. He immediately called out to him with extreme curiosity. He asked if he had finally arrived. Lee Jaha politely took a seat right across from him, showing a rare moment of deep respect as he greeted the veteran martial artist. Now I know what you are thinking. Is he going to order something fancy? Nope, he just cheerfully asked for something cold, making the server quickly run off to get it. He asked for something ice cold to drink. The waiter quickly went inside to prepare it, leaving Guillaume Saryong to finally ask the burning question on his mind. With a highly suspicious look, the old man finally asked if it was true that he had actually wiped out all three of those notorious Cho brothers completely by himself. Our Lee Jaha did not even try to deny it, casually admitting that he indeed did it. The old man gasped, instantly worrying about the incredibly dangerous aftermath of his actions. He asked if the Black Cat gang would retaliate, warning that an all-out gang war would cause a massive, brutal bloodbath and get countless innocent people killed in the crossfire. Our Lee Jaha paused, studying the old man's worried face. He wondered if this old martial artist had always been such a deeply caring person under his rough exterior. In his past life, this old man had launched an epic rebellion just to stop those greedy Cho brothers from collecting protection money from all the local shopkeepers. He calmly explained with absolute certainty that the gang would not show up anytime soon, and even if they actually brought a massive army, he could easily handle it all alone. He promised to settle the entire conflict cleanly by himself, making absolutely sure that none of the innocent townspeople would ever get hurt or caught in the middle of the chaos. Guillaume Saryong looked completely shocked, asking if a single kid could actually take down the entire Black Cat gang. Our Lee Jaha just gave a highly confident smirk. He proudly boasted that even though it sounded completely impossible, it was the absolute truth. Hearing that crazy, arrogant claim, the old man immediately warned him about being too cocky. He pointed out that a simple local innkeeper wiping out all three of the powerful Cho brothers completely by himself was already hard enough to believe in the first place. But then the old man quickly changed the subject with a sly grin, trying to get himself a free meal. He boldly asked our Lee Jaha to pay for everything today. He requested a massive, expensive feast on his tab. Lee Jaha almost choked in shock, his face instantly twisting into a miserable look as he started sweating absolute bullets. He loudly protested, asking how on earth the old man could force a poor, broke innkeeper like him to pay for such an insanely expensive, luxurious feast. The old man looked completely speechless, scoffing that there was no way a poor innkeeper could also be the supreme leader of the mighty Lowdown sect. Hearing the name of the Lowdown sect as he brought out the fresh food, the waiter got super curious, asking if our Lee Jaha had actually created a brand new martial group. He wondered if Lee Jaha had established a new martial arts sect. Our Lee Jaha just turned around with an incredibly proud, smug, and arrogant smile written all over his face. He proudly declared that Deokpil was already an official member of the Lowdown sect. The poor guy looked completely baffled, asking how that was even possible for him. He had zero memory of joining any sect, but trust me, you and I are going to absolutely love his incredibly confident explanation as he crossed his arms. Alright, stick with me because our Lee Jaha is about to drop a bomb. Everyone he knows is now officially a member of the Lowdown sect, making Deokpil smile like crazy. He goes, that is awesome. But then he grabs his chopsticks, locks eyes, and drops some heavy rules like a total boss. Since you are in, brother, you gotta hook your sect leader up with free food forever. Got it? Deokpil instantly grips his bowl like his life depends on it, and his smile completely fades. His face turns pitch black as he glares at Lee Jaha, sounding super annoyed. Hey customer, are you trying to play games with me or what? Suddenly, a booming, powerful voice echoes from right outside the shop. Lee Jaha. Hearing this, the three guys chilling inside instantly freeze up. Now pay close attention, because they whip their heads around to see a super sketchy-looking dude standing at the entrance, totally wrapped in mystery. He is decked out in all black gear with a conical hat, looking like a total assassin. His eyes are dead silent, but sharp enough to slice glass. He stares inside, trying to read the room. Deokpil instantly flips his switch and starts acting like a total suck-up, changing his tone in a flash. Sect leader, someone out there is calling you. Maybe you should go check it out? Lee Jaha glares, totally disgusted by how fast this guy changed his tune. Bro, did you not just call me a customer literally 2 seconds ago? Deokpil finally drops the act, fixes his attitude, and gets totally serious. To play along, Guillaume Saryong suddenly acts like he is on his deathbed, coughing up a storm while aggressively pounding on his own lower back. He goes, Sect leader, my back is killing me. Rain is coming. Honestly, you and I would be just as speechless as Lee Jaha watching this terrible acting. Sighing deeply, our Lee Jaha grabs his sword and heads out, complaining that being a leader is a massive pain. Right on cue, the weather actually listens. Dark clouds instantly roll in, unleashing a massive downpour. Lee Jaha and the shady figure face off in the rain like two epic action movie leads. The stranger breaks the silence, demanding to know if he killed Ning Yishu of the Black Panther clan. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha just looks completely clueless. He has absolutely zero clues. Like, who even is that? Wait, that name does ring a bell. And then boom, a flash of memory hits him. He finally remembers. The edgy stranger pulls down his face mask to look cool, introducing himself as Wei Zunwu, a master from the Black Panther clan. Hearing that, our guy instantly loads the database. The double-blade demon Wei Zunwu. In his past life, this boogeyman rushed him and got totally wrecked. Now, he sizes him up. The guy looks a bit green, but his stance confirms he is definitely the legendary double-blade user, no doubt about it. Wei Zunwu growls, demanding a straight answer. Did you kill him or not? Our hero nonchalantly admits it, saying, well, yeah, he burned down my house. Wei Zunwu smirks, thinking that is actually a fair reason. Fair enough, but that decision is exactly why you are about to die right here. Lee Jaha shrugs and drops some deep martial arts philosophy. His eyes flare with anger as he delivers a verbal strike that pierces the villain's soul. Just like your hair, nothing will be left. Yo, you and I are about to watch some epic karma. This old geezer gets so triggered he literally screams, I will shred your mouth first! Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes, setting the stage for a bloody showdown. The old man moves like lightning, swinging his blade wildly right at Lee Jaha. He aims a deadly downward slash, but our Lee Jaha just sidesteps the whole thing like it is absolutely nothing. Lee Jaha pivots, splashing a wave of dirty rainwater straight into Ui Wanho's face. The old man tries to block it while shouting, damn it! While dodging, Lee Jaha analyzes his opponents. The twin blade ghosts are a duo, and the other one, Go Yangso, is still hiding. Suddenly, Ui Wanho charges like a suicidal moth, but Lee Jaha casually parries his dual blades. Another wild slash forces Lee Jaha to slide backward across the muddy ground to steady himself. No worries though, he is already back to scanning his enemy. The other assassin's stealth and counter skills are top tier. He is definitely camping nearby, waiting to strike. But then, Satai Song suddenly teleports and out of nowhere. He screams, sect leader, but Lee Jaha just holds up a hand telling him to chill out. He warns him that this old man is a high-level expert, leaving Satai Song looking completely lost. An expert? Why the hell is it raining right now? Annoyed, Satai Song rips off his remaining eye patch and slams it onto the muddy ground. Wu Wanho charges again with pure rage, but Lee Jaha dodges smoothly like a pro. He quickly warns his chaotic ally Satai Song, heads up, there is another killer hiding right next to you. Hearing this, Satai Song completely freaks out, spinning around frantically like a headless chicken, screaming, Where? Where is he? Suddenly, a dark figure flips down from the rooftop, landing right in front of them. Seeing the second boss pull up, Satai Song flinches with a completely horrified face, like, are you serious right now? Lee Jaha just smiles, thinking, finally the guy I was waiting for shows his face. Wanho gasps in pure shock, asking, wait, you knew there were two of us this whole time? Lee Jaha just scoffs at them like they are total amateurs. The old man quickly warns his junior, Junior, watch out, this guy is a hidden powerhouse. Go Yangso simply grunts a quick okay. With that, the two brothers split up to flank Lee Jaha from both sides. Sparks fly as their eyes lock and the tension becomes thick enough to cut. A chaotic clash is about to explode. But watch closely, because right as the fight is about to start, Satai Song completely ruins the hype by shouting, Hey Baldy! Satai Song acts like he's about to carry the entire squad, yelling, I am joining this fight, so watch your back. He swings his sword like some pro esports player, taking a flashy stance to talk trash early. He screams, you know my nickname? It is the Invisible Sword. You will not even track my movements. Then he lets out a ridiculously dramatic battle cry. He yells, Die, you bastard, while the other three just stare at him like he is doing stand-up comedy. He keeps spinning his sword around, shouting, I am coming in hot! He claims it is a fair 2 versus 2, pointing his sword at Ui Wanho. He challenges, Hey Chrome Dome, I am taking you down first. Go straight to hell. Ui Wanho gets so triggered he completely loses his mind, roaring, You bastard! He unleashes a lightning-fast strike at Satai Song, who quickly raises his sword to block. But he is way too weak to block it. He gets blasted backward like a broken kite, rolling across the ground before lying completely flat. Lee Jaha is just standing there like, are you serious? Satai Song lies there pretending to be dead. Annoyed, Lee Jaha decides to call him out on his nonsense, saying, Cut the acting and get up already. You are an eyesore. Satai Song slowly crawls back up, asking with a totally clueless face, Oh really? Lee Jaha can only let out a deep sigh, completely exhausted by this guy. Satai Song dusts off his clothes, complaining, I did not roll around in the mud and ruin my clothes for nothing, you know. Seeing him try to play it off, Lee Jaha snaps, Then what the hell are you doing? Satai Song keeps making excuses, saying the rain made the ground slippery so he just tripped. But hey, he almost tricked those bad guys with his acting. He keeps on blabbering about how he was totally planning to sneak up and slit their throats while they were distracted. But Lee Jaha just stares at him in absolute, speechless disbelief. Yu Wanho literally shakes with rage after hearing their stupid conversation. He growls, How dare you idiots discuss your dumb plan right in front of us? You and I both know Satai Song has zero filter. He literally turns to Lee Jaha and whispers that the bald guy is probably shivering because he has no hair to block the cold rain. Ui Wanho completely loses his mind. He screams curses, brandishes his sword, and charges at them with pure murderous rage, roaring, Die, you bastards! Sa Taisong panics as the old man leaps into the air for a devastating downward strike. Sa Taisong can only raise his hands in reflex, but luckily, Lee Jaha flashes in to block the deadly blow. Lee Jaha stares back with ice-cold eyes. The old man is startled for a split second, but quickly recovers and launches another swift strike. But no matter how hard he tries, every single strike gets effortlessly blocked by Lee Jaha. Lee Wonho is literally shaking in shock, unable to believe his eyes as Lee Jaha stands solid as a rock, leaving both brothers completely speechless. Sa Taisong can't help but let out an amazed wow in pure admiration. The four of them stand under the pouring rain, glaring at each other like they want to tear each other apart. Lee Jaha thinks to himself that, come to think of it, this is the very first time he has felt this kind of excitement since resetting his life. A smirk creeps onto his face. Since when did fighting become so incredibly fun? Go Yangso grits his teeth in utter confusion, his brain failing to process why the hell this guy is actually smiling. Lee Jaha places his hand on the hilt, slowly unsheathing his blade. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing red aura begins to radiate and swirl around his entire body. As the blade is fully drawn, the red energy erupts into a blinding, fiery glow. Wonho and Go Yangso stare at this insane display with their jaws dropping to the floor in absolute shock. Inside the shop, his allies watching the drama unfold are completely stunned, and Sa Taisong is not doing any better out there. He stammers, seeing the sword glow with a bright red light. Both enemy brothers instantly recognize this monstrous power as real sword chi, which is now blazing around his blade like a raging, unstoppable inferno. Holding his flaming blade, Lee Jaha confronts his two opponents. Yu Wonho glances over at his junior brother, giving him a quick nod to initiate their final joint attack. Go Yangso nods back and both of them launch forward like arrows. They begin circling Lee Jaha at extreme speed, closing the gap to trap him in a deadly pincer movement. Once they get close enough, they unleash a synchronized strike. Heavy rain blurs Lee Jaha's vision, but in an instant his eyes glow a terrifying sharp crimson through the storm. With just a single flawless slash, his blade slices clean through both Ui Wonho and Go Yangso. Blood sprays into the air, painting the falling rain red. The two brothers collapse lifelessly at Lee Jaha's feet. Game over. Sa Taisong is completely frozen, his jaw dropped to the floor without a single word. And that is where we leave it. Watching him stand alone among the bodies in the pouring rain, you and I can both agree he looks more terrifying than any ghost. Alright, let us jump into a crazy story where Lee Jaha stands in the rain looking deep in thought. Cha Song-tai cautiously walks up, bowing to say he worked hard, but Lee Jaha stays totally expressionless. Rubbing his chin, Cha Song-tai stares at the two dead bodies, wondering who these guys even were. Lee Jaha drops a cold two-word reply, Black Panther. Just hearing the name Black Panther makes Cha Song-tai jump out of his skin. What? He stammers, looking down with a completely stressed-out face. First the Black Cat Gang, and now the Black Panthers. This kid knows things are seriously getting messy. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha keeps his cool look, turning to order Cha Song-tai that he is going to take a bath. Cha Song-tai nods frantically, promising to clean up the mess. And just like that, under the pouring rain, Lee Jaha easily secures another massive victory in this totally one-sided battle. Watching the whole showdown from the shadows, Guillaume Saryong crosses his arms and nods, realizing the rumors about him wiping out the three Zhao brothers are definitely true. Upstairs, Lee Jaha is chilling in a steaming hot bath, looking more relaxed than he has in a long time. But his brain is still working overtime, realizing he is leveling up way too fast. Enemies who should have survived much longer are already 6 feet under, and now a whole new batch of factions is lining up for a beatdown. Feeling exhausted, he closes his eyes to meditate. But instead of peace, a weird sound echoes in his ears, and then everything suddenly goes completely dead silent. Realizing something is way off, he wonders why all the rain and background noise outside just vanished. Something is rushing down the hallway. Two dark figures smash the door open, standing right before Lee Jaha. Pay attention here, because instead of panicking, he casually asks what these uninvited guests want. The guy in blue is Huang Wukam from Lehua Lao, and the yellow one is Hu Zhongtu from Tihua Lao. He squints with a freezing tone. Did Cha Song-tai send you idiots? Ignoring his question, the two assassins charge straight in to jump him without a word. Suddenly, the wooden tub creaks as deep cracks spread right across it. Boom! The tub violently explodes, blasting water everywhere and throwing both of those attackers backward. They scramble to shield their faces, but Lee Jaha moves like the wind. Lightning fast, he grabs them by their necks, using his inner energy to blast them through the door. The force slams them into the wall, shattering the plaster and killing them instantly. After deleting these two weaklings, Lee Jaha quietly mulls over the names of Huang Wutam and Hu Zhongtu. These cowards knew he would be unarmed in the bath, which is why they pulled this cheap stunt. Anger flashes in his eyes. Did Cha Song-tai really orchestrate this? Throwing on his clothes quickly, he storms outside and corners a random employee, aggressively demanding to know exactly where Cha Song-tai is hiding. The terrified worker bows low, stammering that he is not here. Lee Jaha's face darkens, threatening that he better not be lying. Shaking like a leaf, the guy swears he is telling the truth, saying his boss left earlier and never returned. Lee Jaha stays quiet and walks away, looking incredibly badass. Walking back out into the rain right after his bath, he wonders if Cha Song-tai actually dirty-noodled his way into this scheme. His face is serious, knowing that if the guy did betray him, his life is officially over. Suddenly, a chaotic shouting echoes from nearby, telling someone to bring it on if they dare. Come at me, you little punks. Recognizing that annoying familiar voice instantly, Lee Jaha spins around. Realizing it is Cha Xiangtai, he leaps like a superhero toward the noise. Arriving at the scene, he sees bloody bodies scattered all over the ground. He stares at the absolute carnage, totally confused about what is even going down right now. What is wrong with these guys? Turning right, he sees a massive crowd cornering someone against the wall, and the poor victim getting ganged up on is indeed Cha Xiangtai. The mob screams that the bastard is exhausted and to finish him off. Cha Xiangtai is trapped, completely battered, bloody, and running on absolute fumes. Even Lee Jaha is surprised, calling out Cha Xiangtai's name. Everyone whips their heads around to look, and Cha Xiangtai's jaw completely drops upon seeing his savior. Lee Jaha smirks, asking if he is still alive. Spotting his literal lifeline, the guy screams out like he is drowning. "Save me," Cha Xiangtai cries, looking totally miserable. Seeing Lee Jaha, he knows he is safe, and immediately starts acting tough, yelling that they are all dead meat. The thugs stare at Lee Jaha, but he just stands there, not moving a single muscle. Seeing him just chilling, Cha Xiangtai furiously points his sword and screams, "Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Help me already!" Annoyed by his barking, Lee Jaha tells him to stop yelling. Lee Jaha silently watches the grunts point their blades at him. He coldly tells the guy to handle his own business. "Grip your sword and deal with it." The thugs surrounding Cha Xiangtai shift targets, with one shouting not to be scared because he is just a guest house owner. The others charge like moths to a flame, shouting to kill him. Lee Jaha's face remains totally blank as his fists fly, delivering brutal one-hit co-strikes. One gets a fist to the face, another is struck in the ribs, and a third takes a gut punch. Finally, he unleashes a finishing blow, blasting everyone away. Let us pause here. You and I can see our Lee Jaha makes this look ridiculously easy. He stands silently watching the body count on the ground multiply in seconds. Over on the side, Cha Xiangtai is still shouting curses like a tough guy. Hearing the noise, Lee Jaha glances over with pure disgust. He is so exhausted he can barely stand back hunched over, yet he still glares up at Lee Jaha. Covered in tears and snot, he asks if the sect leader came to save him. With a look of pure disgust, Lee Jaha flatly replies, "Nope, I came here to kill you." Hearing this, Cha Xiangtai completely panics, jumping in shock. "Kill me, why?" Lee Jaha explains in a flat, monotone voice, "Because I think you are involved in this ambush." With maximum innocence on his face, he asks if the sect leader was also attacked. Lee Jaha begins playing back the events in his head. "Exactly, I was enjoying a nice bath when Vu Cam and Trung Thu barged in." Holding his bleeding wound, the guy grinds his teeth and curses them out. "Those bastards!" It seems the sect leader does not fully grasp the situation yet. Aside from the three Zhao brothers, there are many other master fighters in this town. Blood mixing with rain on his face, he bitterly continues, "You saw it yourself. I got ambushed too. That is enough to clear the misunderstanding, right? I have nothing to do with those guys." You and I can see Lee Jaha's cold face softening as he accepts the story. "Alright, you and I are starting this off with Cha Xiangtai fuming because his insane boss literally came here to kill him, and now that he knows it is a mistake, he does not even apologize? What a jerk." Lee Jaha finally speaks up, his voice cooling down a bit. He calls him Cha Xiangtai, and the guy quickly answers yes. Lee Jaha stares into the distance, sounding pretty tired and exhausted. He wonders how many more people he has to slaughter in this Ilyang prefecture besides the Black Rabbit Gang. Hearing this, Cha Xiangtai keeps his mouth shut, clueless on how to make a cool comeback. His eyes show pure frustration. "Just because I own an inn, do I really have to deal with this crap? Seriously, how many more punks do we need to put down to stop this pointless drama from happening again?" Cha Xiangtai just stands there like a statue without saying a word, quietly watching Lee Jaha. Then he bows respectfully, speaking with duty. He will go make preparations so the sect leader can relax and forget those bad thoughts. Lee Jaha drops a low but heavy warning to do it right. Cha Xiangtai hears it loud and clear, shouting back a loud yes. Jaha stresses it again with a subtle threatening vibe. Jaha demands it to be absolutely perfect. Cha Xiangtai obeys without hesitation, promising to get everything ready with the utmost care. Finally, Lee Jaha turns around and trudges back through the rain, leaving Cha Xiangtai with the loot scattered all over the muddy ground, grumbling to himself that he literally just took a shower. Just pure bad luck, honestly. The next day, gorgeous sunshine breaks through, chasing away all the gloom. While Cha Xiangtai gets straight to work on the rebuild, Lee Jaha stays locked in his room, intensely training his internal energy. Cha Xiangtai, Guillaume Cholyong, and Duxu automatically form this legendary supervising trio, looking incredibly legit on site. Just like that, a whole month flies by and the construction is barely showing any real shape. Lee Jaha drops by to check the progress, frowning that they have only done this much after a month. Cha Xiangtai quickly panics, sweat dripping down his forehead. He explains that a massive project like this easily takes a year, otherwise they are going way over budget. "Now watch closely. Our MC is totally unhappy with that delay. Can you not go any faster?" he demands, making Cha Xiangtai sweat buckets and stutter. Cha Xiangtai argues that he wants to rush it too, but they can't just throw more random workers at this and expect it to automatically go faster. Lee Jaha silently scans the construction site like a literal scanner. Seeing his boss fuming, Cha Xiangtai quickly tries to suck up, bragging that he recently hired a great project manager who has boosted their building speed. Right on cue, a mysterious character shows up out of nowhere like a movie scene. He excitedly introduces him, saying this young man is an absolute prodigy when it comes to architecture. Lee Jaha turns around to inspect this new legendary face. Yeon Jasong greets him politely with a soft hello. Suddenly, our MC recognizes him as an old acquaintance, a smirk forming as he loads up the memories. He remembers Yan Jasong as a famous top-tier architect back when he ruled the lowdown sect in his past life, wondering how in the world they met like this. Cha Song-tai quickly whispers to Yan Jasong that the ultimate VIP has arrived. He tells him to greet him quickly since he is their sect leader, the final boss himself. Hearing this, the architect eagerly clasps his hands, greeting Jaha with deep respect, introducing himself as Yan Jasong, hired through Guillaume Cholyong's recommendation. Jaha smiles politely, responding with a simple "nice to meet you." Then the architect quickly shifts the topic to talk about a sweet deal. He heard that if he crushes this construction assignment, he will be appointed as the head of the architectural sect under the lowdown sect and won't pay any entry fees. I know what you are thinking, is this deal too good to be true? Lee Jaha confirms it instantly, making the architect's face light up like he hit the jackpot. The architect is extremely satisfied with those terms, promising to build an absolutely massive Jaha Inn that is guaranteed to look incredibly stunning. Then he asks for a small favor. He wants to ask the leader for one thing, and Jaha calmly asks what it is. Yan Jasong directly lays out his plan to set up a temporary shed over there to serve as a resting area and dining hall for convenience. He grins, openly showing his true motive by hoping the leader will occasionally cook some delicious, unique meals for them to boost morale. Jaha chuckles softly, then calls out loudly. He calls for Cha Song-tai, who answers with a loud shout, terrified his boss won't hear him. Lee Jaha then begins giving his orders. He orders him to quickly organize and divide the workers from the Plum Blossom, Pear Blossom, and Poetry Blossom pavilions, and send a bunch over here while providing delicious food to keep them happy. A full stomach is a happy worker, after all. Cha Sung-tai beams with joy, accepting the order instantly before Jaha turns to Yan Jasong with total authority. He tells Yan Jasong that if he can build a low-down sect headquarters that completely satisfies him, he will give him the architectural sect, keeping his word. Yan Jasong bows down, promising with full confidence to definitely deliver on this project. After wrapping up the inspection, Jaha leaves with a pleased smile, looking totally satisfied with the deal. A bit later, Lee Jaha heads over to Guillaume Cholyong's workshop. The blacksmith welcomes him enthusiastically, asking if the sect leader has finally arrived. He asks if Jaha has met Jasong yet, and Jaha simply replies yes. Guillaume Cholyong's eyes light up at the mention of him, praising the kid as a true genius. He adds that once the kid gets into his work zone, he will grind day and night to make everything absolutely perfect, while Jaha just hums casually. Jaha acts like he already knows this, but in his mind he is planning his next strategic move, amazed by his deep bond with Uncle Jum in this lifetime. Recruiting Yan Jasong into the lowdown sect is an absolute steal, making them incredibly powerful. Suddenly, Guillaume Cholyong speaks up and offers to give the sect leader an exclusive limited edition gift. Jaha is slightly confused about the gift. The blacksmith states confidently that if Jaha ever wants a custom weapon, he can just place an order for guaranteed quality. Hearing this, Jaha decides to test the waters, asking if the master has ever crafted legendary weapons like a famous sword or a treasured blade. The master crosses his arms, answering bluntly that he never has. Lee Jaha instantly freezes, completely speechless, while Guillaume Cholyong explains his reasons like a business expert. He explains it is not just about money because if word gets leaked, a whole bunch of thugs will definitely hunt him down to steal those treasures. He might even end up dead because of it. He sighs, explaining that even if it is a fair deal, other greedy bastards will dig up his past and constantly threaten him to make more weapons for them, which is just too stressful. Lee Jaha nods, totally agreeing. And that is where we leave it. You and I know this crazy ride is just starting. Let's dive into this wild story where our guy Z, he gets a crazy idea. The old blacksmith promises he can pull off the impossible, so Z starts brainstorming some seriously sick weapon concepts right then and there. He wants a custom weapon that does not need to be super sharp or have a specific weight, but it must be indestructible and flexible enough to bend without snapping. Hearing this, Jin Shalong locks in, his face dead serious as he starts drawing up the ultimate masterpiece in his mind. If durability is the only goal, is it just a basic staff or a spear? His eyes narrow as he asks, is everything else really not that important to you? Li Ziyi flatly confirms it, yes. A second later, Jin Shalong pulls a total 180, grinning like he just hit the jackpot. I get it. I should whip up a little gift for my sect leader anyway. With the deal sealed, Z happily replies, sounding hyped. Yeah, I'm seriously looking forward to seeing what you cook up, uncle. With the weapon deal locked in, Ziyi says goodbye and heads out. But while he is taking a peaceful walk down the street, two sketchy random guys suddenly jump out to block his path. Ziyi instantly senses trouble. These two have total villain faces and are staring him down, making him sigh in boredom. Seriously, what is it this time? What do you guys want? He Luhong speaks first, dripping with pure arrogance. You are Tower Lord Li Zihe. Right, our boy's face stays ice cold, showing zero emotion. Ziyi does not even blink, trying to walk right past them while casually lying, nope, I am just an innkeeper. The guy panics and yells out, wait, hold on a second. Now pay attention here, this is where things get interesting. Ziyi stops, looking utterly confused as the messenger sighs dramatically before introducing himself like he is reading some royal decree from the Black Cat Gang. I, He Luhong, have a message from the elders of the Black Cat Gang for you. Ziyi's eyes flash with a hint of surprise. The Black Cat Gang, huh? The messenger continues in a flat voice, our Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master wants to see you. His face suddenly shifts into a massive power trip. Can't you tell? I am no assassin, just a messenger bringing an invite, so I hope you won't reject it. It would be smart to play along. The air instantly turns thick with tension as He Lu Hong starts threatening him, warning that if he goes back empty-handed, real assassins might pay him a visit. Watch yourself, Tower Lord Lee Jaha. The messenger's final threat hangs in the air, but Zihe's face remains totally unbothered. They stand toe-to-toe, eyes locked in a fierce clash, before Zihe breaks the silence with a creepily calm question. So this Golden Phoenix boss calls, and I am just supposed to instantly obey like he is some final raid boss? He Lu Hong smirked, overflowing with way too much unearned confidence. If you reject this invite, you better start running right now, or you are dead meat, he sneers. That's basic logic if you actually want to survive. Plus, it saves the innocent people of Yuliang County from getting slaughtered. It is a win-win situation, a happy ending for everyone involved. Zihe rubs his chin. Let me make sure I got this straight. So if I want to keep running things here in Yuliang County, I either bow down to the Black Cat Gang or get lost. His voice drops, carrying a dangerous, unpredictable vibe. He Lu Hong smiles slyly and delivers a simple indeed. But then you and I watch him pull a massive U-turn as he happily accepts the invite like a true gentleman, saying, a polite guy like me could never be so rude. I will go meet him. Sounds good. The messenger nods with a smug grin, adding, I will give you until tonight, or do you want to head over right now while the offer is still hot? Z smoothly declines. I mean, I am meeting a big shot from the Black Cat Gang, so how could I show up empty-handed? I also cannot wear ragged market clothes to meet your boss. I need to look presentable. Just give me the address and I will find my way there on my own. The guy finally locks it in with a nod. Deal. He Lu Hong smirks with a triumphant look on his face. You just need to head over to the mountain villa at the Zhonghu hunting grounds. Zihe rubs his chin, thinking, the Zhonghu mountain hunting grounds? Well, that is pretty close by. Now that he has the perfect location, he is good to go. Zihe is not the type to drag things out and prepares to leave. But life is not that easy. Before he can even take a step, He Lu Hong calls out with some final micromanaging advice. Just remember, if you plan on running away, clean up your mess. Do not leave a single trace behind, not even a single strand of hair. Zihe remains completely chill, unfazed by the warning, replying casually, do not worry, I have absolutely no intention of running away. Later, when Sha Chengtai hears the news, he completely loses his mind, screaming like the apocalypse is here. The Golden Phoenix boss? This guy's chill has officially left the building. That ruthless, bloodthirsty butcher actually dared to summon you? But Zihe maintains his boss energy, calmly explaining that he is not going because he was summoned, but because he genuinely wants to go. Hearing that, Sha Chengtai immediately argues back, but you literally just said he called you there. His face goes dark with panic as he yells, whatever, I am gathering the boys right now, we are fighting to the death. Z sighs deeply, stopping him. Fight? What fight? Are you trying to lead every young man in Yuliang County straight to their graves? There is no need for that, I am going alone. Sha Chengtai feels his blood pressure absolutely redlining. Are you insane, master? If you go out there alone, you are guaranteed to die. He flinches in shock, there is no way he lets you walk out alive. He must be absolutely furious that a mere innkeeper outsmarted him. Suddenly turning dead serious, he pleads, at least let me tag along. Z just looks at him, totally blank. Sha Chengtai, are you actually being serious? The guy goes quiet, his face filled with deep regret, before suddenly turning away and muttering a half-hearted response. No way am I going. Z lets out a massive exhausted sigh. Seriously, you are all talk. Offering some cheap comfort, he says, I will be back soon. Just as Z is about to step out, Sha Chengtai calls after him again. Z turns back, looking confused. Now what? The guy proudly holds up a brand new outfit. Sha Chengtai suggests, wear this outfit instead. Z is baffled. Why? Isn't this that Cheongsam dress you love the most? The guy nods in agreement. That is true. But Zihe looks genuinely concerned. It might get ripped up. I am not wearing this to a fight. Sha Chengtai acts totally unbothered, brushing it off. If it gets ruined, we will just use it to mop the floor. Zihe cannot help but laugh out loud at that, grabbing the Cheongsam and slipping into the fancy outfit. With all his worries gone, he casually walks out, waving a carefree goodbye to Sha Chengtai. I am heading off. The guy bows deeply behind him. Safe travels, master. And that is where we leave our legendary hero, stepping out with pure Lee Jaha energy. Alright, you and I are about to watch this epic showdown. At Mount Trungo Ling Tian, those two punks who blocked Lee Jaha are waiting at the gate. Hatchluk Hong is muttering under his breath, thinking that although the branch leader told him to wait, that guest master definitely ran away. Suddenly he freezes up, completely stunned. In the distance, Lee Jaha is casually walking over, looking cool as hell. Hatchluk Hong stares with his jaw dropped. Did this guy not run, so he chose to bow down to the Black Cat Gang? He grinds his teeth, thinking this kid is too ambitious. Our Lee Jaha stops right in front of them and declares, I am here. Hatchluk Hong boils with rage, cursing him internally. Just because he took down the three Triu brothers, he thinks he is hot stuff. I will wait and see how long you can keep up this arrogant act. But on the outside, he forces a fake smile, opening the gate and welcoming him inside with fake enthusiasm. The branch leader is waiting for you. The gate shuts behind them as Lee Jaha enters, feeling slightly uneasy. Inside, the Kim Feng branch leader sits casually by the fire. Fan Song looks like he has been waiting forever. Hatchluk Hong bows respectfully, saying, Branch leader, guestmaster Lee Jaha has arrived. Hearing this, the guy bursts into a mocking laugh, asking, What do you mean, guestmaster? He rolls his eyes at our Lee Jaha, who just stands there completely silent. Fan Sang puts on his most arrogant face. I was wondering what kind of brat managed to take over all three brothels. Turns out you are just a disrespectful, wet-behind-the-ears kid. He asks if Lee Jaha really runs all 3 places, acting like he is doing him a favor. Impressive that you did not run and actually showed your face here. I will give you some credit. But then he drops a total cringe line, calling him an ambitious kid. Lee Jaha just stands there listening to Fansang comedy show, keeping a stone-cold face without saying a single word. Watch closely here because this is where the Lee Jaha makes his move. Without saying anything, he sits right in front of Fansang, leaving him completely stunned. But that silence only pisses the boss off even more. Who said you could sit, you punk? Lee Jaha casually replies that sitting is his own business, no permission needed. Fansang is practically spitting blood from pure rage now. What? Hachlukong is just standing there soaking in the drama, actually worrying if Lee Jaha has lost his absolute mind. Shouldn't he be kneeling and begging the branch leader? Fansang barks out that this kid is straight up insane, and Lee Jaha does not even bother denying it. Yeah, I am crazy. Hearing this, Fansang suddenly laughs like a madman, actually liking his attitude and asking him how old this interesting kid is. Lee Jaha completely ignores the question, asking why he wants to know and if he was summoned here just to discuss his age. Fansang glares back with a dead serious face. Lee Jaha says since he is done talking, it is his turn to choose. Our guy literally asks, do you want to die alone, or should I slaughter all your men too? Fansang is so furious that the veins on his forehead are popping. He growls, how dare you, you pathetic guest master. He stands up screaming his head off in absolute rage. I wanted to save you, but now it is too late. Fansang reaches for his sword, but Lee Jaha instantly spots the move, his eyes turning ice cold. Without any warning, he leaps forward and throws a direct kick. Caught completely off guard, Fansang barely blocks it with his sword. You and I both know how powerful our Lee Jaha is, but this kick to the chest is insane. Even a big guy like Fansang gets sent flying backwards, his eyes wide open in complete shock. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha remains completely calm and unmatched. Fansang refuses to lose, quickly regaining his balance. Gasping for air with blood in his mouth, he yells out, what the hell is this? Watching this insane clash, Hachlukong breaks into a cold sweat. The other lackeys are dead silent. Lee Jaha just looks at him asking, you wanted to save me? But what now? His voice is dripping with sarcasm as he asks, do I really look like I need saving by someone like you? Fansang freezes. Hachlukong bites his lip, completely terrified. The two stand face to face in tense silence, shaking with rage. The boss wonders what kind of monster this bastard is. He cannot believe this guy is doing this. He's supposed to be just a low-tier guest master. Lee Jaha smirks and asks, what is wrong? You were bragging so loudly about how you could kill me whenever you wanted. Fansang grips his sword, eyes bloodshot, deciding to strike first. He charges like the wind, swinging his sharp blade. But Lee Jaha simply tilts his body, effortlessly dodging the strike. Fansang refuses to give up. He unleashes a barrage of slashes, but our Lee Jaha easily dodges every single one without breaking a sweat, looking like he is just taking a stroll. He notes that this Black Cat Gang branch leader is just a third-rate fighter. Now he finally counterattacks, throwing a heavy bare-handed punch. Fansang cannot take the hit, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He is sent flying back again. Lee Jaha leaps forward, sword in hand. Fansang stares in shock at the sword. Is that sword chi? With a clean slash straight through the middle of his neck, his head is completely gone. Lee Jaha's eyes remain cold as ice. He watches the blood splatter without even flinching. What an absolute savage. The lackeys are completely traumatized watching their boss get taken out like trash. Hachlukong is even more stunned by this disastrous ending. Lee Jaha lowers his sword, turns around and flexes on them. Did you all see that? This is what happens when you mess with the guest master of Not Luang District. Hachlukong is drenched in sweat, terrified that their boss could not even fight back. Did he just delete their leader that easily? Lee Jaha asks if anyone else wants to follow Fansang, and obviously nobody dares to speak up. Suddenly, one brave guy steps forward. You are officially at war with the Black Cat Gang now. That is Mai, drenched in sweat but still acting tough. Can you actually handle this? But Lee Jaha is not intimidated by him at all. You should not worry about that. Focus on saving your own skins first. And trust me, you and I are about to see him give his next brutal order. Alright, you and I are about to watch this crazy lunatic force an entire army to their knees. He starts counting to 3, threatening to delete anyone who resists. 1. Before he even hits 2, Sima Yi is already stressing out big time. The dude auto-kneels on the spot, and the rest of his crew immediately starts slamming their heads on the floor. The same clowns who were flexing alongside the Jinpeng Pavilion leader are now begging at Lee Jaha's feet like absolute babies. He stares down at them thinking, yep, this is the vibe. Cue the flashback of his totally unhinged past. We are talking chi deviation, endless grinding, and forgetting to eat or even use the bathroom, all for one ultimate goal. Lee Jaha realizes that all that suffering was totally worth it just to flex like this. But then his face suddenly drops into a deeply annoyed look. He is probably overthinking about future drama while these dudes stay on the ground like good little puppies. Sima Yi finally musters up the courage to ask if they are getting spared. Lee Jaha keeps a totally straight face and asks why on earth he would do that. That savage response completely breaks Sima Yi. The guy's like, wait, did you not promise that kneeling equals living? Our Lee Jaha literally has to spell it out for these slow dudes. I only said I would delete you if you resisted, okay? I never said anything about letting you live. Hearing that, the whole squad freezes in pure terror. Sima Yi immediately starts begging, crying for a second chance. But Lee Jaha just hits them with that blank stare again. Why should I? Now, pay attention here, because even though Sima Yi is shaking like crazy, he tries to negotiate. If you are just going to slaughter us all anyway, we will have no choice but to throw hands until our very last breath. Lee Jaha is actually impressed that this kid knows how to bargain. But first, who even are you? The guy finally drops his title, claiming to be a shadow inspector. Sima Yi? Lee Jaha squinted, trying to dig through his memories to see if this name rang any bells. Sima Yi? Nope, absolutely nothing. He has zero clue who this kid is. He probably got deleted alongside Pang Song during that brutal Black Cat Gang purge anyway. Sima Yi timidly adds that if Lee Jaha's power was only on par with their late master, the squad could easily jump him and win. But then the guy hesitates, realizing Lee Jaha is probably holding back his true godlike power. That is exactly why he told his hot-headed brothers to keep quiet and stay in check. Sima Yi is sweating, but Lee Jaha actually gives him props. You understand how the world works, kid. The quick-witted ones are always the survivors. Thinking he is safe, Sima Yi lets out a huge sigh of relief, but then he stops, looking totally confused. Wait, what about the other guys? Lee Jaha cold-heartedly replies that they are getting eliminated. Like, who is to say one of them won't snitch to the Black Cat Gang? An early war with the Black Cat Gang would be a massive headache. Lee Jaha does not even hesitate, coldly ordering the remaining thugs to throw hands all at once. None of these clowns are actually brave enough to step up. When one terrified thug tries to draw his sword, Sima Yi stops him, begging, "What if we fully submit to you instead?" But Lee Jaha is not born yesterday, so why would he buy that? Sima Yi shouts back, asking if he can at least trust him. I know what you are thinking. Can he actually trust this random guy? Lee Jaha immediately shuts him down. Hell no, why would I? He reads the guy like an open book. Judging by your looks and fancy talking, you are definitely next in line to be the boss. Sima Yi admits it. Lee Jaha hits him with some harsh reality. Your leader is dead. If you crawl back to headquarters without a single scratch on you, do you really think you will survive? Sima Yi flinches, totally shaken by that logic. Lee Jaha points at the rest of the gang. The same goes for them. Your boss died, so you should have stayed to fight and die by his side instead of running. The squad stays dead silent as Lee Jaha warns them they are already marked as traitors and bound to get purged anyway. Sima Yi is completely speechless, looking totally defeated. Lee Jaha raises his sword with a smirk. All right, ready to start? The guy desperately speaks up, claiming he has a plan. Lee Jaha gives him a side-eye. Sima Yi begs him to just listen before swinging. Lee Jaha is not buying it at all. For real? In this mess, even Zhuge Liang rising from the dead could not save you guys. Sima Yi's eyes light up as he shares his plan. We will just expose that our late master embezzled a massive fortune from the mountain villa. The whole squad will testify. The remaining thugs go completely quiet. Sima Yi quickly explains that their late leader actually stole a massive pile of cash. If the higher-ups found out, he would have been executed anyway. We will all stick together and keep our mouths shut. He keeps rambling on. Plus, we will deliver all that stolen cash straight to Yiliang County. If we keep it, we will just look like guilty accomplices anyway. Lee Jaha summarizes the facts. So to avoid looking guilty, you will hide everything from the Black Cat Gang, and in exchange, I do not execute you? Sima Yi nods frantically. Yep, because living is way better than getting deleted right now. Lee Jaha thinks it over. It is a bit messy. But honestly, the fallout is not his problem. Lee Jaha takes a second and finally seals the deal. All right, fine. Spared from death, the entire squad bows down, thanking him like crazy. Lee Jaha calls out, Military Advisor Sima Yi, you are in charge of this. The dude is stunned. Did you just call me advisor? Lee Jaha asks, your name is Sima Yi, right? The guy quickly nods. Yes, sir. Lee Jaha shrugs. Then calling you advisor Sima Yi makes total sense. Sima Yi just stands there, his brain still buffering. He explains that Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang have always been the ultimate legendary strategists that everyone in the martial world wants to recruit. Sima Yi is still confused and asks, why is that? Lee Jaha blankly replies, how should I know? A heavy, awkward silence suddenly fills the entire place, and nobody dares to say another word. Later at an inn, Lee Jaha looks over the cash and notes they stole an absolute fortune. Sima Yi reports that they have already moved all the embezzled money to this spot. He promises to go back and report that the gold just vanished. Lee Jaha gives him a dead serious warning. Do not cause any trouble while in Yiliang County, got it? I do not tolerate rioters. Sima Yi flinches, promising to handle things carefully. Lee Jaha warns him that bringing useless thugs on a highly dangerous mission like this is super risky. Better watch your back. Sima Yi nods, then asks what their sect is called. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Yo, you and I are about to watch the craziest squad get built. Lee Jaha's cold eyes flash as he declares, Hao sect, we are the #1 sect under heaven. His guy is totally shocked, #1 under heaven? Then he acts totally clueless, saying it is his first time ever hearing that garbage name. Jaha's face goes pitch black as he asks, you seriously never heard of us? Sima Yi instantly bows to apologize. My bad, boss. I guess I am just living under a rock or something. But Jaha does not even care enough to get mad. Whatever, it is fine. We literally just started this group like 5 minutes ago anyway. Sima Yi gasps, wait, seriously? Jaha goes on, turning this random squad into a legit powerful sect is my main ambition. Sima Yi hesitates. But boss, calling ourselves the best under heaven is kind of asking for a beatdown. It is a bit too sketchy. People are going to talk mad trash about us, you know? Jaha shrugs. Do not sweat it. That name just means we are the absolute best starting from the very bottom. Sima Yi is dead-ass speechless. Suddenly someone yells, hey boss, what is all that gear being moved outside? Sa Shangte storms inside, his face frozen in a slow-motion panic. Where did you even get that loot? Did you steal it or what? Lee Jaha sighs. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion boss gave it back. We can use this cash to build our new inn. Song-tae is totally losing his mind, unable to believe his eyes. Say what? He stutters. Did you actually rob the Black Cat gang? Lee Jaha does not even deny it. Pretty much. Song-tae keeps spiraling. But why? Why would you do that? Hearing him freak out, Jaha just shrugs. Think of it as my generosity. The generosity of an innkeeper, a sect master, and, well, a thief. Hearing this absolute nonsense just makes Song-tae want to punch a wall. He snaps back, sure, I get your great generosity, but what happens when the Black Cat gang uses this excuse to raid our whole county? The dude is seriously losing his chill again. You know how they roll. The Black Cat gang are the ones robbing people, not the ones getting robbed by some random guy. Those thugs beat and murder people for fun. Lee Jaha stays completely unbothered. Well, I am pretty good at beating people up too, no big deal. Song-tae is crying inside. I am going insane. Jaha pats him on the shoulder. Now watch this. Do not worry. If the Black Cat gang shows up, I will personally wipe them out. Only then does Song-tae finally stop panicking. Well, if you can actually fight, I guess that is fine. Jaha then drops a casual spoiler for his master plan. I will probably just torture their leader first, then maybe recruit him if he behaves. Song-tae has no complaints. Sure, torture works. Recruiting him is fine too. Jaha adds, if I do not like him, I might just end his life on the spot. Hearing that, Song-tae finally grins from ear to ear. Heck yeah, just kill him. Turns out you are a total beast. I was stressing over nothing. Lee Jaha smiles back. See, there is absolutely zero reason for you to worry. Still, Song-tae stares out the window with a heavy sigh. Man, quit flexing so much and face reality for once, you crazy boss. Lee Jaha silently watches him. Noticing everyone else looks just as freaked out, he realizes they are all feeling super anxious. All right, I get it, he says, ordering Song-tae to summon all the Hao sect leaders to the inn immediately. The guy bows to obey, but then looks up with a totally confused face. Wait, who even are our leaders? Honestly, I still have no idea. Lee Jaha calls out the names Deok-su of the Shop Gate, Guillaume Salyong of the Iron Gate, and Yeon Ja-song of the Bamboo Gate. Get them here. Song-tae smirks. Got it. By late night, all the crew leaders have finally gathered together. Guillaume Salyong speaks up first. So we heard the big boss has something important to tell us. Lee Jaha nods. Let's pause for a second, because this is where his logic gets completely wild. Yeah, I want to establish our sect's official code of conduct. Deok-su looks annoyed. A code of conduct? Jaha nods, then Deadass makes a massive declaration. As your leader, from this day forward, absolutely everything that goes down in our sect will be my sole responsibility. Everyone's jaws drop to the floor in shock. Wait, what? Jaha explains further. If anyone comes to our county asking where the sect leader is, do not try to be heroes or protect my honor. Just point them directly to where I am hanging out. If they try to torture you for secrets, just tell them only the sect leader knows the answers anyway. He says it with a straight face, calling this rule number 1 of their sect. Hearing this nonsense, nobody even dares to argue back. Guillaume Salyong is not buying it. Throwing all the blame onto the leader? What kind of garbage strategy is that? Jaha's face drops. To put it simply, because I am absolutely trash at cooking tofu soup, I had to waste all my energy jumping into this brutal martial world instead of being a chef. Salyong is totally dumbfounded. Are you deadass right now, boss? Everyone instantly gives him the ultimate side-eye, and Song-tae groans. Well, look at that. The boss finally admits he is trash at cooking. Deok-su chimes in. Seriously, that soup he makes is pure poison, dude. Salyong is still totally traumatized, shuddering. I literally still have severe nightmares about that disgusting tofu soup of his. Since Yeon Ja-song is the newbie who has never tasted this legendary disaster, he asks, is it really that bad? The other three shout in perfect unison, we are not joking, it is lethal. Lee Jaha just sits there, completely speechless, as his own crew roasts him to his face. He sighs in defeat. Fine, let's drop that. Anyway, the Iron Sect run by Uncle Salyong and the Spring Sun Inn run by Deok-su do not really have a clear goal in this crazy martial world yet, right? Salyong asks, so what are we supposed to do? Deok-su scratches his cheek. Yeah, we definitely need to brainstorm some ideas first. Jaha points out that Song-tae and Ja-song are also in the exact same clueless boat. Ja-song agrees, that is true. But Song-tae raises his hand with a smug face. Hey, leave me out of this, I am built different. The other three and Jaha stare at him, totally confused. Jaha says, most of our sect is like that, but I am different. His eyes suddenly burn with a crazy, intense fire. I want to use the Hao sect to protect and help the weak. Hearing his unexpectedly noble goal, all four of them gasp in shock. Jaha continues, think about all the normal innkeepers, cooks, merchants, and carriage drivers out there. The four of them hang on to his every word. So many of those innocent folks have been brutally slaughtered by arrogant martial artists. The pure injustice and resentment they left behind is unreal, and honestly, this cycle of violence is only going to keep happening. Jaha looks dead serious. As the leader of the Hao sect, anyone who murders innocent people for no reason, I do not care who they are, I am going to hunt them down and destroy them. Deok-su rubs his chin, no matter who they are. Guillaume Salyong asks, wait, does this mean you are planning to wage war not just against the Black Cat gang, but other massive forces too? Exactly, if bad guys kill, I kill them. If good guys kill, I kill them too. Trust me, this gets wild. Yo, stick with me because we are about to see this crazy Lee Jaha wreck the righteous factions, claiming he is the boss of the low-down sect now, and nobody will dare to talk back. Lee Jaha remembers his past life when he caused absolute chaos across the martial arts world as the Lee Jaha, terrorizing the demonic cult, the unorthodox gangs, and the righteous sects. Whenever those factions got involved, everything went to hell and countless innocent people died. If it was just martial artists fighting each other, he wouldn't even care. But beating an innocent innkeeper like him who only sold liquor and snacks half to death was just flat out unforgivable. So he snapped and absolutely destroyed every single one of them. That's when the martial arts world labeled him the Lee Jaha, throwing non-stop shade and judgment his way. After that, everything he did got him called a psycho, and he was even framed for crimes he never committed. It was too much hassle, so he never explained himself once. That made him go even more off the rails, wanting to pull off legendary feats in record time just to flex on everyone. Lee Jaha looks back at those dark times. To kill the demonic cult leader, nobody knew how brutally hard he had to train or how painfully he had to run from his henchmen. But now, the game is totally different. As the official boss of the lowdown sect, he has the perfect excuse to fight anyone he wants. Because now he is officially standing up for the weak. Cha Xiangte raises his hand, feeling a bit skeptical, asking if the leader has to be insanely overpowered first for those grand philosophies to actually make any sense at all. He keeps nitpicking, asking what happens when countless top-tier masters from other powerful factions show up, even if they somehow manage to beat the Black Cat Gang. Now pay attention, because here is where our Lee Jaha casually drops a massive bomb, saying he will simply become the strongest under the heavens. The others completely lose it, shouting back, "The strongest under the heavens?" The room goes dead silent. Cha Songtai sighs, looking him up and down, muttering that he is just talking trash again, which is exactly why he is always so anxious. Kim Seo-ryong smiles gently, saying a real man must have massive ambitions, while Yeon Ji-pyong smiles brightly, agreeing to always have the leader's back as a solid supporter no matter what. Deokpil does not comment but still looks extremely worried, asking if this insane plan is actually going to work. He points out that the martial arts world is packed with hidden sects and elite masters, including insane geniuses with powers they do not even know about yet. Most of those monsters have been training since they learned to walk, which Lee Jaha does not deny because it is totally true. Deokpil adds that becoming the absolute strongest is nearly impossible unless you are some god descended from heaven, which makes Lee Jaha smirk and repeat his exact words, asking, "Did you say someone from heaven?" His eyes light up, claiming that is literally him. The other four are totally speechless, while Cha Songtai tries to roast him for keeping up the massive cap. Lee Jaha firmly believes that to reach the absolute top of the world, the most important thing is pure hard effort. He states this with absolute unshakable confidence. Since Lee Jaha has set his goal to become the strongest under the heavens, he tells everyone else to seriously think about what they want to achieve with their own lives. The five of them sit there staring at each other in silence, but everyone deeply understands exactly what they need to do now. After the secret meeting wraps up, Lee Jaha walks back alone. Strolling through the dark, quiet night, he realizes the massive difference between now and his past life as the Lee Jaha is that he used to live like a wild beast without a plan, but this time he has every single step mapped out. He walks slowly, thinking that if he builds the lowdown sect right, you and I both know that once he represents the weak, he can easily crush the demonic cult and the martial world without having to constantly farm feats to prove his worth anymore. With his brand established, he can openly wipe out both the orthodox and unorthodox factions without any excuses. Not to mention he can easily recruit or eliminate those unorthodox thugs, which is the true power of a legitimate title. Staring at his shadow on the ground, he knows that going against the world only ends two ways. If you succeed, they call you an absolute genius, but if you fail, you are just labeled a total psycho. Lee Jaha looks pensive as he walks under the bright moonlight, reflecting on his life and confirming this brutal truth. And trust me, you and I are about to watch him become a wildly successful madman. Meanwhile, over at the Black Cat Gang hideout, their big boss sits proudly on his high throne in the center. His terrified minions sit below in dead silence, not daring to make a single sound. The boss raises his deep voice, demanding to know if the Golden Phoenix Pavilion leader actually got killed by a random innkeeper. One terrified minion quickly bows down, reporting that they indeed discovered solid proof of the embezzlement right inside the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master's residence, along with his lifeless body. Looking at his body, it seems he was taken out without even putting up a fight. On top of that, all his henchmen were arrested by that Lee Jaha guy in Yuryang County. The Black Cat leader is stunned, asking how the Pavilion Master died without resisting, and who this Lee Jaha guy is anyway. The minion stammers, saying the guy is just an innkeeper in Yuryang County, leaving the boss frowning in total confusion. An innkeeper? One of the main pillars of their gang got wiped out by a low-life innkeeper? The minion confirms it, leaving the boss silently narrowing his eyes as he tries to process this crazy news. Is he one of the 12 divine generals? The boss ponders, asking if this guy is actually an elite expert from somewhere else who is just using that innkeeper gig as a secret cover. He asks where the guy is from, but the minion quickly denies it, saying he is just a local who has been running that inn for a very long time. The boss stays completely silent, but his other ambitious minions start shouting, begging for the chance to go there and handle this troublesome innkeeper once and for all. They promise to murder the innkeeper and bring back every single coin of the embezzled money stolen by the Golden Phoenix Pavilion leader. But the boss does not care about their useless shouting. He looks over at a silent statue-like figure sitting with his head bowed and calls out to Pavilion leader So. Pavilion leader So immediately stands up. The boss starts off with some flattering praise, mentioning how he heard that So has been training his martial arts incredibly hard in recent times. He humbly replies that he is just training like usual, but the boss rests his chin on his hand, staring right into his soul. He notes he knows So is way stronger than the deceased pavilion leader, asking if they were to fight, exactly how many rounds it would take to finish him off. Yo, let us dive into this wild showdown. The Golden Dragon Master Takukbin goes dead silent after hearing a totally awkward question, thinking, even though they are both high-ranking masters, he is no god of war who can just end everyone in a single second, but there is no need to flex that. Takukbin bows and says, I have never fought the Golden Phoenix Master, so I do not really know, but I am confident I can take him down. The Black Cat gang leader smirks. Is that so? Then let us take this chance to test our dear Master 2's skills right now, shall we? Takukbin instantly freezes. The leader wants him to solo a monster that even the Golden Phoenix Master lost to? What kind of setup is this? Without another word, Takukbin knows this is a straight-up suicide mission. Bowing down, he accepts, but the old boss drops an even crazier bomb on him. Since he is just a regular guest, there is no need to make a scene or bring backup. Hearing this, Takukbin is left completely speechless once again. What in the world? Go alone with your backup. The old man glares and threatens. If you fail this, you had better end your own life to make up for it. Takukbin breaks into a cold sweat. This old dude is literally sending him to die. Furious inside, he grips his sword tightly and bows anyway. If I lose, I am dead anyway, right? I will keep your warning in mind, boss. He bows low, but his face is bursting with veins from pure rage. He curses the boss, realizing he is just a tool being thrown away like a useless dog. Alright, pay attention here. Over in Not Long District, our Lee Jaha is hanging out at a local restaurant, while the busy server Duke Tu brings out a hot bowl with a big smile. Long time no see, man. What are you having today? Lee Jaha sits down and orders like he always does. Give me a bowl of spicy soup today. Duke Tu nods. Spicy? Got it. Right across from him sits a strange guy eating like crazy who turns out to be Takukbin. Lee Jaha finds the guy super familiar but cannot place him. Who is this? First time seeing him around here, and he definitely looks like he has some serious skills. Then he notices the sword resting nearby and recognizes it instantly as the legendary Jialai Dao. He rubs his chin, his brain working at lightning speed. Who could this be? Is he a top-tier master from the three circles of the underworld? If so, this guy is going to be incredibly tough to kill. He is destined to be a massive big shot in the underworld, yet here he is, slurping soup at my buddy's shop. Suddenly, Takukbin yells out, Hey shop owner! Duke Tu runs over, wiping his hands and asks what he needs. Takukbin leans in and asks, there is a guy named Lee Jaha around here, right? Where do I find him? Duke Tu breaks out in a cold sweat and forces a fake laugh. You are asking about that guy? Even though the Lee Jaha is sitting right there, Duke Tu plays dumb, pretends to think, and says, well, I haven't seen him around lately. Takukbin presses, why is that? What happened? And Duke Tu just lies straight to his face. That guy causes so much trouble, he probably ran far away by now. You might be wondering the same thing as me, why is he looking for Lee Jaha anyway? Did you follow the rumors here? Lee Jaha sits nearby enjoying the show and silently giving his friend a major thumbs up for playing along so well. My man is acting like a total pro here. Takukbin goes quiet, then suddenly bursts out laughing, saying, I heard this district was full of straight-up crazy people, and it seems the rumors are absolutely true. Duke Tu, of course, has absolutely no clue what he means. Wait, what do you mean by? Suddenly, his face turns murderous. He glares straight ahead and growls, Lee Jaha is sitting right in front of me, yet you dare lie to my face? Taha knows the gig is up but does not even care. Duke Tu is sweating bullets, heart racing. Takukbin barks at Taha, hey, do you even know who I am? Seeing his arrogant attitude, Lee Jaha gets visibly annoyed. Aren't you Takukbin from the Black Cat gang? You jerk, how dare you speak to me with such a trashy attitude? Takukbin is completely stunned. How does this guy know my name? He demands, who are you? Lee Jaha snaps back, you just called my name and now you ask who I am? Are you crazy? Takukbin completely loses his temper. I mean, what is your real identity, you punk? Lee Jaha acts totally shocked, rubbing his chin as if pondering some deep, ancient mystery. That is actually a pretty deep question, and honestly, I do not even know. It is too tough, I might need some time to think about it. Then he looks up with a blank stare, asking himself, who am I anyway? Hearing this trolling, Takukbin mutters, what a lunatic, and just goes back to slurping his noodles. Lee Jaha complains, hey shop owner, why is my spicy soup taking so long? Poor Duke Tu is drenched in sweat, cursing silently, you're about to die and you are still asking for soup? Duke Tu forces a fake smile and says, we just sold out of soup, valued guest. Lee Jaha snaps back, you literally took my order, how does that even make sense? Takukbin finishes his last bite and mutters about what a weird place this is. He slams his bowl on the table, wipes his mouth, and yells out, hey owner, check please. Duke Tu is too scared to show his face, squeaking, oh, do not worry about the bill as long as you enjoyed the meal. Takukbin pulls out his cash. No way, you eat, you pay. Come get the money. Duke Tu hesitates, thinking if you were in my shoes, you would not come over either. With an annoyed grimace, he slams the money down, stands up, and looks at Lee Jaha. Hey kid, this place is too cramped. Let us step outside and settle this. Then he turns back to Duke Tu, calling out, also, owner. That makes the poor guy jump, but it turns out Takukbin just wants to give a compliment. The soup was great, I will be back. With that, Takukbin heads outside. Lee Jaha quickly whispers to Duke Tu, go to the kitchen and grab me a kitchen knife. Duke Tu is lost. A kitchen knife? What for? Lee Jaha stands up and sighs, because I forgot to bring my actual weapon, obviously. Dukju is now too terrified to speak. The two step outside, facing each other with tension thick in the air. Staring at the kitchen knife in Lee Jaha's hand, Cookbin looks extremely offended. Why on earth did you bring a kitchen knife out here? Lee Jaha raises it and shrugs. This? Well, I forgot to bring my sword. Cookbin is fuming, feeling totally disrespected. Suddenly, Lee Jaha sniffs the knife and realizes something is very wrong. He inspects it closely and gasps, "Oh man, this knife still smells like fresh garlic." If garlic gets in the wound, it hurts like crazy. He glares at Cookbin, warning him that thugs who mess with restaurant owners get chopped with a garlic knife. Stick with me, we are about to see if he survives. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when you rub garlic on an open wound. Suguk Pyong thinks he is just dealing with a total lunatic. He seriously cannot believe it. Did the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master really get wrecked by this crazy bastard? Lee Jaha randomly asks him why he rolled up all by himself without any backup. Isn't having tons of minions literally the only perk of being in the underworld? Suguk Pyong snaps back, asking why he would waste a heavy butcher's blade to swat a tiny fly. That would be embarrassing. Lee Jaha is visibly pissed. Embarrassing? Does he mean fighting me is beneath him? The guy is too done to even argue with him. You really do not know when to shut up, do you? Did you actually kill the Golden Phoenix Master? Lee Jaha shoots back, asking what is up with that look on his face. Now pay attention, because this next part is wild. Are you about to get discarded like a useless hunting dog? Stunned by the truth, the guy completely freezes up, wearing a bitter look. Lee Jaha knows he hit the bullseye and immediately taunts. Looks like I nailed it, huh? Discarded dog. I am so done listening to you bark, you little trash. He draws his sword, the cold steel gleaming under the light. Pointing it straight at him, Guk Pyong asks how a pathetic innkeeper acts this damn cocky. He is seriously curious. Lee Jaha folds his arms, looking completely unbothered. Well, I am also curious how a low-life thug like you got so full of himself. Guk Pyong glares, absolutely livid after getting roasted. He raises his blade, ready to go all out and paint the town red. He unleashes a lightning-fast slash straight at Lee Jaha, but Lee Jaha easily slips backward just in time. While dodging, he quickly analyzes his opponent's weapon. That sword is the real deal, insanely sturdy and incredibly sharp. So trying to block those heavy strikes with a basic kitchen knife is a major no-go. That cheap blade would literally shatter into pieces. He swings with raw power once again. Lee Jaha casually matrix dodges it like an absolute boss. He starts plotting, realizing that channeling inner energy into a crappy knife is just a waste. Seeing how effortlessly Lee Jaha slips past every single strike, Suguk Pyong grits his teeth, practically boiling with rage. He frantically slashes in wild flurries, yet his blade fails to touch Lee Jaha even once. Our boy leaps into the air like a graceful swallow. As Guk Pyong's blade sweeps by, Lee Jaha smoothly glides right behind him. The thug whips around. If he slashes left, Lee Jaha slips right. If he swings right, Lee Jaha ducks left like they are playing hide-and-seek. Even when they are basically toe-to-toe, Lee Jaha feels miles away. This poor guy cannot touch him no matter how close he gets. Guk Pyong cannot keep up with Lee Jaha's insane lightning-fast reflexes. With every frantic slash, Lee Jaha simply glides backward to maintain a perfectly safe distance. Shaking with anger, Guk Pyong's eyes flash with pure murderous intent as he drives his blade straight forward. This time it looks like a direct hit. Lee Jaha does not dodge, but Guk Pyong suddenly freezes up, because Lee Jaha just bent his body at an impossible angle to make him miss. Lee Jaha even drops a backhanded compliment. Nice try, bud. You got some skill, but you are still green. Lee Jaha casually flicks the heavy sword away using just 2 fingers. Guk Pyong's jaw drops in absolute shock as that tiny, effortless touch sends him flying backward like a ragdoll. He barely manages to balance himself to avoid eating dirt. Lee Jaha just smirks, letting out a highly sarcastic gasp. You and I can see the panic setting in. The guy finally realizes that spamming attacks is totally useless. He stares at Lee Jaha in disbelief, utterly bewildered that a seasoned killer like him could not even touch this kid once. Who the hell are you? How are you predicting every single one of my moves before I even make them? Lee Jaha instantly shuts him down. Look, you came here specifically because you knew I was just a simple innkeeper. Why do you keep repeating that same stupid question over and over? Guk Pyong roars in anger. Shut up! You know damn well what I mean. You are actually one of the 12 Zodiac Guardians our leader warned us about, right? Lee Jaha is getting annoyed. Imagine asking someone a question and then telling them to shut up. Are you literally brain damaged? Then he reveals how he dodged everything. Your footwork is absolute trash, so reading your moves is child's play. Guk Pyong gasps, completely losing his mind. What did you say? Lee Jaha responds with a totally deadpan face. Why are you so shocked? Low-tier underworld slaves like you never actually learn any decent martial arts. The thug scowls deeply. How dare you call my martial arts slave techniques? He sighs, looking completely drained. Bro, the 12 Zodiac Guardians are literally just the Grand Asura's personal slaves. Guk Pyong freezes completely like a statue, but Lee Jaha keeps rubbing salt in the wound. Actually, maybe slave is too harsh. You guys aren't even normal thugs. Lee Jaha drops a heavy truth bomb. You are all just mindless puppets, worthless chess pieces used by the Grand Asura. The guy remains silent, utterly brain-dead from shock. He keeps digging the knife in. Or we could call you attack dogs, hunting hounds, or just a messy gang of hired mercenaries. Guk Pyong's face turns dark, but Lee Jaha doesn't hesitate to spit facts. A pathetic pack of simps supplying cash and women to the Grand Asura. Guk Pyong cannot take this disrespect anymore. He screams right in Lee Jaha's face, shut your mouth. Lee Jaha couldn't care less as he continues. Just look at how the 12 Zodiac Guardians act around the Grand Asura. He folds his arms and lays it down. If he tells you to wear masks, you wear them. If you want someone dead, you kill them. You only practice the skills he allows. He waves his hand dismissively. You only take over the gangs he tells you to. You have zero free will. As long as the Grand Asura is happy, you will do literally any dirty job. Lee Jaha's eyes turn icy cold as he looks at him. You guys happily do the most disgusting, trashy things imaginable just to feed him money and women. Gukpyeong is totally speechless, but inside his head he is screaming, desperately wanting to deny everything. But why? Gukpyeong grips his sword tightly, his hands shaking as resentment boils inside him. He hates that he cannot say a single thing to disprove this innkeeper's words. Seeing him silent as a grave, Lee Jaha asks, why so surprised? Honestly, you are actually a decent martial artist. He sighs softly, offering some sarcastic comfort. No need to feel so victimized about this whole thing. That creepy old Grand Asura bastard is gonna die by my hands sooner or later anyway. Gukpyeong, still totally seething over the harsh truth, challenges Lee Jaha to keep talking if he is so smart. Lee Jaha thinks to himself that this guy is surprisingly stubborn. With a smug grin, he happily grants his wish. To decide the leader of the 12 Zodiac Guardians, didn't you guys have to fight each other to see who was best? Which means the Grand Asura must be the strongest of the pack. So is he the #1 gangster under the heavens? Well, you and I both know there is absolutely no way. Listen up, you and I are about to watch our Lee Jaha roast this toxic boss. This narrow-minded jerk uses martial arts training as an excuse to treat his disciples like literal slaves, but Takukbing just frowns and barks. Are you done talking yet? He gets back into his stance, ready to go all out. If you think you are so tough, try dodging this next attack, loser. Lee Jaha sneers, telling him he needs a good beating to wake up. He gets his kitchen knife ready for action, smoothly running 2 fingers along the blade to unleash a crazy shower of bright sparks. Suddenly, those wild sparks look like they are going to completely swallow the blade. Takukbing's jaw drops as the extreme heat turns that cheap knife into a flaming sword of hellfire. Sweat starts pouring down his face like crazy. He realizes his opponent is a certified beast. He cannot win, but he refuses to back down even if he dies. Lee Jaha smugly introduces his move as Fire Taste, leaving his opponent totally confused. Fire Taste? Lee Jaha smiles with pure pride. Its official name is Flame Flower Scent, but he prefers calling it something simple and casual. Takukbin has no choice but to bet everything on this fight. A spinning ring of blue light wraps around his sword as he gives a menacing smirk. Lee Jaha lets out a faint smirk of his own. Summoning every bit of his strength, Takukbin screams and charges forward. He slams his sword down, shattering the ground into pieces. A wave of blue light surges towards Lee Jaha, who tightly grips his knife and unleashes a decisive slash straight through the blast. Takukbin's eyes go wide in absolute disbelief. He frantically raises his sword to block, desperate to survive the devastating force of Lee Jaha's kitchen knife. But his defense is paper-thin. Watch closely as it gets ripped apart, blasting him straight into the sky. Completely losing his balance, Takukbin crashes and rolls across the dirt like a spinning top 5 times. Lee Jaha just stands there, looking down at his limp body. Duke Tiu stands on the sidelines holding his shield, his eyes popping out from that epic clash as he gasps in total shock. He cheers, that was freaking awesome. Is this what a real martial arts duel looks like? Then out of nowhere, Lee Jaha stomps hard on Takukbin. He keeps stomping on the guy like he is flattening a cockroach. Duke Tiu watches this bizarre beatdown in complete confusion, feeling like something is way off. Somehow Lee Jaha drags Takukbin back to the inn. He orders Cha Seongtai to wake him up, and Thontai eagerly rolls up his sleeves. He starts slapping the guy's face left and right. Wake up already, you trash. He yells insults at Takukbin's entire family with every slap. You think this place is your bedroom or something? Open your eyes right now. After getting his face beaten swollen, Takukbin finally groggily wakes up, feeling intense pain radiating through his entire body as he sits up. Takukbin questions his own existence, wondering if he is still alive. Lee Jaha stands over him, waiting for his brain to load. Now that you are awake, answer my questions. Where is Dai Lasat hiding lately? Takukbin mumbles through his swollen face, how should I know? Even our gang leader has no clue. He pushes further, asking about the Hakmyu gang leader. Takukbin easily answers that he is at their headquarters, making Lee Jaha pull an annoyed face at the mention. What is that old dude up to lately? Spit it out. The guy replies that their leader is fully focused on training. Lee Jaha rubs his chin, wondering if another massive turf war is coming. Takukbin is shocked, asking how he could possibly know that. The Lee Jaha nonchalantly responds, so what? Is that really supposed to be a secret? Seeing him so chill completely blows Takukbin's mind. Of course it is, only highly ranked captains of the Hakmyu gang are supposed to know about this. But then our Lee Jaha drops a line that'll make you laugh, claiming he knows literally everything except the things he doesn't. But in his head he is like, obviously, since I time-traveled back to the past. Takukbin is completely lost, having no idea what to say. Cha Seongtai steps in to brag that there is nothing their Ha-Oman sect does not know. Lee Jaha immediately shuts him down. That is not true. What we do not know, we do not know. Cha Seongtai looks super confused. Why is that? The leader explains the real point is that we can dig up information on unknown things incredibly fast. Finally getting it, Thontai covers his mistake with a hype line. Our Ha-Oman sect knows everything. We are the absolute best information network in the world. Takukbin gets defensive, realizing these guys are not normal. So the Ha-Oman sect is the puppet master behind you, right? Lee Jaha looks confused at the puppet master comment. Takukbin fires back, "Are you not just an innkeeper's son?" Immediately, Cha Songtai punches him right in the face. Takukbin barely blocks as Thon Tai curses him out. "You ugly-faced punk, how dare you insult our sect leader by calling him an innkeeper?" Watching them, Lee Jaha senses something is off. Why is Thon Tai using Takukbin as a punching bag to vent his anger? He starts suspecting his subordinate of hiding something. Could Cha Songtai be doing shady business behind his back? Meanwhile, Thon Tai keeps punching and shouting like a madman. "Die, you piece of trash! How dare you disrespect my sect leader?" Once he is satisfied with the beating, he finally stops and exhales. He turns to Lee Jaha with a proud, beaming smile. "Sect leader, this guy seriously does not know his limits." Then Lee Jaha orders him to step out, and Thon Tai obediently leaves the room. Feeling relieved from venting his stress, Cha Seongtae walks away happy as can be, bragging about how good that beatdown felt. With him gone, Lee Jaha turns back to Cook-bin. He asks Cook-bin, "Do you want to work under me?" The guy does not even hesitate, saying no instantly. Faced with such a brutal rejection, Lee Jaha casually threatens to kill him instead. Takukbin instantly freezes, his face going completely pale. Lee Jaha sports a sinister grin. "If you want to die, I am happy to oblige." Takukbin is terrified, knowing that if he makes one stupid remark, he is dead meat. The leader quickly pressures him to speak up. Having no choice, Takukbin bows his head and begs for mercy. Lee Jaha smirks. "So you refuse to serve me, yet you expect me to spare you?" Takukbin tries to bargain. "If you spare my life, I will never mess with Haomon again." "I swear." He desperately negotiates, promising to never lay a finger on anyone associated with the sect leader or the Haomon. He even swears on his sword, and that is where we leave them, with our Lee Jaha plotting his next wild move. Alright, stick with me here. Our Lee Jaha actually wants to recruit this guy as a lackey, so he is letting him slide for now. He smirks, knowing no matter how stubborn the dude is. If I jump him 5 or 7 times and beat him to a pulp, he is bound to bow down. Jaha seems pretty hyped about this wild plan of his. He smirks like a villain, saying that Mr. Wolong taught him well. So Guk Pyong feels the murder intent locking onto him, and his body literally starts shaking like crazy. While the guy is shaking in his boots, Jaha drops 2 words that leave him shook. "Get lost." Guk Pyong looks up in pure disbelief, asking where the heck he should even go. Lee Jaha kicks him out with zero mercy, telling the punk to scram. Guk Pyong flinches hard, utterly speechless that he is actually being allowed to just walk away like this. Lee Jaha waves his hand, telling him to beat it, level up, and come back whenever he wants, because he will happily accept his challenge any day. But he adds a dark warning. If he ever finds out Guk Pyong goes around slaughtering innocent civilians, Lee Jaha glares at him with eyes as sharp as daggers. "I will hunt you down and tear you to shreds, got it?" Shook to his core, the guy promises right away, swearing on his life. Guk Pyong bows deeply before him, thanking him for sparing his life despite his massive arrogance, swearing to keep his promise until the very day he dies. Watching the guy dejectedly slink away, Cha-Cha Seongtai grumbles in pure annoyance, asking why on earth the great leader decided to spare that loser's life. "We should have just ended him." Lee Jaha frowns, reminding him, "Do you seriously think my Gate of Life is just some brainless murder club?" Cha Songtai looks totally lost, asking if that is what Gate of Life actually means. Lee Zia turns around in complete defeat, not even bothering to explain, just giving a lazy grunt. Walking back, Guk Pyong is overthinking, realizing he is completely washed up. Let us watch this next part closely. He recalls the Black Rabbit clan leader's words, "The target is just a low-class innkeeper, so if you fail, kill yourself." Guk Pyong is furious, thinking, why the hell should I end my own life? Why? As he walks, his stomach growls like crazy. Feeling completely starved, he thinks he cannot possibly head back to his guild on an empty stomach in this pathetic state. Suddenly, he spots a very familiar sight. It is Doksu sweeping the front yard, covered in sweat, who casually greets him. "Oh, so you are actually still alive after all?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, the worker covers his mouth in shock. But Guk Pyong does not even care, simply asking if he can get a bowl of soup. Deoksu awkwardly replies that all the soup is completely sold out. Looking at him with utter disappointment, Guk Pyong suddenly tosses some cash straight at his face. Doksu catches it, looking confused. Guk Pyong tells him it is an advance payment, making Doksu pull a complete U-turn, bowing politely to invite him inside. "Please come inside and enjoy your meal, valued guest." Guk Pyong happily pigs out, while Deoksu acts super hyped, offering another bowl since the payment was way too generous. He obviously does not decline, asking if that is really okay. Deoksu happily agrees, so Guk Pyong casually tells him to just bring whatever else is ready. Deoksu happily heads back to the kitchen to prepare it immediately. Meanwhile, Guk Pyong starts overthinking, knowing that if he returns completely empty-handed, he will absolutely get slaughtered by his own guild leader. He falls deep in thought, realizing he cannot just disappear without warning his loyal subordinates first. Guk Pyong sighs out loud, complaining about how brutal life is. Hearing this while preparing the food, Deoksu deeply sympathizes with the guy. Totally, everyone's life is a struggle. Hearing this, Guk Pyong gets quite curious, asking if it is the same for the shop owner, who happily agrees. "Yeah, but ever since the lowdown sect showed up, the loan sharks disappeared, so I can finally get by." Guk Pyong is shocked, asking, "No protection fees? They do not take anything from you? You must have paid them off, right?" Deoksu brings over 2 bowls of soup, grinning proudly, and says that the lowdown sect never demands protection money. This sect exists solely to protect ordinary folks like us, and that is why they were created in the first place. At least, that is exactly what our awesome leader told us. Guk Pyong realizes Jaha might not be totally brain dead. Now watch this part closely. Deoksu sets the hot bowl down and happily tells him to dig in. Curious, Gukpyong asks what this dish is. Deoksu smiles widely, explaining it has no fancy name, but he can just call it pork bone soup because it tastes absolutely out of this world. Pork bone soup? He asks, staring intensely at the steaming, mouth-watering bowl of deliciousness sitting right in front of him. Deoksu nods, while Gukpyong admits it actually looks quite tasty. The shop owner then puts on a mysterious face, hyping it up even more. It is super simple to make, but tastes insanely good, so feel free to just use your bare hands. Gukpyong grabs a massive pork bone, practically drooling all over the table in excitement. Right at that moment, someone swings the front door wide open. Lee Jaha strides inside with an overwhelming, epic aura, staring coldly while Gukpyong freezes right before taking a massive bite of the meat. Jaha grits his teeth in pure rage, yelling, "How dare you punks eat pork bone soup without inviting me?" Gukpyong's hands drop the bone as he completely loses his soul. Jaha glares with a dark, threatening aura at the two shivering guys. But soon, all three of them are happily feasting together. Chewing with his mouth full, Jaha questions Gukpyong, asking why the guy who was just begging for his life is now sitting here happily slurping down soup. Gukpyong pauses with a bone in his mouth. Jaha questions him, "What's wrong? Do you have nowhere else to go?" "Alright, you got kicked out of the Black Rabbit clan." Gukpyong quickly makes an excuse, saying he just needed some time to think, so he stopped by. Jaha guesses it is because his subordinates are still with the Black Rabbit clan. Gukpyong admits, "Yeah, a lot of them are my actual brothers." Hearing this, Jaha silently respects his loyalty. The guy goes on to explain that most members in the Black Rabbit clan right now actually belong to the previous leader. "After our former boss was murdered by the great Rakshasa, we surrendered, including me. But now that monster has killed the old commanders and is slowly purging all of us from the guild." Lee Jaha asks how he managed to survive that purge. Gukpyong explains that back then he had not been promoted to a commander yet. Hearing this, Jaha starts deep in thought. If Gukpyong does not return, the Black Rabbit clan leader will send a substitute or show up himself, which will be a massive pain. He calls out to Gukpyong, who quickly replies, "Yes, master." Jaha then makes a wild request, telling him to lead the way to the Black Rabbit clan. Gukpyong is shook. "What? Are you going to raid them alone?" He confirms it, and trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. "Yo, you and I are about to watch an absolute madman do the impossible." Gukpyong cannot believe his ears when Jaha decides to storm the Black Cat gang completely alone, offering a deal to spare his men if he leads the way. He warns that if he goes there solo, he might just end up turning their entire base into a massive graveyard. Completely terrified, Bin agrees and asks when they are moving. But Jaha slams the table and stands up, shouting, "Right now!" Deshao is totally stressed out, asking why he is rushing out like a madman without any prep or plan. Jaha shrugs it off, insisting that urgent business means they need to move immediately. The others are left speechless while he calculates his next move, knowing this gang raid is the only way to save Yilian County. Plus, sparing Bin's crew is the key to winning him over. Next stop, the Black Cat gang's main hideout. Jaha tells Bin to wait outside and grab his men when things kick off. Bin nods in agreement and backs away, leaving Jaha standing tall and looking absolutely savage right in front of the main entrance. Instead of knocking like a normal guest, he just delivers a brutal kick straight to the door. Then he waits outside like an absolute boss. Finally, a pair of eyes peeks through the crack, asking who it is, and Jaha casually announces himself as the great Lee Jaha of Yiliang. The guard squinted, totally clueless. Jaha quickly loses patience and tells them to open up before he pulverizes the entire door. But the guard is not impressed, telling this drunk idiot to get lost before he gets hurt, then immediately walks away from the door. Now pay attention, because our guy just leaps high into the air, landing silently on the roof like a breeze, looking down with insane aura. The guards spot a ghostly shadow before Jaha drops right in front of them, casually walking past as if they do not even exist. They finally scream about an intruder, and mob members swarm the courtyard like angry bees, surrounding him and demanding to know his name. Annoyed, he snaps back that he already told them his name, when suddenly a deep, powerful voice echoes out, repeating his name. The Black Cat leader steps out, asking if he is the guest master, but Jaha just smirks, knowing that savage counter-questions are the way to go. He sneers, asking if this old geezer is just another pathetic, cowardly dog serving the great Rakshasa. The leader freezes in shock while Jaha rubs his chin and insults him again. The surrounding gang members are absolutely fuming, gritting their teeth at the blatant disrespect. Jaha then gets serious, pointing out that this joke of a boss actually sent trash assassins to take him out. With a cold glare, he asks if the boss has lost his mind. Everyone stands frozen while he demands to know why they are silent. He mocks them for being speechless, making one thug whisper that this intruder is on a completely different level of crazy. The leader sneers, guessing that Pavilion Master 2 got wiped out. Jaha just smirked, telling him to shut up and face him in a fight. You probably knew this was coming. He stands tall, boldly challenging the boss to show some real strength. Jaha keeps adding fuel to the fire, pushing his buttons. He warns the thugs that a cowardly boss will always hide behind his subordinates, pointing a deadly finger right at the leader. He says that without his gang members to protect him, this boss is absolutely worthless. The thugs stay silent as Jaha continues calling their leader a spineless bottom-tier trash hiding in his shell like a scared little turtle. The crowd turns pale, wondering if this guy is ever going to stop trash-talking. He keeps spitting facts, calling the boss a useless leech who only controls them by piggybacking on the great Rakshasa's reputation. The crowd is totally stunned by the brutal roast, nervously glancing at their boss, who somehow manages to keep his cool. The leader sneers, asking if Zia really thinks provoking a gang boss into a one-on-one duel is going to be that easy. Suddenly, Bin steps out, shouting if the boss is going to cowardly sacrifice his own men yet again. The leader glares, mockingly asking Bin why he is still breathing when he was ordered to end himself, accusing him of pathetically begging this intruder for mercy. Bin sighs, saying that while he did not beg, he controls his own life now, especially since there is zero loyalty between them anyway. Bin calls him out for always sending him to die, and Zihei totally agrees with the savage call-out. The furious boss asks Z why he spared Bin, but Zia just snaps back that he is not a trash boss like him. Bin rallies his Golden Phoenix crew to join him, betting his entire life that Hawu Gate will destroy this gang. The men hesitate at first, but quickly step over to join Bin. The gang leader is absolutely losing his mind with rage, screaming as Bin smugly throws the disrespect right back. Bin challenges the boss to show some real spine and fight Zihei one-on-one instead of hiding behind his own men like a coward. The leader remains silent, glaring daggers at his rebellious crew. The rest of the thugs exchange anxious looks, hearts pounding with intense fear. The boss threatens to slaughter them all once this is over, before finally turning to Zihei and accepting the dangerous one-on-one challenge with a deadly glare. Zia just scoffs, mocking him for only stepping up now that he has absolutely no other options left. The boss grits his teeth in pure rage as Zihei loudly warns the remaining thugs not to interfere with their duel. But before he can even finish, a rogue thug hurls a massive axe spinning directly at Zia's face. Zia effortlessly catches the flying weapon out of midair and whips it right back. The thug's jaw drops in absolute shock at this godlike move. And trust me, you and I won't be forgetting that instant karma. The axe splits his head wide open in a bloody explosion. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this madness, where Lee Jaha is totally ticked off because some idiot interrupted his speech. Like, bruh, did I not literally just say I would end you if you cut me off? The Black Cat sect leader witnesses this horrific scene and instantly freezes up like a total statue. The Black Cat leader steps up radiating pure dark energy, gripping his sword with eyes flashing a terrifying killer intent. He mocks our Lee Jaha, calling his flashy attacks nothing but showy, useless garbage. Lee Jaha just hits him with a smug, teasing smirk, his eyes shouting a clear message. Come get some, old man. Right then, Bing steps up, respectfully offering his own weapon. He admits the sect leader's sword is insanely sharp, but insists his GLI blade is definitely no cheap joke either. Lee Jaha is kind of skeptical. Martial artists usually guard their weapons like precious family heirlooms, and this blade is something Bin deeply treasures above his own life. He looks at the blade, thinks it over, and accepts it with a nod. Fine, I will use it carefully and return it to you. Swinging the blade, a cold blue aura erupts around him like a raging tidal wave. Hey, you coward, let's get this started. The Black Cat leader loses his mind under his mask, veins bulging as his glare turns sharp enough to kill. The sky goes pitch black, wind howling as if time itself has completely frozen in place. Now pay attention here, because both fighters are ready to clash and the tension is absolutely unreal. Watch closely as Lee Jaha spins his blade and takes the initiative. He thrusts his blade forward, fast as a speeding bullet. But the old man is no noob, tracking the move and counterattacking in a literal blink of an eye. Lee Jaha reads the situation instantly, dodging and parrying with unpredictable fluid movements as he charges straight into the face of the Black Cat leader. Their blades crash violently in a desperate struggle, sparks flying like crazy fireworks. The sheer massive pressure of their clash sends heavy shockwaves down, cracking the entire arena floor. Both fighters go all out with their deadliest moves at maximum power, exchanging blindingly fast slashes too quick for the eye to track, their eyes locked in a cold, deadly gaze. Lee Jaha and the boss trade high-tier skills, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Our Lee Jaha keeps up the crazy pressure, giving the old man zero room to breathe. Their power seems totally equal, a complete deadlock as dust clouds envelop the stage, and the entire ground starts violently shaking. It feels like the ground is about to collapse into a massive sinkhole. The entire crowd is shook, whispering, "No way, is this guest's power actually on par with the leader?" Watching this earth-shaking duel, Bin's face completely warps, his expression turning super dark as deep doubt and suspicion fill his mind. No shot, our sect master is not even trying yet. He is clearly playing a game of cat and mouse, using the Black Cat leader's attacks to study and extract the secrets of the Great Rakshasa style. You and I both know what is coming next, and yeah, the show is officially over for this clown. Back on stage, Lee Jaha's movements completely shift. His eyes turn dead serious as his killer aura explodes, his blade slicing like lightning straight toward the old man's left shoulder. The sect leader uses every bit of his strength to block, but his sword hand shakes uncontrollably like a leaf under the insane weight. Are you actually hiding your true power this whole time? He feels the crushing force pushing down on his blade. Our Lee Jaha just chuckles. Took you long enough to notice. An earth-shading surge of red power erupts from his body like molten lava. The sect leader cannot react in time, completely overwhelmed and forced back into a corner. Seizing this perfect opening, Lee Jaha delivers the finishing blow. Too late to defend, the old man is blasted all the way to the arena's edge, writhing in agony. Refusing to take the loss, he screeches like a wild beast, "Kill him." Below the stage, Takukbin yells in rage, "Leader, you set me up to die if this failed. Do you see how trash your actions are now?" The Black Cat leader screams at him to shut up, the atmosphere growing so intensely hot it feels ready to explode. Takukbin orders, "Everyone back off. If you ignore his orders, I will handle mediation." The crowd just stands frozen like statues, exchanging confused looks, completely lost on what to do. The leader grinds his teeth in rage, screaming, "What are you doing? Move!" But before he can finish, Lee Jaha's blade is already slashing down. He panics hard. "Sectmaster, wait." "Oh, so now we are switching from calling him guest to sectmaster, huh? Pathetic." Unwilling to back down, the leader desperately swings his sword again, sparks flying from the clash. But Lee Jaha's blade effortlessly slices right through his defense, drawing some serious blood in a flash. The old man is absolutely fuming at this kid. He leaps high into the air and channels his raw inner energy straight into his blade, unleashing a blindingly fast, decisive strike. The energy blast rips toward Lee Jaha, shattering the stone tiles into complete dust. Unbothered, Lee Jaha figures that dodging now would make it hard to win over Takukbin. He tightly grips his blade, pooling his energy. His blade suddenly glows with a blazing red-gold light, radiating an overwhelming pressure. One powerful slash obliterates everything in its path, bringing down a godlike strike right onto the Black Cat leader. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the room, debris flying everywhere in thick white smoke. Amidst the dust, a charred, pathetic hand slowly appears. His body is revealed, smashed deep into the wall, looking like a total mess. A massive splash of blood gushes from his throat, staining the white floor tiles in a gruesome scene. His breath fades as he takes his last gasp, collapsing like a broken puppet. Everyone watching is totally speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Like, what even just happened? Even Takukbin stands completely frozen for 5 seconds, thinking he knew his master was hiding his power, but this level of dominance is just illegal. Standing tall, Lee Jaha's dark hair blows in the wind as he stares down, his red eyes glowing in the firelight like a literal god of death ready to finish his prey. He turns his head, calling out to Takukbin, his cold voice sending shivers straight down the guy's spine. "Qiu Quanfuang," he calls, making the guy jump. Our boy praises him, saying his quick wit and sharp tongue just saved a ton of lives, but it is not enough. Late at night, under the bright moonlight as petals scatter in the wind, Takukbin bows deeply to Lee Jaha, thanking the sectmaster for sparing his fellow disciples' lives. Lee Jaha's face remains cold as ice as he turns away. Staring at the crowd, he loudly declares that he respects anyone loyal enough to seek revenge for their boss. With a bone-chilling glare, he issues one final warning, and trust me, you and I do not want to cross this absolute monster. Alright, you and I are about to watch these guys absolutely lose their minds in fear as the heavy vibe kills the silence. Lee Jaha smirks. "Seriously? Nobody? Today is literally the perfect day to die. I thought at least a few of you would want to go to heaven with your boss. It is not like you get a free slot to throw hands every day, right?" Everyone stays dead silent, pale as ghosts, the room getting completely suffocating. He sighs, "What a waste, that was your final shot to jump me." His cold words freeze the air, and every single step he takes has these guys shaking in pure terror. He scoops up a blood-splattered mask from the floor, slips it over his face, and mutters in a bone-chilling tone, "Listen up." Cold bloodlust explodes around him. "From this second on, I am your new Black Cat Chief." His eyes glow blood-red, wild and threatening as a wild beast. Whether you like it or not, this decision is already made. End of story. His insane aura completely crushes the room, making it so heavy that nobody even dares to breathe. Lee Jaha tosses the sword back to Soguk Pyong, saying, "Nice blade." Then, picking up the dead chief's weapon, he mumbles, "What is this trash heap called again? I totally forgot." The guy stammers, "This is the Black Cat Hall, master." Jaha scoffs, thinking what a trash name, but then it hits him, "Wait, this place actually belongs to me now. Let me take that back." Now pay attention here, his sheer dominance leaves them completely speechless. Ignoring their shocked faces, he casually starts bossing everyone around. "First, get rid of your old boss's dead body. Then clean up all the blood on the walls and the floor tiles for me." His scary vibe flares up again. Remember, to be a pro gangster, you must be a master of cleanup. The lackeys stand frozen like statues. He glares sharply at them. "Did you lose your tongues?" They instantly scream in unison, "Yes, sir." Jaha then announces, "To kick off this fresh start, we are having a massive meeting with all the Black Cat leaders." It is all happening way too fast, leaving everyone dazed. So Guk Pyong volunteers first, saying, "I will go round up the other chiefs and bring them to the hall." Jaha watches them scramble into the main hall. He turns, grips his saber, and focuses his mind. From today on, he is officially the new Black Cat leader, at least until the great Asura finds out. He enters a flow state, performing a flawless, deadly sword dance that slices a falling flower petal clean in half. Watching this, everyone is left with their jaws on the floor. So Guk Pyong is totally starstruck, but super confused. Wait, is not that the dead boss's exact technique? Did he literally just copy that skill after seeing it once? That is absolutely insane. Every single eye in the room is locked onto him, completely hypnotized. Cut to the meeting room, where Jaha is sitting coolly on the highest seat. He looks down and demands, "All right, give me the rundown." So Guk Pyong speaks up first, saying, "Our new chief actually has a heart of gold. Thanks to your massive generosity, all the martial artists of the Gold Phoenix managed to survive. Just lay down your commands, boss, and we will follow them without a single question." Half-hearted applause echoes through the room as everyone stands there completely bewildered. Jaha smirks and claps, as expected of our brilliant pavilion leader. "So, you all need to learn from his genius. He's not just smart, he actually looks out for his crew." If it was not for his insane guts earlier, every single one of you would be laying in a coffin right now. Everyone turns to look at So Gukpyeong with pure admiration. Hearing this, his face flushes bright red. He gets all shy, thinking to himself, is our master really this sweet? I knew he was unique, but getting this much praise and respect from him is honestly the absolute best feeling ever. You and I saw that coming, right? Jaha suddenly cuts in, plus his ability to take a beating is top tier. So Gukpyeong's face instantly drops in pure resignation. He continues his orders. Here is the plan. All of you will now be evaluated and managed by Pavilion Leader So. The guy bows in respect as Jaha keeps talking. From now on, all Black Cat members must follow Pavilion Leader So and train like hell. And today, I am going to give a massive reward to our loyal leader. He secretly laughs, knowing it is not his money anyway, so why not flex a little? Meanwhile, So Gukpyeong is absolutely beaming, practically glowing with joy. I will work my butt off, master. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure flares up from him, making everyone flinch. Why are you guys not clapping? Do I need to break your hands? The whole room immediately bursts into the most awkward forced applause ever. It sounds so fake. Suddenly, Jaha pulls back his aura and the room goes dead silent again. He then starts lecturing them about motivating each other, training together, and fighting to grow stronger, claiming that is what the true underworld is all about. Sure, there will be hate, grudges, and maybe some face-punching along the way, but in the end, a deep bond of brotherhood will make you guys just like family. Raising his voice with a deadly cold expression, he declares, only then will our gang become the strongest force in the underworld, one that everyone will absolutely fear. That is the grand vision I am aiming for. He suddenly stops and snaps angrily at a chief sitting in front of him. Yo, do I sound boring to you? Ignoring the poor guy's excuses, he snaps, if you are bored, get out. Hey Fatso, you are fired as chief. Go run errands or go scrub the corpses instead. The chief bows deeply, begging, I am so sorry, boss. But Jaha just looks at him with pure disgust. How dare anyone disrespect the leader's words like that? The other leaders do not dare to make a sound, sweating buckets. Shifting back to the meeting, he asks, where was I again? So Gukpyeong quickly answers, sir, you were saying that our gang would become the most powerful force that everyone fears. Right, hey, who is the head manager around here, he asks. An elderly administrator steps up and bows deeply. You can just call me Manager Bayok, master. Jaha nods and instructs him. All right, Manager Bayok, transfer that special reward we talked about over to our Long Phoenix Pavilion leader. Get a grip on the current situation, handle the books, and report directly to me. Get used to it. If I catch any embezzlement or fraud, you will be the first one I execute. Do we have an understanding? The manager bows. Yes, sir. Sitting back up high, Jaha mumbles, by the way, I totally forgot about the ranking tournament's schedule. When is it again? Everyone is screaming internally in shock. How on earth does he even know about that? This guy acts like he has been the boss here his entire life. So Gukpyeong answers, no official date is set yet, but it looks like a lower-tier divine general is stepping up. He goes by the name of the Red Monkey, Hong Shin. He continues, and if you want to climb the ranks, boss, you will need to defeat the White Flow divine general this time around. Jaha raises an eyebrow. Oh, really? What rank am I sitting at anyway? Out of 12 divine generals, you are currently 5th. Jaha snorts. Wow, who knew that jerk ranked so high? And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how he breaks this ranking. Let's jump into the chaos as our Lee Jaha asks, by the way, where's our legendary master anyway? Chief Bitch sighs, replying that the old man heard about some blue-eyed babe and ran off to make her his next side chick. He is probably chilling at her place right now. Lee Jaha scoffs. Damn, that old geezer still has that much stamina? He actually has the balls to chase after a blue-eyed babe? Then he goes dead silent and looks totally pissed off for no reason. The whole room instantly freezes, and Taekukbin just steals a nervous glance. He is completely baffled. The boss is seriously unpredictable. He calls the guy his master, but then disses him as an old geezer, only to throw a random temper tantrum. It is so awkward. Lee Jaha mutters to himself. Is that creep still using his students to hit on married women? That is not a proud martial arts world, just a bunch of low-life thugs. I need to drag that bastard back myself. The boss is acting so weirdly aggressive right now. Did anyone say something wrong? Everyone stays dead silent except Taekukbin, who nervously mumbles a quick no. This is ridiculous. Great Rakshasa is supposed to be my master, but a horny old drunkard causing trouble everywhere does not deserve that title at all. His crazy rant terrifies the entire room. They exchange uneasy looks, thinking that a legendary master chasing girls and boozing at his age is just embarrassing. It totally ruins the vibe. With a terrifying demonic glare, Lee Jaha warns them that if anyone dares to side with the great Rakshasa or get in his way, he will absolutely destroy them. Every single face in the room turns completely pale. He shifts focus, asking about the Black Panther gang. Turns out those guys are busy running illegal casinos and high-stakes auctions lately. No local syndicate can even compete with them in that shady business. Taekukbin confirms they are still hosting slave auctions just like before. Lee Jaha eyes turn ice cold. This world is seriously messed up if they are still auctioning off actual human beings. As the ultimate underworld boss, there is no way I am letting that slide. Everyone looks incredibly confused. Lee Jaha commands with absolute power that the Black Cat Gang must crush the Black Panthers and uphold underworld justice. Watch closely, because this is where the real fight starts. Clenching his fist to show his resolve, he declares that they will lead the charge to liberate those slaves. The bosses are absolutely losing it. Is this guy seriously trying to play hero? Since when does a ruthless crime syndicate care about moral codes? It makes zero sense. Standing tall, Lee Jaha practically glows with a righteous vibe. A confused lackey speaks up, asking why they are suddenly starting a war with the Black Panthers. He snaps back, "Are you stupid? Is selling actual humans right?" The guy mumbles, "Of course not." Lee Jaha rolls his eyes. "Then why are you asking dumb questions?" He shouts at them, asking why those idiots even bother learning martial arts if they are just going to ignore evil. He demands to know if standing up against injustice is not the basic rule of being human. Everyone is totally dumbfounded, thinking, what is this guy even talking about? Lee Jaha stands up, making them panic as he demands they answer him properly. "You guys are making me feel awkward here. Damn, I am getting worked up again." The bosses quickly bow their heads, shouting that they finally understand his point. They promise to remember his words. Then, with a completely blank face, he casually adds that to fund this glorious mission, he will be taking all of their treasury and rare medicines to use however he wants. "Anyone with an objection can step up and fight me one-on-one." He glares, asking if anyone has a problem. Naturally, they keep their heads down, too terrified to speak. Lee Jaha bursts out laughing, saying he is glad because he really did not want to stain his hands with his own leader's blood. Later that night, Lee Jaha stands outside a quiet mountain villa, looking out at the scenery. He takes a deep breath, thinking about how surprisingly peaceful everything is. He remembers the meeting where everyone looked terrified and exhausted while bowing to him. Let's pause for a second, because our Lee Jaha actually sighs and thinks he did a pretty great job. It seems like he has a natural talent for leadership. Suddenly, a servant sneaks up behind him, politely letting him know that dinner is finally ready. But Lee Jaha rejects it, saying he just wants to rest. As he pulls off his mask, he remembers that he still has blood splattered on him from his earlier fight. He takes off his mask right in front of the servant. Seeing his actual face, the servant gasps in pure shock, breaking into a cold sweat as his eyes widen. Seeing him freeze up, Lee Jaha jokes, asking if he is really that handsome. But the poor servant is just trembling in absolute terror. The guy keeps his head down, stuttering apologies while gritting his teeth in pure terror. Lee Jaha tries to calm him down, telling him there is no need to shake since he has done nothing wrong. He casually tells him that he is the new boss of the Black Cat Gang now. The servant squeezes his eyes shut, sweating buckets as he stammers out a trembling greeting to his new leader. Once it is done, Lee Jaha gives him a bored look and gives a command. Since it is his first day on the job, he orders the guy to show him the training room in the medicine vault. He plans to take a bath right there. The servant just nods frantically with a pale face, bowing deeply as he quickly leads him over. Soon enough, Lee Jaha is standing right inside the gang's private medicine vault. Stepping inside, he looks around and admits it actually looks pretty decent. He walks over to the storage cabinets and begins searching through the shelves. He wonders what kind of rare stuff they have locked up. In this world, legendary martial artists use high-tier elixirs that are way more powerful than standard medicine. Only the absolute strongest masters can get their hands on the rare stuff, while weaklings get stuck with the cheap trash. He slides a drawer open to inspect their stash. He scoffs, seeing nothing but basic low-grade pills, but hey, it is still better than nothing. He keeps pulling open drawer after drawer, desperately searching for something that is actually worth his time. Finally, after checking several shelves, his eyes lock onto a very specific medicine bottle. He grins as he holds it up. It is a heartwarming pill, which is actually considered top tier compared to the usual trash. He pops the pill into his mouth, noting that it fits his physical condition and is absolutely perfect for boosting his active energy. He swallows it down and stands there silently while the power starts to kick in. Lee Jaha walks over to the center of the room and sits down to begin his training. Taking a deep breath, a vibrant red energy wraps around his entire body as he works on controlling the medicine's intense heat. Slowly, that blazing red aura begins shifting into a bright yellow color as he absorbs the power. At that exact moment, a strange light concentrates right in his lower core, sparking a sudden flame of energy that gets wrapped in a thick, swirling red mist. Wait, did his celestial jade extinguish the pill's heat before he could even train? Stick around, because we are about to see how this unfolds. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy recap. He slowly opens his eyes in silence, completely baffled. How is this even possible? Before starting the One Tree Heaven technique, the elixir energy should have merged and absorbed into the heavenly jade. He extends his hands, preparing to unleash some kind of power. You can see flickering red energy swirling around his fingers, and then, boom, a bright red flame suddenly erupts right in the palm of his hand. That fire slowly shifts into a green hue, known as the wood fire, before turning back into a vibrant reddish orange. This flame is called the Flame of Fire. The heat Lee Jaha unleashes is so insanely intense that his hands turn bright red, radiating a pressure that is definitely not normal. Heat from the flame floods the entire room before he finally snuffs it out. He sits there in complete silence, not saying a word, but his mind is absolutely racing with questions. Today is seriously weird. He pictures the heavenly jade trapped inside a serpent's mouth, surrounded by the bitter resentment of countless people. The heavenly jade usually gathers power by absorbing energy, life force, and the purity of living things. Yet just a moment ago, I somehow managed to absorb the energy of the elixir I just drank. Doubt creeps into his eyes. Could it be? Does the heavenly jade actually have the power to steal an opponent's strength? He chuckles to himself, still sitting completely still. No way, that's impossible. I only want to live like a crazy bastard under the heavens. He closes his eyes and smiles mockingly. I have zero plans to become some insane freak like the demon cult leader. He sighs, realizing he needs to observe and understand his body first, letting out another deep sigh. Now, pay attention here, because he starts coming up with some wild, ridiculous names for it. Lee Jaha mumbles Heavenly Jade Absorption Art, or maybe Heavenly Divine Absorption. Heavenly Jade Power Absorption. Heavenly Jade Divine Absorption. Heavenly Jade Demon Absorption. Or maybe even Demon Heavenly Jade Holy Divine Absorption. Or just absorb the Heavenly Jade itself. He meditates, his mind spinning, telling himself to stop. Then he opens his eyes in surprise. If I still have my past life memories, anything is possible. With that, he reaches his hand back and channels his inner energy, making a white aura appear. He points his arm toward the cabinet holding the precious elixirs. He sits in silence for ages, but absolutely nothing happens. Lee Jaha pouts and scratches his head. Yeah, he is definitely not ready to master the Void True method yet. He starts thinking again. Since when did I start following the same logic as everyone else? Staring at his hand, he mutters to himself. Only absolute lunatics try to invent brand new martial arts. I can't just copy others, I refuse to let myself do something that basic. He thrusts his hand forward and declares, I have thrown away boring theories to follow my raw instincts. With my sheer talent, absolutely nothing is impossible in this world. I must absorb the spiritual jade and forge an ultimate martial art. He closes his eyes, red energy swirling around his hand as a deep red fire erupts all around him. Opening his eyes, he yells, bring it on. As the fire rages, it suddenly forms the shape of a massive hand shooting right from Lee Jaha. His gaze turns deadly and the fiery hand snatches a wooden box, pulling it right to him. He sits in silence, holding the box. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Staring at the wooden box, he chuckles softly and says, I have decided on the Heavenly Jade Star Absorbing Art. Yeah, the name is a secret, so let's just call it the Star Absorbing Art. The next morning, beautiful sunlight washes over some stunning cherry blossoms. Under the trees, a servant is busy sweeping up the falling petals. Suddenly, a long-haired figure walks past, completely catching his attention and leaving him totally shocked. Inside the grand hall, Lee Jaha sits arrogantly on his throne, listening to a report. Rests his chin on his hand, he coldly asks, someone is looking for me? Su Jiping bows deeply and replies, yes, it is a woman. She says she has news regarding the Yirong house. He looks up at Lee Jaha and continues, if it were anything else, I would have chased her away, but since it involves the leader's Yirong house. Hearing this, Lee Jaha rests his chin in deep thought. News about Yirong house? The Black Cat Gang is under my control now, so what major issue could possibly happen right now? Lost in thought, he is startled when Su Jiping asks if he should let her in. Lee Jaha keeps resting his chin, thinking in silence. Decision made, he orders his subordinate to let her enter. The doors slowly creak open, and a woman in purple robes and jade-green shoes walks in. Seeing Lee Jaha on his throne, she bows respectfully. Turns out she is Sun Xiaoxiao, and she is standing there silently, trembling with absolute terror. Watching her, he wonders in silence why Madame Sun would suddenly show up here. Seeing Lee Jaha remain quiet, Su Jiping stands aside and orders Sun Xiaoxiao to explain everything immediately. Hearing his command, she can only manage a soft, brief reply, saying yes. She closes her eyes and timidly introduces herself as Sun Xiaoxiao of Yirong House. Lee Jaha ponders the name before casually praising her, saying it is a decent name. His unexpected praise catches her off guard. Thinking she misheard, she asks him to clarify. Lee Jaha waves his hand dismissively, telling her to continue. She goes on, mentioning a place in Yirong House called the Ziha Inn and its waiter. Hearing this, the two guards break into a cold sweat. They panic, realizing the waiter of the Ziha Inn they are talking about is literally their boss sitting right there. Sun Xiaoxiao softly continues, saying that a mere ordinary waiter actually dared to provoke the Black Cat Gang. She pauses, her face full of fear. Lee Jaha remains completely silent, making her highly uncomfortable, while every single one of his subordinates stands around looking absolutely petrified. Sweat dripping down her face, she keeps talking. Lee Jaha listens intently, a thick, terrifying killing intent filling his eyes. Su Jiping trembles violently, his face completely soaked in sweat, thinking this woman is literally snitching on the boss to his face. Everyone in the hall keeps their head down, completely pale and speechless. Looking up at Lee Jaha on his throne, she says that is the news she came to report. Everyone looks up at him, still shaking in terror over what she just blurted out. Once she finishes her report, Lee Jaha slowly nods and says, is that so? He looks up and tells her he heard everything loud and clear. He stares down at Sun Xiaoxiao, asking if that waiter took over Yirong House by literally killing their men. Well, that is actually great news. And trust me, her jaw completely drops at those wild words. Let's jump back into this madness. She asks him in total shock, and he just smiles back smugly. Got anywhere else to go? Tan Chu is sweating buckets as she quickly shakes her head, muttering, no, sir. Lee Jaha strokes his chin, pretending to feel super sorry for her. Man, that is rough. A brave girl like you with absolutely nowhere to run? Then he stretches his hand out like he is offering her a sweet deal. So what if I hook you up with a manager gig around here? Her face completely lights up in disbelief, and she excitedly asks, wait, are you actually serious? Hearing her question, he grins at her visible excitement. Of course. It would be a total waste not to use a brave girl like you. Give this Black Cat Gang a shot. While she is celebrating, Lee Jaha adds, you are the perfect age, plus you got that work experience at the Plum Blossom Tower. It is a perfect match. Hearing this, Tan Chu bows deeply in gratitude. Thank you so much, Chief. I promise to give this job my absolute all. Hearing her promises, Lee Jaha just dismisses it and drops his conditions. Save it, just promise me 2 simple things. Tan Chu listens closely. He points right at her face. 1, betray me and you die. She just smiles, bows, and closes her eyes. Oh, that will never happen, sir. Lee Jaha keeps a dead serious face, folding his index finger as he continues. 2. Keep your mouth shut about my business. Got it? His words catch her totally off guard, making her look up. Now pay attention here. She starts connecting the dots and realizes something is seriously off. It feels like she has heard those exact words somewhere before. Noting her weird expression, Lee Jaha asks, "What is wrong? Is that too hard?" She quickly bows her head, acting totally obedient. "No, sir, I promise to follow your every order." Her quick response earns his approval. "Not bad," he says. "You are hired." His words startle her, leaving her looking completely confused and shocked. She looks up only to see him pointing directly at her as he says, "Yep, you passed the test." Ton Chu Chu grins from ear to ear, overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Chief. I promise to work my butt off." Seeing her reaction, Lee Jaha laughs proudly. "You better be grateful. I am handing you a super valuable opportunity here, so make sure you do a killer job from now on." Hearing this, Ton Chu Chu feels a bit confused. A flash of hesitation crosses her face as she asks, "Opportunity? What do you mean by that?" Hearing her question, Lee Jaha sighs as he slides off his mask. "Man, wearing this thing is so annoying. Why does it keep blocking my eyes?" With that, his face is completely revealed. Seeing his face, Ton Chu Chu goes pale, completely paralyzed with fear. Her face turns paper white and she passes out cold right on the spot. Seeing her drop, Lee Jaha just grins and asks, "What did my handsome face shock you that much?" Meanwhile, Ton Chu Chu groans, her face totally bloodless as she completely passes out while desperately clutching her chest right over her heart. Tukukbing immediately rushes over to her side to check out the situation. She is literally foaming at the mouth. Lee Jaha just sits there cluelessly while Tukukbin checks her breath. "Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me." You are about to watch Lee Jaha check on this foaming at the mouth lady, look totally annoyed, and tell Lee Jaha that she basically fainted from pure shock. Lee Jaha is just as annoyed and tells So Gukpyeong to watch her closely. Like, bruh, she passed out just looking at the boss's face? Gukpyeong reluctantly stares at him and asks if he seriously has to babysit her. Lee Jaha scowls with the most sarcastic vibe ever. "What, you are just gonna leave a fainted person hanging? Huh? Especially since she has nowhere else to go?" He sighs dramatically and mocks him to show some basic mercy. Hearing this, Gukpyeong and the rest of the gang just stare at him completely helpless. Suddenly, Lee Jaha gets dead serious and warns them to remember this. A real man has to be merciful just like him. Got it? Everyone instantly shouts back in unison, "Yes, sir." They keep staring and chanting it over and over like loyal soldiers. The next morning, Lee Jaha drags everyone to the courtyard for some insane training. He yells that, except for the Golden Dragon Pavilion Master, everyone else has to drop and do 500 push-ups right now. Now watch this. He locks his hands behind his back and yells out a lesson they will absolutely never forget. In the underworld, step 1 is practicing, step 2 is training, and step 3 is sparring. The crew starts pushing up until their bodies go stiff, sweat soaking the entire square. Lee Jaha orders that from now on, outside of eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom, every single second must be focused on getting strong as hell. While these guys are literally shaking from pure exhaustion, he stands above them preaching that getting humiliated as underworld members is totally unacceptable, so they need to work harder to rise up. Am I right? Saying that, he looks to the side and orders his next move. "Golden Dragon Pavilion Master, go make some heavy sandbags in the backyard right now. Next time, slap those bags on these elders' backs before training starts." Then he points to another guy and commands him directly. "So Gukpyeong, take the Golden Dragon Pavilion squad and handle this business quick." Gukpyeong nods obediently, replying that he's on it. You and I both know these elders are struggling, while the Golden Dragon Master and Gukpyeong leave. Lee Jaha just stands tall, keeping up the pressure. The clock is ticking to finish 100 reps. Whoever gets to 100, grab a wooden sword and beat the absolute crap out of the slow ones. He literally adds, beat them until their bones break. Hearing this brutal command, the elders doing push-ups completely freak out. Two guys immediately jump up with the craziest grins and dash toward the cherry blossom tree where the wooden swords are stacked. Lee Jaha watches them sprint. He is thinking using martial arts movement skills just to grab swords? Man, the underworld is packed with total weirdos. He turns back to the rest of the struggling elders and shouts that they better finish those 500 reps fast. Red-faced and completely stiff, they push up like their lives depend on it. Lee Jaha mocks them, saying the sandbags are almost ready. So whoever is slow has to finish with sandbags strapped to their backs. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I do not want to fail this guy. We all know this training is pure torture. He just keeps barking, faster! Speed it up even more. They're busting their asses doing push-ups, screaming bloody murder across the yard. Yo, stick with me because Lee Jaha is about to show these guys some real hell. He just nods and coldly tells them their screams of agony sound like music to his ears. He watches them struggle through push-ups while getting absolutely wrecked, laughing, "Hey, I gave you permission to scream, so let it all out." While they get brutally beat down right in front of him, he just grins. He tells them a special reward goes to the 5 fastest to finish, so they better hustle. He leaves them to suffer while Kim Long brings in heavy sandbags. Meanwhile, in the quiet study room, Lee Jaha is having a chat with manager Byok. Holding a mysterious manual in his hands, our Lee Jaha suddenly breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes what it is, the 12 Divine Generals Power Compilation Book. Manager Byok smirked, saying, "Since you seemed so damn curious about their masks, secret weapons, and combat techniques, I thought I would write it all down." The old man laughs loudly and rubs his hands, bragging about writing down everything he knew just for him. Lee Jaha reads, totally impressed, and praises him. "Man, you're a genius. There are even illustrations in here," he thinks as he flips the pages. Picturing the 12 divine generals and their creepy masks, he mutters to himself that there is a ton of secret information he never knew, and he must study this carefully. But as he reads on, he suddenly stops. He asks in surprise, "Wait, is Hongshin actually a woman?" Manager Byok nods, explaining she is a highly unique disciple of Dai Lasat, who stole precious treasures for him in exchange for learning his secret martial arts. He continues, "Even though her rank is lower than yours, but you can't underestimate her, because her movement skill is absolutely insane. Now pay attention here, because this girl's speed is no joke." Lee Jaha just grins, saying, "Oh really? Speed?" Bitch nods, explaining her movement technique is her absolute trump card. Lee Jaha asks, "So do you have a book on Dai Lasat too?" The manager grins proudly, replying, "Of course I do. I am finishing up the final chapter right now." Lee Jaha smiles, saying, "You really are a legendary chief manager. Major respect." He continues with a warm smile, "Honestly, having a genius manager like you is a huge win. I will definitely reward you for this." Bitch bows respectfully with a hand over his heart. "Thank you, sect leader, but this humble old man did not write these secret books just for some quick cash." His eyes light up like high beams, adding, "Just add these points to my lifespan instead." They both burst out laughing, their voices echoing through the room. Suddenly, Tantuchia bursts in, totally ruining their vibe and leaving them both shocked. Seeing her, Lee Jaha smirks sarcastically, "Well, look who it is. The sweet-talking Tantuchia has finally arrived. What is it?" She urgently reports that a mysterious masked person is outside asking to see the leader. Hearing this, Lee Jaha scowls and asks, "Wait, they are wearing a mask. What kind of mask is it anyway?" She quickly replies, "It is a monkey mask." Hearing her answer, Manager Byok's expression instantly changes. He warily mutters, "In that case, it has to be Hongshin." Lee Jaha stays silent, flipping through his new book to find her page. It says she is a master of speed with a serious stealing habit. Her stolen treasure stash must be massive, and she is also the youngest disciple to join the group. Yet, she quickly wrecked several other generals to climb to her current high rank in no time. The book says she wears red and white. When things go bad, she just runs away using her speed and shamelessly begs for peace. Rumor has it she stole tons of rare herbs to cheat her way to massive power, maintaining a highly suspicious deal with her master Dai Lasat. Basically, she fetches him stolen loot in exchange for secret manuals. And let's be real, her insane movement speed is easily on par with the 4 divine generals. He slams the book shut with a grin, muttering that he finally finished reading her profile. Lee Jaha walks out to find a girl waiting with an incredibly arrogant attitude. This is Hongshin, wearing a creepy black monkey mask. Our boy silently sizes her up as he slowly walks over. He sits down while Hongshin stands and approaches him. She fake politely greets him. "Brother Meow, hope you are doing well." After a brief silence, he replies, "Long time no see, you little petty thief." She flinches at the insult, complaining, "Excuse me, thief? Didn't I tell you to stop calling me that?" But then she suddenly senses something weird about him. "Wait, why does your head look so long today?" Plus, his voice and vibe are totally off. Lee Jaha scratches his chin, thinking, "Crap, did she already realize something is wrong with me?" Keeping his cool, he calmly plays along, telling her that his training has been pretty messy lately, ruining his mood and focus. On top of that, regulating my meridians has been a total mess. My internal energy is hard to control and my neck is injured, which is why my voice sounds a bit weird today. Hearing this, she immediately gets some devious ideas, wondering if he is suffering from a severe internal injury. Well, that is perfect timing. She adds, "Since I am here to visit anyway, let's talk about some business, brother. If you just give me a fat red envelope filled with cash like last time, I won't force a fight and we'll just walk away." Hearing this, Lee Jaha is completely stunned, asking, "Wait, what?" He wonders, is this girl really trying to extort him right now, or is she just straight up begging her senior for some pocket money? Man, the underworld is truly unpredictable. Crossing her arms, she says, "Aren't you and Brother Bak Lu scheduled for an epic duel pretty soon? If you fight me and get hurt, you'll end up as easy prey for the 4 divine generals, right?" Lee Jaha looks at her coldly and asks sarcastically, "Is this how you always extort money from your senior brothers? Are you a literal beggar?" Annoyed by his question, she snaps back, "Watch your mouth, senior. You are crossing the line today." She gets super cocky, her cold smirk sending absolute shivers down everyone's spine. "Fine then, let's have a real fight right here, and now, let's settle this." Seeing her act all tough, Lee Jaha remains completely chill. He just mockingly asks, "Junior sister, what exactly makes you think you can walk in here acting so brave? Are you really that brave?" She cracks her knuckles, loudly declaring, "Look, just give me 30 silver coins and I will stay away for now. Otherwise, are you actually ready to fight me? Or are you just totally chicken?" She keeps that smug, arrogant grin. She is fully believing she is the absolute best, totally looking down on him. She is convinced he got severely injured from training and will try to avoid fighting, so she wonders if she should extort even more cash to teach him a lesson for showing off. Hearing that, Lee Jaha just grins back, and trust me, you and I are about to see a beatdown. Yo, stick with me here because our Lee Jaha is about to drop a wild proposal. He flashes a smug grin at his junior sister and says, "If you hand over every single coin you have, I might actually let you live. Sound good, babe?" Lee Jaha's proposal completely freezes her. Her brain is totally lagging right now, trying to process what this crazy guy is even talking about. Hong Xin clenches her fists, her face turning dead serious as she glares at Lee Jaha, trying to see if he's bluffing. Her eyes flare with pure rage as she growls, "Are you for real right now? Don't even try messing with me." He stays totally chill, waving his hand to make his point, and that is not all. "If you do not bring cash next time, I am never accepting your challenge again, so watch your step." He adds with a deadpan face, "But hey, if you beat me even once, I will give back every single dollar I took from you." Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Hong Xin eyes light up like she just won the lottery. She realizes Lee Jaha is offering a combat wager, which to her is basically a walk in the park. Easy win. He smirks to himself, thinking, this is an absolute pro move. No way she can turn this down now, right? She crosses her arms, acting all high and mighty. "What about the rules then?" Lee Jaha just shrugs and drops a totally casual response. "You choose the rules." Hearing this, she thinks she has got this match in the bag, flashing a smug smile as she starts plotting her move. She thinks, what is his best skill anyway? Is his brain totally fried to make a bet like this? Watch closely now, because her eyes flare with pure greed, knowing this is a golden chance she absolutely has to seize right now. She taps the mask on her face with a cocky attitude, acting like she is completely untouchable. "If you can take off my mask, I lose. Deal?" She lays down the rules, no holds barred, and the fight happens right here at the Black Cat Gang headquarters. Hearing her conditions, Lee Jaha just casually shrugs and nods, like sure, whatever floats your boat. And the second he agrees to her terms, a massive smirk spreads behind her mask. She thinks this absolute clown will never catch me, not even in his wildest dreams. She laughs, thinking his brain is totally cooked. Down on the sparring field, the tension is absolutely insane as they face off. Hong Xin takes a flashy stance and beckons him with her hand, mocking, "Come on, senior, don't wimp out on me now." Lee Jaha just keeps his face completely cold. Silent and motionless, they size each other up, waiting for the perfect opening. The vibe is tense as hell. Hong Xin still acts like a total brat. "Just chill, the outcome is already decided, so do not go dying on me." Spitting those trash words makes Lee Jaha snap, and he barks back, "Shut your mouth. Since when does a junior sister lecture her senior brother?" Absolute audacity. His eyes flash with cold killing intent as he growls, "I am going to teach you a lesson you will never forget. Get ready, because you cannot say I did not warn you." He continues to call her out, completely shutting her down. "All you had to do was pay up to be safe. Are you blind to the current situation, or do you have a goldfish brain?" Hearing his trash talk, she just sighs and scoffs with pure contempt. "Honestly, you and I both know you are the one who is completely delusional here, brother. Stop acting like you are some big deal." Lee Jaha wastes zero time, lunging straight at her as the tension spikes. He reaches out to grab her mask, but turn out it is just a fake afterimage she left behind to fool him. So frustrating. She mocks him with a sarcastic tone. "What are you even doing? You look so goofy, babe." Lee Jaha whips his head around, glaring at her with razor-sharp eyes. He charges again, but she is lightning fast, dodging his strike like a total pro. She leaps backward to keep a safe distance, proving she is not some random pushover. Hong Xin lands gracefully on the ground like a literal dancer. Meanwhile, Takukbing and manager Byok are standing on the sidelines, eating up the whole drama. Takukbing cannot help but hype her up, admitting her movement skills are top tier. Her lightfoot technique is definitely no joke. Manager Byok strokes his beard, analyzing that their leader is going to have a seriously hard time landing a hit. But instantly, Lee Jaha moves like absolute lightning, lunging right back at Hong Xin while she stands there looking totally bored. She still thinks she is hot stuff, totally convinced she has already won this. She is already planning how to spend his cash, debating between buying designer clothes or going on a sweet trip. But suddenly, Lee Jaha bursts forward with insane speed, appearing right in front of her face, his hand inches away from her mask. It is a total split-second moment. Hong Xin panics and activates her lightfoot skill, barely dodging his hand and leaping backward to escape. That crazy close call actually shakes her up. She wonders what just happened and how his speed could suddenly skyrocket out of nowhere like that. Before her brain can even process, Lee Jaha vanishes and appears right behind her. He is a total beast, but she is quick on her feet, pulling off a crazy dodge just in time. She unleashes a thick smoke screen right from her hand to completely blind Lee Jaha, using every dirty trick in the book. She lands right in front of Lee Jaha, who is currently trapped inside the thick smoke screen, totally blinding his vision. But Lee Jaha is a savage, lunging through the smoke and reaching for her. Her heart skips a beat, but she still manages to dodge with insane reflexes. She immediately activates her movement skills to back away, too scared to fight him head-on. Lee Jaha almost grabs her ankle, but barely misses, so close yet so far. She looks back at him with a cocky, challenging glare. He looks up without flinching, activating his energy absorption technique. In a flash, he snatches her leg out of midair, completely locking her in place. There is absolutely no running away now, sis. Refusing to back down, Hong Xin swings her other leg, aiming a brutal kick straight at his face to break free. But Lee Jaha locks her leg down, shutting down her struggle. He slams her entire body into the ground with zero mercy. She hits the dirt hard, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke clears, she pushes her hands against the ground to break her fall. Talk about struggling to survive. She trembles, putting so much pressure on her hands that the ground literally cracks. They just stare at each other in a heavy, suffocating silence. She does a slick handstand flip to spring backward, recovers beautifully, and charges right back at Lee Jaha. She winds up a punch glowing with heavy yellow energy, looking absolutely furious. Trust me, you and I are about to see if she can land this final desperate hit. Yo, stick with me because we are about to watch one insane showdown. Lee Jaha keeps his face stone cold, unleashing his ultimate soul-sucking cannon straight at Hong Shin. Caught completely off guard, she has zero time to react to this lethal strike. His signature move snatches her mask right off. With his other hand, he conjures a glowing red-orange energy sphere, ready to blast her into next week with pure destructive power. With her mask ripped away, her gorgeous face is finally revealed. But she is already taking the full force of Lee Jaha's attack, totally defenseless as her fate is sealed right here. Taking a direct hit, she flies backward covered in deep wounds and spitting blood, looking absolutely wrecked. She crashes hard into the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, while Lee Jaha stands tall holding her mask. The strong take it all, simple as that. She lies there knocked out cold on the ground, a total mess. Watching this crazy display of raw power, both the Kukbing and manager Byok are literally shaking in absolute terror. They are sweating bullets, straight up wetting their pants. Lee Jaha just smirks and says in a mocking tone, "Looks like I am the best. That victory was too easy, barely even a challenge." No cap. Hearing this, Kukbing, manager Byok, and the terrified onlookers stammer out, "We will clean up the arena right away. Please do not direct your anger at us, sir." Hearing their desperate pleas, Lee Jaha casually says, "Good to know you understand, nice and obedient." He barks orders at his underlings with total authority. "Go check if Hong Shin Than is awake yet, hurry up." Under the romantic cherry blossom tree, manager Byok scurries over to Hong Shin to assess the tense situation. Seeing her still knocked out, he nervously calls back, "Yes, right away, sect leader." The other lackeys timidly ask Lee Jaha with shaking voices, "Should we search her, boss? What if she is carrying contraband?" Now, don't blink because this next part shows how savage he can be. Reacting to their dumb question, he coldly tells them, "No, just leave her on a stretcher until midnight to teach her a lesson." The crew is utterly speechless. Like, what the heck? He then breaks down his brilliant Black Cat Gang philosophy. "My dear junior sister might try to rob our elixir room and loot the entire treasury before making her escape. She is totally untrustworthy. Though that would be useless against me, her scheme is way too amateur." Turning back to them, he commands with absolute authority, "But you all better stay sharp, do not let your guard down." His strict command shuts everyone up, leaving a tense, awkward silence hanging in the air. He adds with a stern warning, "Especially since we live in the underworld. Got it? Watch your backs." They dejectedly reply in a low voice, "Yes, we understand, sect leader." Suddenly, Hong Shin snaps awake, flying up with her lightfoot technique like a boss, and says arrogantly, "Senior brother, I learned a lot today, you really opened my eyes." She lands back down with her body completely battered, looking incredibly rough. But suddenly, she wipes her nose with her thumb and gives a mysterious smile, as if she is fully acknowledging his strength, which is totally wild. You and I both know how bizarre this looks, right? The crowd starts whispering, totally cringed out by her weird reaction. Man, this is straight up unreal. They turn their curious gaze to Lee Jaha. Even to Kukbin and manager Byok just grimace in silence, too scared to say a single word. They think to themselves, this guy is way too extra, he is on some god-tier power trip. He sighs, thinking that beautiful roses have thorns, and hot girls are always trouble, a timeless truth. Meanwhile, Hong Shin is tied to a pillar, looking completely helpless and slumped over, too exhausted to speak. Talk about falling off. She sits there with her mind spinning, her pressure points blocked, making her unable to move at all, which is sad. Powerless, she opens her eyes, seemingly deep in thought about something big. She starts analyzing the situation, remembering her fight with that mysterious guy from earlier. There is no way he is her senior brother. His powers, speech, and expressions are completely off. He is a straight-up fake. Hong Shin glares into his eyes, scowling with anger, as she realizes she should have noticed this sooner. She played herself. Right then, manager Byok walks in stroking his beard, trying to act all wise. Hong Shin looks up in surprise and asks, "Manager Byok, what are you doing here?" He approaches with crossed arms and says formally, "I am here on the sect leader's orders, so please excuse any rudeness and bear with me." Hong Shin scowls, her face twisted with pure murderous intent as she snaps, "Rude? What the hell are you talking about? Want me to end you?" Suddenly, a bunch of guys drop out of the sky and surround her, making the tension go sky high. Before she can process it, they start arranging themselves into a highly mysterious formation. Turns out they are just bringing in a chair with maximum extra drama, pure flex. Then they bow and make their exit. Manager Byok waves his hand and says dismissively, "Good job, dismiss." He sits down, pulling out a brush and paper, preparing to do something super important. He stares intently at Hong Shin with unreadable eyes, while she is totally clueless, sweating bullets as she nervously asks, "What on earth are you doing? Don't creep me out." He gives her a mysterious look and replies, "The boss ordered me to paint your portrait, and it has to be extremely detailed, down to the millimeter." Her jaw literally drops as she gasps, "What? A portrait?" He sighs casually and mutters, "An old geezer like me does not have many talents left. Obviously, I am here to paint. He is way scarier than you think, so stop scowling and let me finish this job in peace." Hong Shin glares in fury and screams, "Look at my messed up face. What is there to paint? Are you crazy?" He holds up his brush to measure her face proportions like a total pro. "Word on the street is you are a legendary thief, right?" He continues sizing her up, adding seriously, "If you do not cooperate and try to escape from our Black Cat Gang, I will have no choice but to hand you over to the Martial Arts Alliance. So watch your step." He measures every angle as she shifts around, then says in a gentle tone, "Please sit still. I will make sure this portrait is incredibly detailed." Hong Shin snaps back in anger. "Where the hell are you looking? Want me to gouge your eyes out?" He stops in his tracks, looking completely clueless. Huh? Does painting require staring? Must you look at a mountain to paint a mountain, or a river to paint a river? Where is the logic in that? And that is where we leave it for now. Glaring at him while sweating bullets, she screams in frustration. "Can you please stop doing that? Trust me, this wild ride is just getting started." "This is seriously getting on my nerves," he sighs, scowling with a whiny groan. "Yo, stick with me because this story is about to get wild." Rank-wise, Hong Shin is basically on par with the leader, but age-wise, I am definitely not vibing with her. She talks back with zero respect, which is mad annoying. Pure childish vibes. She just smirks right at his face, completely mocking him like, "What are you gonna do about it, old man? Come at me if you dare." But Manager Biok is not about to let a kid slide. He claps back with pure sarcasm, asking if he should draw some fake eyelashes on her. You know, to make her look all sparkly? He chuckles, totally teasing her. "Just kidding, I will draw fast, so stop scowling. Give us a smile to look pretty, will you?" He keeps sketching while whining about how he is only doing this to survive. It is all for a paycheck after all. Hong Shin just sits there, completely helpless and annoyed, thinking to herself that annoying old man is hopeless. Guess she has to deal with this trash luck. He keeps drawing, chatting casually. "You probably already realized it, right? Our main leader is actually dead." "Yeah, bad news." Hong Shin stays completely quiet, her face showing pure anxiety as her heart starts racing. But Manager Biok just continues. He bows his head, speaking in a dead serious tone. "I could not fight back or do anything. He got blasted into a wall, bones totally shattered, and then died. A straight-up tragedy." Hearing this, her eyes go wide, totally unable to believe what she is hearing. She stares at him in absolute shock, her head spinning. And look, pay attention here, because this is where things get super dark. Bitch mutters that Hong Shin is probably going to suffer the exact same brutal fate. "Prepare yourself." He warns her straight up. "So when the new boss gets here, you better behave. Do not do anything stupid." She just hangs her head in absolute soul-crushing despair, feeling completely trapped and hopeless. But bitch just keeps measuring her, sounding way too cheerful. "Nice, your posture is absolutely perfect. Now hold still for a second. We are almost done here." A few moments later, he finishes drawing her face and entire figure. No cap, the old man actually has some serious artistic skills. Bowing down, he hands the sketch to the sect leader, asking nervously, "So boss, how is it? Do you like it?" The leader snatches the drawing and glares. "So this is Hong Shin? Pretty basic, but it works." "Approved," he says coldly. Manager Biok practically shakes with relief, thanking him like his life depended on it. "Thank you so much, boss. I am incredibly grateful." The leader stares back and orders him, in case my dear junior sister gets cocky, make a bunch of copies. "We will send them to the Martial Arts Alliance and those noble clans putting out bounties. We might even score some extra cash. Total win-win." "Bitch bows." "No problem at all, boss. I will get right on it." Orders received. With that settled, the leader walks straight over to Hong Shin, making the tension skyrocket. She gets super defensive and demands, "Who even are you? Why are you here?" He flashes a shady smirk, playing mysterious. "Oh, so you are curious about me? Am I that rabbit guy?" "Guess." She fires back. "A mask cannot hide your real face. Who would be dumb enough to fake being the great Asura's disciple? Are you delusional? Can you even survive my master's wrath? Watch your back." He just laughs confidently. "If I were scared, I would not have started this." "Don't be so naive, junior sister." She snaps back, visibly irritated. "Do not call me that. It is so cringe." Z just smirks and claps back. "Should I call you thief instead?" She mumbles quietly, totally losing her attitude. But let's pause for a second, because here is where she asks the real question. "Why did you keep me alive? Speak up. If the money is right, I will totally work with you, fake senior brother. Money is everything to me, honestly." He folds his arms, completely serious, saying, "I plan to kill the great Asura. Huge goal." Hong Shin stares at him like he is completely out of his mind. Is he seriously that delusional? Sweating bullets, she warns him. "My master is on a whole different level than any fighter you have ever faced. You stand zero chance. Stop dreaming of the impossible." He shrugs it off, completely unbothered, and says, "I will look into that later. I only came to ask one simple thing. Do you want to betray the great Asura or not? Make your choice right now." Hong Shin snaps back instantly. "Just pay me and I am down." But she's still half doubting him, saying, "Honestly, I do not buy it. It sounds way too sketchy." She asks mockingly, "What is your deal anyway? Are you scared I will stab you in the back? How weak." Z threatens her coldly, saying, "Pavilion Master Shao is bringing poison. Guess who gets to drink? Get ready. Obviously, it is going to be you, junior sister. Fate decided it." Hearing this, she completely freezes up, sweating and too terrified to say a single word. Her face goes pale. She panics. Is this psycho seriously going to poison me? How brutal. Trembling, she tries to play nice, pleading, "Please, senior brother, do not. Just tell me what to do and I will follow it. Besides, you already have my drawing anyway, so let me slide." But he is not buying it at all. "No way, I do not trust you." Just then an ally interrupts them in a rush. "Boss, here's the purple river goo poison you asked for, fresh and ready." Hong Shin gets major chills just hearing the name of this creepy poison. The guy hands the sketchy pill to the boss. It looks incredibly dangerous. He commands, "Feed it to her, quick and clean." She stares at the toxic pill, completely terrified, her heart pounding. The guard shoves the poison pill right into her mouth. She struggles like crazy, shouting, "I am not eating this, no way." The subordinate looks worried. "Boss, she is refusing to swallow." "What do we do?" He replies, Just beat her up until she swallows it. Easy. The guy actually does it, and the pill gets forced down her throat. Talk about a brutal fate. But she is not going down without a fight. Defeated, she snaps. Fine, I swallowed it. Just tell me what you want from me. Spit it out. He lays down his terms. I will give you 10 days. Eliminate either Baekbak, Hwang-oh, or Nokchuk, and I will hand over the antidote. Don't sweat it. This is a death match between the divine generals anyway, so the great Asura won't execute you for it. She pauses to think. Those three are notorious for horrific crimes all over the martial world, from cold-blooded murder to robbery. The leader walks up to her, leaning in close. He mocks her. Aren't you literally a famous thief yourself? You are basically colleagues. Then he cuts her rope, saying, all right, you are free to go now. Stretching her limbs, she demands to know, who are you really? Are you with the Martial Arts Alliance? Spill it. He smirked, playing mysterious. I am from a nearby inn, just a mysterious guy. His lackey sweats, wondering why he leaked his identity so easily. And honestly, this leaves us with a massive cliffhanger. Yo, stick with me because this girl is about to make a pretty wild, chaotic move. After a tense silence, she sighs and says, fine, keep your secrets. First, I am gonna go off one of those 3 targets first, then we can talk. Peace out. The minion freaks out, staring at Hong Shin. No way she actually doubts us, right? Lee Jaha walks her a short way to the door. Watching Hong Shin leave, he calls out with genuine warmth, hey, watch your back out there, junior sister. It is dangerous. Every single choice is completely on you. Side with me or side with him, it is your call. Even if you snitch on me to the great Rakshasa, go right ahead. Your choice. Hong Shin has absolutely no clue what he is playing at. She asks him suspiciously, if you actually win this fake big brother, what is in it for me? Scratch my back, scratch yours, right? He shrugs it off casually. Nothing major, honestly. Just taking down a trash old master who trains young girls to go rob people. As for the murdering and looting part, I am putting an absolute end to all of it, period. Hong Shin stares back at him, totally silent with a super complicated look. Then she spins around, completely determined. I am out of here. Full of resolve. But his minion is sweating bullets. Boss, whipping up that fake purple river poison like that. Are you sure about this? It is incredibly dangerous. Hearing that, he asks, with deep suspicion, wait, how did you even make it? Spill it right now. The lackey mumbles back, I just mixed some heavy laxatives with digestive pills. Super simple, right? Lackey shudders, feeling pretty bad for Hong Shin. She sprinted off so fast, what if she explodes on the way? The fallout's gonna be ugly. Lee Jaha is deeply impressed. Master 2 is a total genius, honestly. Now, watch closely because Hong Shin is happily running off, totally clueless about the absolute horrifying nightmare that is about to hit her. Bad vibes all around. She is booking it like the wind, suddenly reaching a crowded area in a flash, when an unexpected signal makes her freeze in her tracks. Something is going down. Oh, big trouble. Hong Shin clutches her stomach, groaning. Is it that stupid poison pill? Damn it. She tries to hold it in, sweating buckets while running, helplessly screaming inside. Why did I have to swallow that crap because of that absolute lunatic? It is so unfair. She flashes back to his casual words about how it was nothing major, just taking down a trash master who trains young girls to rob people. The whole murdering and looting thing? He was going to put a final end to it, right then and there. Remembering his intense words, she wonders if he really risked his life to betray his master for that? That is pure insanity. The guy is a total lunatic, 0 sense. But suddenly her entire face starts to turn pale green like a sick banana leaf. Her stomach is doing some violent flips, making her break into cold sweats. Something is seriously wrong, and the warning signs are getting way worse. Hong Shin panics. Could this actually be? No, surely not. Definitely impossible. I must be imagining things. But right then, Hong Shin freezes, completely unable to take another step. The cramp hits hard. Writhing in pain, she closes her eyes, gritting her teeth in sheer panic. Diarrhea. It is actually happening. Oh, I am so dead. Clutching her stomach, she stumbles forward. Her stomach is screaming. This is definitely not normal. I cannot let it slip here. Not in public. Gasping for air, she whimpers in absolute desperation. Please, please, just let me hold it in. Please, just give me a break. Someone save me. Her vision is blurring, her head is spinning, and her face is a mask of pure, miserable agony. She stands frozen in absolute pathetic misery. It has officially reached the point of no return. Bystanders are starting to stare and judge her, making her die of pure embarrassment. She turns her head away in shame, trembling as she forces herself to keep moving. Hong Shin bites her lip, cursing her terrible luck. Why did this have to happen here of all places? She wobbles, clenching every muscle, pushing for just a little further. She needs a private spot, fast. Her legs feel like lead as she drags them along, looking completely defeated, shaking all over. Maybe if I focus my inner energy, I can hold it back. Worth a shot. Finally, she reaches a secluded dirt mound and lets out a massive, relieved sigh. Let us pause for a second because right then, her stomach starts gurgling like a boiling kettle. Absolute code red. Looks like I can finally let loose here. Thank goodness. But in the shadows, she senses someone approaching at insane speed. Definitely a top-tier master. More trouble is coming. Suddenly, a complete stranger leaps right over her head and lands in front of her. Hong Shin is completely frozen. It is the gentleman devil himself. He asks with genuine concern, Miss, what is wrong? You look incredibly pale. Are you okay? She is totally dazed, trembling as she stammers, poison. He cannot hear her properly and asks suspiciously, poison? Did you say you were poisoned? Hong Shin is mortified, sweating buckets in sheer embarrassment. What am I even saying? Why would I just blab to a random martial artist that I am poisoned? I am such an idiot. She clutches her stomach, lowering her head to mumble in a tiny voice, "Actually, I am just looking for a restroom. It is a major emergency." Hearing this, he strokes his chin. Tough situation. Time for him to play the hero. He bends down and says kindly, "Hop on my back. I was just heading to a nearby restaurant anyway. Finding a spot in these deep woods is impossible. So let me get you there fast. Do not worry at all." She stares at him, totally blank and confused before her face turns pale again. Clutching her stomach, she whimpers, "Please, just help me." She clenches every muscle and climbs onto his back, trying her absolute best. Despite her loudly gurgling stomach, she shows some absolutely superhuman endurance. Then, the gentleman devil unleashes his light footwork, dashing like the wind. He says reassuringly, "Just stay calm. No matter what the situation is, you must always keep a cool head. Stay relaxed." Hongshin nods weakly. "Okay, I got it." Then she thinks, wow, this insane speed, he is definitely a top-tier master. And his voice is actually pretty nice. Where does a young expert like him even come from? So mysterious. He leaps through the air, carrying her straight to the nearest restroom to handle her business. Truly thoughtful. He sets her down and she sprints off. He calls out behind her, "The restroom is right back there. Go quickly, do not be shy." Without a single word, she darts inside, dying of embarrassment. Sitting there, she bites her hand to muffle her tears. Finally, she is saved. She made it. But then she gets hit with pure shame. Why on earth is it making so much noise? This is so humiliating. Afterwards, she drags herself out, totally exhausted and too embarrassed to even look up. From dramatic panic to absolute embarrassment, she groans inside. "I can never show my face in public ever again." The noise was so loud, he definitely heard everything. She is dying of shame. Taking a deep breath, she slowly steps back inside. He asks with genuine worry, "Are you doing okay now? Is everything fine?" Hongshin clasps her hands and bows in deep gratitude. "Yes, thanks to you, I am completely fine. I will never forget your kindness." Right then, someone places a plate of food on the table, teasing, "You have some crazy luck. If you did not show up, this would be soup." And that is where we leave it, folks. Stick around for the next part. He smiles humbly, of course. Getting this lucky is a true blessing. Meanwhile, Hongshin points at the plate of mouth-watering spicy meat, desperately asking, "Yo, stick with me. We are starting this crazy ride," with her drooling over some food. She asks what it is, and he nonchalantly says it is pork bone, a local specialty. Shocked, she mutters, "Pork bones? That is so weird." Ma Gunja just keeps chewing, telling her it is incredibly delicious while she stares at it like a starving beast. Totally salivating. Seeing this, he generously offers, "Hey, do not just stare, grab a bite. No need to be polite." Hongshin shyly waves her hands, trying to act all modest. "No thanks, my stomach has been acting up lately," she declines. But Ma Gunja slides the plate right in front of her face, insisting she take a bite. She stares at those glorious pork bones, totally losing her battle with self-control. It looks so good, she thinks. One tiny bite will not hurt, right? Let us do this. But then she scratches her head, trying to play hard to get. "Seriously, I'm not even hungry," he just chuckles, telling her to stop worrying and dig in. That is all it takes. She instantly plops down, unable to resist. She takes a massive bite, stuffing her cheeks until her eyes light up in pure shock. "This is straight up God tier," she squeals. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper whispers in Ma Gunja's ear, asking how he knows her since they seem so incredibly close. Ma Gunja casually chews and says she is just his junior sister. Hearing this, Hongshin completely freezes up with a mouthful of unchewed meat. Mind blown. She starts shaking, realizing this voice sounds terrifyingly familiar. Pay attention here, because this is where she remembers the horror she just survived. Trembling, she stutters, "No way, this is impossible." Just then, Ma Gunja flips his hair like some anime heartthrob, laughing in absolute self-satisfaction. "What, did my good looks stun you?" "Totally normal," he brags. Suddenly, Hongshin realizes this brat actually carried her to the restroom. Oh my god, she completely freezes. Dizzy, she can barely even sit straight. And just like that, she completely passes out cold. She simply cannot accept this absolutely brutal and embarrassing reality. It is just too much to process. Ma Gunja stares at his pork bone, totally baffled. Why would she just faint upon seeing her senior brother? So weird. He has no clue what to do. One moment they are eating pork bones, and the next she is knocked out. Talk about an extremely awkward situation. Lee Jaha just stands there holding his meat, while Hongshin lies on the floor like a motionless rock. Deokso curiously asks, "Wait, are you the Black Cat leader now?" "That is crazy." Lee Jaha just gives a short nod, confirming it. Looking at the unconscious girl, he casually explains, she is actually one of the 12 divine generals. Her name is Hongshin, and her reputation is legit. Deokso finally gets it, realizing why he called her junior sister. "Ah, I see. In that case, you should treat her better. She is way too pretty for this treatment." Lee Jaha raises an eyebrow, asking, "Wait, do you have a crush on her already? Is it love at first sight?" Deokso blushes, but quickly denies it. "Shut up and stop talking nonsense. So stick with me on this one." He casually shrugs, like, if it is not, then why so tense? Lee Jaha seriously warns Hongshin, "You only have 10 days. Are you planning to sleep forever? Wake up already." She panics, jumping up and nervously blabbering, "No way, I will absolutely finish this before the 10-day deadline. Pinky promise." And of course, she does not forget to bow deeply to Dexiao, saying gratefully, "Thanks for the pork bones, they were literally delicious." He blushes, acting all humble. "Ah, it was nothing, no big deal, really." Dexiao blushes, flashing a bright, super friendly smile. "Hope to see you again soon." She forces a stiff, polite smile back. "Yeah, sure, see you around. Nice meeting you." Hongshin clutches her stomach and bolts out of there. Sweating buckets, her eyes are full of pure rage, totally salty. She remembers Lee Jaha raising his hand to signal if you pass 10 days, his cold face dripping with killing intent as he icily whispers, then you die, no second chances. Just thinking about that brutal threat makes shivers run down her spine, absolutely terrified. Watch closely, Hongshin sprints like crazy to get away from Lee Jaha as fast as possible, screaming, that psycho is way too scary. Oh my god, run for your life. Over here, De Xiao says goodbye with a sad sigh, leaving already so soon. Lee Jaha casually replies, yeah, it has been a while. Might as well take a walk to chill and relax a bit. He grins, super cheerful. All right then, take care of yourself, stay safe. Walking away, Lee Jaha starts pondering. It has been ages since he practiced Lightfoot arts. His body feels so light. Speaking of Lightfoot, it suddenly reminds him of his old Swift party days. Talk about nostalgia. Indeed. Past life memories rush back. In the martial world, barely anyone knew they even existed. They were an incredibly mysterious force shrouded in deep secrecy called the Swift Party. Only those with top-tier Lightfoot mastery could join their ranks in the martial world, a brutal requirement. These guys were basically obsessed freaks who trained Lightfoot like crazy, treating speed as a matter of life or death. No factions mattered, they only gathered to compete in brutal battles to the death. You and I both know this is insane. The title of #1 Fast Under Heaven is for the absolute speed demon, ranking their leaders as Swift Lord and Sect Master for ultimate glory. In his past life, he actually joined the Swift Party because his Lightfoot was pretty cracked, but in the end, he never managed to reach the Swift Lord rank. What a massive bummer. Thinking about this, he gets super hyped, hoping to meet the elite Speedmasters again, eagerly anticipating the clash. When Lee Jaha arrives, someone is already waiting right on time. Yan Cha-song spots him and happily welcomes him. Brother, you are finally here, I have been waiting. He fidgets, acting a bit shy. Is it cool if we call each other brothers here? Just to keep it chill. He replies gently, of course, make yourself comfortable. Yet Cha-song wants to double-check the rumors, asking hesitantly, Qingtai said you joined the Black Cat Gang, is that actually true? Lee Jaha immediately explains, casually saying, yeah, I sent that Black Cat boss straight to heaven, so now I have to take over his duties over there. Just a basic replacement job. He nods, finally getting the whole picture. Lee Jaha checks in on him, caring enough to ask, has anyone been causing any trouble for you guys lately? Did the Dark Heaven Castle make any moves? Any drama? He reports Advisor Sima has been leading patrols around. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what comes next. Stick with me. Yiliang County is totally locked down, super chill, and you can bet nobody dares to start any beef here. Lee Jaha replies, his voice low and contemplative. Ah, so Sima Fei is a familiar face. But check this out. He suddenly remembers someone else and asks curiously, what about Cha Song-tai? How is he doing lately? The mention makes the kid grin from ear to ear as he rambles. Lately, he's been sparring with wooden swords against Advisor Sima, claiming it's some sort of training, but he already lost 10 straight rounds. Trust me, this guy is a complete joke. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy story. He hypes it up, saying, low-key, this place became a super famous tourist spot because of that. Seriously hot. The big fight between strategist Sima and brother Cha Seong-tai drew massive crowds. Lee Jaha just scowls. A sect leader getting completely wrecked every single time? Bruh, that is so cringe and embarrassing. For real, such a major L, he tosses a small pouch over, acting generous. Here, take this tiny gift. Yan Jasong is super curious and shocked. Wait, what is this, bro? Unbelievable. He reaches inside and pulls out some shiny gold bars. Yo, this is straight gold. We are filthy rich. Jaha casually responds with peak generosity. Just keep it. You need to go grab some drinks and chill. You can't just grind 24/7. Humans need some downtime to decompress. Blushing hard, the kid feels too shy. But bro, this is way too much. I can't take this. Jaha spins around, shutting down any rejection. The lowdown sect has plenty of mouths to feed, so don't sweat it. I'm out. Later, bro. Yeon Jasong bows deeply, full of gratitude. Thanks a million. Have a safe trip. As Lee Jaha walks away, a simple, pure smile of happiness lingers on his face. But as he wanders deeper into the woods, a pack of sketchy, dangerous-looking thugs starts closing in on him. Uh-oh, things are about to get messy. Only a few steps separate them, but he just casually strolls past them. Totally zero cares given. Suddenly, Dako-sang glares and accidentally blabs his name out in shock. Lee Jaha, what the hell are you doing here? Hearing that, Jaha spins around with a razor-sharp glare. Dako-sang and his crew are practically radiating pure murderous intent. Now don't blink, because this gets extremely tense. That dumb lackey keeps staring at the paper, and then he casually blurts out that it really is Lee Jaha. No mistake. He struggles to match Jaha's face with a ridiculously distorted, ugly portrait. Looks like him, boss, but honestly this drawing is pure trash. Jaha spots it, asking sussly, are you guys from Black Heaven Fortress? What do you want? Highly guarded, Dako-sang stays tight-lipped, but his nervous henchman behind him whispers quietly, boss, what's the play? We didn't expect Lee Jaha to show up here. Didn't the intel say he's been constantly ghosting his usual spots? This is crazy. Jaha quickly decodes their moves. They heard he wasn't in Ilyang Prefecture, so they picked this exact time to strike. Talk about a calculated move. Truly the typical shady style of Black Heaven Fortress. Pin down the target and block all exits. Absolute snakes. Dako-sang turns on his heel with a deeply annoyed face, declaring, I am Dako-sang of the legendary Black Heaven Fortress. He switches to a heavy interrogating tone. You're the one who ruthlessly clapped No Ilsuk, Huang Guangyum, and Wu Jiangso, right? The Fortress Master put a 30 gold leaves bounty on your head. This hit was ordered by the Tiger Roar Gang and the Plum Blossom 3 Swords. The proof is rock solid. Dako-sang threatens him coldly. We only came to Ilyang Prefecture to post your wanted flyers. Let's give you a sneak peek. Prepare yourself. The lackey steps right up to him. Lee Jaha is on high alert, knowing that stuff handed over by underworld trash is usually toxic. Better safe than sorry. The thug holds out the paper, but Lee Jaha just stands there like a brick wall, completely ghosting him. The vibe instantly turns super awkward as neither of them— You and I both see how incredibly awkward this is, right? Neither side wants to move. The thugs are totally lost, wondering why he won't take it. Dako-sang finally intervenes, explaining, "Rumor had it you vanished from Ilyang Prefecture, so I had to track you down here. Didn't think we'd actually cross paths." He tries to negotiate, tempting him. "If you come to Black Heaven Fortress to clear this up, our master will make those other factions cancel the hit. Plus, you'll get a fat reward. It's a sweet deal." He presses tensely, testing him. "So what's it gonna be? Make your move." Lee Jaha just scoffs and mocks him. "Man, traveling all that way to talk just sounds like a massive drag. Way too annoying." Dako-sang snaps back, retorting, "Cut the act. We all know you're crazy good at this." Jaha sighs, "Lame excuses, dude." But deep down, he's feeling kinda weird today. Usually, dripping in blood after dropping some bodies doesn't make him feel anything at all. He notices this annoying shift in his heart, but sometimes he just doesn't feel like killing. He wants to keep a clear head, and today is one of those days. Why though? No idea. His face grows darker as he thinks. If his actions were actually normal and consistent, he wouldn't have been called the Lee Jaha in his past life. What to do? Now? What a headache. He abruptly turns his back, saying, "Meeting your master right now is a total buzzkill. I'll drop by later, so quit bugging me." Dako-sang completely shuts down his excuse, insisting, "You're coming with me right now. You don't have a choice." Lee Jaha's voice goes absolute sub-zero, and he mutters, "Your name is Dako-sang, right? I'll remember that." He turns back, pure murder in his eyes. "So you plan to die with your lackeys?" Pure foolishness. The thug leader grits his teeth in anger. "If you casually executed those guys like it was nothing, you owe us a proper explanation instead of running." Seeing Dako-sang lose his cool, his underlings behind him start shaking in their boots, completely terrified. The leader tries to stay calm, explaining, "Even if you kill all of us, it won't change anything whether you go to the fortress now or later. Either way, those angry factions will hunt you down. There is literally no escape." Dako-sang sighs, looking totally exhausted. "Honestly, I'm sick and tired of this entire mess too. It's so exhausting." Lee Jaha smirks, sizing him up. This guy really has zero survival instinct, total daredevil. He suddenly agrees, acting cool. "Fine, let's go. Have it your way." He takes a step forward, but his mind is racing. What a drag. In this life, I have to act under the mask of the Black Cat Pavilion. Cruel fate. But he knows one thing for sure. If he ever drops the mask, his life will end up exactly like his previous run as the Lee Jaha. No change. The crew floats peacefully down the Lilong River on a boat, the sunset casting beautiful glittering reflections across the water. Gorgeous views, honestly. Lee Jaha gazes at the distant misty mountains and waves goodbye dramatically. "Farewell, my homeland. I'm off to secure the bag. I'll return super rich soon. Catch you later." Dako-sang's lackeys stare at him, completely baffled. They don't get this guy at all. But Lee Jaha is deep in his roleplay, confidently muttering to himself, "Make sure to give me a grand welcome when I get back." Just a simple tavern errand boy leaving his hometown on a boat. Pretty legendary, right? And that's where we leave it. Everyone on this boat agrees on one thing: this dude is a total certified lunatic. Lee Jaha just side-eyes them on the left. "Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy story with the rudest thugs ever, starting with this guy scratching his nose. Look at his ugly crew on the right. They look absolutely disgusting. He roasts them without holding back, saying they look trash. Is this whole world just filled with ugly losers doing ugly things? It is honestly so disappointing." But deep down, he knew looks can lie. Some insanely gorgeous people do the most twisted psycho stuff, proving you can never judge a book by its cover. He remembered a hypocrite from his past life, the bright left envoy. That led him to his own little truth. Looks and being a bad person have zero connection. Yep, that is the truth. Lee Jaha asked them, super curious, "Why do all you guys look like clones? Seeing the same ugly faces daily must have messed up your DNA." "It is so weird." Dako-seong got pissed off, snapping back, "What do you mean similar?" But Lee Jaha just calmly explained like he was casually auctioning off some cheap slaves. He asked if their Black Heaven Castle also runs slave auctions. Hearing that, one of the captured guys got super embarrassed and started yelling back with a really angry voice. He barked at Lee Jaha to shut his mouth because it was annoying. Lee Jaha hated being interrupted, snapping back that he was not done, calling the guy a pathetic little rat. "If you want to survive, show some respect. What do you think when watching slave auctions? Speak up." The thug bragged, saying he just wanted to buy some slaves. Yeah, his dream was that simple, and the whole crew actually agreed. As soon as he said it, they all burst out laughing like a bunch of idiots. They kept laughing until Dako-seong snapped, yelling at them to shut up before he killed them all. That threat got them dead quiet, shaking in their boots. Dako-seong felt totally embarrassed. Their castle lord was a brilliant genius, yet these brainless lackeys could not read the room at all. What an absolute disaster of a crew. Lee Jaha did not even care, ignoring their drama. But suddenly Dako-seong turned to him and asked in a dead serious voice if he was going to save them. Watch closely here, because Lee Jaha just stared back with a cold face, totally ignoring him. It turns out he was drowning in a massive flood of chaotic memories. He wondered if leaving Yuryang County was bringing back his old crazy instincts. It was so confusing, and Lee Jaha really did not want to become that mad demon again. No way. Meanwhile, Dako-song was losing his patience, demanding an answer again. He needed to know if Lee Jaha was going to save them or just leave them there. Lee Jaha coldly laid down his terms. He said he would only save those who fought like absolute heroes and survived, nothing more, nothing less. Dako-seong got the message. His face went completely dark as he accepted the terms. Seeing his terrifying expression, his men started shaking and warned their captain to be extremely careful with his next move. Dako-seong stood up and drew his sword. Instantly, his crew got into fighting stances, ready to clash, but those low-level thugs were absolutely no match for him. Everywhere Dako-song dashed, bodies dropped. He was moving lightning fast. The boat turned into a bloody war zone, yet Lee Jaha just watched, staying insanely calm through the chaos. The Yuryong River quickly turned bright red with fresh blood as the entire crew got wiped out. Dako-song was panting heavily, completely drained of his energy. True to his word, Lee Jaha promised to save him. Hearing those reassuring words, Dako-seong collapsed onto the wooden deck, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Now that they survived, Lee Jaha started plotting to extract enemy intel. He casually dropped a bait, asking about the current situation at Black Heaven Castle, making the guy shake. That thug was shaking like a leaf, while our Lee Jaha looked like an absolute boss. His aura was insanely cool, proving he is not someone to mess with. But get this, Lee Jaha actually acted totally chill and gentle after that. The boat just kept speeding forward, gliding smoothly across the water toward their destination. Eventually, the ancient black sand castle appeared in the distance. Their guide pointed it out, loudly announcing their main stronghold, which immediately made Lee Jaha raise his guard. As soon as their boat docked, two guards armed to the teeth suddenly blocked their path, shouting at them to halt. It looked like trouble was already brewing. Dako-seong glared at them, snapping that he was delivering Lee Jaha under the castle lord's direct orders. Hearing that, the guards went pale and quickly cleared the way. He told Lee Jaha to follow him, totally calm. As they walked inside, Lee Jaha kept scanning his surroundings, carefully examining every detail of this massive enemy base. He spotted a sickly, thin woman desperately trying to shield her terrified child, who was shaking from pure fear. The sight was incredibly sad and hard to watch. Lee Jaha was surprised to see civilians in a place like this, but then it clicked. They were probably captured slaves. It was a brutal reality of this world. They headed straight toward a massive building. Seeing them approach, the gatekeeper rushed out like his life depended on it, asking what Captain Dako was doing there. Dako acted like a total boss, ordering the guard to tell the lord that he had delivered Lee Jaha. The guard just stood there, completely shocked and confused. He asked who this Lee Jaha guy even was. Dako-seong kept it brief and blunt, explaining that this was the beast who killed their team leader Wei. The guard's face went pale as a ghost, totally terrified. Then the heavy doors opened, revealing a huge crowd of people already gathered inside the main hall. Their leader was busy bragging about some nonsense. Lee Jaha took one look around the room and smirked with pure contempt, clearly looking down on all of them. He wondered why so many old geezers were still chasing power at their age. Dako-seong stepped forward, speaking in a super respectful, brown-nosing voice to his boss. He announced that they had brought Lee Jaha. Instantly, all the elders whipped their heads around, craving drama. The castle lord sat on his throne, looking very intimidating. His face was wrinkled like a raisin, staring intensely, but Lee Jaha did not care, casually walking up to one of the elders and bluntly telling him to move. The elder was just chillin', so he was shocked that some kid dared to be this disrespectful. He yelled out in disbelief, but Lee Jaha did not say a word. Instead, he just smacked him across the face. The elder could not even dodge, spinning like a top before crashing hard. The other elders were left utterly speechless. Their jaws hit the floor in shock, but nobody dared to speak up. Suddenly, a chair flew across the room like a rocket, landing right behind Lee Jaha. He sat down right in the middle of the hall, facing the castle lord like an absolute boss. But one hot-headed elder could not stand this disrespect. He roared, asking if Lee Jaha knew where he was, but the castle lord coldly ordered him to shut up, and the angry elder instantly quieted down. He sat back down, while everyone else stared at Lee Jaha like they wanted to eat him alive. Trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary face-off. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total badass mess with some corrupt bosses. This old guy starts sizing up Lee Jaha with this super annoying looking down at you tone, like he is trying to teach a life lesson. He says you killed 3 of our Hakthian castle guys because they burned your house, right? Lee Jaha just smirks. Yeah, pretty much. The Hakthian castle lord puts on this fake righteous face. Fine, our guys started it, so how about you just chop off 3 of your fingers and we call it even? And then you can leave. Our boy does not hold back and claps straight back. Who in their right mind would cut off body parts their parents worked so hard to make? The old man immediately changes his tune, sounding sweet as sugar. Okay, then swap 1 finger for 100 gold bars. Hakthian Castle will monitor this with interest for late payments. With that, he shouts out like he is launching some big operation. All his goons stand up at the exact same time, looking like programmed robots. One head goon bows. Great job, Castle Lord. The rest of the pack choruses the exact same thing right after. Lee Jaha just sneers, thinking to himself, are these clowns seriously trying to end this so easily on their own terms? This world is full of idiots. Everyone freezes when they hear his ultimate comeback. Too bad for you, I do not have any money, and even if I did, I would not give you a single cent. Hearing that, the elders turn absolutely red with rage. Their blood is literally boiling. The Hakthian Castle Lord tries to play tough, using his scary voice like he wants to eat Lee Jaha alive. He threatens him. We will get our money one way or another, so your family will have to pay for you. Got it? Lee Jaha just shrugs, totally chill and emotionless. I do not have a family. Then he casually mumbles something completely random, like, man, I really crave some noodles right now. The goons are completely lost, staring blankly. The castle lord tries a different angle, sounding like a sneaky old fox. If you have no family, then the people of Not Long County will pay for you instead. No big deal, right? Now pay attention here, because Lee Jaha looks super annoyed, like someone woke him up too early. Fine, let me lay down my verdict. With that, he lifts his leg, his voice turning cold as ice. Old man, you have a choice. Crawl over to my feet right now. His words are dripping with pure malice. Or everyone in this room dies today. The elders nearby start shaking like crazy, even though it is not even cold, looking like they are about to have a stroke. Dak Sin is completely shell-shocked, looking as pale as a dead body. Meanwhile, the Hakthian Castle Lord's face goes pitch black from pure, unadulterated fury. He looks terrifying. Dak Sin stands there staring at Lee Jaha's back like he is looking at some alien creature, whispering, has he completely lost his mind? His own face is dark with worry, stressing out big time. He just insulted all the elders, and now he is picking a fight with the Castle Lord himself. The kid is completely fearless. One elder loses his cool, his face turning bright red as he screams out, you arrogant little piece of trash. Do you even know where you are? With that, the entire crowd pulls out their weapons, ready to teach him a brutal lesson in manners. Lee Jaha remains completely unbothered, like he is just taking a casual stroll. He doesn't even say a word, just looking at them like they are circus clowns. Then he leaps up from his chair, standing straight as a ruler, showing absolutely zero fear. The Hakthian Castle Lord sneers with pure contempt, asking for a beatdown. You idiot, I gave you a chance, but it seems you will not shed a tear until you see your own coffin. Lee Jaha snaps right back without hesitation. You old fools are the stupid ones here. I offered you a way out, but you are still begging for death. Hearing this, Dak Sin just sighs in defeat. Let's pause for a second. Look at Dak Sin breaking out in a cold sweat. He has absolutely nothing left to say about this crazy guy. The Castle Lord's face goes dark, a storm brewing in his eyes as he glares with murderous intent. He commands his men from his high horse to slaughter him. As the order drops, the goons charge forward with their weapons like a pack of hungry wolves. Our boy simply slips to the side, dodging the elder's attack easily. Before the guy can even process what happened, Lee Jaha leaps high into the air, launching a powerful strike directly into the center of his chest. Taking the full force of that brutal punch, the elder gets sent flying like a broken kite. The second our hero lands, another guy charges like a maniac, swinging a heavy axe straight at him. Moving like a ghost, Lee Jaha dashes forward and blocks the incoming blade barehanded, stopping him dead in his tracks. With his free left hand, Lee Jaha throws another heavy punch right into the old man's face from a totally unexpected angle, catching him completely off guard. Right then, another trash mob tries to sneak attack him, hoping to gang up on him. But Lee Jaha spins, dodging the spear as it stabs empty air. This time, he channels his full inner power and unleashes a massive explosive energy blast. The poor target gets blasted backward like a soccer ball. One after another, they keep coming. A hidden weapons expert throws a bunch of flying daggers at him. Sensing the danger, Lee Jaha starts spinning his hands. Creating a swirling vortex of wind in front of him, he forms an invisible shield. His hands move faster and faster like a high-speed fan. The wind barrier gets tougher by the second, blocking every single incoming projectile like a solid brick wall. None of their little toys can get through. Everything they threw hits the shield and bounces straight back at them. Talk about instant karma. They basically ended up shooting themselves in the face with their own weapons. Two more guys leap from behind like moths to a flame. Suddenly, a sharp sword drops out of thin air, falling straight into Lee Jaha's hand. He catches it mid-air. His eyes are full of terrifying bloodlust, looking dangerous like a wild beast. He delivers a cold slash, a flash of white light cutting through. The two attackers get cut down instantly, collapsing on the floor like broken puppets. Blood splatters everywhere, spraying from the blade in a grim arc. With just one lethal slash, he sends both of them straight to the afterlife. His clean white robes are now stained with a fresh layer of deep red. Lee Jaha looks down at the fallen bodies with pure disgust, like they are nothing but trash, standing there like a grim reaper checking his harvest. The remaining elders are so terrified they do not even dare to breathe. Their faces go pale as paper. The Castle Lord's expression is uglier than ever. He can only glare in absolute rage, wanting to burn Lee Jaha alive. And trust me, you and I are about to witness the ultimate showdown next. Completely panicked, they stutter like headless chickens, totally losing their minds. What the hell is going on? The air gets so thick and suffocating you could cut it with a knife, like a massive storm is about to drop. Look at him. His terrifying aura radiates so hard those cowards only watch from afar, too scared to step close. Even Dako Seong is completely losing his mind over this insane pressure. The guy is totally lost in thought, his brain spinning from everything that just went down. But our Lee Jaha is not done trolling them yet, taunting them to come get some. What's wrong? You guys chicken out already. Facing him is like staring down death itself. The minions look like petrified mice in front of a cat, not one of them brave enough to speak. They stand dead silent like statues. But make no mistake, he has zero plans of showing mercy. The deadly glare in Lee Jaha's eyes gets even darker, cold and deep as an abyss. He taunts them with a smirk, completely playing with their heads. Fine, then I'll make the first move. Before they can even blink, he blitzes straight toward the spearman like a ghost. He swings his sword so fast it leaves nothing but a blurry, ghostly trail of light in the air. For someone of his level, this is absolutely child's play. The razor-sharp blade clean slices through the guy's neck, spraying blood everywhere in a savage display. Suddenly, some desperate fool tries to sneak attack Lee Jaha from behind like a suicidal moth. But it's like our guy has eyes in the back of his head. The assassin aims straight for his spine, but with a smooth god-tier spin, Lee Jaha completely dodges the strike. The blade slides harmlessly right under his arm. Instantly shifting his stance, Lee Jaha unleashes a devastating blast of internal energy right into the attacker's chest. Spin move. Lee Jaha pivots on his heel, lightning fast. Without a single second of hesitation, he unleashes another brutal slash at another enemy, giving them zero room to breathe. Realizing they have nowhere to run, the remaining mob charges Lee Jaha all at once, throwing everything they've got into a final, desperate, all-out assault. Now pay attention, because their sloppy moves are absolute jokes to him. Lee Jaha sees right through their trash synergy, instantly moving to put them in their place. He rains down a storm of razor-sharp slashes, and they drop like dominoes. Under his overwhelming raw power, their cheap weapons shatter like dry biscuits. Blood sprays everywhere, completely painting the courtyard in deep crimson. This insanely brutal, no-nonsense style of fighting has Dako Xiang literally shivering in absolute terror. The guy is pale as a ghost, totally shook. Even the Black Heaven Fort Master standing next to him is losing his cool, scowling heavily at the absolute carnage. He is completely speechless from shock. There is Lee Jaha standing casually amidst the screaming, bleeding bodies, clothes soaked in red, yet his face is still stone cold. He looks like a straight-up god of war descended to earth. Even though his own men are getting slaughtered, the Fort Master just sits there, completely unbothered. He is quiet as a stone statue. But then he drops his voice, sending actual chills down everyone's spines. "You all did well," he said. Lee Jaha immediately fires back, basically spitting in his face. "Sending your own loyal dogs to die just to say they did well? What kind of absolute garbage is that?" That trash talk hits the Fort Master like a bucket of ice water, completely breaking his composure. His eyes warp with pure rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Lee Jaha apart. He draws his weapons, two massive, wicked-looking twin swords that scream pure danger. Without another word, the old man's face turns dark as a storm. Crossing his blades, he unleashes a savage double slash straight at Lee Jaha, trying to shred him to pieces. But Lee Jaha is already locked in and ready to rumble. He swings back with absolute fury. Lee Jaha's crimson blood-colored blade collides head-on with the Master's twin swords, triggering a deafening, earth-shattering shockwave. The blast is so insane it kicks up a massive cloud of dust, completely blinding everyone. But the Fort Master is not done yet, immediately pushing his offense. You and I both know this old guy is deadly. He lunges forward with a vicious lethal strike, but Lee Jaha casually brings up his blade to block it. But the Master immediately pivots to a second strike, aiming a massive horizontal slash right at Lee Jaha's torso, trying to slice him clean in two. No way is Lee Jaha backing down. He blocks the strike head-on with zero fear. Their blades grind against each other once again in a brutal test of power. The screech of clashing metal is absolutely deafening, enough to pop your eardrums. Both of them are unleashing flurry after flurry of savage strikes, trying to overpower the other. The shockwaves from this fight are so heavy they make the air feel thick and suffocating. Nearby structures and pillars are literally cracking under the raw pressure. It looks like the whole place is about to cave in. Both fighters are pushing past their limits, eyes burning with pure hatred and the urge to murder. They are putting everything on the line, ready to settle this with one final killer strike. Lee Jaha charges up his blade, and the old master does the same. They unleash their ultimate moves for a final showdown. When their attacks collide, the sheer destructive force is so insane it literally shakes the earth beneath them. Thick smoke and dust explode everywhere. Poor Dako Xiang, who is just watching on the sidelines, has to cover his eyes in sheer terror, too scared to look. The clash is reaching its absolute peak, tearing the whole courtyard to pieces. It seriously looks like the end of the world is happening right here, right now. Neither fighter is giving an inch in this insane deadlock. But out of nowhere, the Master twists his twin blades into a vertical lock, trapping Lee Jaha's sword. He clamps down hard, putting Lee Jaha in a dangerous trap. The insane pressure is too much for Lee Jaha's blade, and with a loud crack, his sword shatters in two. Seeing his chance, the old villain immediately goes for the kill, aiming a lethal heavy strike to finish Lee Jaha off once and for all. But Lee Jaha is too quick, leaping high into the air to dodge the strike. Still, his eyes are burning with rage and he clicks his tongue in annoyance. He is seriously pissed about losing his weapon. But even looking at his shattered sword, he doesn't panic at all. His gaze remains ice-cold and focused. Meanwhile, the old master is grinning like a smug bastard, thinking he has won. He wastes no time, launching another heavy attack to press his advantage. "You are completely defenseless now, kid," the old man taunts. But Lee Jaha just effortlessly dodges the blow, opening his palm with a calm, smug expression. Suddenly, a bizarre, highly mysterious energy starts gathering right in his open hand. It is thick, unstable, and glowing with an eerie, unpredictable power. The energy forms a powerful, invisible vortex. Right before everyone's eyes, the shattered fragments of his sword start pulling back together like absolute magic. Dako Xiang is shaking, completely losing his mind. Is the sword repairing itself? Trust me, you and I are about to see things get even wilder. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this insane clash where blades are moving so fast they are just a blur. Lee Jaha is not backing down at all, throwing a massive smirk right at the Black Heaven Lord to mock him. He is like, "Who said I have no weapons left? I still got this." This completely shuts the old man up, leaving him totally speechless and looking stupidly confused. But he immediately spins his sword and charges straight at Lee Jaha to stop any counterattack. Lee Jaha does not lose a single drop of energy, instantly slashing back at the Black Heaven Lord without hesitation. Right after that, he unleashes a storm of 10,000 consecutive cuts. Every single strike is executed at mind-blowing speed, making everyone dizzy just watching this. The wooden floor was destroyed ages ago from the impact of this earth-shattering battle, looking like a total war zone. The fight is nowhere near over as they keep trading blow for blow, absolutely refusing to give an inch. Lee Jaha swings his sword upward, carving a gorgeous glowing line in the air. Even though his face is totally blank inside his head, he is actually kind of impressed by the Black Heaven Lord. He is thinking, this old guy can really fight, no cap. It is almost like Dako Sin spent 40 whole years training just for this moment. But the duel continues without a break as Lee Jaha thrusts his sword down at the old man. The Lord barely blocks it with his own blade, struggling hard to keep up. Trying to regain control, the old man swings a swift strike back, but our guy spins his blade and parries. He blocks it with absolute precision. The clash gets even more intense, both of them dead focused, while the sound of clashing metal echoes everywhere like a song of death. Now, pay attention here, because this battle is reaching a whole new level of crazy with weapons clashing everywhere like a symphony of death. Lee Jaha's eyes shift as if he just spotted something super important, thinking to himself that this old boss is definitely not at 100% health right now. The Black Heaven Lord keeps throwing attacks, but Lee Jaha quickly notices that his movements are getting super sloppy and completely out of rhythm. At the same time, the old man rushes forward, looking totally panicked and desperate as he pulls his sword back to take a wild swing at Lee Jaha. But our guy easily reads the opening. Noticing the old villain is literally gasping for air, Lee Jaha dashes straight into the strike, completely shutting down his offense. The Black Heaven Lord is finally running on empty, his heavy breathing sounding incredibly weak and exhausted. Spotting the perfect opening, Lee Jaha's eyes flash with absolute confidence. As the old man blade comes down, Lee Jaha casually blocks it without even breaking a sweat. With his eyes glowing red with bloodlust, he raises a hand like a grim reaper. Next, he spins his sword, creating a blinding silver light that forces the terrified lord to jump back. Before anyone can react, the old man starts scurrying away like a rat. Lee Jaha leaps right after him like lightning, unleashing another strike to keep the pressure on. The sheer power behind his blade is insane, forcing the Black Heaven Lord to block desperately. The old man looks absolutely pathetic trying to hold him off. The force is so heavy it drops the lord to his knees, unable to stand under the sheer pressure. His eyes are filled with pure panic as he grits his teeth to block the attack, looking completely miserable. The tables have officially turned in this fight. Lee Jaha presses down from above while the Black Heaven Lord can only pray and hold on, looking like a beaten dog with its tail tucked. Having zero intention of showing mercy, Lee Jaha's eyes go cold as he channels all his strength into a single devastating palm strike. That strike lands right on the Black Heaven Lord's chest, making him spit out a fountain of fresh blood and blasting him backward, completely broken. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, is this guy dead? That devastating palm strike literally hits the Black Heaven Lord so hard he coughs up blood. Lee Jaha spins his sword, locking onto his target to finish this. Swirling with massive energy, he throws his blade straight forward like a bolt of lightning. The old man's face twists in pure agony as blood spills from his mouth, looking absolutely wrecked. His eyes roll back from the intense pain, hovering right on the edge of death. He is totally covered in blood, with Lee Jaha's sword impaled deep into his chest. The impact sends him flying straight into the wall, shattering it with huge cracks. The violent crash drains whatever life he has left, making him spit up even more blood. The Black Heaven Lord is officially defeated, unable to move a single muscle. He just lies there wheezing out his final breath. Dako Sin is completely paralyzed with fear, staring at Lee Jaha without daring to make a single sound. The two remaining elders are also bleeding and broken, totally terrified of Lee Jaha's monster strength, not even dare to take a step closer. Lee Jaha casually walks over to the dying lord, his eyes sharp as daggers and burning with rage, clearly ready to put this guy in the ground. The old boss is losing his mind with fear, stammering like a helpless coward. Using his last bit of energy, he tries to bargain like a drowning man grabbing a straw. He gasps out, "If you spare me and heal my wounds, I swear I will make you the next Lord of Black Heaven. This is a win-win for you." Lee Jaha just stands there listening to this pathetic, slimy offer. The old man keeps going, trying to sound like he is doing our guy a massive favor. "All those other guys are idiots who need my leadership. If you kill me, you will get absolutely nothing from the Black Heaven Fort." But Lee Jaha does not feel a single shred of pity. He shuts him down immediately, saying, "You just do not want to die, so you talk too much." The old man's face goes pale, covered in cold sweat as his eyes shrink in horror. Lee Jaha angrily confronts him with absolute disgust in his voice. "You made your fortune off human trafficking and tormenting innocent people, and yet you still think you deserve to live a peaceful life." His cold, ruthless words leave the old villain completely silent and drowned in shame. "I have already killed way too many trash bags who begged for their lives just like you." Glowing red energy begins to gather in Lee Jaha's hand, looking incredibly lethal. He coldly decides the Black Heaven Lord's fate, telling him his victims are waiting on the other side. Go meet them. As his hand gets closer, the old man's face twists in pure terror, looking ready to cry. Dako Singe can only watch, his mind completely blank with dread. The room is now heavy with the smell of blood as the Black Heaven Lord draws his final breath, leaving a suffocating silence behind. Dako Singe's face is completely pale with dread, his mind entirely blank as the terrifying reality of the situation sinks in. And that is where we leave it today, with a room smelling like pure iron and a terrifying chill that lets you know the storm is far from over. Yo, you and I are about to watch this cold-blooded killer completely break the room. He turns around, blood-soaked face looking like a literal god of death. The survivors, shaking in their boots. Nobody wants to end up dead like the Black Heaven Lord. Their faces are pale as ghosts. Dako Song frowns, his voice cracking with pure tension. Lee Jaha, looks like you are going to have to take over as the next lord. Our guy just curls his finger, commanding Dako Seong with a chilling voice. Get over here right now. The dude obeys and steps forward without wasting a single second. Out of nowhere, Lee Jaha throws a massive punch straight into Dako Seong's face before he can even react. One single hit sends the guy crashing straight to the floor, looking absolutely pathetic and miserable. Lee Jaha reaches down, grabbing Dako Seong by his hair like a rag doll. He looks like total trash, one side of his face swollen red and blood dripping from his mouth. Lee Jaha leans in close, eyes burning with absolute rage. He glares at him with pure disgust and hatred, spitting out, "What the hell did you just say? You want me to be the Lord?" Inside Lee Jaha's head, a terrifying flash of killer intent sparks. His grip tightens on Dako Seong's skull like he is about to crush it. The dude desperately whimpers back, terrified and hopeless. You literally killed the old lord, so what other choice do we have? Lee Jaha freezes, his bloodlust fading as he recalls the former Black Heaven Lord's final words. Those guys are all idiots, so they need someone to lead them. Lost in thought, he realizes the dead guy was actually right. This is a real problem. He lets go and commands Dako Seong with supreme authority. Get all the high-ranking members to gather in the main hall right now, and get someone to patch up those lucky elders who managed to survive. After ordering them around, he turns to leave. Meanwhile, Dako Seong is cursing him out in his mind, face twisted in pure anger. Son of a gun, if only it was some martial arts group like the Black Cat Gang, I could easily control them. But Black Heaven Castle is mixed with commoners, making them impossible to read. Lee Jaha sits coldly on the Lord's throne in the center of the hall, looking insanely intimidating. He silently predicts that since he started killing, things are about to get wild. Now watch closely, because as the elders of the Black Heaven Castle gather, our bloody Lee Jaha is about to drop a bomb. Sitting regally on his throne, he speaks with supreme authority. To put it simply, he coldly states his terms. I am going to appoint a new lord, but all real power of Black Heaven Castle remains under my control. The crowd below just stares at him with totally blank, dumbfounded faces. They stay dead silent like actual stone statues. Ignoring their dumb looks, he turns to Dako Seong and announces with absolute authority that he will be the next lord. It is an absolute command with zero room for argument. Your first job as the new lord is to mobilize everyone to tear down the city walls. Dako Seong frowns, completely baffled. He asks in sheer disbelief and confusion, "We are starting by destroying the castle walls? Why on earth would we do that?" Lee Jaha is not amused. He snaps back with pure annoyance and irritation. "Do I really need to explain myself to you?" Nobody dares to argue, instantly submitting. "Yes, Lord." Shaking with fear, they agree. Resting his chin on his hand, he coldly explains to the clueless crowd. "You guys probably think those walls keep you safe, right? But let me tell you, they do absolutely nothing against real martial artists. The former lord's blood-stained twin swords lie nearby, as if echoing his dark point. Even your powerful Black Heaven Lord couldn't save his own skin." The entire hall goes dead silent, waiting for Lee Jaha's next words without daring to make a peep. He continues in an intimidating tone. "Living locked up like cowards and avoiding the outside world is a massive disadvantage. That is why we are changing things, got it?" But the elders still look totally clueless, staring blankly at his throne. Honestly, looking at their stupid faces, you and I can already feel his massive headache. He looks at one group, then turns to another, but none of them look any brighter. Lee Jaha is deeply questioning if they even have a single brain cell. He asks himself in total, hopeless despair, do they even understand a word I am saying? Looking at these useless clowns, his face darkens with pure disappointment. He sighs heavily. Massaging his temples, he gives them their orders anyway. Just start with tearing down the walls. The world is way bigger than this tiny castle. The dumb elders nod and reply in complete confusion. Yes, sir. He is losing his mind with these people, so he drops a chilling threat to set them straight. Next time I come back, are you guys still going to be running those illegal slave trades and gambling dens? As he speaks, a freezing aura erupts from his body. He directs his terrifying killer intent straight toward Dako Seong. The dude flinches as Lee Jaha continues to threaten them, his voice filled with absolute malice. Because that kind of trashy business goes against my morals. Yes, my own morals. He points a finger at the guy, his face looking completely dark and sinister. So I will personally execute you first, Dako Seong, and anyone else involved is going to die too. Got a problem with that? He challenges them arrogantly. Dako Seong and the elders instantly freeze in terror, too scared to even breathe. Lee Jaha's face goes dark as he lets out a wicked, terrifying smile. If you end up in hell, make sure to say hi to your former Black Heaven Lord for me. With just a few words, he completely paralyzes the entire hall. But then one brave but foolish elder raises his hand, asking hesitantly, could you maybe tell us more specifically how we are supposed to do that? This incredibly dumb question instantly ruins Lee Jaha's mood, bringing dark clouds over his head. He snaps back with pure annoyance. I literally just explained everything. Do you actually need me to spell it out? Were you even listening? Gritting his teeth in frustration, he yells, use your brain! Don't make me repeat myself. He continues to tear into the guy right in front of everyone. If you can't even handle this, just go die in a corner. That was a stupid question. The elder pouts, keeping his mouth shut out of fear. Lee Jaha sighs in deep disappointment. How the hell did this organization even grow with clowns like you? He turns back to the entire crowd with a strict, commanding expression. Listen up. Figure out the details on your own and just get the job done. He is seriously done dealing with these guys. Lee Jaha mutters under his breath, completely exhausted by their sheer lack of common sense. If you dummies cannot even handle a simple task like this, then you have got no business being in my new world order. They all stare back in terrified silence, which only pisses him off even more. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Trust me, you and I would lose our minds here. Are you guys mute? He snaps and they whisper back, shaking in fear as our Lee Jaha rants about their trash name. It is annoying. Just drop that Black Heaven Castle name, pick something fresh and report back. Do not put black in it either. Flexing our dark side is not even cool. Then, some dumb minion actually raises his hand in the hall, asking like a total idiot. Can we use white instead? Our guy whips around, glaring at him with pure rage. He is totally pissed. White? Are you in some righteous faction or what? The guy shrinks back, trembling as he squeaks out that no, that is definitely not the case. That dumb answer just triggers him more. If you knew that, why even ask? Quit acting like we are the good guys. Name this gang something that actually makes sense. But the idiot stubbornly raises his hand again. Lee Jaha completely loses his patience and barks at him. Do not ask another single question until this meeting is over. The minion hangs his head, mumbling a sad, okay. Our Lee Jaha facepalms, completely exhausted. Oh my god, let us just cut all these dumb rules down to 3. He facepalms, sighing in pure frustration. Seriously, let us just cut all these useless rules down to 3. But another elder pipes up, sounding incredibly shocked and confused. We have over 100 rules and you want only 3? Our guy is actually stunned by that. Over 100? That is a ridiculous amount of crap to memorize. So he just makes an executive decision. Look, just start with 3. If there is some super important stuff, you guys can huddle up and figure it out together. Then he remembers something else. Oh, and make sure to scrap those trash toll fees and release everyone we captured. Get on that right now. Burn all the records of that shady business. Open up the old leader's vault and do not let anyone steal a single coin from it. The minions sitting below are dead silent, totally shocked by his orders. Nobody dares to utter a word. Whether they get it or not, he keeps dropping commands with absolute authority. Use that money to help struggling folks around here and build some decent houses. Make sure you hire real professionals from the outside to do the work. Got it. But the crowd just stares back with massive question marks on their faces, looking incredibly lost and pathetic. They clearly have zero clue. They look completely clueless. Now here is the part you need to watch. He loses his patience at their silence, asking, what is this vibe? The minion stammers in fear. Well, that is exactly what Captain Dako Singh used to say back then. It is not identical, but pretty close. He turns to ask the other guys. Right? You all heard him say that, right? The guy sitting across from him mumbles back, totally unsure, saying they might have heard it once or twice. Lee Jaha keeps a totally blank face, resting his chin on his hand while staring silently at Dako Singh. When their eyes meet, the captain just frowns, looking incredibly annoyed. The tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife as they stare each other down. Our guy delivers a cold warning, telling him to get the job done right. Dako Singh looks incredibly stiff as he reluctantly nods in agreement. All right, he commands the guards to bring him some fresh robes. This current set is drenched in blood and needs to be thrown out. By nightfall, the sky is glowing with beautiful shimmering stars. Suddenly, a mysterious, shady figure steps right up to the massive front gate. The guard on duty hears the noise, instantly spinning around to bark a warning. Who goes there? He is totally on high alert. Lee Jaha just stands there with his hands behind his back, proudly declaring that their boss has finally returned. Hearing that powerful voice, the guard instantly starts shaking in absolute terror, too scared to even breathe. Both gatekeepers quickly bow down, nervously asking if the master has indeed returned. He just shrugs with a cold, yeah. Walking inside, he looks around, wondering why the place is so dead quiet. Did everyone slack off while he was gone? Hearing his voice, Manager Bayok comes running over, clutching his ledgers, looking incredibly relieved and excited to see him. You are finally back, sir? Our guy frowns, clearly annoyed by the silence. What is with the ghost town vibe? No training? Manager Bayok bows deeply, speaking with respect. It is not that, sir. Has Kim Hui arrived? He asks, totally taken aback. Did that guy from the 12 Divine Generals actually show up? The manager nods with a tense, worried face. Yes. Our guy starts walking over, racking his brain to recall what the book said about him. As he walks over, we are about to find out how crazy this guy is. He remembers the book saying Kim Hui is a total glutton, ranked 7th or 8th in strength. He imagines some fat dude wearing a bizarre pig mask looking completely ridiculous. Supposedly, the great Asura took him in purely for his insane raw strength. Then he envisions a literal mountain of gold, which looks incredibly tempting. See, the fat guy actually started out in a wealthy merchant caravan. Our guy pictures the scene of the great Asura recruiting this kid, concluding that this glutton is basically the ultimate cash cow for their master. He slides the door open, stepping inside looking totally chill. Sitting right there is this massive fat guy, aggressively stuffing a chicken leg down his throat. The table is loaded with a crazy feast of high-end food looking wildly expensive. Kim Hui is living his best life, shoveling food in like a beast. But when our Lee Jaha suddenly walks in, the fat guy freezes mid-bite, totally confused. They both stare each other down in complete silence. The vibe in the room instantly gets incredibly tense. Then the glutton opens his mouth, sounding super arrogant. "Hey, fetch me some water, will you?" That absolute disrespect makes our guy's face drop. His fists clench tight in pure anger. He stays quiet, but his eyes are radiating deadly killing intent. The entire room turns ice cold, feeling like an explosion is about to happen. The fat guy gets visibly annoyed, barking orders at our Lee Jaha. "What are you waiting for? I told you to bring me water." Our guy calmly raises his hand, grabs the pitcher from the table, and walks over. Keeping a totally blank face, he pours the water into the guy's cup. He starts silently sizing him up, showing absolutely no emotion on his face. He glares at him, realizing this glutton has zero respect for the Black Cat gang. The fat guy just chugs the water down and starts talking. He asks, "I have never seen you around. Do you know where your boss went?" Our guy stays quiet, but trust me, you and I know he's about to get wrecked. Alright, you and I are back in the action as Lee Jaha mentally roasts this clown. Ascended, more like dead. He turns to leave, leaving Gum Hyuk totally shocked. The guy is absolutely fuming, trash-talking him with pure salt. "What's your deal, you useless trash? If this place wasn't the Black Cat sect, you would already be dead." Stepping outside, Lee Jaha bumps into Manager Piek, who bows deeply with ultimate respect. "Sect leader, I prepared some fresh clothes for you. Figured you would need a new fit." Meanwhile, Goom Hyuk finishes stuffing his face and lets out a massive, disrespectful grunt. Zero manners, honestly. But then he hears a noise outside and looks up. Lee Jaha walks back in, rocking a fresh outfit and the terrifying Black Cat sect leader mask. He looks absolutely menacing, radiating heavy boss energy that completely dominates the room. Seeing the mask, Goom Hyuk immediately flips his attitude, acting all friendly and fake. "Senior brother Ma, man, it has been a minute since we last hung out, right?" Lee Jaha ignores his fake energy, asking with zero care in his voice. "What do you want?" The pig-faced Jim Hyuk looks instantly annoyed and snaps back at him. He's totally pissed. In his mind, Lee Jaha is just calling him a pig. Like, obviously. Aloud, he casually asks, "Is there some kind of business we need to discuss?" Goom Hyuk gets dead serious, pitching a new deal. "Listen, I found a merchant group selling top-tier elixirs. Plus, Senior Brother Chu is arriving in a couple of days. So I want to sell them at a massive discount. What do you say?" Now stick with me here, because this deal sounds way too good to be true. He asks, "What kind of herbs are we talking about?" Goom Hyuk confidently smirks, 400-year-old white flame grass. Insane, right? Lee Jaha just stares at him. "How much?" Hyuk slides his goofy pig mask back on, looking completely ridiculous. He holds up 5 fingers. "We've done plenty of business together, so how about 50 gold taels for 10 boxes of premium white flame grass?" Lee Jaha is not thrilled about the price, but he reluctantly agrees to the terms anyway. "Just bring them here." Having secured the deal, the greedy pig replies with an arrogant, smug grin, totally looking down on him. "Smart choice, Senior Brother. Forgive me, but if you had rejected my offer, I would have just traded with Senior Brother Chu instead." Guillaume Hyuk happily leaves while Lee Jaha glares at his back. He mutters, "Selling to others if it doesn't fit his terms? What a trash brotherly bond." Guillaume Hyuk is long gone, but Lee Jaha is still pondering the deal. 50 gold taels, huh? He closes his eyes, thinking it over. It is definitely on the pricey side, but at least this elixir is incredibly easy to use. He starts calculating his finances. If he ignores the wealth of Yuryang County and the Black Cat sect, he is basically broke, not a single coin to his name. Either I have money or I don't. He opens his eyes, deciding to stop overthinking. Lee Jaha makes the ultimate call. As long as his mind is peaceful, who cares? Later, in a dimly lit room, Guillaume Hyuk stands opposite Lee Jaha and Manager Piek. The atmosphere is thick with tension as they prepare to inspect the goods. Inside the box sits the premium herbs, looking incredibly rare and shiny. Guillaume Hyuk immediately starts bragging, showing off like he's the greatest merchant alive. "These are super hard to preserve, so use them fast." Now, you and I both know Lee Jaha isn't one to wait. He literally just grabs one. He shoves the entire herb into his mouth, looking completely casual. Guillaume Hyuk is stunned, asking with wide eyes, "Well, how is it?" Lee Jaha just shrugs. He acts totally indifferent, saying it's fine. Guillaume Hyuk gasps in surprise. "Oh, you seem so confident. Have you actually eaten white flame grass before?" Chewing on it, Lee Jaha recalls eating tons of this stuff in his past life. The only difference was those herbs were only 100 years old. He looks at the glowing box, thinking, yeah, premium grade hits way different. Lee Jaha turns to the old man and commands with absolute authority. "Manager Piek, come take a look at this." The old man is startled, asking, "Wait, really?" Guillaume Hyuk looks incredibly suspicious and questions him. Does this old guy even know anything about herbs? Lee Jaha smirks, highly confident. "Are you seriously trying to look down on Manager Piek right now?" Guillaume Hyuk backtracks, realizing he messed up. "My bad, I guess I spoke out of turn." Lee Jaha proudly gives a thumbs up, pointing directly at Manager Piek. This man was a legendary powerhouse 30 years before he even joined the underworld. Hearing this, Manager Piek bows respectfully to Guillaume Hyuk. While Piek bows, Lee Jaha keeps hyping him up like a proud dad. He is literally a legendary master of appraising top-tier spiritual herbs. He showers him with praise, calling him a herb expert and an absolute genius. Suddenly, a bright golden aura erupts around Manager Piek. He looks incredibly profound. Lee Jaha continues the hype train, calling him an all-knowing master of medicine. Piet can barely keep a straight face and sighs. He tries to stay humble, but Lee Jaha is still rambling, claiming the old man can literally smell elixirs from 100 miles away. Ignoring Guillaume Yok's stunned face, he continues praising the legendary herb expert of the martial world. With the most dramatic voice possible, he makes his claim. That is the one and only manager Piek, the old man bows humbly, replying with ultimate respect, "My lord, you praise me far too much." Guillaume Hyuk is completely bewildered by this entire performance. He awkwardly stammers out a response, totally thrown off. "Oh, I see. That is pretty cool." Manager Piek pulls on a pair of sleek gloves, speaking with professional confidence. "Very well, let me begin the inspection then." The box of white flame grass is opened, releasing a gorgeous glowing aura. Piek slowly waves his hand, gently wafting the sweet aroma toward his nose. He acts incredibly professional, closing his eyes to deeply inhale the scent with absolute bliss. The man is totally lost in the fragrance. He adjusts his posture, examining the white flame grass with extreme precision. Finally, he bows respectfully to Lee Jaha to deliver his official report. First off, all three boxes smell absolutely genuine, but if you look really closely at the roots, they definitely have a major flaw. Piek analyzes the details, pointing out that the root joints were sloppily ripped apart. His eyes flash with a sharp, piercing glare. It looks as if someone literally bit them. Hearing this, Guillaume Hyuk flinches hard. Trust me, his guilty face tells us everything we need to know. Caught red-handed, he snaps, screaming in a furious rage. "Are you accusing me of something? Just tell me if the damn grass is real or fake." "All right, you and I are jumping right into a wild deal." Manager Byok bows respectfully to Kim Hoi, calmly saying 50 gold taels is already a massive compromise. He turns to report to Lee Jaha with absolute seriousness, confirming that this is indeed white flame herb, a legendary drug that is extremely rare to find. Our Lee Jaha lazily shrugs and just says, "Is that so?" Manager Byok immediately continues his detailed breakdown, explaining just how insanely valuable this stuff really is. He explains that transport is brutal, making just 5 stocks worth nearly 100 gold taels. Hearing this, Kim Hoi bursts into a smug, self-satisfied laugh. "Chief bitch, I thought you were clueless, but you actually know your stuff," Kim Hoi brags, completely unaware that he is being played like a cheap fiddle. Lee Jaha does not care to chat. He coldly orders them to check the cash and pack it up, as Kim Hoi opens a wooden chest packed with shiny gold. The bright, sparkling gold blocks look absolutely delicious. Grinning like a maniac, Kim Hoi nods in satisfaction, muttering that it looks like more than enough before turning around. He barks orders to his lackeys to load the gold onto the carriage right now, and his servant quickly obeys with a respectful, "Yes, sir, boss." Kim Hoi suddenly notices Lee Jaha straight up devouring the precious herbs raw like a maniac. He stares in confusion, wondering why the guy is eating them so casually. "Are you seriously eating that right now?" he asks, shocked. "No matter how rushed you are, you should at least meditate and regulate your chi first, right?" Ignoring the kid, Lee Jaha secretly gloats. Thanks to the Sky Jade, he can eat these godly herbs without meditating. The artifact just absorbs and stores all the energy. When he needs power, he just draws it from the Sky Jade. "Trust me, you and I are looking at the only monster alive who can train like this." Kim Hoi turns to Manager Byok, acting all caring and warning him that Brother Ma will likely be busy meditating all day to absorb that wild energy. "So double the security and stay on high alert," he orders. Bitch plays along flawlessly, bowing low and promising he will keep the place tightly guarded. Kim Hoi bids a friendly farewell, shouting, "See you later, Brother Ma." Without even waiting for a reply, the smug kid quickly rushes out to his carriage. The moment he is gone, Manager Byok drops his act and looks at our Lee Jaha with sheer panic, asking if he is okay and needs to meditate. There is absolutely no need to wear this disguise anymore. Removing his ridiculous cat mask, he calmly talks to the chief manager like nothing happened. "I am completely fine. How are the other boys doing?" he asks. Meanwhile, deep in the dark woods, 2 top-tier martial artists are lurking, ready to strike. Chief Bitch reports that shadow guards have set up positions all along Kim Hoi's escape route, plotting a perfect ambush that the brat will never see coming. "Our men are already waiting in position," the manager whispers nervously. Hearing this, our Lee Jaha lets out a chilling, villainous smirk that would freeze your blood. "Excellent. Make sure you search every inch of that carriage and grab all that gold," Lee Jaha orders confidently. Bitch bows respectfully, promising it will be done. But suddenly, the mood shifts. Lee Jaha turns back with a dead serious expression, warning his manager that this is no ordinary, run-of-the-mill heist. "We must secure that gold using every ounce of our strength, spirit, and skill," he demands. Hearing this, Chief Bitch's eyes start glowing with intense fire. He is completely hyped up by his master's words, radiating a powerful, badass aura. Bowing low, he declares that he perfectly understands the mission. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha stares silently into the dark night, watching the distant carriage carrying his junior brother. "Just you wait, little brother," he thinks with a cold stare. "I will see you very soon," he whispers. Now let's pause. Chief Bitch looks out at the moonlit yard, remembering a question he recently asked our Lee Jaha. "Why exactly do you want to beat up the Divine General, anyway?" The Lee Jaha had coldly replied that there were many reasons, starting with stealing his cash. Chief Bitch nods, understanding. Then Lee Jaha lists another crime, complaining that the brat dared to talk down to him and demanded he bring him drinking water. Bitch is shocked that the kid was that disrespectful. Lee Jaha then adds another petty grievance, noting that the brat did not even pay for his food. and he only ordered the most expensive luxury dishes. Bitch agrees. Lee Jaha scowls, getting even angrier that a junior brother dared to act so high and mighty. Basically, there are plenty of reasons to beat that brat into a pulp. Bitch stares at his leader with sparkling eyes filled with absolute respect and awe. The loyal manager can only let out an emotional sigh of admiration. Meanwhile, a massive carriage is speeding down the dark dirt road, kicking up giant clouds of dust. Inside the carriage, Kim Hoi rests his chin on his hand, listening to his lackey praise him, saying everything is going exactly as the young master planned. The smug noble villain starts grinning, discussing his next devious plan to sell off more delivery routes to another rival gang to make a massive fortune. With all that sweet cash, I can live like a king, and those fools will never even realize how they got totally ruined. Kim Hoi laughs greedily. But suddenly, something terrifying blocks the path, spooking the horses. The driver panics, desperately pulling the reins to try and control the wild, screaming beasts. The entire carriage violently shakes, throwing everyone around inside. The wheel slams hard into something on the road, causing the heavy wooden carriage to swerve wildly. Kim Hoi bangs his head hard, screaming in absolute rage while holding his giant bump. His guard pokes his head out, furiously screaming at the driver. Ahead, another carriage is parked dead in the center of the road, with some random guys casually trying to fix a broken, detached wooden wheel. The guard gasps in confusion. Inside, Kim Hoi is absolutely losing his mind, screaming that they should have pulled over to the side of the road. The guard promises to go handle it. Still annoyed, Kim Hoi barks an order to go over there and slap that idiot driver right in the face. The guard marches over to start a fight, hearing the other carriage driver desperately pleading for just a few minutes so they can finish their repairs. The driver calmly explains they did not block the road on purpose, but the arrogant guard suddenly delivers a brutal, heavy punch straight to his face. Not satisfied, the thug starts beating up the rest of the workers. But suddenly, a mysterious dark shadow leaps high up into the night sky. How dare you trash block our master's way, the thug barks. But you and I know his reign of terror ends now as Lee Jaha strikes like lightning. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal beatdown. Before Kim Hoi's lackey can even make a move, Lee Jaha lands a savage kick straight to his back, blasting him face first into a tree. Standing tall, Lee Jaha stares down at the wrecked goon slumped against the trunk. Looking effortlessly cool and righteous, he demands to know why they dared to lay a finger on the harmless carriage drivers of the Hao sect. His two bruised and battered elites quickly chimed in to clarify, saying, "Boss, we were just pretending to be simple drivers." Lee Jaha casually replies with a simple, "Ah, right." Meanwhile, Kim Hoi steps out of the carriage. Recognizing Lee Jaha, he yells, "Aren't you that lowly servant from earlier?" From behind his pig mask, he demands to know what the hell he's doing. Completely unfazed, our Lee Jaha shoots back, asking why he even cares about what a mere servant is up to. Losing his mind with rage, Kim Hoi barks, "What did you say? Do you seriously think I will let you slide just because you serve my senior brother?" The Lee Jaha responds with dead silence and a glare of pure unfiltered contempt. Kim Hoi freezes, totally shocked. What is up with this trashy servant's cocky attitude? The tension thickens as they lock eyes in a silent standoff. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Kim Hoi's head, so this was all a setup. He gets into a battle stance. Boasting with supreme arrogance, he brags, "You probably don't know this, but I'm a disciple of Master De Ra Sat, and an elite member of the Guillaume San merchant group." He throws in a heavy threat, warning that if they are Mao's underlings, the entire Black Mao sect will face the absolute wrath of his powerful master. Grit-teething, he growls, "Our merchant group will track down whoever paid you to pull off this stunt. Who hired you?" He points directly at Lee Jaha with absolute certainty, adding, "You clearly aren't a servant, but you're not even worth my time or money to investigate anyway." But Lee Jaha couldn't care less about these empty threats. He casually steps forward, muttering, "Investigator don't, who cares?" Shook by his insane audacity, Kim Hoi drops into a stance, channeling his inner energy to the absolute max. Now watch this, because this clash is about to go crazy. Massive power erupts from both sides, lighting up the sky as their energy blasts hurtle toward each other. As the distance shrinks, the sheer pressure of their colliding forces intensifies. The ground beneath their feet begins to crack and crumble from the shockwaves. Kim Hoi is visibly rattled by the sheer scale of his opponent's power. Meanwhile, our hero's eyes remain icy cold, filled with nothing but absolute disgust. They keep pouring everything into this brutal clash, creating a blinding flash between them. Sand and dust whip up wildly, tearing at their clothes as the storm rages. Suddenly, Kim Hoi lets out a smug smirk. Pushing more energy into his hands, he starts trash-talking. "You stupid idiot, do you really think you can match me? I've swallowed countless rare elixirs bought with merchant group money. You think your basic internal energy can beat mine?" But Lee Jaha remains completely unfazed by the insults. A brilliant golden light radiates around Kim Hoi as he continues to brag. "When it comes to raw internal energy, I don't care which disciple of J. Ra Sat it is, I will never lose." But right as those words leave his mouth, something totally unexpected happens. He flinches in pure shock, his eyes widening. Right in front of him, Lee Jaha effortlessly blocks his ultimate strike with a single bare hand, his face completely calm and showing zero signs of struggle. Lee Jaha wonders to himself if this is the power of the Heavenly Pearl. Kim Hoi's energy is flowing out rapidly, but then something even weirder happens. Spirals of crimson energy wrap tightly around Kim Hoi's arm. Lee Jaha begins to feel it. Raw, red energy surges through his own veins as the absorption begins. you and I both know what's happening here. He's literally draining his enemy's power. Kim Hoi realizes he's in deep trouble, unable to hide his mounting panic. He freaks out, wondering how his energy is slipping away. As the red aura tightens its grip on his arm, he realizes he's completely helpless and trapped. Desperately, he tries to push him away, screaming, "Get off me!" The clash of their forces triggers a massive explosion, leaving a giant crater in the ground. A huge crack splits across Kim Hoi's pig mask. Behind it, his smug confidence evaporates instantly as he realizes he can't break free from this terrifying grip. Lee Jaha keeps up the pressure with a cold face, thinking, wow, this is even more brutal than I thought. It's totally draining his opponent's life force. The pig mask shatters completely, revealing Kim Hoi's twisted face groaning in pain. But as the energy continues to pour in, Lee Jaha starts to worry. If he stops the flow too abruptly, the sudden backlash of Kim Hoi's energy could cause him severe internal damage. He has to analyze his options fast. But if he doesn't cut it off, Kim Hoi might literally kick the bucket right here. Sure, he did promise to wipe out the 12 demon generals, so this guy's death wouldn't be a big deal. Yet looking at his ugly, distorted face, our Lee Jaha is just totally disgusted by him. He really doesn't want this trash's dirty soul or essence tainting his precious heavenly pearl. Deep in thought, he realizes doing this makes him no better than those evil cult leaders. Lee Jaha closes his eyes and sighs, making his decision. The heavenly pearl inside him glows, wrapping his body in wild energy. He prepares to unleash a powerful palms-out strike, focusing every ounce of his concentration. All that stolen power is gathered into a massive physical repelling force. With a massive blast, Kim Hoi is sent flying. Lee Jaha immediately rotates his hands to suppress the chaotic energy swirling within, focusing his palms together to condense it. Slowly, the overflowing power shapes into a glowing pearl of pure light. Right where he stands, waves of energy burst outward, shaking the entire surrounding area. The glowing sphere absorbs the remaining stray forces. Once the storm settles, the ground is completely destroyed, leaving Kim Hoi slumped over in absolute shock. His face is a complete mess of sheer terror and disbelief. Lee Jaha rolls his eyes, thinking, man, I only came here to take back our money, but I accidentally sucked away his entire life's work. Pale as a ghost, Kim Hoi stammers in absolute fear. What on earth did you just do to me? Giving him a look of pure disdain, Lee Jaha replies coldly, what did I do? I spared your pathetic life out of the immense kindness of my heart. Kim Hoi's face goes dark, scowling in pure existential dread. What kind of freak is this? Lee Jaha stands there proudly, patting himself on the back. And trust me, you and I have never seen a Lee Jaha so shamelessly generous. Ignoring Kim Hoi, he orders his men to check the carriage. After all, they still need to loot the goods. Realizing they're about to steal his cargo, Kim Hoi weakly protests, stop, those goods belong to the elite. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild standoff. He threatens, can you handle the White Ox General? But our Lee Jaha just scoffs, please, White Ox is nothing compared to your ego. You got that right. He barks orders to his crew. Do not leave a single thing behind. Just then Lee Zia spots two of his guys hauling a mysterious-looking chest. Intrigued, he wonders if this contains the legendary 100-year-old herb. He snaps, bring that box over here now. Kim Hyuk panics instantly, screaming at them to stop. Zia completely ignores him, saying, oh shut up, bring it here already. The lackey nervously sets it down. Zia cracks the wooden lid open, and his guess was totally spot on. Inside lies the ultra-rare white flame herb. Ziha smirks, dripping with sarcasm. Well, aren't you a busy businessman? First selling of the black cats, now dealing with the white ox. Kim Hyuk fumes silently, way too terrified to talk back. Zia grits his teeth in pure disgust, mocking him. What, you trying to control everything around here? Or were you planning to wipe out the black cats too? Kim Hyuk's face turns pale. He desperately stammers. You got no proof. You can't just accuse me. Ziha's rage flares. Proof, he growls, stepping closer. Clenching his fist, he delivers a massive punch right to the guy's face, throwing him off balance. Who needs proof when I have these hands, he shrugs. Clutching his swollen cheek, Kim Hyuk trembles as Ziha drops a chilling threat about the Black Cat clan finding out. Imagine the absolute chaos if they launch a full raid on your Golden Mountain merchant group. Hyuk tries to nurse his bruised face, whining, my master won't let this slide. Ziha scoffs, completely unbothered. Oh really? Like the great Rakshasa is going to waste his time meddling in this petty drama? Suddenly a random lackey raises his hand. Excuse me, boss. Zia nods, letting him speak. The guy suggests, if we demand half of the Golden Mountain Group's massive wealth, they'll shut their mouths for sure. Ziha grins. Now that is a brilliant plan. The lackey literally cheers like he just won a gold medal, absolutely thrilled with his own basic common sense. Now pay attention here. This is where it gets really tense. Zia gives the terrified merchant two brutal options. He can spill the beans to either the Black Cats or the Rakshasa. Which route do you prefer? Zia crosses his arms, looking smug. His buddy chimes in right next to him, nodding along. Honestly, boss, either way works perfectly for us. Another minion speaks up. Wait, what if we just tell both? Zia groans, facepalming in utter disappointment. Ugh, you guys have absolutely zero sense of fun, seriously. What a bunch of absolute brain-dead idiots. Looking at his goofy, clueless crew, he sighs deeply and mutters under his breath, man, dealing with you guys is so exhausting. He turns back to Kim Hyuk. Alright, time to make your move. What's it gonna be? The merchant frozen in pure dread, unable to even squeak out a response. Zia waves his hands, teasingly mimicking a heartbeat sound. Tick-tock, buddy, pick your poison. Hyuk just stares, trembling as Zia slowly raises and lowers his hands, accelerating the mock heartbeat. Tick-tock, tick-tock! Hyuk breaks, desperately trying to negotiate. What do you want? If this was a real vendetta, you would have ended me already. Is it money? Right as the tension peaks, a cheerful girl's voice suddenly echoes through the room. Hey, senior brother, I'm finally back. Everyone whips their heads toward the entrance. It's Hong Shin. She's clutching a mask in one hand and her stomach in the other, looking totally exhausted and sick. Kim Hyok's jaw literally drops in utter shock. Hong Shin, why are you here? She sighs, giving him a blank look. Oh, Kim Hyok, did they drag you to this dump too? He gasps, completely caught off guard. Pulling out an intricate dog mask, she proudly reports to Zia. Had a little hiccup, but mission accomplished. That annoying target is officially taking a dirt nap. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, watch this. Zia takes the mask with a satisfied smirk. Nice job. Hong Shin begs desperately. So can I please have my antidote now? Hyok is completely flabbergasted. Wait, junior sister? Hong Shin keeps whining to Zia. Seriously, my stomach was acting up so bad I could barely throw a proper punch. Having diarrhea mid-fight is the absolute worst. Hyok is beyond lost. Diarrhea? Why are we talking about her stomach issues right now? Zia assures her, don't sweat it. You did great, sis. I always keep my promises. Losing his mind over this bizarre conversation, Hyok screams at the top of his lungs. Who on earth are you? Zia's eyes flare with anger. Before he can speak, Hong Shin snaps. Without a single word, she spins around and slaps Kim Hyok right across the face. The hit lands with a loud crack, catching him completely off guard. Hyok crashes straight to the floor, tears and snot streaming down his face as he whimpers. Hong Shin glares down at him, lecturing. Is that how you talk to my senior brother, you punk? Hyok's brain completely short-circuits from this mind-blowing revelation. Senior brother, he stammers. Dazed, Hyok watches Jaha give Hong Shin a rare compliment. Not bad, little sis. You handled that perfectly. She bows instantly. Thank you, brother. Zia barks new orders. Load those chests onto the carriage. As for the unconscious dudes over there, just let them go. His men salute and get to work. Zia then turns to Hyok. Get your carriage ready. The three of us are taking a little road trip. Hyok blinks, totally confused. Wait, what? Why? Hong Shin notices Zia's irritated look and her face darkens. She raises her hand ready to deliver another brutal slap to get him in line. Shut up and stop wasting my brother's precious time. Hyok is screaming internally but stays quiet out of sheer terror under her scary, murderous gaze. Annoyed by his face, she punches him straight in the jaw anyway. Hyok cries out, his eyes swelling shut. Ow! What was that even for this time? Ziha sighs. Come on, let's not be too hasty now, he plays the good cop. Shivers run down Hyok's spine as Hong Shin bows, obediently replying, right, my bad. Picking up the dog mask, Ziha slips it over his face. Hyok's brain is completely fried. What is going on? Hong Shin bows deeply, greeting sixth brother. Ziha's eyes narrow behind the mask, thinking, wow, she is surprisingly good at acting. Seeing Hyok frozen like a statue, Hong Shin glares at him with pure murder. Under her overwhelming, terrifying pressure, Hyok quickly bows his head too, stammering, greetings, sixth brother. Ziha folds his hands behind his back, calmly telling them to rise. Yes, sir, Hong Shin replies. Hyok just mumbles along, screaming internally, what kind of crazy, messed up situation have I gotten myself into inside the moving carriage? The three passengers have completely different vibes. Ziha sits in peaceful silence, Hong Shin keeps sucking up to him, and Hyok is practically vibrating with intense anxiety. Staring at Zia, he wonders, who is this monster? How is his martial arts this insanely broken? His face turns paler by the second as he overthinks. And trust me, you and I can already tell this guy is completely doomed. Why is the usually arrogant Hong Shin acting like a totally submissive puppy around him? Stick with me. You and I are about to watch Kim Hyo get absolutely startled by a sudden shout of "Hey pig." Lee Jaha does not care, he is trembling, complaining his shaking head is too loud. Why waste time thinking just to suffer? If you are stupid, thinking longer won't change a thing. Hong Shin raises his hand toward Kim Hyo, who immediately blocks his face, crying out, hey, hey. He trembles and says, I get it, I will not think anymore. Satisfied for now, Hong Shin lowers his hand but keeps his eyes locked on Kim Hyo. Meanwhile, the massive estate is still brightly lit. As night falls, they arrive at the Moyong clan. Servants struggle to carry Kim Hyo's heavy body inside while Lee Jaha and Hong Shin follow closely behind. Moyong Baek sees the injuries and asks in shock, what on earth happened? He immediately turns to order his servants to quickly bring the young master inside for treatment. They obey his command. Moyong Baek watches with relief as Kim Hyo is taken in. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha stands completely still, silently analyzing the young man standing right in front of him. This guy has a gentle look and an elegant aura, looking like an extremely polite noble. But Lee Jaha is staring at him with a look that says something is definitely off. Suddenly, memories of his past life come rushing back. He remembers Moyong Baek, the poison demon, who was actually the one who saved him from chi deviation back in his previous life. Visions of blood flowing like rivers flash by. Because of a brutal clash with the Grand Asura, Moyong Baek's family was completely destroyed, turning a gentle healer into a broken man. It is crazy how a gentle doctor was forced to harbor such a deep, terrifying hatred. Lee Jaha sighs, realizing that not long after this, his savior became the feared poison demon. The poison demon had insane knowledge of herbs and human anatomy, which he used to create deadly poisons. He even went so far as testing toxins on his own body. Now, pay attention here because his mind snapped from the poison. After killing the Grand Asura, he hunted down every single one of his disciples, showing absolutely zero mercy. He hunted down all 12 disciples and wiped them out. When Lee Jaha first met him, the Grand Asura was already dead. The poison demon did not just hate the strong. He despised humanity itself, swearing to never heal anyone again. Even though he saved countless patients from death when he was the one in trouble, absolutely nobody helped him. Left totally isolated on a lonely path, he grew cold. Lee Jaha contemplates this sad reality, remembering how even the Grand Asura and his thugs were once healed by him. That betrayal fueled his intense hatred for humans, pushing him to seek absolute power. But what makes Lee Jaha feel genuinely grateful toward this crazy demon is this. The poison demon actually broke his ultimate oath just to save him. Back then, Lee Jaha's face was covered in terrifying scars from a severe backlash of energy. With wary eyes, he vividly remembers how Baek saved him from chi deviation. Looking at him now, Lee Jaha realizes that this slowly losing his mind doctor probably felt a strange connection. They were both broken souls who shared the same agony. Only crazy people can truly understand each other. Let's return to the present and see what happens next. Watching Moyang Baek stand right in front of him, Lee Jaha cannot help but feel amazed. Who would have thought this legendary demon actually had a totally normal youth? He turns and calls out to his junior sister Hong Shin, who politely replies. He instructs her to follow Kim Hyo and get treated too, and she immediately obeys. She runs off at lightning speed. Moyang Baek then walks up to start a conversation, asking if it is their first time meeting and if Lee Jaha is feeling alright. As Lee Jaha slowly takes off his dog mask, the polite young doctor maintains his gentle smile. Lee Jaha reveals his cold, handsome face and the two just stand there. Staring directly at each other, the doctor is slightly confused by Lee Jaha's intense gaze. Lee Jaha is not surprised at all, since this is technically their first meeting in this life. Since they have never met in this timeline, there is no way Baek would recognize him. He introduces himself as Lee Jaha from Yiliang County, leader of the Lowdown sect. The doctor is stunned to hear he is not one of the 12 divine generals, but Lee Jaha remains completely unfazed, keeping his cool composure as he begins to explain. He calmly explains that the Lowdown sect is currently waging war against the Grand Asura. He hands the dog mask over, explaining its original owner was killed by Hong Shin. Moyang Baek is slightly flustered, but quickly manages to regain his composure. He politely asks if the sect leader needs any medical attention after such a fierce battle. Lee Jaha slowly replies that he only came to settle a few things and is feeling completely fine. He adds that he is just curious about their medical skills here. With a polite smile, the doctor takes off his glasses and offers to introduce himself properly. His expression remains warm and gentle as he prepares to speak. He softly introduces himself as Moyang Baek. Lee Jaha simply nods and politely invites the doctor over to check out a wooden box containing some very special, rare treasures. The lid opens to reveal extremely rare spiritual herbs. Shocked by the valuable contents, Moyang Baek asks why they have this. Lee Jaha is surprised that he recognized them so fast. He confidently explains that based on the root thickness and the number of branches, anyone can tell it is a precious 100-year-old white flame grass. Lee Jaha interrupts him, asking if it is actually 300 years old. Baek chuckles softly, saying that is a huge stretch, explaining these rare herbs are incredibly expensive. They grow on treacherous peaks and are hard to bring to the central plains, making ancient ones extremely rare. Lee Jaha's face darkens as he realizes he was scammed. That bastard definitely lied to him about the 300-year age. Lee Jaha casually admits he already ate a few, prompting Moyang Baek to smile and offer his congratulations. He warns that since the herb boosts young energy, he must use it carefully to avoid fire sickness. But Lee Jaha confidently replies that he is always angry anyway. Moyang Baek is taken aback, warning that hot-tempered people need to be even more careful. But Lee Jaha reassures him that he already found a way to handle it. Curious, Moyang Baek asks how on earth he manages to resolve his anger. He reassures Lee Jaha that as a doctor he will never reveal any patient secrets. The doctor encourages him to speak completely freely. So Lee Jaha starts sharing his story, telling him that not too long ago his entire house was burned down. Standing in front of that blazing fire, his internal anger completely boiled over. Hearing this, Moyang Baek cannot help but show a deeply worried expression on his face. He mutters that it sounds extremely serious, but Lee Jaha calmly drops a bomb, casually explaining that he simply went ahead and slaughtered the person who burned his house. That shocking statement leaves Moyang Baek completely speechless. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha just flashes a bright, holy smile, acting like his heart has found absolute peace and serenity. Moyang Baek breaks into a cold sweat looking at this guy. Lee Jaha slowly continues, explaining that the people he killed were actually thugs working under the Black Cat Gang. They were sent to establish a branch for the Black Cat Gang, who are now hunting me. Trust me, you and I will have to wait and see what happens. Stick with me because Moyang Baek is terrified as Lee Jaha calmly drops a bombshell, telling him he just killed them all with a gentle smile that leaves him speechless. Lee Jaha's mood instantly brightens and a divine aura sparkles around him. He claims he feels completely refreshed, leaving the doctor stunned by how cheerfully he discusses absolute slaughter. Faced with such a bizarrely holy attitude after murder, Moyang Baek cannot handle it and awkwardly mutters that he sees. But Lee Jaha continues, saying they sent assassins after him next. Moyang Baek guesses it was the Black Cat Gang again. Lee Jaha confirms it, adding that he spared the assassin only because he admired the killer's pure grit and determination. He threw the guy some pork bones before launching a direct raid on the Black Cat Gang's headquarters. He shamelessly admits that the whole thing actually made him pretty excited. Moyang Baek is totally shocked but fake agrees it sounds fun. Lee Jaha grimaces, remembering the gang's disgusting leader, and claims he originally went there to actually rescue them. The doctor is completely lost. Lee Jaha just wraps up the story casually, explaining that he ultimately sent them to heaven anyway and successfully got rid of his anger. Mo Yongbak asks if he meant dead. Placing his hand gently on his chest, Lee Jaha beams with a saintly Buddha-like glow, looking like he is at absolute peace. Sweating under that bright smile, Mo Yongbak awkwardly praises him for releasing his stress so effectively. Lee Jaha nods in agreement, completely unbothered by his own madness. The doctor quickly agrees, saying his face says it all. But inside, Lee Jaha's mind wanders, flashing back to a memory of a certain man standing alone under the pouring rain. He remembers when they met after that man finally avenged his family against the great Rakshasa. Back then, his face was completely hollow, devoid of any life or soul. Having slaughtered every single enemy, his driving rage vanished, leaving him with absolutely nothing to live for. No family, no close friends, and no more targets left to kill. Now pay attention here, because in this lifetime, Lee Jaha decides to rewrite destiny and save this man from his tragic fate. He slowly takes a sip of his tea. While he knows he might become the ultimate demon, this guy does not need to become the lonely poison demon. Placing the teacup down, Lee Jaha knows one thing clearly. One lunatic in this world is more than enough. Suddenly, a grateful voice calling out from the back room breaks his train of thought as he smiles warmly at Hong Xin. Lee Jaha silently hopes her severe diarrhea has finally stopped. Now that her stomach is cleared up, her gratitude is incredibly intense. Mo Yongbak steps out to give an update. Pulling the curtain aside, the doctor assures him that both patients are out of danger. Lee Jaha just stays quiet, waiting for him to deliver the rest of the news. Mo Yongbak explains that while their physical wounds are minor, their mental states are completely shattered. Remembering Hong Xin's dark, haunted face, he grows deeply concerned. It looks like Hong Xin has not slept in days. She kept frantically asking what he was doing here with Lee Jaha, complaining about how exhausted she was from her stomach issues. Lee Jaha keeps a deadpan face, simply nodding at the news. Mo Yongbak adds that her condition was so severe she literally begged on her knees for a cure. Suddenly, an awkward silence fills the room. Mo Yongbak stares at him with a gentle, questioning gaze, but Lee Jaha refuses to show even a single shred of emotion. Breaking the awkward silence, Lee Jaha calmly confesses that he actually tricked his Hong Xin into drinking a massive dose of heavy laxatives. I know what you are thinking, but get this. Lee Jaha loudly explains that he did not give her cure-all medicine, but potion that causes non-stop diarrhea. The doctor's jaw drops. Lee Jaha explains that he had ordered Hong Xin to assassinate one of the other three divine generals, either Huang-O, Ryuksul, or Bakjia. Clenching his fist, his voice grows dead serious. If she had refused, he would have slaughtered her instantly. So technically, those laxatives actually saved her life. Giving her laxatives was not to kill her, but to keep her alive. Mo Yongbak is totally baffled, wondering how diarrhea medicine could possibly save a general. Lee Jaha proudly confirms it. With supreme confidence and intense determination shining in his eyes, he delivers a statement that completely shatters the doctor's entire reality. He calls it the profound theory of diarrheology. Mo Yongbak's brow furrows in deep shock, struggling to process how laxatives could ever be used for medical salvation. Shifting gears, Lee Jaha suggests they settle their business as promised. Mo Yongbak smiles warmly, agreeing to keep things short and simple instead of dragging the conversation out. They agree to drop the topic before it gets boring. Suddenly, the doctor remembers another patient, mentioning that the great Guam He also seemed completely drained of energy. Lee Jaha casually explains that Guam He lost most of his inner energy during their brutal fight, and on top of that, he got completely robbed of his cash. Hearing this, Mo Yongbak ponders the chaotic situation. Gathering his courage, he asks if he can ask a personal question, and Lee Jaha tells him to go ahead. The physician asks with a dead serious face, since Lee Jaha is a sworn enemy of the great Rakshasa, why is he here curing his mortal enemy's disciples? Lee Jaha's eyes narrow coldly as he commends him for asking the real question. Resting his hands on the table, he begins drumming his fingers in a slow rhythm. He tells a story about a man named Han Kong-ho who wanders everywhere. This guy kills absolutely everyone he meets, slaughtering them for the most ridiculous, nonsense reasons imaginable, killing those who deserve to live, and even those he did not even know. In a low voice, he solemnly asks the doctor if he knows what happens then. Mo Yongbak listens quietly and asks to hear the answer. Lee Jaha's face grows incredibly dark, his eyes turning cold and lifeless as he delivers the final truth. They will all end up walking the demonic path. The doctor is absolutely stunned by this revelation. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha's fingers continue tracing patterns across the table. He explains that the path means killing those who destroy families and punishing the truly evil, but sparing anyone who actually deserves a chance at a normal life. Whether it is a scheming woman, a clever assassin, or a desperate man who has struggled to survive since childhood. Mo Yongbak suddenly speaks up to ask a question. He asks if that is truly the demonic path. Lee Jaha disagrees, claiming it is merely a way for people to fight back against the cruelty of the underworld. The doctor ponders this deeply. Lee Jaha explains that some people still believe life will change and humanity can be reborn, so they endure and hold on to hope. Mo Yongbak then asks if the sect leader belongs to the Orthodox faction. Are you the kind of righteous martial hero that common people always talk about? I lack that virtue. The doctor notes not everyone in the Orthodox faction has morality. Lee Jaha casually replies that the majority of them, and that is where we leave it. That whole virtue and morality crap. Morongbai sneers, adding coolly like, not everyone in the righteous path actually has a shred of decency. But honestly, the majority of them, Alright, let's dive into this world where these righteous clans brag about their perfect morals and top-tier skills, passing down their legacy like it is some sacred tradition. But me? I'm nothing like them. My house got burned to ashes and I'm just a lowly peddler. Murongbai listens silently as the guy talks about wandering this chaotic world. Searching for a purpose in this crazy martial world, he ponders. Lee Jaha stares at him, pretty satisfied, thinking it is crazy how surprisingly normal this guy actually is, hoping he'll soon learn the brutal difference between the light and dark paths. Now watch closely because Murongbai just spotted a box overflowing with shiny gold on the table. He asks suspiciously, "What is this?" Lee Jaha replies, "Your medical fee, those gold bars are literally blinding." Murongbai gasps, "All of this is for me?" He gives a short yep. Lee Jaha keeps smiling, thinking how this guy was his savior in his past life. Even if things are different now, why be stingy with cash? Murongbai keeps it real, saying it is way too much. But Lee Jaha politely insists, "Nah, it is nothing, I still need more checkups from you anyway." Murongbai only grabs 3 gold bars, smiling satisfied as he says this is plenty. But Lee Jaha puts on his boss face and coldly orders him to take it. Murongbai politely declines, saying no thanks. Lee Jaha sighs internally, feeling totally helpless. This guy is just as stubborn as the poison demon from his past life. So Lee Jaha pivots to negotiating rare herbs. He insists then you have to accept some white flame grass, right? An unhealthy doctor cannot cure patients, duh. He is determined to win round 2. But Murongbai patiently breaks it down. Sect leader, to fully absorb the power of this legendary white flame grass, you need to meditate and channel your energy for over 10 days. He politely rejects it with a smile, saying he has too many daily patients to go AFK like that. Seeing how stubborn the doctor is, our Lee Jaha goes totally silent. Murongbai bows, thanking him, but points out that this herb is actually what the sect leader needs. You should just stay here, meditate, and use it yourself. Once again, this guy completely shuts Lee Jaha up. The doctor really knows how to dodge a gift. Murongbai flashes a bright smile, leaving Lee Jaha pouting in defeat. "Man, I lost the argument again," he grumbles. Later that night, under a clear sky, Murongbai stands watching the gorgeous night moon. A servant approaches, reporting that Lee Jaha is currently meditating. The doctor softly orders them to keep a close eye on him. As the servant leaves, Murongbai sighs, thinking that Lee Jaha is basically a total nutcase. He looks up at the sky, picturing the guy's crazy antics. He cannot help but chuckle. Feeling amused, he mutters to himself, "Why on earth do I keep laughing about that ridiculous diarrhea story he told me earlier?" Falling cherry blossoms ripple the quiet lake outside. You and I know he's supposed to be meditating, but a polite voice from outside suddenly cuts through his focus. The voice asks if the sect leader is awake. He slowly opens his eyes, slides the door open, and finds Murongbai standing there holding a fresh bowl of medicine. Wearing a gentle smile, the doctor hands over the dark brew. Lee Jaha takes the bowl in silence, staring down at the suspiciously weird color of the liquid. He wonders why he has to drink this pitch-black mystery sludge. Even though Murongbai speaks softly, his tone is dead serious as he tells him to drink up. Every single drop. Surprisingly, he actually listens and chugs it down. Seeing him behave so well, the doctor flashes a deeply satisfied, proud smile. Once it is empty, Murongbai asks how he feels. Lee Jaha licks his lips, admitting he feels a bit energized, though he is still skeptical about the brew. He asks if it is supposed to clear his meridians or something. But the doctor just keeps his cool and casually replies, "Yeah, something like that." Murongbai immediately nags him like he is afraid he will run away, telling him to stop by for regular checkups no matter how busy he gets. Lee Jaha lays his cards on the table, completely honest. "Once I deal with the great Rakshasa, I will come back here with a much lighter heart." Glancing at Murongbai, he thinks that once this boss is taken care of, the doctor can sleep easy without worrying about any chaotic incidents. Trust him, comrade. Right then, Murongbai sees Lee Jaha off, along with his 2 loyal sidekicks, Hongshen and Kim Hoi. Our Lee Jaha plays it polite with a thank you, thanking him for all the help. Murongbai bows politely, keeping it professional, telling the sect leader to take care and return if he ever feels sick. Lee Jaha unexpectedly acts nice, warning the doctor to watch out for dangerous martial artists and promising to personally handle any trouble that comes his way. But the doctor just chuckles internally, thinking nothing serious could ever happen at a simple clinic. He feels it is total overkill but appreciates the kind gesture. Unlike the chill doctor, Lee Jaha is low-key stressing out, mentally cursing the guy. He is basically thinking, "You have absolutely no idea what is coming, do you? I am literally fighting for my life to stop that disaster from happening." But hey, only the guy carrying the plot armor actually understands the struggle, right? Inside the carriage, the vibe is a total mess. Lee Jaha is stone-faced, Kim Hoi looks terrified, and Hongshen is just giggling and trying to act cute. Kim Hoi nervously squeaks in a tiny voice, asking if he can please go back home. Lee Jaha flashes a massive grin that screams bad news. "Going home sounds nice," he says. Kim Hoi instantly celebrates, thinking he gets to flex on his village, bowing and thanking his senior. But life is never that easy. Our Lee Jaha ruthlessly crushes his dreams, asking why he is thanking him when he never actually said yes. Kim Hoi's face instantly drops to absolute despair. He wants to complain but shuts his mouth, looking utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Hongshen acts all sweet and whiny, asking if she is finally getting her antidote. Lee Jaha gives her a cold, soul-piercing glare and says he already gave it to her. She looks totally clueless, asking when that even happened. He breaks it down like a savage professor, revealing that the deadly poison she swallowed was actually just a basic over-the-counter laxative the whole time. And since the doctor already cured her stomach, she is completely fine. Talk about a plot twist. Hong Shen freezes in pure shock, unable to believe her ears. She mutters that she was running to the bathroom 24/7 because she genuinely thought she was dying from some ultra-lethal poison. Talk about psychological damage. She spent the whole fight holding back her stomach pain while trying to look cool. Poor girl suffered for absolutely nothing. Talk about a legendary fail. Lee Jaha looks annoyed, telling her to tone down her crazy expressions. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to see more of their chaotic journey soon. Alright, stick with me here. Our Lee Jaha instantly wipes off his awkward look, forces a fake smile like everything is totally fine, and calls out to his two deadweight disciples. Junior sister Hong, junior brother Kim. The two reply in perfect unison, obediently like little chicks. Yes. Lee Jaha's face goes ice cold as he drops a heavy, mind-boggling question. A total stranger like me suddenly calling you guys sister and brother. Pretty hilarious, right? He says. Seeing his face suddenly turn dead serious, they both start sweating bullets. Hong Shin squeaks out a trembling no while Kim Hyoi quickly chimes in, totally terrified of being left behind. Not at all, sir. Lee Jaha just gets straight to the point. If you two plan to side with the great Asura against me, tell the driver to stop now. Play with fire, you get burned. Hong Shin and Kim Hyoi instantly shut up, too scared to breathe. He continues in a flat, chilling voice, saying curing their deadly poison and internal injuries isn't even a big deal. If they want, they can hop off right now and go their separate ways, no hard feelings. Lee Jaha makes it crystal clear that he is not going to force anyone to stay. He lays it out straight. You two are not my slaves, and you are definitely not the great Asura's slaves either, so choosing your own path is totally fine. No problem at all. Hong Shin stays cool and replies with absolute confidence, I have zero intention of getting off this carriage. Meanwhile, Kim Hyoi spirals into some deep, stressful thoughts. His face is completely stressed like he just lost all his savings. He has a massive dilemma here and hesitates before finally speaking. Senior, if we betray the great Asura, my entire family might get slaughtered, completely wiped out. Now watch closely, because he actually asks, Senior, what is your faction and how strong are you really? Give me some intel. Our Lee Jaha totally sees right through this guy's merchant brain. He scoffs loudly, saying a businessman through and through, huh? Calculating strategies before making a move? Always making sure you do not lose a single penny. Kim Hyoi instantly panics, his face going pale as he desperately tries to explain himself in a tiny voice. I am sorry, but this is not just about my life. So Lee Jaha decides to hit them with a massive reality check straight to their conscience. If you guys side with the great Asura and defeat me, do you really think you will live happily? Or will you just be living in constant fear? Both of them freeze in absolute silence, their brains probably loading to process this heavy truth bomb. To our Lee Jaha, being servants to the great Asura is pathetic. There is zero glory in that. You still have to steal, break your backs paying tribute, and even offer up women. You will literally be living as slaves forever, serving them until you literally die. What a miserable way to live. Lee Jaha acts like a total wise sage, dropping some deep life advice for the two of them. So, let's pause and think about this. He knows what truly matters. He starts analyzing the situation like a pro, pointing out that power is not everything. Sure, I might be weaker, but would you rather live a normal life later or remain slaves forever? That is what actually matters here. Get it? Did your brains finally unlock, kids? Kim Hyoi's mind is a total mess right now. He has no idea how to reply to make himself look cool. Then, our Lee Jaha exposes his deepest insecurity. Kim Hyoi, you were born into a wealthy family, living with a silver spoon and lacking absolutely nothing. Your family has pride, but look at reality. Is that wealth actually yours, or is it just an open bank for the sect? Kim Hyoi's face turns dark. He is completely speechless as those words ring in his ears like absolute lightning. Is your family estate anything more than a free treasury for the great Asura? He still cannot say a single word, totally frozen in shock. Lee Jaha continues to dig deep into his sore spot, rubbing salt into the wound. If that is not true, just say so. Speak up. If your family is actually wealthy, instead of just hoarding every single coin, is not spending it more important? How you actually use that wealth is what truly matters, right? Money might not be everything, but living without it is just a massive, exhausting struggle. Kim Hyoi finally opens his mouth, but drops a question that completely throws everyone off. Senior, I am so sorry, but can you please do me a favor? Can you let me eat just one more meal? Lee Jaha is completely dumbfounded, totally frozen in place. That serious, righteous face of his instantly vanishes without a trace. He turns to Hong Shin, sounding completely helpless as he calls her name. She panics slightly and squeaks me. Food? Honestly, my stomach is growling like crazy too. Kim Hyoi suddenly tries to act smart, lecturing her. Stop acting clueless. He is asking if you side with the great Asura or not, you dummy. She clears her throat to save face, her eyes lighting up as she smiles and declares, I stand by your side unconditionally 100%. I am completely loyal to you. Kim Hyoi has absolutely no idea why she agreed so lightning fast, asking with a blank face, wait, but why? She explains, voice full of genuine gratitude. He took me to the toilet, treated me to pork bone soup. He is literally a top-tier kind guy. Level max. She continues casually, saying, even though I was a bit worried about him poisoning me at first, it turned out to be just laxatives. Hearing this, Kim Hyoi completely loses his mind in pure shock. Hong Shin, knowing nobody ever valued her anyway, analyzes the entire situation like an expert. If our great Asura master gave me poison, it would definitely be real, and I would be 6 feet under by now. He would never take me to a toilet. He would just leave me to do my business in the middle of some random field. That is too embarrassing. Hongshin declares absolute, unshakable loyalty to him. So I am following you to the end, even if I die. Lee Jaha suddenly realizes he has a super weird talent no one else has. Who knew you could win a girl over with laxatives? Absolutely wild. This has to be the most bizarre scenario ever. The sky that day feels unusually bright. He turns to them, completely hyped, saying, "Let's go grab some food, guys." And just like that, the three of them finally arrive at the sect gates. They reach the Black Cat clan gates. The moment they step in, they see a bunch of muscular dudes training martial arts, energy off the charts. Everyone instantly bows down with deep respect. They roar like thunder. "Greetings, sect leader." Kim Hyoi is left standing there, completely lost like a clueless baby. Sect leader? Is sixth brother actually senior brother Mao? His voice trembles, stuttering completely. So that servant guy was actually both of them at the same time? That lowly servant was both of them? This mind-boggling twist has him sweating bullets, and that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you need to see what comes next. Wait, that servant is senior brother Mao and senior brother Lu at the same time? Seriously, this mind-melting plot is way too wild. Sweating buckets, his face goes pale, and trust me, we are not ready. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a total mess where this dude is muttering about how the sect master is just a servant. His brain is completely fried, so Lee Jaha has to remind him. He warns Hongshin that a huge disaster is coming. Hey, this guy is about to undergo chi deviation and lose his mind, so keep an eye on him, junior sister, or we are totally doomed. She obediently takes the order without saying a single word. Yes, absolutely. But immediately after, Hongshin flips her attitude faster than a pancake, turns completely savage, and serves Kim Hoi a massive, painful slap to the face. "Wake up already, you absolute idiot." His face swells up instantly from the hit, but he still has no clue why he's getting beat up. Talk about looking pathetic and lost. Since Kim Hoi still looks totally dazed and confused, Lee Jaha and Hongshin decide to give him a few more loving blows to wake him up. Tough love is real, but now those two have already bolted, leaving poor Kim Hoi holding his swollen face, crying silently in absolute agony and heartbreak. How many slaps did I even take? This hurts so bad, my luck is just trash. Inside the dining hall, Kim Hoi and Hongshin start inhaling all the food like crazy, stuffing their faces without caring about looking cool or pretty. They eat like starving beasts. Lee Jaha just stares at them with absolute disgust and sarcasm in his eyes as he speaks gently, his voice soft like a breeze. "Junior sister, junior brother." The two immediately freeze their chopsticks and reply together, their mouths still stuffed with food. "Yes, senior brother." He starts lecturing them like a strict teacher, telling them they need to get stronger. In this martial world, nothing is more tragic than being weak. If you are weak, you die. They both bow their heads and listen, not daring to talk back, behaving like good puppies. Suddenly, the door creaks open mysteriously. Now pay attention, because Takukbing sneaks in to report, sounding extremely urgent. Leader Huango, Baktu, Huinsu, and Shumui divine generals are all right outside. Something big is going down. Lee Jia tightens his face, unable to hide his shock. "So sudden? Did they find me already? That fast?" He replies coldly without any emotion. This subordinate is not sure either. Lee Jia immediately asks, searching for answers. "What about their troops? Is it a massive army?" Takukbin reports back instantly. "Only the divine generals have arrived, sir." He wonders, muttering to himself, why do they all show up together? Is there trouble, or are they just here for a festival? Kim Hoi chimes in with his guess, trying to act all smart. Maybe Divine General Bak Dao is coming too. The other four probably just came to watch the duel and catch the drama. Lee Jaha decisively gets up and orders them with full authority. "Let us go." A pair of feet slowly takes heavy, mysterious, and unpredictable steps forward. Lee Jaha confidently walks through the crowd wearing his signature cat mask, looking absolutely cooler than anyone else. Meanwhile, Huyan Su and Huang O stand shoulder to shoulder, looking extremely tense. On the other side are Bak Tu and Chu Mui, looking just as serious, making the air thick with tension. Except for Bak Dao, all four of them immediately bow in respect, shouting in unison, "Brother Mao, it has been a long time." Tu-ha remains silent like a stone statue, making the atmosphere feel even heavier and more suffocating. Bak Dao finally speaks up to break the silence. "How has Black Mao been lately? You doing good, big brother?" He answers calmly, his voice cold as ice. "Same as always. How about you, Dao?" He flashes a sinister, highly mysterious smile. "Nothing special either." Suddenly, out of nowhere, three figures using supreme lightfoot techniques leap in like a whirlwind. Thon Thin, Shichti, and Bak Dan are now standing proudly on the rooftop, looking down with sharp, dagger-like eyes, watching every single move. I know what you are thinking. This is getting crazy. Kim Hoi is sweating bullets behind his men, his heart pounding like it is about to explode. The vibe is completely messed up. Hong Shin is just as terrified, her face pale as a ghost. Why on earth is everyone gathering here? Is some major drama about to drop? Lee Jaha is also completely shocked, unable to believe his own eyes. Have Thon Thin, Shichtai, and Bak Dan actually arrived here as well? This is absolutely wild. Everyone is literally here, making this look like some massive festival. His shock just keeps growing, and his face completely deforms from pure disbelief. Suddenly, another legendary master lands with a terrifying, god-level presence. Dilasat steps forward, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive, badass aura. He glares straight at Lee Jaha with powerful predatory eyes as if to devour him whole. Lee Jaha gasps in absolute shock. Dilasat. Over on Kim Hoi and Hong Shin's side, their spirits crash straight into a bottomless abyss, faces turning completely white. Why is Master here? We are so dead. This is definitely Disaster 82. Instantly, everyone clasps their hands and the disciples shout in unison, their voices echoing everywhere. Greetings, master. He bows. Lee Jaha's expression is dark, clearly unhappy. He obviously did not expect this sudden arrival, leaving his mind filled with unanswered questions. Why on earth is Dilasat here? This is way too bizarre. What a crazy plot twist. Dilasat has absolutely zero expression on his face. He issues a cold, absolute command that nobody dares to refuse. I got too bored, so I came. Start fighting already and go all out. Hearing this, Lee Jaha steps forward calmly without any hesitation or fear. On the other side, Bak Dao also marches up, ready to fight to the death. Seeing his disciple prepare to jump into battle, Dilasat suddenly calls him back. Fourth Divine General. He quickly turns and replies respectfully, "Yes, master." He bluntly stops him, his commanding voice leaving no room for argument. "You are no match for him. Step aside and stop acting like a clown." Bak Dao is completely baffled by this massive power gap, looking utterly humiliated and pissed, but as a mere disciple, he has to obey. He silently bows his head, not daring to argue back at all. Dilasat does not even bother explaining, but directly changes the rules of the game. His tone is decisive, leaving zero room for complaints. The brackets are wrong. Bak Tu, Huyan Su, and Chumui. How about you three fight him together? Hearing this, Kim Hoi and Hong Shin turn pale, unable to hide their absolute terror, their hearts practically leaping straight out of their chests. The three divine generals quickly accept the command and leap toward Lee Jaha, getting ready for an earth-shattering battle that is about to unfold. Dilasat begins announcing the rules, his voice crystal clear. Today, the 5th rank, whose martial arts have improved massively, will face 3 of the divine generals. This is survival, kill or be killed. No other disciples can interfere. Trust me, you and I are about to witness an absolute bloodbath next. Alright, you and I are diving straight into madness with Lee Jaha Lee Jaha. Rules are rules, but his mind is spinning fast. Did this crafty old creep actually sniff out his secret? Things are going sideways. Raising his hand, Zihe keeps his voice unnaturally calm, saying, "Master," but Great Rakshasa just sneers with total, utter contempt. Alright, 5th disciple, you about to say something stupid or what? Zihe keeps it completely polite though, pointing out that the fight brackets are slightly messed up. The old man acts generous and offers him a choice, his voice dripping with pure provocation. "Oh really? How about I bench 1 fighter then? Or maybe I should throw Baiyu into the mix too." Zihe shoots back ice cold, zero hesitation. "Whatever you say, master." His deep gaze is totally unreadable now. And then Zihe suddenly bursts out laughing, a wild, crazy sound echoing through the room. Zhou and Baishu jump, totally spooked by his disrespectful laughter. They have absolutely no idea what is going on. Zihe is completely done acting nice, his voice turning freezing cold as he drops a massive bombshell. He loudly proclaims, "If this is a death match, don't hide behind your disciples. Master, step up and fight me yourself. Come get some, old man." Oh man, watch closely now. The whole room goes dead silent. Everyone is utterly speechless at this insane disrespect. Jin Hai and Hong Shen are literally wishing the ground would swallow them whole right now. Their faces are pale as sheets. What is this psycho saying? We are dead, totally cooked, absolutely doomed. Meanwhile, Great Rakshasa looks on with nothing but pure mockery. He sneers with supreme arrogance. "I am powerful beyond your wild imaginations. No disciple of mine speaks to me like that. Let me look at your face. Let us see who you really are under there." But Zihe is not backing down, firing right back with zero respect for this creepy old guy. "I am not your slave. Why should I show my face to some creep I just met? In your dreams, old freak." Jin Hai and Hong Shen are totally losing it. They are scared out of their minds, hearts beating like crazy. Great Rakshasa just chuckles darkly, a sinister smirk on his face. Suddenly, his murderous intent flares up. He issues a chilling execution order, his voice as sharp as a dagger. "All 4 divine generals, get in there and tear him apart right now." Zihe just laughs, throwing more shade at him. "So you are just gonna hide in the back and let your kids do the dirty work? Great Rakshasa, seriously? Are you really this pathetic? It is honestly embarrassing." The old man's face twists in pure rage while Lee Jaha casually keeps pushing his buttons with total confidence. "If all 4 of you jump me at once, I am running away instantly. If my movement speed is faster than my combat skills, I will outrun you all. I might just play around with your inescapable net technique." He then sets his own terms, his voice firm and leaving zero room for argument. "But if you fight me yourself, we do a real one-on-one showdown like real men." Zihe points his finger, dripping with sarcasm as he calls him out. "Imagine the rumors if everyone in Manhwa hears you dodged me. You scared, old man? You saw that coming, right?" He is totally baiting him. Great Rakshasa's face turns incredibly dark, like a brutal storm is about to hit. He is pushed right to his limit, unable to take any more insults. But Zihe just keeps rubbing salt in the wound. "Listen up, 12 divine generals. Why do you think your stupid master is making you charge at me? He just wants to test my strength. He is literally using you guys as cheap pawns to die for him. Are you really that brainless?" He gnashes his teeth, his voice dripping with anger. "After sending his own disciples straight to hell, your trash master will just enjoy all the fame and glory. He is just a wicked, heartless beast." Xuanxi, who was minding his own business, suddenly gets dragged into this too. Talk about catching some major strays here. "Hey, you standing there, you look pretty young. How old even are you? If you die today, is your creepy master actually going to shed a single tear? Or is he just going to laugh like a maniac?" The disciples are left utterly confused, completely shaken by Zihe's harsh, brutal truths. They have no idea what to do. Nope, he will just take your mask and hand it to the next sucker. "Wake up, you idiots. You are not the first ones to be replaced like this. Knowing that, you fools still blindly obey this crazy master and rush to your deaths? Are your brains completely broken? Talk about being absolutely utterly hopeless. Great Rakshasa just scoffs, looking down at him with utter disgust. You are just a lunatic posing as my disciple. You seriously need to get checked out. Z does not even deny it, casually nodding along. True, since the masks make the madness way worse, the rest of you better stay alert and watch out. Do not get tricked by him. Jin Hai and Hong Shen tightly bite their lips, trying their absolute best to keep from screaming out loud in pure terror. They are screaming on the inside. What is this guy doing? Just spare us already, please. Great Rakshasa finally accepts the duel with a sharp, decisive voice. Fine, I will be your opponent. He glances over at Baiyu, signaling him with a highly suspicious look, but Lee Jaha immediately reads his move. He sneers inwardly. The old creep is trying to play nice while secretly signaling his disciples with his eyes. Talk about a snake in the grass. I see right through you, old freak. Before they surround me, I need to make the first move. Zia decides to strike before they can react. Without wasting any time, he blitzes straight toward Baiyu at insane speed. His hand blurs as he draws his sword, the blade flashing with cold, lethal light. Zia unleashes a devastating slash with terrifying power. But Baiyu is no easy target either, quickly pulling out his fan to block the strike. The dude blocks like an absolute pro, but then in a blink, Zihei completely vanishes into thin air. It is seriously like a magic trick. Using his insane movement technique, he leaps high into the sky with dizzying speed. The rest of the disciples can only look up, completely dumbfounded. They are caught totally off guard, left standing there like idiots, but they quickly recover, leaping into the air to chase him down. This epic chase is on. Bai Shu and Qing Chen push their speed to the absolute limit, refusing to let their target escape. Meanwhile, Ziha acts like a caring senior brother. Do not worry, my fellow disciples, your big brother is right here. Chibi refuses to stay behind either, desperately tailing them from behind. Zia just keeps a perfectly smug face. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him completely styling on these fools next time. Stick around. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild chase where our badass Lee Jaha promises to murder their master. No cap, he tells them to stop wasting energy chasing him. The mob is totally clueless, running around with zero brain cells, but our Lee Jaha acts like a savior, promising them freedom if they just trust his epic plan. You will be free. Just trust me or do not, whatever. Hearing this, Sich Tai and Thon Thin freeze up completely, totally lost and unable to decide if they should believe him. Great Rakshasa is absolutely furious, roaring like thunder at his useless crew. He screams at them to stop standing there like idiots and actually do something to help him. You useless trash. Lee Jaha glares back with icy killing intent, colder than a freezing winter. He calls out the old man for trying to ruin their tight brotherly bond. What a dirty scumbag. Suddenly loud footsteps echo everywhere as a massive mob swarms the streets, kicked up dust flying all over the place like a broken beehive. Huyan Su and Chumui rush through the chaos, screaming at the rest of the gang to move their lazy butts. They keep yelling at everyone to find him as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the Bok Dao squad is moving like agile squirrels, leaping across rooftops and searching every single centimeter of the town. No corner is safe from their sharp eyes. Regular citizens are totally freaked out by this rooftop chaos, their legs shaking with fear. But nearby at a cozy tavern, one guy is just chilling and pouring some drinks. He sips his wine, watching the madness unfold outside before casually asking the tavern worker about the drama. He wonders if there was some massive, super hyped fight going on. This chill dude is none other than Lee Jaha himself. He slowly pours another drink from his flask, looking mysterious as hell as he murmurs a cool thought to himself. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. The 12 gods are gathering, and a mysterious, massive new guest just entered the tavern. Let's see what happens. This giant, muscular dude is wearing a super sick black horse mask. He radiates pure, terrifying intent that would make anyone freeze. The poor waiter sees him and instantly runs over to welcome him with a polite smile. But this masked thug has zero respect. Without saying a word, he lunges forward and grabs the waiter by the throat. The poor kid completely loses his mind, his face turning pale as a sheet of paper from sheer terror. Meanwhile, this rude bully starts aggressively shouting questions in his face. He demands to know if anyone's suspicious or frantically running past by the tavern. He threats the kid to speak up immediately, or things are about to get really ugly. Choked and trembling like a leaf, the terrified waiter can barely squeeze out a weak response. He gasps that he saw nothing, while the tavern remains completely dead silent. Aside from them, only Lee Jaha is in the shop, casually sipping his drink like there is no crazy drama happening. The masked guy notices him and glares over. He drops the waiter and arrogantly struts over to our Lee Jaha, demanding to know if he saw anything. But before the thug can even finish his sentence, boom! A dark, swirling red and black aura suddenly erupts and wraps tightly around the bully's neck like a lightning bolt. Lee Jaha moves so fast, it is honestly mind-blowing. The thug can't even process what just hit him, proving Lee Jaha is on a whole different level. Lee Jaha glares with absolute fury, hissing through his teeth. How dare you choke a helpless kid right in front of me? You got some serious nerve trash. Instantly, the horse-masked bully screams out in pure agonizing pain. He never expected to run into a literal monster like Lee Jaha. With one hand locking the guy's neck in place, our Lee Jaha raises his other fist. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is he actually going to throw down? Oh, absolutely. Lee Jaha winds up a brutal soul-crushing punch to completely erase this arrogant trash. He delivers a massive hammer-like blow that shatters the thick mask into a million tiny pieces. The raw impact of this single punch is so insanely loud and powerful. It sends Huang-O flying meters away like a broken doll. This strength is just built different. The poor waiter standing nearby is shaking so hard he might collapse. Witnessing such a swift, brutal beatdown leaves the kid utterly traumatized, his heart pounding out of his chest. Meanwhile, our hero casually looks up at the kid. He acts like nothing happened, asking with an eerie calmness why the kid is so shocked. He tells him this is just how things go down in the martial world. You gotta get used to it, bro. It is just a normal Tuesday here. But the waiter is still sweating buckets, unable to stop shaking as he whimpers. Since his hand got a little bloody from destroying Huang-O, Lee Jaha calmly pours wine over his fingers to wash it off, completely unbothered by the violence. He calmly refills his cup while the terrified waiter stands there, still shivering like crazy with a face as white as a ghost after watching the whole thing. Realizing the poor kid is trying hard to hide his terror, Lee Jaha generously raises his bottle and offers him a drink with a surprisingly friendly smile. Drink up. It will warm you right up. The waiter quickly takes the cup with both trembling hands, struggling to squeeze out his words with deep gratitude. Thank you so much, great hero. Knowing exactly what is running through the kid's mind, Lee Jaha raises his cup and drops some deep philosophical wisdom. He says working a job like this is absolute garbage, right? It sucks. The waiter immediately waves his hands in panic, stammering that it is not like that at all. Our Lee Jaha does not care at all. He just tells him to stop complaining, shut up and drink. The kid stutters, his voice quiet as a mouse. He whimpers a quick agreement and they both down their drinks in one go, feeling the warm alcohol hit their stomachs. But the poor waiter is still totally terrified. Even after drinking, the kid looks ready to pass out, his face turning completely blue. Seeing how pathetic he looks, Lee Jaha decides to dismiss him. He tells him to get lost and go rest inside because his terrified face is ruining the vibe. He says his subordinates will pay the bill later anyway. I am just going to sit here and finish my drink, so stop wasting time and get inside already. The kid does not need to be told twice. He quickly bows with immense relief, feeling like a massive weight has been lifted. He stammers out his thanks to the hero before making a run for it. The waiter bows deeply one last time and bolts inside like he is running from a literal demon, completely vanishing into the back of the tavern. Meanwhile, Huang-O, who just got absolutely wrecked by Lee Jaha, is captured by the Divine Generals. Talk about terrible luck. Hu-Yen-Su spots him and immediately tells Chumui that their guy was attacked and that things are getting way too serious. Chumui looks incredibly annoyed, ready to snap at any moment. And that's where we leave it today. Our Lee Jaha is just chilling while the enemy panics. But trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are dropping in on this guy who is stuffing his face, looking completely done with life. But suddenly he senses someone watching him. Hu-Yen-Su whips around, his glare sharp as a dagger. What are you looking at? He yells in pure anger, completely unable to contain his rage. What are you staring at, you bastard? Wanna die? Got a problem. Lee Jaha is just sitting there when this clown starts picking a fight. He snaps his fingers with pure contempt. Talk about a cross-eyed fool. Suddenly a chopstick flies from his hand, tearing through the air like lightning. It is so incredibly fast it cannot be blocked. Before the other two can even process it, the chopstick embeds itself straight into Hu-Yen-Su's forehead. Now pay attention here. Chumui turns pale as a ghost. Hit by that lethal shot, Hu-Yen-Su drops like a chopped tree, not even making a sound. Chumui screams out in utter despair, yelling for his senior brother. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha just sits there, completely unbothered, as chill as ever. He casually sips his wine with one hand, while using the other to launch his remaining chopstick straight at Chumui's head. Talk about a clean finish. It shuts him up instantly with zero hesitation. He drains his cup and slams it down with a loud bang, the sound echoing through the room. Outside, 3 divine generals lie neatly lined up in the dirt. Talk about a pathetic fate. Lee Jaha just stares down at their bodies. You and I both know they were weak, but he openly scoffs at them. They must be the absolute lowest tier of the 12 divine generals. Their power is honestly trash, nothing but absolute rookies. Just then Bakthu arrives, sees the bloody mess, and instantly flies into a burning rage. You dared to touch my brothers. You must be tired of living. Lee Jaha just crosses his arms, looking completely bored and mocking him. Come get some then. Bakthu lunges forward with insane, blinding speed, unleashing a powerful, deadly palm strike aimed directly at his opponent's chest. It is a lethal blow, packed with insane power. But Lee Jaha stays incredibly calm, sitting leisurely in his chair as he lightly waves his hand. Instantly, blood sprays from behind Bakthu's mask like a fountain. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, things are about to get even crazier. Yo, check this out. A thick red mist suddenly shows up, wrapping tight around his right arm and leaving him completely frozen. He is totally shook, stuttering. What on earth is this black magic? Lee Jaha acts lightning fast, landing a lethal neck strike on White Rat. The guy lets out a horrific shriek before dropping dead on the spot. Within 1 second, White Rat shares the same tragic fate as his juniors. Talk about bro code and life and death, but this is just pure skill issue. The entire fight, Lee Jaha sits completely chill in one spot without moving an inch. Talk about absolute boss energy. Lee Jaha throws out a casual remark, cold and totally uncaring, in your next life, try not to cross paths with me. Learn your lesson. He casually walks over, yanks the pitch-black mask off the white-clothed guy with zero hesitation, picks it up and puts it right on. Behind the mask, he speaks in a deeply mysterious voice. Now only the 4 divine generals and Dai Lasat are left, right? Game on. Later, the generals gather around the messy pile of dead bodies, the air suffocatingly heavy and terrifyingly quiet. Red Nose grinds his teeth hard in absolute rage. Pay attention here, because if they let him pick them off one by one, they are all toast. Red Nose is absolutely not having that. What are we gonna do? We need an actual plan, not just sit around waiting to die. Blue Dragon steps up with intense determination, saying, indeed, the 4 divine generals must stick together. If all 4 of us jump him, he cannot do squat. For real, teamwork makes the dream work. White Rat, now wearing his mask, stands there deep in thought, looking super suspicious. Red Nose looks down beside him, sighing in pure despair. I cannot believe our juniors died so pointlessly like this. It is a total tragedy. He looks up, suggesting a seemingly safe plan. Maybe we should head back to Master, safety first. Blue Dragon immediately shuts that down, sounding extremely anxious and stressed out. If we run back now, Master will lose his mind. We lost our juniors, failed to handle that guy, and now we are running away? That is embarrassing as hell. White Rat remains quiet, not saying a single word, as if he is plotting something top secret under that mask. White Tiger and Blue Dragon also stand there thinking the tension's so thick you could cut it with a knife. Red Nose breaks the silence. Brothers, please make a choice already. Stop hesitating. After a moment of heavy hesitation, White Tiger finally speaks up with a firm tone. Let us keep tracking his trail. The 4 of us need to stick together, just like Blue Dragon suggested. We cannot let him chill. He then turns to White Rat, handing him a serious task with a deadpan face. White Rat, go report to Master right now. Go tell Master that our juniors fell in battle and the 4 divine generals will hunt that crazy guy down to the absolute end. He obeys instantly with deep respect. Understood. Blue Dragon falls back into thought, still sounding super confused. Wait, so we are temporarily leaving Master? Is that even safe? White Tiger explains with absolute confidence. His main target is Master anyway. He is not doing this. You and I both know this guy is sketchy, but his goal is indeed their master. He did not stage all this just to wipe out the minions. White Rooster stands nearby, twirling his fan, sounding totally skeptical. Bro, you really want us to just suck it up? I cannot buy that. Facing his brother's doubts, White Tiger sighs in helpless defeat. We have to. I thought his wild trash talk earlier was just hot air. But sometimes the crazy rants of actual lunatics turn out to be the absolute truth. Life is weird like that, you know? The whole gang falls back into another awkward, terrifying silence. Everyone is lost in their own thoughts, stuck on one major brain-scratching question. Why did he even slaughter the juniors? It literally makes zero sense and is deeply mind-boggling. White Tiger grinds his teeth in rage because he is out of his mind. He is a literal psycho after that absolute genius deduction from their senior White Rat and Red Nose, nod along like total clowns, completely sold on the explanation. In his head, the fake White Rat is dying of laughter, silently rating his fake senior. Quite the leader, making up such logical theories. Top-tier comedy right here. After plotting a bit more, White Tiger keeps analyzing. From the start, he wanted a 1-versus-1 duel with Master. If we stop chasing him, he won't have any reason to fight us. He will just show up alone at Master's place to settle it. It is literally a flawless, perfect plan. White Rat secretly smirks behind his mask, thinking, wow, this guy's logic is actually kind of making sense. He is not just some brainless musclehead, he is a strategist. White Tiger maintains his calm, scheming expression, speaking slowly. If Master takes him out, we can put White Rat back in the ranks. We can just rebuild the 4 divine generals from scratch and everything will be fine. No need to stress. He turns to Blue Dragon. Feeling totally drained, he complains. But seriously, how long do we have to act like literal slaves for that guy? It is so exhausting. Honestly, I just wish this toxic, unfair treatment of our brothers would end already. I am completely over it. White Rat stands there quiet, looking down at the ground, holding in some massive world-shaking secret. Then he looks up, dropping a bombshell that absolutely breaks everyone's brains. With a totally savage and deadpan tone, he casually says, why don't we just kill Master Quash and call it a day? Simple and clean. Problem solved, no hassle, super easy. The entire group freezes, staring at the fake White Rat in absolute disbelief at what they just heard. Like, what on earth? Time literally stops for several seconds before one of them stutters out, voice trembling in pure terror. You are not White Rat. Who the hell are you? Speak up! Lee Jaha just crosses his arms, watching them with a cold stare. And trust me, you and I are about to see this cold-blooded Lee Jaha absolutely break their brains under that mask. Yo, you and I are about to see this crazy Lee Jaha completely roast himself after letting a massive slip of the tongue ruin his entire stealth mission. Since his dumb slip-up, these guys are getting super suspicious about who is actually behind Bakshi's mask. They are totally losing their minds over this insane plot twist. He just stands there, watching them piece it together, totally here for the drama. And yep, they definitely smell a rat. The 4 divine generals are onto him. The generals team up to jump this fake brother. They are not letting this imposter escape. But Lee Jaha, he is already prepping to throw hands. He charges his inner energy to the absolute limit and unleashes his signature fiery heavy strike. It is a straight-up earth-shattering blast. All 4 divine generals pool their power to block that insane world-ending hit. It is an even match and a massive showdown is about to explode. A deafening boom echoes through the air, shaking the whole damn place. Lee Jaha's strike unleashed a wave of raw power that is honestly terrifying. The shockwave blasts all 4 generals backward, completely knocking them off balance. Weak as hell, only Bakjin and Xiangshin barely managed to stay upright. Those 2 are actual top-tier fighters, but Jiaoxa, he is stumbling around like a drunk, completely dizzy and about to eat dirt any second. Before he can fall, Lee Jaha dashes across the ground like a literal hurricane. In a split second, he is already right in front of the guy. He gets in Joksa's face and unleashes a barrage of steel-like punches straight to his chest, gut, and head. Absolutely zero mercy here. Every single hit lands perfectly. The other three generals watch this lightning-fast beatdown in absolute shock, unable to believe what they are seeing. Wait, pay attention here. Because Lee Jaha's glare alone is sharp enough to kill as he reaches out to snatch the mask off that terrified general. He rips Joksa's mask off without a single second of hesitation, ignoring his pathetic shaking. Then, he literally stacks it right on top of his current mask. He wears it like a shiny new trophy and growls a terrifying threat. Do not push my crazy buttons again or I will end you all. Just let me and the great Rakshasa fight it out. One of us dies and the problem is solved. Why do you guys always overcomplicate things? Such a pain. Baekjin quickly speaks up, his voice shaking with desperation as he begs. I get it, we will stay away from the Black Cat Gang, okay? Just spare Joksa, please. Lee Jaha gives him a freezing cold glare, his voice dropping below zero. I cannot save him, his luck just ran out. Hearing that, Baekjin panics and immediately demands answers. Why? You said your fight is only with our master, not us. Were you just straight up lying? You said you did not want to pick a fight with the rest of us. Was that all just a dirty lie to get us to back off? Lee Jaha grabs Joksa by the collar like a piece of trash and sneers with pure disgust. Yeah, that was the plan. But this scumbag? You and I both know how sick this is. He kidnapped innocent girls just to hand them over to the great Rakshasa. What an absolute piece of trash. The three remaining generals freeze in total confusion, having no idea how to respond. But Lee Jaha is still boiling with rage and keeps going. I heard he even offered the red-eyed beauty to the great Rakshasa. Am I right? There is absolutely no forgiveness for trash like him. Baekjin, Chongshin, and Bakyu turn pale as ghosts. They are completely shocked that he knows about their deepest, darkest secrets. Absolutely nothing gets past this guy. He is basically a mind reader. Watching Joksa beg for help, they realize they are completely powerless to save him. Fear grips their hearts as they stand by uselessly. He is really going to end Joksa just because of those kidnapped girls? That is crazy. Because of the red-eyed beauty? This guy is more ruthless than any beast. The sheer shock of it completely blows their minds. Lee Jaha does not waste another single breath. With a stone-cold expression, he delivers a devastating, earth-shattering punch that spells instant doom for Joksa. Joksa takes the full hit and flies backward like a broken doll. He gets smashed so hard into the wall that the stone completely shatters. Cracks spiderweb across the brick in a pathetic display. Lee Jaha stands there admiring his handiwork while feeling nothing but pure disgust for the guy. Joksa was easily the most loyal dog of the great Rakshasa, willing to do any dirty work without a second thought. Total trash. Even without this, I have plenty of other reasons to take him out. Deserved. He turns to look at the remaining generals and smirks. Looks like the 4 divine generals just got downgraded to 3. What a shame, guess your little club is missing a member now. The remaining 3 shut their mouths, too scared to even breathe. Lee Jaha calmly turns around to leave, but stops for one last warning. Well, I am off to throw hands with the great Rakshasa. If you guys want to throw your lives away, feel free to try a 4-on-1. I will be waiting at the Black Cat Gang. I am not scared of any of you. And just like that, he quickly reaches his destination. He strolls inside with insane levels of confidence, looking cooler than ever. Taking his sweet time, he slowly walks in and calls out, Master, your favorite disciple is finally back. Holding his newly harvested trophies, he thinks to himself with a massive, mocking grin on his face. Look, Joksa and Baekshi are back too. Surprised, old man. Walking down the insanely long hallway, his voice echoes with pure, unfiltered provocation. Lee Jaha sent Hyeon Chuk and Ju Mi straight to the afterlife, yet here I am, completely fine. Aren't you shocked to see me, master? Getting absolutely zero response, he gets super annoyed and starts throwing insults without holding back. Where is our deadbeat master anyway? Hiding like a coward. Alright, stick with me because right there in the Grand Hall sits the great Rakshasa himself, surrounded by his massive crowd of loyal followers. The vibe is incredibly tense and serious. The subordinates are all bowing their heads in pure terror, sweating bullets and overthinking their entire lives. They know a storm is brewing. With Lee Jaha standing right there challenging the Supreme Master, the ultimate clash is finally about to begin. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total madman return. He is definitely not going down easily. Since the old man still ignores him, Lee Jaha keeps calling out with a smirk, his tone extremely cocky and provocative. Hey master, are you deaf? The servants are getting more terrified by the second, not scared he will beat them up, but terrified he will go totally psycho and slaughter everyone in the room. Everyone is sweating bullets, wondering what crazy stunt is coming next. Is that really the Lee Jaha sect leader? How does he dare call his master out like that? So reckless, talking absolute trash the second he arrives. Yep, that is definitely him. The real deal. No doubt about it, 100%. Now the great Rakshasa finally speaks up, his deep voice dripping with pure authority and supreme power. Fine, welcome back. But what about Red Nose? Where is he? Lee Jaha flexes his victory with zero chill, sounding completely proud and cocky as hell. I punched him so hard he got glued to the wall. Insane, right? He is probably lining up at the underworld gates by now. Hearing this, great Rakshasa looks genuinely disappointed, his voice filled with fake regret. What a pity, he was my absolute favorite disciple. This is so tragic. Big sad. Our Lee Jaha lowers his voice and looks at him, totally curious about something. Honestly, there is this one thing I have been wondering about forever, so I gotta ask you, master. The old man replies, sounding unusually calm and unfazed. What is it? Spit it out. Lee Jaha gestures by tapping on the two masks he is wearing on his face, looking super mysterious. Pay attention here because his next question is about to expose a massive secret. Why do we even wear these masks? Behind them? This is getting interesting. Hearing that, the old man's wrinkled face suddenly twists into a wicked, mysterious smirk. Good question, you actually have a brain. Impressive. I have taken in countless disciples over the years, but not a single one ever dared to ask me about that. You are the first, pretty ballsy. Indeed. Great Rakshasa sits back comfortably and slowly answers, sounding incredibly deep and mysterious. The reason is simple. If you hide your face behind a mask, you can do evil things way more naturally. Nobody knows who you are, so why worry? That mask literally replaces your real identity whenever you want to do shady stuff. It is super convenient, honestly genius. After saying that, he questions him back, throwing a probing gaze his way. Since I have answered your question, you should also show your real face. Let us play fair. One of us is definitely going to die here anyway, so it should not matter, right? Why hide? What are you even scared of? Lee Jaha lightly tilts the mask on top of his head and laughs with pure savage mockery, his voice super teasing. Oh, my face. I do not want to show it, so what? What are you going to do about it? His sharp eyes flash like daggers, radiating danger. As he speaks with a mysterious tone, he adds, I am about to do some really evil stuff here, so I cannot show my face. That ruins the fun. Secrets make things way more exciting. I know you and I both love a good villain origin story, but Great Rakshasa just sneers at him with pure disdain. He gets up from his seat and sighs dramatically, sounding super disappointed about the whole thing. What a shame, you really should have been my actual disciple. Such a waste. What a massive waste. Lee Jaha responds with zero emotion, his face completely blank as he says, even if I were your disciple, I would still beat you up. Then you will wonder why you were foolish enough to give me this mask in the first place, only to end up in this pathetic state. Sucks to be you. The old man puts his hands behind his back and slowly walks down the stairs, seemingly agreeing with that dark logic, speaking with some surprisingly deep philosophy. Exactly, that is how people survive in this brutal world. Nothing weird about it. That is just life, kid. His black robe flutters dramatically in the wind as he walks, looking super cool and stylish. Lee Jaha stares at him for a long moment and starts questioning himself, sounding extremely confused and annoyed. I am literally a handsome guy, so why does no girl like me? This is so unfair, my luck is absolute trash, man. He then looks over at the old man's ugly, wrinkled face and cannot help but feel super jealous and annoyed. How does this wrinkly old bastard get to enjoy everything in life? This is so unfair. This sudden realization gives him even more motivation to end this old man right now. He is completely pissed off and filled with rage. He cannot accept this. Great Rakshasa acts like the ultimate master and asks a question with maximum confidence. Which discipline does my dear disciple want to challenge me in? Palm strikes, fist techniques, saber swords, or raw internal energy? I can handle whatever you throw. Since I have trained way longer than you, I will let you decide first. Go ahead and make your choice. Lee Jaha asks him back with an extremely challenging smirk. Which style are you actually most confident in? Tell me. Great Rakshasa replies casually, sounding extremely smug. At my age, I obviously have decades of deep internal energy. This might be unfair to you, though, so you should probably choose something else. I do not want to bully a kid, you know. Lee Jaha does not even bother arguing and just goes with it. He makes a firm, decisive choice. Fine, let us clash with internal energy first to warm up. Hearing this, the old man sneers to himself, thinking he is dealing with a total lunatic. Just hearing his voice and seeing his face, it is obvious he is just an inexperienced brat who knows nothing about the real world. Trying to clash internal energy with someone who has trained for decades? How incredibly foolish. Without wasting another second, Great Rakshasa starts channeling his internal energy to the absolute limit, releasing a terrifying pressure. On the opposite side, Lee Jaha gets into position, completely unfazed and ready for a fight to the death. No fear whatsoever. Their murderous gazes lock straight onto each other, and it is impossible to tell who is stronger. An earth-shattering battle is about to begin. Great Rakshasa unleashes a brilliant golden energy that lights up the entire sky. Instantly, Lee Jaha counters with his own force, refusing to be pushed back even slightly. One side glows with an eerie red aura, while the other shines with arrogant gold, creating a truly legendary spectacle. Both fighters pour their power straight into each other. The massive surge of raw energy severely impacts the entire surrounding area, causing the solid ground to completely crack and break apart into massive pieces, showing earth-shattering power. Both fighters are pushing their internal energy to the maximum limit without showing any signs of stopping. Instead, the intensity keeps rising. And trust me, you and I are about to watch this intense madness escalate even further as the crazy energy. Let's jump in as he pours in even more insane power. Wild winds whip up, kicking up blinding dust like the literal end of the world. Now the Great Rakshasa finally realizes how incredibly dangerous this situation is, and panic starts creeping into his chest. This kid is definitely no joke. Sweating bullets, the old man pushes his power even harder, cranking it up to the absolute limit, but it does absolutely nothing, completely blowing his mind. He cannot believe his own eyes. The brat is not even budging against my inner energy. How is this even possible? Is he a freak? How can his energy match the power I spent decades painfully cultivating? It makes zero sense. No way, this is pure illusion. Lee Jaha glares right back with eyes burning like wildfire, pure hatred radiating from him like he wants to tear him apart. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp blade slices through the air with zero warning. A cheap shot that no one could have possibly seen coming. Turns out the old trash, the great Rakshasa, plays dirty. Since he lost the energy clash, he whipped out a blade for a sneak attack. What a pathetic coward. Such a sore loser. But Lee Jaha's reflexes are absolutely top tier. With lightning speed, his bare hand grabs and shuts down that deadly sword strike without breaking a single sweat, easy peasy. Seriously, if he was a split second slower, that blade would have taken his head off. Talk about a close call. Watch closely here, because catching a deadly blade barehanded is real pro player energy. Our Lee Jaha is just built different, an absolute god of martial arts. He narrows his eyes, smirking with pure contempt. Hey, I thought we were clashing with inner energy? Man, my grandmaster really did not exaggerate about you. You really are a slimy, cheating old bastard. The great Rakshasa is completely frozen in shock, getting hit with surprise after surprise, unable to process this reality. His mind is utterly blown. Right then, Lee Jaha unleashes a devastating punch that caves the old man's face in. It looks so brutal, but damn, he deserved it. Talk about instant karma. That one hit sends blood spraying everywhere from his mouth. His teeth and lips are a mangled mess, causing him pure, agonizing pain. Then he pulls back and delivers a brutal headbutt straight to the Rakshasa's forehead, an absolute earth-shattering blow. Honestly, though, that mask is made of some high-quality stuff. Taking a hit that hard and not breaking, premium gear right there. But Lee Jaha immediately slams him with another merciless headbutt, showing zero pity. This is a straight-up beating. Now the mask is finally showing cracks, losing its perfect form. It is about to shatter into pieces any second. But Lee Jaha is not done venting yet. He delivers one final savage knockout blow, making sure the old geezer has zero chance to counter. Game over! The great Rakshasa's face looks completely demolished, barely even recognizable anymore, just a bloody mess. Lee Jaha rips off his own annoying mask, revealing eyes burning like blazing red fire, looking like a literal demon from hell. Pushing his energy to the absolute peak, a wicked smirk crawls onto his handsome face. It is honestly terrifying. The great Rakshasa cries out in pure, agonizing despair, his voice cracking. Oh, the agony! My inner energy is out of control! Thick, ugly veins start popping up all over him like old tree roots. His raw energy surges wildly through his veins and starts literally evaporating. He is utterly terrified, unable to accept that his hard-earned power is leaking away. No, someone save me! The pain the Rakshasa is feeling right now. You and I can basically feel his soul being ripped right out of his body. He shrivels up like a pathetic dying bug. So miserable. Swelling veins web across his skin, his eyes fill with terrifying blood vessels, and his pupils roll back, almost popping out. It is straight up horrifying. Makes you want to puke. At this point, Lee Jaha only needs to give him a gentle push to send him crashing face first into the dirt. He has zero strength left to fight back. Weak as a snail, he raises a trembling hand that looks like dry bone wrapped in paper, like a rotten twig. Talk about absolute misery. The great Rakshasa stares at his withered, shaking hand and wheezes, his voice so faint it sounds like he is about to flatline. What is happening? This is impossible. His eyes bulge in utter confusion. Then Lee Jaha speaks up, his voice as freezing cold as ice. Just a little greeting for our first meeting. The Rakshasa looks up with his bloody, wrinkled face, his eyes completely filled with absolute terror. He is shaking in his boots. Lee Jaha proudly declares with total dominance, I am Lee Jaha, sect leader of the lowdown sect, remember the name. Slumped on the ground, the great Rakshasa stares at Lee Jaha's handsome face, stuttering out his name in sheer disbelief. Lee Jaha, it cannot— Our Lee Jaha just mocks him again with a sarcastic tone. If you had just accepted a fair challenge from the start, old man, you would have saved your foolish disciples' lives. Serves you right. Now, before you kick the bucket, why don't you say some final words to Lee Jahas? At least go out like a boss. The great Rakshasa coughs violently, spitting up a thick glob of fresh blood, looking like he is on his absolute last breath. He clenches his bloody mouth, missing most of his teeth, and gasps out a confused question. You already slaughtered all of them. What disciples are you talking about? Are you losing your mind? But right after saying that, he suddenly senses a presence behind him. He whips around, unable to believe what he is seeing. What in the world? It is actually Jin Hei and Hong Xin. The two of them are standing frozen, completely paralyzed with fear. Sweating absolute buckets, their faces are pale as literal ghosts. They are completely paralyzed and scared out of their minds. The old man scans them, utterly shocked. What are you guys doing here? Before he can even finish his sentence, he spots 3 other heads poking out from the opposite rooftop. The surprises just keep coming. Talk about a plot twist. The trio Chongjin, Baekjin, and Baekyu have been hiding up there, completely silent, too terrified to utter a single word. They are completely quiet. The great Rakshasa looks at Lee Jaha, highly suspicious. Wait, you crazy bastard, did you actually spare all of their lives? That is incredibly bizarre. His tone suddenly shifts, his voice dropping low, filled with a deep sense of respect for our Lee Jaha. Lowdown sect leader, you truly are a beast. I lost completely fair and square. Lee Jaha just stares at him in silence, showing absolutely zero emotion. And that is where we leave it. The old master bows one last time before his eyes close forever, marking the end of his era. Alright, stick with me, because we are starting with a pretty heavy goodbye. He looks at everyone, gasping out his last words of absolute regret. My disciples, you always worried for a useless master like me and went through so much pain. From now on, you must serve the leader of Ha'oman with total loyalty. Got that? Understood? Never forget it. Even at death's door, he squeezes out one final, crucial piece of advice. Listen up, from this moment on, you guys should also Take off those masks and live a normal life. Do not end up miserable like me. Poor old guy. His followers stand dead silent, paying their final ultimate respect to the man who was once their grandmaster. The atmosphere is heavy and dead silent. Dilasat's voice slowly fades into nothingness. He has passed away in complete quiet peace. Lee Jaha reaches out towards him, his mind swirling with heavy thoughts. Even in those very last moments of his life, Dilasat only thought about his disciples. Guess the old villain actually had some humanity left in him. Lee Jaha gently closes his eyes as a final farewell, whispering, "Rest in peace." Right after, Lee Jaha turns to the remaining disciples, his voice instantly dropping into a commanding, powerful tone. "Listen up and follow your master's dying wish. Take off those masks right now. Do not hesitate." Hearing his order, the three of them immediately start pulling off their masks without a second thought. While they are at it, Lee Jaha starts bossing everyone around, ordering them to clean up the Hakmao gang headquarters like they are doing spring cleaning, including disposing of all the random corpses lying around. The underlings scramble to obey, moving lightning fast to get it done. Once finished, he heads inside and shouts for the manager. "Tell those 12 divine generals to get their butts in here. Manager Byok, Hongshin, and Kim Hoi. Tag along just to watch." And just like that, the once terrifying trio of Bok Dan, Thon Thin, and Bok Dao sit meekly in the corner like quiet puppies. Across from them, Manager Byok, Hongshin, and Kim Hoi wait for orders. Now pay attention here, because Lee Jaha sits down like a total boss and drops a massive bombshell. "From now on, I am your eldest martial brother." Everyone freezes, their brains completely short-circuiting. Seeing their blank stares, he casually rubs his chin and explains, "If I had to actually train you, calling me master would fit better. But look at me, I am way too young and handsome, so eldest brother is perfect." Anyone got a problem with that? Obviously, anyone dumb enough to complain would get deleted instantly, so they keep their mouths shut, secretly crying about his young age. Like, this kid is our leader? Makes no sense. Seeing their silence, Lee Jaha continues his speech. "Alright, I will be micromanaging you guys from now on. Disobey me once, you get a warning. Disobey twice, and you are dead." "Got it?" Hongshin quickly shouts, "Yes, big brother," and Kim Hoi immediately chimes in too. Our boy chuckles, thinking that feeding them pork bone soup really paid off because they are so obedient. But those three stubborn generals still look incredibly depressed, standing there totally silent, clearly not vibing with this yet. Lee Jaha gently says, "My brothers, your master Dilasat is dead, so you can chill now." The three generals keep their stiff, gloomy faces looking like absolute statues. Losing his patience, Lee Jaha lowers his voice, threateningly growling, "I said chill out." Only then do the three ice blocks melt, nodding their heads in sheer terror. "We get it." With the intimidation done, he starts laying down the new rules. "I do not care how powerful your factions are or how many thugs you have. Once Dilasat's funeral is over, shut down your trash businesses and join me in Ha-Oman." Thon Thin keeps a straight face, asking, "Ha-Oman?" Lee Jaha explains that it is basically a gathering hub for talented misfits from all over. Sounds like a chaotic flea market of weirdos. Thon Thin asks, "So what do we actually do?" And yeah, I know what you are thinking, does he have a plan? The room falls dead silent, so quiet you could hear a fly buzz. To be honest, his mind is totally blank right now. He is internally screaming, "I have no clue!" Unable to think of anything, he just wings it. "Just report to me regularly with updates. If anything goes wrong, scream for me. That is all for now." With that settled, Lee Jaha warns the stubborn trio again to cut out their shady underworld activities. Bok Dan stays quiet for a moment before nodding, "Understood." The young leader pauses, thinking for a bit, and continues lecturing. "You guys are all grown up now. If I keep holding your hands like kids, it will ruin you. Now that the masks are off, learn to stand on your own 2 feet. Seems like getting promoted today made him extra chatty. I am no saint, and I do not have infinite patience. Sparing people actually takes a lot of mental effort for me, so do not test me." He then subtly reminds the 3 grim-looking generals, "Just like how I spared your lives, Bok Dan, Thon Thin, Bok Dao." Hearing this, Bok Dao timidly speaks up. "Actually, I have some concerns." Lee Jaha quickly turns to look. Bok Dao slowly explains, "Our master had quite a few enemies and allies. Long Thu Lao Quan was a very close friend of his. He often did favors for Master, and Master even gifted him women sometimes. If he finds out Master kicked the bucket, Long Thu Lao Quan will absolutely lose his mind." As Lee Jaha prompts them to share more dirt, Thon Thin quickly chimes in. "There is also the Van Vu Association." He continues, "They are Master's sworn enemies. In fact, Master's right hand was cut off by them." Thon Thin spills all the tea without holding anything back. Unlike Long Thu Lao Quan, the leader of Van Vu Association will probably throw a massive party. Plus, there is a whole list of other enemies holding grudges, and we have no idea how they will react. Hearing this, Lee Jaha's eyes light up like he just struck gold. This info is incredibly valuable. Sighing with relief, he mutters, "Now this is perfect." Hongshin asks in confusion, "Eldest brother, why is that perfect?" Feeling completely energized, Lee Jaha grins widely. "I mean, it means we have more targets to destroy." His insane, chilling answer makes everyone's faces turn pale with absolute terror. Lee Jaha rubs his chin, his brain quickly connecting the dots to some dancers. "Could the Van Vu from that group be the same Van Vu I know?" Bok Dao nods to confirm. Seeing this, his face twists like he just ate a sour lemon. What a sickening name. He turns to the manager. "Manager Byok, write up an ultimatum immediately, under the name of Hakmao Gang's leader. Send it to Van Vu Association, telling them to stop acting tough and behave." The manager narrows his eyes, understanding. So you want to use this letter to declare war? Lee Jaha nods. Exactly. You actually have a brain. And trust me, you and I are in for one wild ride. Alright, you and I are starting with this guy blushing like a tomato, looking terrified. Seeing things get tense, Baiyu quickly tries to step in. Yunwoo sect is no joke, so do we really need to pick a fight? But our crazy Lee Jaha shuts him down instantly, staring at his junior brother with cold eyes. Lee Jaha spits out each threatening word, telling him to shut his mouth. Baiyu turns pale, stammers a quick yes, and doesn't even dare to breathe. Our Lee Jaha grumbles, declaring war is no big deal since they already hate each other anyway. He stops, plotting some sketchy new scheme in his head, and his attitude suddenly flips 180 degrees. He slams his hand down, making everyone shake in fear of getting punched into next week. Lee Jaha roars that just hearing the name of the Yunwoo sect makes his blood boil, so they are going down. He orders Manager B to skip the formal letters and just declare war straight to their faces. The whole gang looks pale as ghosts facing this crazy eldest brother. Declaring war just because he hates their name? Talk about petty. But he gets even more hyped up. He claims the Yunwoo sect cut off their master's hand, so taking revenge is their ultimate duty. Makes sense, right? The other 6 are sweating bullets, too terrified to speak. They all have the same question. This guy literally killed their master himself, and now he wants revenge for him? Is he out of his mind? Since nobody answers, Lee Jaha gives them a cold glare. Finally, they start whispering. Baiyu and Jinhae quickly agree, mumbling that revenge is a must. He looks at them like a boss while everyone else is sweating buckets, fearing his next move. But he just tells them to work together nicely. They all shout in agreement. Lee Jaha then takes a casual stroll outside, enjoying the warm sunlight. The sun dances on the roof tiles as cherry blossoms fall. He mutters about being so busy, though this new big boss looks incredibly relaxed and happy. The servants avoid him like the plague. Anyone working on his path drops everything to bow down. Talk about ultimate Lee Jaha aura, right? Even the jack guys carrying heavy sacks have to kneel with the weight on their backs. Their boss, Tuo Jiping, bows to greet him. Our Lee Jaha just waves him off. Suddenly, a pink plum blossom petal drifts past, catching his attention. He turns to follow where it came from. He spots a stunning blooming plum tree nearby. Walking over slowly, he sits down to meditate right under its branches, completely in the zone. Sitting cross-legged, he closes his eyes as petals rain down, landing on his shoulders. A nearby servant spots this and freezes, completely awestruck. The entire courtyard falls dead silent. Only the warm sun and falling petals fill the air, creating a surprisingly peaceful vibe for our crazy Lee Jaha. He sits there from sunrise to sunset, completely still. As the light fades, those pink petals slowly cover his entire body. The servants just watch this magical view in silence. Finally, he opens his eyes, stands up, and lets the petals fly around him. Watch closely, because this is where his long hands draw the sword from its sheath. The servants gasp in shock as he begins to swing. He stops, looking at his blade as a single petal floats by. Just like that, his new target is locked in. Focusing entirely on that one falling petal, he raises his sword. Every movement is calculated, shifting speeds with insane control. It is his smoothest, gentlest attack yet. Slow and relaxed 1 second, then explosive the next. The onlookers are totally transfixed. They lose all track of time watching him. He moves like a dancer, powerful, fluid, and ridiculously skilled. With sharp eyes locked on target, the petals seem to follow his blade like they are alive. He plants his feet as a sudden wind kicks up. The wind whips the petals into a massive, powerful vortex. Each petal flies free until he finally locks onto his goal. He thrusts his blade forward with blinding speed. The petal grazes the tip, and his eyes flash with razor-sharp focus. With one clean slice, he splits that tiny falling petal perfectly in half. The swirling vortex expands as he calmly sheathes his weapon. Even though the servants and their boss are standing far away, they can still feel the massive pressure of the wind he generated. I know what you're thinking. Did he just invent a whole new style? The watching servants are whispering the exact same thing. They wonder if he is creating a legendary new sword technique. But our Lee Jaha just looks up blankly and asks what flower this is. They yell out that it is a plum tree. Touching the rough bark, he nods. Honestly, he looks ridiculously majestic standing under the sun. With a smirk, he names it the Plum Blossom Sword Art. The servants are totally speechless by how basic that name is. As he turns around, Hong Xin comes skipping over. He glares at her, accusing her of stealing his top-secret martial arts moves. But she cuts him off, knowing he's just going to call her a thief again. Caught red-handed, he has nothing to say. She laughs, calling the Plum Blossom name super cringe, so he jokingly suggests changing it to the Rakshasa Sword Art instead. She admits Plum Blossom actually sounds better. He agrees and tells her it is dinner time, but she decides to stay behind. He shrugs and leaves her to enjoy the falling petals alone. Meanwhile, we cut to some of the guys stuffing their faces. Jinhae's cheeks are stuffed like 10 giant buns. He's absolutely destroying a chicken leg when our Lee Jaha suddenly asks him a question. He asks if Jinhae is senior to Hong Shen. The guy nods, which makes our Lee Jaha roast him for constantly getting beaten up by her. Jinhae complains through a mouthful of chicken, arguing that this whole dynamic is completely messed up. He claims it makes absolutely no sense. Holding 2 chicken legs, he rants that no respectable sect should allow a junior sister to beat up her own senior brother like this. She should be expelled, right? But trust me, you and I both know this crazy sect is far from normal. Yo, you and I are jumping right into the middle of this crazy gang drama where Gyum Hui is absolutely losing his mind. After taking a beating, he is like, "How dare you? Just wait, I will give you a brutal lesson they will never forget." He slumps there looking totally depressed, complaining that his big bro went ahead and drained all his inner energy anyway. But looking down at the crispy golden chicken in his hand, he keeps whining that Hong Shinshin's power is scary deep. This is seriously no joke, man. Lee Jaha, sitting next to him, just nods along. Guillaume Hui turns to his big bro, totally shocked, but the guy just mumbles back. He acts all worried, saying he looks completely exhausted. Lee Jaha agrees and tells everyone to just shut up and eat. Shoving a massive piece of meat into his mouth, he asks, "So basically you have a crush on Hong Shin?" Guillaume Hui glares at him, totally offended, asking if he is daydreaming. Big bro just bites his chopsticks like an innocent kid, asking, "Oh, is that not it?" Guillaume Hui still grips his chicken legs, looking miserable and sighing like the world is ending. Lee Jaha totally ignores the drama and keeps stuffing his face, casually teasing him about how incredibly well his fat little junior brother eats. Guillaume Hui, with food in both hands, keeps talking with his mouth full. He complains that since Big Bro drained all his energy, he needs to eat double to recover. Lee Jaha laughs, mocking his ridiculous fat logic as being one of a kind. Kid just glares back, saying it is a good thing he is this chunky. Right after that, he starts bragging about his super rich past. He claims his family's massive merchant guild was basically printing money, and as the youngest son of that empire, he was loaded and actually had sick martial arts. Plus, he was apparently super skinny back then. Big Bro is shocked to hear he is a wealthy rich kid, and Guillaume Hui nods. Lee Jaha finally gets it. No wonder he acts like a spoiled brat who deserves to get punched. Hearing this, the kid's face immediately sours, looking completely annoyed. Then Guillaume Hui looks outside, wondering why the hell all the guards are running around like crazy. Even his junior sister is out there. Outside, a bunch of dudes in black are swinging swords like absolute maniacs. Under a tree, Bayak is quietly meditating while the rest are flailing around like they are at some weird festival. But Hong Shin is killing it, pulling off these clean, beautiful sword moves. Guillaume Hui stuffs his face and asks if these guys have been doing some weird flower dance ritual this whole time. But watch closely, because Lee Jaha just smiles and tells them they are doing great. Guillaume Hui is totally shocked, like, "You think this clown show is actually good? This looks less like a cool gang and more like a bunch of lunatics." But Big Bro looks outside, genuinely impressed by their progress. Suddenly his eyes flash with a super sharp glare. Watching them train like maniacs, he figures they must have caught his vibe. Even Bayak is working his butt off, pushing his limits to reach that god-level status they all dream about. Outside, the beautiful pink blossoms are blooming like crazy, looking absolutely stunning. Big Bro smiles and yells out, "Perfect." Feeling the cool breeze and watching the petals drift, he flashes a handsome smile, totally enjoying the sweet scent of the blossoms floating in the air. He gently taps his finger on the table, humming a smooth tune like a total Lee Jaha. Guillaume Hui just sits next to him, his face lighting up as he starts clapping along like a total fanboy. Outside, Hong Shin and Bayak are still grinding hard, practicing their sword style as the evening shadows stretch across the yard. These guys show absolutely zero signs of stopping. Seeing them work this incredibly hard, Lee Jaha gets totally caught up in the mood and just keeps humming his tune. Just like that, night falls. By the next morning, pink petals are drifting across the courtyard, and back inside the room, we find our characters gathered once again. The manager stands respectfully in the middle of the room, ready to deliver some major news. He reports that someone recently spotted the notorious Silver Demon. It turns out rogue mercenaries are also gathering, and as long as someone pays them cash, they are ready to cause absolute chaos. But wait, here's the crazy part. Let us think about this for a second. A bunch of mysterious underworld big shots are suddenly teaming up, and Lee Jaha is just staring at the ceiling, wondering why. What is their actual game plan? The manager figures that since some of the heavy-hitter divine generals got wiped out, the enemies think their faction has become weak and vulnerable. They are trying to exploit this weakness and take down their entire clan. But Lee Jaha just sighs, saying that is the absolute dumbest logic he has ever heard in his life. The guy who easily slaughtered their top general is still standing right here, yet they think the clan is weak? What a bunch of brainless idiots. His men just stare blankly, completely lost, before finally nodding along like, "Oh yeah, that actually makes sense." The manager, who is always the voice of reason, adds that greed always makes people lose their minds. Big Bro just nods. The manager then suggests that based on his info, the rival bosses have officially joined forces. Since the enemy is incredibly powerful, his plan is to quickly contact their remaining divine generals. If they do not prepare, their entire territory will get torn apart, and even the strongest fighters will have a hard time surviving this upcoming war. Big Bro just slumps in his chair, looking totally bored by the whole situation. He complains that they are short-staffed and everyone's morale is completely down. If he has to do everything himself, how are they supposed to win this fight? They absolutely cannot let the enemy outnumber them. So Lee Jaha starts giving out orders, telling one guy to head to the nearby county to deliver a message. He wants them to recruit all the desperate, crazy fighters who do not mind dying on the battlefield. Then he orders another messenger to contact the notorious Black Panther group. Bayak is shocked to hear that name. But Big Bro just nods, telling him to have their leader pick 100 of their most elite soldiers and bring them over. The guy is absolutely stunned that these wild fighters are actually joining them. Big Bro just shrugs, saying if the sect master orders it, they will show up. He calculates that with these extra troops, their numbers should be perfectly even. Even if an all-out war breaks out, his men will not feel outnumbered. But then he warns them that the Black Panthers are totally insane, so they better watch their step around them. Those guys are seriously out of their minds, absolute loose cannons with zero chill. Doko Bayok swallows hard and nods. Big Bro yells for all the leaders to salute, and they shout back in unison. Then he asks if there is anyone on the enemy side he should avoid killing, like any family members or old buddies caught in the crossfire. He tells them to speak up now. The leaders just stare at each other in dead silence. He shrugs, warning them that once he starts slaughtering, there is no room for regrets. They quickly shout back that there is no one. So you and I are about to see some serious action as Big Bro orders everyone to assemble for the ultimate clash of the century. Alright, get ready because if they ignore my summon, I will drag them out of bed and beat them to death. He waves them off, get to work. Butler Bitch asks with a dead serious face. So you want me to sketch a portrait of someone, sir? Lee Jaha casually replies, yeah, there is this one person we absolutely have to find. Butler Bitch hears this with a totally confused face. He is completely puzzled but quickly bows down. Just give me a rough description and I will hunt them down for you no matter what. Lee Jia asks at all costs? Lee Ziha's face suddenly turns dark, making the whole room feel freezing cold. He continues, that guy is a total pervert. Butler Bitch hears this and completely freezes. He stands there utterly confused, asking him to clarify. Lee Jia has to explain, he looks exactly like a creep, super pale skin and way too smooth. Plus, his eyes are always squinting like he is constantly smirking. See him yourself and you will get it. Butler Bitch listens, trying to visualize this weird image. He nods, I understand, sir. Lee Jaha looks slightly surprised and asks, you do already? The butler continues, yes, from your description I can picture him in my head. I can totally see this pervert's face now. After saying this, his expression becomes dead serious. Scene cuts to Lee Jaha chilling inside his carriage, resting his chin on his hand. Looking deeply lost in thought, he suddenly calls out, hey, change our destination. With this awesome breeze, going to the Cloud Rain Guild in Dehoa County sounds way better. The driver jumps in surprise, quickly answering with a very confused, yes, sir. Lee Jaha's eyes grow incredibly dark as he speaks a random cryptic sentence out of nowhere. I am right here and they dare put on airs? How annoying. The driver is completely stunned, looking totally lost. Lee Jaha has to ask, what is up with you? The driver snaps out of it, sweat dripping down his forehead. He quickly responds, it is nothing, sir. The carriage continues rolling down the quiet, deserted forest road. Let us enjoy this peace with him for a second. Resting his chin, he smiles, feeling the cool spring breeze blowing away all the messy drama inside his head. He feels great as they finally arrive. Lee Jaha steps out of the carriage and turns to the driver, telling him to head back and just act like nothing happened. Just say you went to take a quick leak and head back. The driver nervously nods, yes, sir. Once the carriage disappears, Lee Jaha casually turns around to enter. With hands behind his back, he strolls up to the massive doors and knocks loudly. A small peephole slides open, and a suspicious eye glares out, asking, who are you? Lee Jaha does not say a word, standing still like a statue while staring straight at the door. Seeing no response, the guard inside asks him once again, who is it? Hearing that, he lets out a quiet, mocking scoff before casually replying, I am here to collect my compensation. The door slowly begins to open. Lee Jaha complains internally. What kind of slow welcome is this? Are they trying to rip him off? The doors swing wide, revealing a grumpy guy with crossed arms. He gestures hostilely for Lee Jaha to enter, then turns around, grumbling, what compensation? Is this about the guildmaster, or maybe the vice-guildmaster? Lee Jaha completely ignores him, silently scanning the room with an unreadable expression. Seeing no reply, the guy whips around, asking in a totally annoyed tone, why are you not answering? Lee Jaha looks blankly at him and asks, what? Hearing that, the guy completely loses it, angrily swinging his hand to strike. He grits his teeth, shouting, you've got a pretty cocky mouth, do not you? But that heavy slap gets caught instantly. Lee Jaha squeezes his wrist hard. He squeezes like he wants to break it, looking completely calm and utterly disgusted. The guy starts shaking and screams, let go of me right now. You and I can feel the killing intent radiating from his eyes, freezing the guy's spine. He can barely breathe, sweat soaking through his shirt in pure terror. The agonizing pain in his crushed wrist turns his face pale as veins pop out. Absolutely terrified, the guy stutters out, just where did you even come from? Lee Jaha casually replies, where did I come from? Well, that is a pretty long story, but I came from my mom. Stop asking such stupid questions. He frowns, or maybe you want to ask which faction sent me here to cause trouble. Explaining that is going to be way too exhausting for both of us. Hearing this, the guy's face turns completely pale. Terrified, he stutters out, please just spare me. Lee Jaha just stares down at him in total silence. His eyes are sharp as knives. Suddenly, he swings his arm, effortlessly tossing the guy aside like a piece of absolute trash, crashing into the ground. He hits the ground with a loud thud, completely knocked out with eyes rolled back. Lee Jaha ignores him, turning to walk away without even glancing back once. As he walks, he wonders why it is so quiet inside. Is it because their leader is not around? He strolls over to a beautiful fish pond. Colorful koi fish with beautiful patterns are happily swimming around in the clear water. Lee Jaha looks around, searching the courtyard for any signs of life. He walks up to a guy chewing on some meat by a warm fireplace. Lee Jaha casually asks him in a flat voice, what kind of dump is this place anyway? The guy looks up, his mouth totally stuffed with food, slurring his words to ask who he is. Lee Jaha coldly replies, I am here to see Mr. Thu. The guy lazily replies, he is not here, he is currently out. Lee Jaha nods and casually asks if there is anyone else in charge around. Is that so? Anyone else on duty? Like the Vice Guildmaster, maybe? The guy shrugs, only guests. The Vice Guildmaster is away on business too. Lee Jaha looks over at the blazing furnace nearby and asks, "What do you use this thing for?" The guy answers casually like it is no big deal. "It is just an incinerator." Curiously, he asks, "An incinerator? What is so urgent that you have to burn it here? What is inside?" The guy shrugs casually. "We burn dead bodies, obviously." Lee Jaha is completely stunned and asks with a shaky voice, "Burning bodies?" The guy grabs another piece of meat, looking annoyed. "Anyone who refuses to pay up or causes trouble gets tossed right into the fire, I guess." He mutters as if being disturbed from his meal. "Honestly, I do not really know the details." Lee Jaha narrows his eyes, asking, "So if they do not pay, they get murdered and then cremated here?" The guy just nods and goes back to happily stuffing his face with meat. Lee Jaha stays quiet for a moment, then lets out a sarcastic sigh. "Eating while bodies are burning nearby, do not you find that a bit weird?" The guy freezes with a confused look. But before he can even answer, Lee Jaha walks away, leaving him with a casual, "Keep eating." "But trust me, you and I know things are about to get wild," when the guy asks, "Wait, you are not a guest?" "All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess." Right, this guy is clutching a massive axe, his face looking absolutely twisted with rage as he glares at Lee Jaha. But our Lee Jaha just glances back with zero care. Watching this, Long Pham realizes this dude is a straight-up monster. His bloodlust is off the charts. Just how many people has he put down to react with this kind of instant killer instinct? In a split second, the big guy lunges, swinging his heavy axe right at Lee Jaha. But Lee Jaha is too quick, spinning out of the way of that deadly strike like it is nothing. Before his attacker can even process what happened, Lee Jaha unleashes a brutal, bone-shattering palm strike straight into his chest. The guy instantly spits out a massive mouthful of fresh blood. He flies backward like a broken doll, crashing straight into the blazing incinerator behind him. The roaring flames flare up instantly, swallowing the poor bastard whole. Lee Jaha just watches coldly, eyes still dripping with icy bloodlust. He casually grabs the dead guy's massive axe, lifts it like it weighs nothing at all, and turns around. He walks away from the roaring fire, facing a massive 4-story pagoda tower. The main doors swing wide open, and he just strolls right inside like he owns the joint. Now look closely here. Inside is dark, gloomy, and filled with thick incense smoke. On stage, a group of gorgeous dancers freeze mid-performance, staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. Round tables packed with expensive wine surround the stage. A bunch of shady, high-profile guests turn to glare at him, their eyes full of suspicion. But Lee Jaha does not care. He walks straight onto the stage, cool as a cucumber. His face is completely emotionless, scaring the absolute crap out of the dancers, who instantly scramble behind the curtains to hide. He speaks, his deep voice carrying insane weight. "It is too dark in here, somebody turn on the lights." Suddenly, the angry guests leap to their feet, their hands gripping their sword hilts, ready to scrap. Cut to the aftermath. Dead bodies litter the floor, blood pooling everywhere in a total massacre, with only Lee Jaha left standing in the center. He is gripping that giant axe, looking like the literal Grim Reaper. Blood slowly drips from the heavy blade, staining the floor dark red. His eyes are filled with pure murder. With blood splattered across his face, he looks incredibly savage. Suddenly, a barrage of heavy footsteps echoes through the hall, breaking the thick, suffocating tension of the atmosphere. A squad of armed swordsmen rush in, backing up Lee Jaha. Their leader looks at the horrific scene, utterly bewildered, and stammers like an idiot. What is going on here?" Then he looks at Lee Jaha, voice shaking, Who are you?" And trust me, you and I wouldn't want to face Lee Jaha's terrifying glare right now. The sheer coldness of that look sends shivers down his spine. The leader hesitates, instantly sensing something is deeply wrong here. Lee Jaha just looks at him sideways and says flatly, "I am here to collect my compensation." The leader is completely baffled. "What? Just how much money are we talking about for you to massacre this entire place?" Lee Jaha responds with a totally straight face, "How much was he going to pay you anyway?" The guy hesitates for a second, thinking it over carefully. He replies, 300 gold. Is that enough? Lee Jaha gives him an unreadable look, turns around and responds with some clearly fake sarcasm. "Well, what a surprise. That is the exact amount the Haksun chief promised to pay me." The guy's eyes widen as the realization hits him, and he stammers, "Wait, so he owed you money? Just take these 300 gold pieces and get the hell out of here. We will call it even, debt cleared." But Lee Jaha just drops a cold truth bomb. He tells him, "You do not even have to pay." The guy instantly panics, answering back, "Wait, how does that work? You do not just ignore a debt to the Haksun chief. That man's debt collection is no joke." Before he can even finish his sentence, Lee Jaha cuts him off, his voice dropping below freezing. "If he is dead, he won't be asking for any money back. Besides, I do not remember who I lent to. If any of you owe him cash, you should be thanking me right now." Cold sweat pours down the guy's face as absolute terror grips his soul. What? Did this maniac really just slaughter the Haksun chief? He is shaking, but keeps his mouth shut. He does not dare say a word, but then his eyes bulge out in pure disbelief. He looks down at a very familiar corpse lying face down on the bloody floor. The face is covered in thick blood, looking absolutely gruesome. Seeing this, the leader's face completely drains of color as sheer panic starts setting in. He is visibly shaking now. Reading his fear instantly, Lee Jaha's eyes narrow as he drops a chilling threat. "Do not even think about trying to run away, because I will bypass all your men and hunt you down personally. And do not try ordering them to act as human shields either, because I will only target you. I am going to ignore your henchmen and end you." Dripping in sweat, the leader swallows his fear and stammers out, "So, what do you want? Should I get the money?" Lee Jaha nods but warns him in a casual tone, "Do not play games. While you prepare the cash, your men will probably try to surround this entire building. So you are going to stay right here and spend that time reflecting on your sins with me." The leader recoils in absolute horror, letting out a panicked scream. "What?" Lee Jaha just sighs, speaking in a deep philosophical voice. "Show some respect for the dead. Let us think about why our lives ended up in such a mess. And why we all drifted into this godforsaken corner of the world. None of us were born evil, so how did we end up turning into such absolute monsters?" The room goes dead silent. Not a single person dares to answer. But suddenly the front doors are slammed wide open as a massive crowd of heavily armed men barges inside with insane energy. Lee Jaha does not even look up, just staring at the floor with a completely unreadable expression. "Is that how you open doors? Don't you guys want to negotiate nicely?" The leader stays completely silent, his face still frozen in utter terror. Inside, he is screaming. This guy is a total psycho, and he is officially trapped by a madman. He remembers the brutal carnage from earlier and shudders. He was never normal to begin with. Even without seeing it happen, he knows everyone was wiped out with a single axe strike. The thought terrifies him to his core. Shaking with tension, he screams at his men to get the hell out. They look at him in total confusion, but he just barks the order again, his voice cracking. "Get out right now!" Everyone quickly scrambles out, leaving only Lee Jaha standing on the stage, looking down at the terrified leader with a freezing gaze. The tension is unreal as they lock eyes. The leader holds up his hands, begging desperately, "Look, I sent them away. Please, just calm down. Whatever you want, just say it. We can settle this peacefully with words. Let us work together. You can even consider me a traitor to my own people. I will literally get on my knees and beg for my life." Hearing this, Lee Jaha remains silent. "And trust me, you and I are about to see what happens next. Yo, stick with me because this dude just got ordered to kneel." He immediately crawls up onto the stage, shaking like a leaf, and looks up to check the vibes. He is trying to read our Lee Jaha, totally losing his mind. Lee Jaha just stares, dead silent, which makes the guy sweat bullets. So he scrambles to negotiate. He begs in a shaky voice, saying it is a miracle their leader is out, and promises to spill whatever tea Lee Jaha wants to hear. Talk about desperate, right? He knows Lee Jaha does not care about cash or girls, so he begs to know what he actually wants. But Lee Jaha straight up cuts him off with zero warmth. "Where is Master Thu?" Lee Jaha asks coldly. The guy stutters out a quick reply, saying the boss should be back late tonight. He is practically shaking. Lee Jaha casually asks if the guy can take his own boss down. That completely breaks the dude's brain, leaving him standing there looking like a total idiot. In his head, he is like, "Okay, let me just sweet-talk this crazy guy." He stutters out, saying if he is alone, it is going to be tough. But with his crew, they actually stand a chance. Since Master Thu is out drinking today, they can catch him lacking. He claims they can definitely finish him off. Lee Jaha narrows his eyes and drops a cold truth bomb, calling him a traitor. Then he slowly raises his massive axe, letting the metal gleam in the dim light. The guy turns pale as a ghost, totally losing his mind. He begs Lee Jaha to believe him, screaming that if he fails, Lee Jaha can just chop him up instead. Besides, Master Thu wants to kill Lee Jaha anyway, so wiping them all out later would be a win-win. He is desperately trying to save his own skin here. Lee Jaha smears his bloody hand right on the guy's face, whispering like a literal demon. He asks if it is true that Master Thu is strong as the great Asura. The guy forces a pathetic, twisted smile, completely paralyzed by fear. He mutters that those two have never actually fought a real battle against each other. Now watch carefully, because Lee Jaha's eyes flare with absolute murder, sending a massive shiver down the guy's spine. And then bam, things go from 0 to 100. Lee Jaha swings his axe, splitting the man in half with a brutal strike, painting the room red. He casually watches the body collapse, feeling zero remorse. He mutters to himself that this whole Cloud Rain Guild is just filled with trash. There is not a single useful person in this entire place. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo nearby, getting louder by the second. Someone screams at the top of their lungs that the vice leader has just been attacked. Over 100 furious gang members charge in, surrounding Lee Jaha with intense killer energy. He just looks at them like they are dirt, letting out a heavy sigh. He calls them a bunch of dead men walking. Holding his dripping bloody axe, our crazy MC steps down from the stage looking like an absolute demon. Later on, he casually strolls over to another building, looking incredibly relaxed. As he steps inside, the warm voice of Mo Yongbak greets him, "Welcome in." Yongbak looks up, totally shocked to see Lee Jaha covered head to toe in dried blood. Our MC politely apologizes for dropping by so late at night. But Yongbak just smiles and shakes his head, telling him it is totally fine. He is super chill about the whole blood-splattered look, to be honest. He tells him it is totally fine. But I know what you're thinking, why is he so chill with blood? He quietly asks if Lee Jaha got in a fight. Lee Jaha casually nods, saying fighting is basically his daily routine. Yongbak just laughs it off and offers to share a drink with him to wind down. Lee Jaha agrees without hesitation. The scene shifts to the two of them sitting down, with Yongbak slowly pouring amber liquid into their cups, filling the room with aroma. Sitting across from him, Yongbak slowly pours some golden amber wine into their cups, filling the room with its rich aroma. He finishes pouring and looks up. He asks who he fought this time. Looking at his cold reflection in the cup, Lee Jaha casually drops that the Great Asura is officially dead. Yongbak briefly nods. Lee Jaha continues, explaining that right after the Great Asura got smoked, he gathered his remaining crew and paid a visit to the Cloud Rain Guild. Yongbak pours him another glass, totally shocked. He asks if our crazy MC literally went and crashed their entire base. He can barely believe it. Lee Jaha just coolly admits he used his trusty axe to wipe them out. Hearing that, Yongbak gets super startled and raises his voice in absolute shock. He stammers out, asking how he could possibly do that. But Lee Jaha instantly cuts him off, telling him to keep his voice down, no cap. Yongbak lowers his voice, whispering that killing with swords, axes, or bare fists is completely different. He worries if Lee Jaha accidentally killed any innocent people. Those things are completely different. He asks if Lee Jaha ended up killing any innocent people, but Lee Jaha just looks him in the eye and coldly replies, "Nope." Yongbak smiles and praises him for a job well done. But then his face turns serious, warning that he can see Lee Jaha's inner demon hovering. Lee Jaha just grins, looking at him with deep eyes. He says if that is the case, he will have to visit more often since he is basically a patient. Our MC raises his glass, his mind spinning with deep calculations. He knows exactly what he needs to do to keep himself from completely losing control. He realizes if he keeps hunting Master Thu down like this, he might end up turning into a literal, brainless, crazy demon. He cannot let that happen. Looking at Yongbak's peaceful face, he thinks that hanging out with this guy actually calms his inner madness. It is like a natural anchor for his sanity. He wants to be a chill, crazy demon who can actually handle his business, not some mindless monster drowned in bloodlust. This life has to be different. The current him is already doing way better than his past life. Staring down at his cup, he makes up his mind on what to do next. Under the bright, gorgeous moonlight, plum blossoms fall like snow. Lee Jaha steps outside, feeling incredibly light as he walks past the guards, who bow down respectfully. He walks with his hands behind his back, totally at peace. Talking with Yongbak really did wonders to clear his mind after all that brutal bloodshed. He smiles, realizing how amazing it is to have a true friend to talk to. It is the ultimate way to decompress after a long day of slaying. Entering his grand hall, his top generals immediately look up to greet him. The room is silent, but everyone is relieved to see him return safe. And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this crazy squad shakes up the Murim next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest Manhwa showdowns yet. In the hall, Cha Songtai hides behind a fan. Underneath is a sly, glittering smirk. Suddenly, he leaps up, saluting Lee Jaha with a clenched fist, announcing his formal return. Once seated, Lee Jaha, he signals the crowd below to take their seats. He locks his eyes on Cha Songtai, casually asking if the first round of introductions is finally finished. He quickly nods, saying it is all done. Lee Jaha's eyes turn ice cold as he bluntly asks why he is chilling in the master's seat. Unflustered, Cha Songtai grins, asking if he is not the manager of the Hao sect. Lee Jaha coldly glares right back at him. He drops a flat, "Yeah, that is true." Hearing this, Cha Songtai gloats like crazy, proudly repeating that he is indeed the chief manager. The master just stares, totally unbothered. Suddenly, Hong Shin snitches in a loud, ringing voice, asking his senior brother if Cha Songtai really is the number 2 guy in the Hao sect. Lee Jaha raises an eyebrow, questioning if he is really number 2, turning to look at him. The guy is sweating bullets while desperately trying to broadcast an SOS signal with his eyes, begging his young master to save him right now. Lee Jaha narrows his eyes, thinking he definitely let a total snake into his house. Ignoring Cha Songtai's dramatic silent scream for help, he drops a brutal, savage reality check. It absolutely wrecks Cha Songtai, leaving him pale and completely stunned, like a total meme in a historical setting. Lee Jaha continues in a flat, deadpan voice. Cha Songtai is just a manager here. There is no number 2 ranking. However, since the manager... Now watch closely, because Lee Jaha warns them that Cha Songtai is extremely fragile. If they hit him even once, he will bite the dust. Hearing that, the others crack up like they just won the lottery. Meanwhile, Cha Songtai slinks back to his seat, looking incredibly sad and pathetic. Suddenly, Lee Jaha calls him out. He whips around instantly. Lee Jaha casually drops some harsh truth, telling him if he is salty, he should get stronger. Cha Songtai sits down, whining that he wants to, but everyone else has OP masters, rare elixirs, and top-tier martial arts, which makes them insanely broken. He sighs, looking like he is about to cry, complaining that he has no master or elixirs, only using trash sword moves to barely survive. Then he narrows his eyes, throwing some shade, suggesting that if they only compare raw physical combat, it is not even clear who would actually win. Hearing this bold claim, Takukbing instantly glares at him with pure fire, basically asking if he wants to catch hands right now. But Thontai does not back down, snapping back. "Fight now? Check the room, man. Let us do this another time," keeping it cool. Bing's face goes dark with utter disbelief. Kim Hoi and Hong Shin absolutely lose it, cracking up as loud, joyful laughter fills the entire hall. Tuha sighs deeply, telling them they better have a real fight next time. Cha Songtai bows obediently, playing along like a good kid. Now getting serious, Lee Jaha notes that everyone is here and asks for their input. Instantly, the hall falls dead silent as the tension rises. He asks how they should spread rumors fast. Should they launch a surprise raid or hold the fort? He tells them to speak up freely. Now pay attention here, because Cha Songtai immediately cuts in, asking who they are fighting. Lee Jaha names their dangerous, teamed-up rivals, and a bunch of other wild, aggressive warriors. Cha Songtai taps his chin with his fan, acting like a brilliant strategist calculating their numbers. Estimating 400 to 500 enemy troops, he leaves Kim Hoi and Hong Shin utterly shocked. Lee Jaha calmly responds to his calculations here. He asks Cha Songtai to explain. With maximum confidence, the guy claims that defending the fort is the absolute best move. Lee Jaha asks why. Cha Song-tae explains clearly that their own numbers are limited, plus playing defensive sounds like a lot of fun anyway. But before he finishes, Lee Jaha cuts him off, sounding slightly impatient, asking if that is seriously all he has. The guy just flatly replies, "Yes, master," nods thoughtfully, agreeing to lock in the defensive plan because it does sound way more fun. He then stretches out his hands, asking for other opinions. The crowd stands frozen, while Takukbing and Hong Shin look incredibly displeased, utterly speechless at their leader's bizarre, hilarious tactical logic. They cannot believe their leader actually chooses a battle strategy based on what is fun. Since no one speaks up, Lee Jaha acts fast, slaps his thigh loudly, and declares that the decision is final. They are going with a defensive battle, warning them that it gets dangerous. For those who cannot fight, they must evacuate everyone to Not Long County for safety. The crowd loudly shouts their absolute agreement like a disciplined army. Then he looks down, asking who will take on the mission of escorting the evacuees. They must move immediately as the enemy could strike tonight. The entire hall goes dead silent, not a single sound. Since nobody steps up to volunteer for the mission, Lee Jaha decides to assign it. He points directly at Cha Song-tae, telling him to go since he is not going to be much help in the upcoming crazy battle anyway. Cha Song-tae glares back, arguing seriously that he represents Not Long County, so he must stay. Hearing this, Lee Jaha scratches his head, feeling awkward. Realizing everyone wants to stay, he decides to make the call. He loudly calls out for Manager Bitch, who immediately bows and responds with a yes. Lee Jaha orders him to lead the evacuation, while Tumawi handles the rest by sending fast, agile scouts ahead to ensure the path is safe. Tuma Yi and Manager Bitch accept the order with professional sync, immediately heading out together to carry out their respective duties right away. Then Lee Jaha turns to Kim Hoi, telling him to cover the rear and report back immediately if anything goes wrong during this dangerous evacuation. Kim Hoi obediently bows and leaves, rushing out with his heavy build. With the assignments done, Lee Jaha smiles, suggesting they have some drinks now. "You and I both know a big battle is coming, but for now they are going to enjoy a drink. See you in the next recap." "Yo, stick with me here." The lackey hypes up the leader, bragging that while the city outside is dead silent tonight inside their hall, it is a straight-up riot with everyone partying hard. They are laughing, stuffing their faces with meat and booze, pure peak chill vibes. Swirling his cup, Lee Jaha smirks, noting how well they live. But just as he raises his glass for a sip, he stops and glares at the door. Looks like some major drama is about to drop. A rowdy gang storms right in, led by Dako Seng, wearing this ridiculously sketchy, mysterious smirk on his face. He looks shady as hell. Flashing a creepy grin, he locks eyes with Lee Jaha and yells, "Hey Lee Jaha, your big bro is finally here!" Lee Jaha just sits there holding his cup, completely unbothered. His face stays deadpan as he mutters under his breath, "What a weirdo." Meanwhile, Dako Seng spins around to point at the pack of goons behind him, laughing with pure smug energy. "I brought these brainless idiots just like you asked me to," he brags loudly. Then he spots the partying crew who have stopped drinking and are now just staring at him like clueless NPCs. He sneers, "Well, nice to meet you losers. Quite a gathering of top-tier masters we got here." With zero shame, Dako Seng walks over and plops down right next to Cha Song-tae. He acts like he owns the place. Cha Song-tae takes a sip of his drink and side-eyes him, thinking, who is this arrogant trash? But Dako Seng just casually grabs a cup, completely ignoring the death glare, and shoves it in Cha Song-tae's face. He demands in his classic bossy tone, "Pour me a glass." Hearing this, Cha Song-tae's pupils shrink with absolute rage. His face contorts in pure annoyance as he snaps back with absolutely zero chill. "Pour it yourself, you damn plague." The more he yells, the madder he gets, losing his mind completely. His eyes burn with killer intent, ready to murder the guy right there. "Who the hell do you think you are, calling yourself big bro to our leader? Did you lose your mind on some bad drugs? Now check this out." Dako Seng's face darkens as he glares back, keeping his mouth shut to look mysterious. He sloppily pours his own wine, splashing it all over the place. Dako Seng is totally pissed off, pouring the drink with a sour look on his face. Seeing himself get ignored like a ghost, Cha Song-tae loses it, grinding his teeth in absolute fury. He barks out, full of venom, "Hey you trash, am I invisible to you or what?" The tension between them climbs to a boiling point, ready to blow up over a single spark. But right before they clash, Lee Jaha cuts in. "Dako Seng, did you come up with a new name yet?" The guy glances up, reaching into his robes with a sketchy, mysterious look. "It used to be Black Heaven Castle, but now we're the Ha-Wu clan," he mutters. Lee Jaha sighs, totally annoyed. "I asked for a new name, idiot. What are you even talking about?" Dako Seng just stares down, playing with some object he pulled out, replying as if nothing happened. Those guys are all complete idiots. They could never agree on a single name. Waiting for them to name it is a waste of time. I just picked Ha-Wu clan to get it over with. He raises his head slightly with a smug grin and continues. "Oh, and I added 10 more rules to the list. The leader's status has been elevated to a whole new level." He sounds incredibly cocky, acting like he owns the whole show. Cha Song-tae is completely frozen, his jaw dropping in pure shock and fear as he stares at the guy next to him. He is thinking, what the hell is going on right now? Black Heaven Castle? No way, is this sketchy guy seriously the big boss of that legendary fortress? He tries to play it cool, but his mind is racing with sheer panic. He is totally sweating bullets. He quickly looks away, trying to hide his absolute panic, and chugs his wine like a madman just to save some face and calm his nerves. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha just ignores the drama and keeps chatting with him. "So how many goons did you actually bring here?" Dako Seng smirks. "Well, you told me to bring 100, right?" He flashes a wicked, sketchy smile and adds, "So I handpicked 30 of my absolute best elites. Don't worry, those 30 can easily crush 100 regular guys. Quality over quantity, my guy." Lee Jaha nods, looking pretty satisfied with the call. "Nice job." Dako Seng slams his cup back onto the table, frowning as he takes a quick look at the booze in front of him. He scoffs, dripping with pure sarcasm. "What kind of garbage ditch water is this? You guys actually managed to get drunk off this trash? What a joke, you rookies have zero taste." You and I both know that silence is deafening. Everyone just stares, speechless. Dako Seng glares back coldly, acting like he's the boss of the world before turning back to Lee Jaha. He abruptly asks Lee Jaha, "By the way, do we have any grand battle strategy?" Lee Jaha casually replies that there is zero plan, they're just going to wing it when the time comes. He shrugs arrogantly. "No plan? Then we just charge in and slaughter everyone. Easy peasy." Lee Jaha nods along like it's totally normal. "Yeah, let's just do exactly that." Dako Seng pauses, staring at him in complete disbelief. But suddenly he leaps up with a massive grin and yells, "Heck yeah, now that's what I'm talking about! If the enemy shows up, make sure to wake me up. I need a quick nap." He walks straight over to Lee Jaha's seat and crashes, displaying absolutely zero respect for anyone. With his hands behind his head, he passes out like a baby, leaving the entire crew utterly bewildered and staring at each other in total disbelief. Lee Jaha, still holding his drink, turns to the gang below, asking casually like he's just checking the weather, "Hey guys, is the moon bright tonight?" To Kugbing narrows his eyes and replies seriously, "It's bright, sir. A beautiful night for a showdown." Lee Jaha then asks if anyone from the Nine Dragon side uses poison, but the guy just shrugs, having no clue. Lee Jaha presses on. "Are the Nine Dragon Elder and Master Thu the strongest ones there?" Bak Dan, who is raising his glass, flinches in shock and frowns deeply. "I guess so," he stammers. Lee Jaha asks in a totally flat, emotionless tone, "So how do they compare to the Great Asura?" Bak Dan replies with a very serious face, "Everyone has their own strengths, but they are definitely no match for you, Master." Lee Jaha looks around the hall and addresses the entire crew with an icy, authoritative tone. "I will take on the Nine Dragon Elder and Master Thu myself. As for you guys, just fight smart. This is going to be a brutal clash if they overpower you. If things go south, just back off. Don't go getting a quick game over." The whole hall shouts in unison, "Understood." Suddenly, heavy, panicked footsteps echo from a distance. The tension spikes instantly. The doors are slammed wide open as a frantic guard clutches his sword and runs in, screaming at the top of his lungs about the threat. "The enemy has arrived," he shrieks. Instantly, the entire room freezes up, everyone turning pale. Bak Dan and Cha Seongtai look completely terrified, breaking out into cold sweats. They are literally sweating buckets. Lee Jaha snaps his head around, his face turning incredibly dark as his eyes flash with a terrifying killer intent. Rising to his feet, he commands, without a single shred of hesitation, "Bring me my mask." Bak Dan rushes over to hand him the mask, and Lee Jaha takes it, slapping it right onto his face. He commands his crew to gear up and follow him out. With an overwhelming, terrifying aura, he leads the charge outside like an absolute warlord ready to crush his foes. The massive squad marches out, nearly 100 troops backing them up as they head straight for the main gates. "Trust me, you and I are about to see a bloodbath." "All right, you and I are dropping right into a massive, totally unbalanced setup." Stepping through the gate, they find themselves completely surrounded by a human fortress. This battle is totally unfair. Master Thu stands opposite them, sounding super smug and condescending. "Look at this. Is not this the famous 12 divine generals? How dare you punks show up to fight me without Dai Rasat backing you up?" The old man chuckles, mocking them with a super disrespectful and sarcastic sneer. He makes a ridiculously shady offer with a slimy grin. "If you execute the guy who killed our vice leader, I might actually be nice and spare your lives." Lee Jaha mutters, completely unfazed. "Another cheap trick to divide us? That is older than dirt, Grandpa." Bakeman then steps up, speaking politely. "Master Thu, long time no see." The old geezer scoffs back, clearly looking down on him. "Oh, if it is not Bakeman." Backman fires back with some heavy shade. "So you finally bowed to Elder Longshu? If Master knew about this in the afterlife, he would be so embarrassed. After all, Master respected you once." The old guy rolls his eyes and scoffs, acting totally unbothered. "Those weak provocations do not work anymore. By the way, where is Hong Shin? Did she kick the bucket already?" Hearing this, Hong Shin immediately spits on the ground, showing pure disgust. She is definitely not scared of anyone. Hands on her hips, she stares him down like, "Come at me then." Master Thu keeps talking with a nasty look. He acts like he is looking at trash, claiming he came to save Hong Shin. Now watch closely, because here comes Elder Longsho stepping forward. Leaning on his cane, his voice is old but insanely powerful. "Just hand over the one who killed my old friend and the rest can walk. Stop doing useless things." He looks up and warns them in a deep voice. "Anyone who wants to live, get out of my sight right now. Just think about why Dai Rasat always gives me treasures. It is a no-brainer." Lee Jaha smirks, rubbing his hands together in pure excitement. "Looks like we have got plenty of targets to slaughter today." Then he turns to the guys standing behind him with a super mysterious vibe. "Watch closely, juniors." They yell back in perfect unhesitating unison. Lee Jaha then speaks with a voice as cold as ice. "Do not even think about running. Fight with everything you have got, or I will personally end you." The disciples are totally speechless, only muttering a depressed, quiet yes. He looks up at the gorgeous full moon, suddenly sounding surprisingly romantic. A bright moon like this is just perfect for an absolute bloodbath. Moonlight bathes his face as he drops some deep philosophy. "Listening to old folks will make you lose your mind. I cannot save you tonight." His crew gulps hard, sweating bullets. They squeak out a trembling response. "We get it, boss." Suddenly, Lee Jaha whipped around, totally startling Baekmin. "Talk about a jump scare. Give me your hands," he commands, leaving no room for argument. Baekmin is utterly confused, but holds out both hands anyway, too scared to refuse. Lee Jaha steps right onto his palms and barks another order. "Channel all your internal energy and launch me up. I need to get closer to appreciate the moon." Baekmin is completely stunned, stammering in shock. All right, Lee Jaha adds very seriously. "Make sure you use every ounce of your strength." He just nods, not daring to talk back. Lee Jaha smiles behind his mask, eye contact making the vibe a bit weird. "See you in a bit, Junior," he says smoothly. "See you in a bit, Senior." Lee Jaha smirks mysteriously. Suddenly, using Baekmin's hands as a springboard, he takes off. Launching himself right off Baekmin's hands, he rockets into the sky. You saw that too, right? He basically touches the damn moon. It is an unreal, majestic sight. Smiling at the moon, he looks like a literal god. Suddenly, he leans back into a free fall. He laughs maniacally while dropping. Headfirst towards the ground, he suddenly flips his body, diving straight down like a flash of lightning. His hand gets wrapped in roaring, blazing fire. He swings it with devastating, unmatched power, radiating an insane aura. Unloading a massive flaming palm strike, the fire explodes, targeting Master Thu's men. It is an unstoppable, earth-shattering blow. The crowd panics and scrambles back, but it is way too late. They are completely cooked with zero escape routes. Wild flames completely swallow them up, sending smoke and sparks flying everywhere in a horrifying show. This forces Baekmin's crew to shield their faces. They back away, unable to watch the horror. Through the thick, swirling smoke, a dark figure looms mysteriously. The fog clears to reveal Lee Jaha standing tall, looking absolutely legendary. He looks up with a smug, triumphant grin. The smoke slowly settles, exposing charred, bloody corpses scattered all over the place. It is a brutal, stomach-turning, and terrifying massacre. Survivors back away, faces completely pale with terror. The ground right under Lee Jaha is cratered into a massive, terrifying handprint. That is proof of his godlike power. Not just the grunts, but even Master Thu and Elder Longsho turn pale, speechless. They stare in complete disbelief. Lee Jaha draws his sword, looking incredibly badass, and slowly scans the area. He speaks in a bone-chilling tone, telling everyone to listen up. He glares right at the incredibly tense Elder Longsho. He sneers with pure contempt, that old geezer. Lee Jaha raises his sword, his eyes dripping with heavy murder intent. "Because of this senile old fool who only sits around waiting for De Rasat's charity, you are all going to die here today." Elder Longsho's face turns incredibly dark. He bites his lip, desperately trying to keep his cool under pressure. The crowd looks at him, waiting, while the elder keeps his head down, plotting. Suddenly, he snaps his head up. He snaps his head up, veins popping, screaming for blood, and that's where we leave it. Let the absolute chaos begin. Alright guys, stick with me because this is a total do-or-die moment. Dakosin sneers, slicing down 4 enemies in one single swing. Talk about a legit master. Bak Dan, Tan Thin, Bak Dao, and Hongshin do not flinch at all, jumping straight into the brawl. Meanwhile, Takukbin is swinging his sword like crazy, slash opponents down like grass, which is honestly terrifying. Amidst all this insane, bloody chaos, Lee Jaha just stands there completely still, chill as hell, and starts talking, sounding like he is on a casual walk instead of a brutal deathmatch. He is like, "The moon is beautiful tonight, the crew has great vibes, and I am feeling amazing." Thu sees his own goons just standing around like idiots and screams in absolute rage. "What the hell are you guys doing? Why are you just standing there? That punk is standing over there all by himself. Get in there and tear him to pieces right now." Hearing that, the mob immediately charges straight at Lee Jaha, without a single drop of fear. He stays completely unbothered, spitting out a cold, sarcastic insult. "Get lost, you pathetic weaklings." The others are too chicken to move. They just stand there in defense, glaring with killer eyes, but they are clearly sweating. Suddenly, Lee Jaha's sword gets completely wrapped up in a blazing wave of fire, which looks insanely epic and magical. He smirks, tilting his chin up, and mockingly announces that he is only here to take the life of their big boss. Hearing that, the goons instantly feel the terrifying danger closing in on them and immediately panic, trying to scramble away. They are absolutely running for their lives, but watch closely because there is literally no escape. Lee Jaha swings his blade in a brutal arc, unleashing a bloody fountain as agonizing screams fill the night air. And mixed in the noise is a pitiful, weak voice begging, "Wait, you said you only wanted the boss!" Then a massive spray of blood splatters all over Lee Jaha. Behind his mask, his eyes look exactly like a cold, bloodthirsty beast, giving everyone absolute goosebumps. He quickly chases down the terrified crowd trying to run away, slicing them to pieces without an ounce of mercy. The horrific screams and pools of blood just keep piling up, creating a totally brutal, nightmare scene. Every single swing of Lee Jaha's blade leaves piles of bodies in its wake. He is basically a god of death, slaughtering everyone like a total maniac without stopping. Zero mercy left in his soul. The body count keeps climbing, and some poor guys get their heads chopped off mid-scream, only letting out a tiny gasp before dying. They cannot even close their eyes in peace. Lee Jaha's pupils shrink, and with his face completely drenched in blood, he looks more terrifying than ever. He speaks in a deadpan, chilling voice, asking why they only know how to run. Then he swings his blade at another runner desperately trying to escape. A lightning-fast flash of steel, and the guy's head is instantly sliced off. His face is frozen in absolute shock, leaving him dead with eyes wide open. Talk about a horrific way to go out. Lee Jaha, with a twisted, demonic grin on his face, looks like a terrifying god of slaughter as he speaks. His voice is full of pure menace, asking if they thought it was their era now that Great Rakshasa is dead. He then grabs another goon by the neck. It is a brutal, savage move. His voice sounds like it is echoing straight from hell, sending cold chills down everyone's spines as he asks them a question. Did you fools ever wonder why Great Rakshasa actually died? The poor guy he is choking has his eyes rolling back, veins popping all over his face. Foaming at the mouth and making weak, pathetic choking noises, the dude looks absolutely miserable. Watching this, Mr. Thu and the Long Thu Elder are totally freaked. Can you even believe how insane this is? Mr. Thu and the Long Thu Elder are sweating bullets, their faces completely pale. Honestly, those guys are shaking in their boots right now. Thu can barely stutter out that the kid is a complete lunatic. With a loud crash, Lee Jaha tosses the choke goon aside like garbage, showing zero pity. The remaining goons are so traumatized by this horror that they completely lose their minds, totally speechless, just standing there paralyzed like useless stone statues. Their swords drop, clattering against the floor and shattering the creepy silence. The terrified mob immediately starts running in every direction like they saw a ghost. All their courage is completely gone. Mr. Thu gets so furious his face turns purple and he charges forward like a hurricane, slicing down his own fleeing men. He shows absolutely no mercy, taking them out instantly. He roars in sheer frustration, screaming at them, "What the hell do you think you are doing? Anyone who backs down is going to die by my hand." Dead bodies drop into pools of blood on the ground, creating a truly sickening sight. Lee Jaha stands completely still in the middle of this bloody mess and flying sparks, looking up at the sky like an imposing, badass god of death. He lets out a slow sigh and the sword in his hand erupts into blazing flames once again with insane power. Mr. Thu barks orders to his remaining goons, shouting without a second thought to kill him right now. The mob charges forward like moths to a flame, completely forgetting all of their fear. Lee Jaha just glares at them with pure disgust, mocking them for thinking some weak trash could ever touch him. Suddenly, a weird red thread appears out of absolutely nowhere, wrapping tightly around the charging attackers in a creepy supernatural way. One by one, they get snared, looking completely terrified. They watch in horror as the threads squeeze their bodies tighter and tighter, making escape impossible. Even inside their eyes, those creepy red lines start to appear. It is seriously some bizarre demonic magic. Every single one of those threads is connected directly to Lee Jaha's flaming blade. He points it forward and roars his ultimate move, Fire Chicken Great Blade Walk. Suddenly, blood floods the entire area, making it look like even the moon is dripping red. It is a seriously chilling and grotesque sight. Even his own allies watching this are completely stunned, their faces turning totally pale with pure shock. Mr. Thu and the Long Thu Elder are completely paralyzed with absolute fear, unable to squeeze out a single word as they watch the carnage. Under the bright moonlight, Lee Jaha stands fully soaked in blood, his sword glowing with a terrifying crimson light. He lets out a creepy laugh, looking exactly like a demon that just crawled out of hell. Mr. Thu is sweating bullets, shaking all over as he mutters in absolute panic. He keeps asking who this monster actually is. Lee Jaha slowly turns his head, staring at him with a freezing glare, and asks where Liu Tutan is. The entire place goes dead silent, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this suffocating nightmare. Alright, stick with me here. Lee Jaha flashes his glowing red eyes, asking with pure murderous intent if Liu Siqing set up this whole war. Nobody dares to speak, and this creepy silence suffocates the room. Suddenly, Cha Songtai yells out with total confidence, pointing and screaming, "That is him." Everyone whips their heads around, totally lost. Cha Songtai keeps a straight face and points in one direction, looking completely sure of himself. Right there, a shady figure is hiding in the crowd. Cha Songtai confidently declares that guy is the silver demon Liu Siqing. The accused guy frowns, giving him a massive death stare. Lee Jaha is genuinely curious and asks him, "How on earth do you know that is him?" Cha Songtai rolls his eyes and snaps back, because during this entire fight, that clown did not do a single thing, just like some low-level minion. Lee Jaha nods, laughing. "Ah, I totally get it now. Looks like we have a genius detective in the house. Not bad at all." Then he gives everyone a savage smirk. "Even dog garbage can be useful sometimes. Seriously, good job, Cha Songtai." Hearing this, the guy beams with pride, shouting, "Yes, sir." Lee Jaha instantly snaps his head back to face Liu Siqing. Once again, the vibe gets insanely tense. But Liu Siqing stays freakishly calm, his face not showing a single emotion. Suddenly, he lets out a creepy smirk, looking incredibly sus. Watch closely right here, because Lee Jaha instantly recalls a crucial flashback, where Manager Bayok warned him about this legendary scammer named Liu Siqing. Lee Jaha had asked, "Who even is this guy?" Manager Bayok did not hesitate and gave him a crystal-clear breakdown of the Silver Demon. To the world, he acts like a friendly peace mediator, but secretly, he is a hardcore gambler constantly looking for massive bets to exploit. Basically, he is a master at stirring up drama and making things way worse. Manager Bayok stood there, dropping these expert facts about Liu. This guy is a lone wolf with zero clan backing him up, yet he rakes in tons of cash by inserting himself into underworld beefs. Honestly, the guy is insanely talented in his own messed up way. Hearing all this back then, Lee Jaha fell deep into thought. This dude is definitely not average. Even though it was the first time hearing about him, he sounded way more annoying than the other bosses. Seriously, this guy is a massive headache. Dealing with a trickster like him is definitely not going to be an easy walk in the park. Now back to the tense battlefield. Liu Siqing is absolutely boiling with rage, screaming, "So you are not even the real Black Cat boss?" Lee Jaha's eyes flash with a smug look, chuckling, spot on. No way that weak trash black cat leader could be as strong as me. Liu Siqing's face completely drops. He spins around to the other two bosses, calling them out with pure anger in his voice. You and I can clearly see these two bosses are sweating bullets, dodging his angry glare because they got caught red-handed and feel guilty. Liu Siqing keeps pressing them, completely losing his mind. Didn't you two promise to give me total control over the South China region? Lee Jaha watches this circus, laughing to himself. Wow, just listen to this clown talk. He is a certified snake, no cap. Pointing his finger directly at Lee Jaha, Liu Siqing barks out an arrogant order. Get moving and fight until we have a winner. He lets out a smug, toxic laugh, trying to bait Lee Jaha by yelling, quit acting like you are the big boss here. Lee Jaha just stands there, totally unfazed, muttering, fight until there is a winner. The entire vibe around him suddenly drops cold. Are you seriously trying to order me around? You have got some insane balls. He raises his blood-soaked hand high into the air. Then he drops a massive bomb on everyone, declaring with absolute authority and zero hesitation, I am calling a truce right now. Both enemy bosses freeze, utterly shook by his words. Even Baek Jin and his crew are losing their minds, asking what is happening. To Cookbing is totally lost, screaming, boss, what are you doing? While Dak Ko-sin watches him with a highly suspicious look. But Lee Jaha is dead serious, repeating that he needs to double-check everything one more time just to be absolutely sure of it. Liu Siqing glares, obviously not buying this sudden truce. Lee Jaha looks right at the two rival bosses backed by their guards. He analyzes the situation with total confidence, asking, do you guys seriously not want a truce? If we keep fighting like this, you two are the ones who are going to lose everything. Dragonhead Lord laughs it off, totally doubting his words. No way that is true. Next to him, Mr. Leader agrees, arrogantly bragging, I have never lost a single bet in my life. Lee Jaha is not playing around, warning them, I promise you, if we keep fighting, most of your men will end up dead. And yes, some of my own people will die too, but you will be completely wiped out. The two rival bosses look at each other. They realize he is right. Continuing this fight means massive casualties, and there is no guarantee they can even take him down. It is a total lose-lose situation. Lee Jaha masterfully plays with their minds, pushing them to think about the real mastermind. Ask yourselves who is the only person here walking away with zero losses. Lee Jaha's eyes suddenly turn as sharp as daggers. It is the silver demon himself, the shady snake pulling all the strings from the shadows. Talk about a total backstabbing coward. Liu Siqing's face instantly turns black with rage. Lee Jaha points right at him, yelling, he promised you guys tons of cash in exchange for ruling South China, but did he bring a single soldier to help you fight? Hell no, he brought zero backup. He abandoned you to die while refusing to fight. A total coward. And trust me, you and I are about to see this snake pay. Alright, stick with me because this gets crazy. His roaring voice echoes so everyone can hear, declaring that the guy he actually wants to slaughter isn't Long Thu Elder, nor is it Mr. Thu. So if you old geezers just sit tight and stay out of this, Lee Jaha smirks coldly, saying he will grab that idiot by his neck first and destroy him. First, to teach him a brutal lesson. Mr. Thu narrows his eyes, sounding completely skeptical, asking how they could ever trust a coward who only dares to hide behind that pathetic mask. The two old foxes freeze when Lee Jaha fires back, declaring that if taking off the mask to show his face is what it takes, he will do it. There is absolutely nothing he is scared of. Hearing this, they shut their mouths, completely speechless, awkwardly glancing over at Liu Siqing, totally clueless about what they should do next. Right then, Liu Siqing cuts in with a sneer, oozing pure disrespect, asking if they seriously intend to keep listening to his garbage. Meanwhile, now pay attention here because Lee Jaha drops a cocky proposal. Let me beat this guy up first, then we can throw hands later. No rush. Seeing the easy deal right in front of them, the two old foxes start calculating. Actually, that makes sense. Why should we clash directly with that monster and take unnecessary heavy losses? This plan is honestly not bad at all. Plus, we still have absolutely no clue what Liu Siqing is actually scheming here. If we just let them tear each other apart first, we can just sit back, play the waiting game, and reap all the rewards. We won't take any damage at all. Absolute genius. Lee Jaha slowly reaches up and begins peeling off the mask that hides his identity. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere around them drops to a dead, heavy silence. Under the silent night sky, the bright moonlight cuts through the darkness, shining directly onto Lee Jaha's face. He looks incredibly handsome, yet terrifyingly cold. He literally looks like an absolute god descending to earth. The two old foxes instantly lose their minds, staring in pure shock, unable to believe their own eyes. Liu Siqing's brain is short-circuiting as he frantically wonders who this guy actually is. The tension is real. Then Long Thu Elder speaks up with absolute authority. I've made my choice. No way I'm accepting a ceasefire. Hearing this, Liu Siqing gets hyped, thinking his scheme actually worked. But watch closely, we're about to see things flip. And his smug face instantly freezes in shock as the old man delivers the punchline. Instead, you two are going to fight a brutal duel to the death right here. Talk about an insane plot twist. The old geezer chuckles like it is the most obvious thing in the world. Only then will we even consider agreeing to this truce. He then glances right at his partner in crime to get his take on this savage deal. Mr. Thu, what do you think about this little arrangement? The other old fox nods in total agreement. Senior, you took the words right out of my mouth. These two are pure evil. Meanwhile, in his head, Lee Jaha is desperately calculating his next move, letting out a frustrated sigh. If Ngan Kui Tu wins, these guys will throw everything they have to wipe out Nam Hoa. But if Lee Jaha wins, they'll just redirect their entire army to crush him instead. This is a total trap, and they're in a complete lose-lose situation. Still, he shrugs it off and signals his consent. Fine, let's do this. In a straight-up one-on-one, I don't fear any trash in this world. Talk about some absolute unmatched confidence. Bogdan rushes over, his voice shaking with pure anxiety as he frantically whispers, "Senior brother, please be careful." He warns that they're just going to sit back and scout his moves, analyzing his true limits while he risks his life in a massive trap. Seriously, this is a terrible idea. Lee Jaha shrugs, keeping his cool, his voice dead silent. I already know. Bogdan just stares at him, completely dumbfounded. He just can't believe how insanely relaxed his senior brother is right now. Clasping his hands together, he salutes him. You absolutely have to stay alive out there. Suddenly, Longthu Elder barks out a ruthless order for everyone to assemble, forming a solid wall so nobody can escape. A massive army of soldiers swarms in, locking down the area in a tight circle. They don't leave even a single inch of space to run, creating a makeshift arena in the center for this brutal clash of titans. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Leo too lets out a forced, nervous laugh. Has everyone lost their minds? How did everything go so completely wrong? But Longthu Elder couldn't care less. What is the big deal anyway? Just win. If your background is really as legendary as you claim, then prove it with your raw strength, not your mouth. Talk about a ruthless pragmatist. Lu Xixing curses silently in his head, realizing these underworld bosses are completely untrustworthy bastards who only care about power. Leaving fresh bloody footprints with every single step, Lee Jaha slowly advances, gripping his sword as a terrifying aura explodes from his body. Seeing this, his opponent doesn't flinch. He draws his blade, ready for war. Lu Xixing unleashes a blinding slash, blitzing forward like a streak of lightning. Clang! Their razor-sharp blades collide in a massive explosion of blinding sparks. Their eyes lock, burning with sheer malice as they try to overpower each other. Neither side yields an inch. Lu Xixing leaps high into the air, aiming to deliver a devastating overhead strike to split Lee Jaha in half. It is an incredibly lethal, blinding strike, but Lee Jaha easily slides backward just in time, dodging the attack with unmatched elegance and effortless reflexes. Lu Xixing doesn't give him a single second to breathe, lunging forward again with a deafening roar as he activates his ultimate technique, Phantom Sword. His blade splits into countless illusionary afterimages, swarming Lee Jaha from every single direction like an unpredictable wave of death. But our Lee Jaha effortlessly deflects the insane flurry like an absolute boss. Leaning back slightly, he slips past another lethal razor-thin strike with his terrifying reaction speeds. Seizing the ultimate opening, Lu Xixing thrusts his sword directly toward Lee Jaha's neck, aiming for a quick, brutal kill. But somehow, Lee Jaha pulls off an impossible gravity-defying dodge, narrowly escaping what should have been a fatal blow. He silently analyzes the situation. This swordplay is definitely on another level. To reach this ridiculous peak, this guy must have ground his teeth and trained for over 10 years. He is definitely a major threat. Suddenly, Lu Xixing's eyes glow with an eerie light, his sword shining with blinding energy as he prepares his next move. It looks incredibly dangerous and lethal. And trust me, you and I are about to watch one hell of a showdown as Lee Jaha prepares to make his... Alright, you and I are diving into a fight where this brat is clearly from the righteous sects, proving he is not simple at all. Lu Xixing smiles with supreme confidence, fully believing he has already won as he charges forward like a raging storm. His sword strikes fly as fast as the howling wind, making it impossible for ordinary people to track his movements in this peak martial arts display. But Lee Jaha is no ordinary fighter, dodging every single incoming attack with absolute effortless grace. Talk about peak skills. Lu Xixing just scoffs with a face full of pure contempt. Where did all that confidence of yours go? Why are you just passively defending like a coward? Seriously, this guy is incredibly arrogant and full of himself. Next, our Lee Jaha leaps high into the air to effortlessly dodge a powerful horizontal slash. His eyes are now radiating a freezing, terrifying killer intent. It literally sends chills down your spine. Summoning dozens of illusionary swords, Lu Xixing grips his blade tight and charges straight ahead with a roaring war cry. But Lee Jaha effortlessly blocks every single one of those attacks, showing absolutely no fear or hesitation in this brutal fight. This makes Lu Xixing furrow his brows, realizing this kid is way too unpredictable since he cannot read his martial arts style at all. Talk about an annoying opponent. He demands to know what kind of martial arts the guy is using. Hearing this, our hero mocks him, thinking, you could never... But pay attention here, because his martial arts style actually has absolutely no set foundation, making it a complete and total mystery to his opponent. Actually comes from his desperate struggle at the very bottom of the abyss, clawing his way back up to the peak of glory. Now, Lee Jaha stands atop thousands of lifeless bodies, looking incredibly terrifying and majestic. He silently laughs, thinking a total amateur sword wielder like him could never understand these life-or-death struggles. His opponent is still way too green. This time, Lee Jaha swings his arm hard to parry the incoming sword strike with a sudden, super dangerous countermove. Lu Xixing is left utterly stunned, thinking, what the absolute hell is this? This cannot be. He stares with wide, disbelieving eyes, thinking that this guy is insanely overpowered, blocking all those heavy storm-like attacks while barely moving. It is unreal. Blocking all those crazy stormy attacks is just too magical. Seeing his opponent in this pathetic state, Lee Jaha laughs with a highly provocative smirk. Too slow. Swing that sword faster, will you? Now that is a legendary taunt. Hearing those words, the guy gets so mad he grinds his teeth. His face darkens with pure rage. Gathering every single ounce of his energy, he prepares to unleash his final decisive blow on our Lee Jaha. Gripping his sword tight, he charges straight ahead. Countless illusionary blades completely surround our hero, making a brutal clash absolutely unavoidable. Yet Lee Jaha easily dodges every single attack. On top of that, he starts laughing even more crazily than before, totally losing it. Faster, faster, go even faster. That has to be the most savage peak level of mind games ever. This pushes Lucy King furious, roaring like a wounded beast, losing all composure. He throws every last bit of his energy into one desperate final charge with no way out. Thick dust explodes everywhere, blanketing the entire massive arena in white and creating an incredibly chaotic, blurry scene where nobody can see a thing. As the smoke slowly clears, you and I can see Lu Siqing's absolutely shocked face. The guy has no clue what just happened to him. Lee Jaha used the flat of his blade to stop the sharp sword tip dead in its tracks. Talk about a clean top-tier parry. He speaks coldly, dripping with disdain. This is already the third time. It is the same old trick, just with slightly different energy. Both fighters step back at the same time. Lee Jaha slowly raises his hand, preparing to unleash an entirely new technique on his shocked opponent. Suddenly, a giant magic hand shoots out, flying straight toward Lu Siqing with insane speed. This is an incredibly sudden, highly dangerous attack. Grabbing his neck, he chokes him until he gasps in pain, while secretly gathering heavy energy in his right hand. This looks incredibly dangerous. Targeting the neck first, he rapidly strikes all the key pressure points across his entire body in a series of highly lethal moves. His internal energy slowly fades away to absolutely nothing. This intense match is officially over, and the winner is decided beyond any doubt. The Dragon Head Elder and Mr. Shu both look extremely wary of his terrifying power, realizing he is a force to be reckoned with. The rest of the crowd is also shaken to the core by this earth-shattering power, completely unable to believe what they just saw. Lu Siqing is utterly speechless, his face pale. His key pressure points are blocked, leaving him completely paralyzed with no way out. Now, Lee Jaha makes a loud, booming declaration to every single person gathered in the area, his voice filled with absolute, commanding, and undeniable authority. Listen up, everyone. From this exact moment on, this guy is my personal prisoner. He is my servant, my slave, and the lowest of my lackeys. The group of onlookers looks completely terrified as they hear him continue his cold speech, saying, if I want to torture him, kill him, or do absolutely anything else, it is entirely my choice. So do not start lecturing me, or you will regret crossing me. He raises his blood-soaked sword, pointing it straight into the sky with an unmatched, overwhelming, and terrifying aura that dominates the entire place. Everyone tenses up, silently wondering if he is going to execute him right on the spot. But that is definitely not going to happen. Lee Jaha takes a deep breath and gently blows on his bloody blade, looking incredibly mysterious and unpredictable. Right after doing that, he suddenly starts dancing and singing a weird song around Lu Siqing, leaving the poor guy utterly and completely confused. This is such a bizarre, weird move. Honestly, he is not the only one. Even Bai Yu Qingchen and Su Jiping are completely lost, wondering what their own leader is doing. They can only watch as Lee Jaha continues his crazy dance, and honestly, you and I are probably just as confused as they are about this. Yo, stick with me because our crazy sect leader is about to do something absolutely wild, and nobody has any clue what is going on. Wait, is he actually performing the executioner dance? It looks sketchy as hell. The guys are muttering, totally confused about why their leader is suddenly busting out these deadly moves. The other guy shrugs because honestly, who knows what goes on in his head. But then bam, he freezes out of nowhere, staring straight down like he spotted his next victim. His eyes lock onto his blade, reflecting the pale moon in a fresh puddle of blood. In a split second, he launches himself straight up into the night sky. He is framed perfectly against the glowing full moon, a totally epic cinematic shot. But Hong Xin completely ruins the vibe by piping up with a super random question. Hey big bro, sorry to ruin your performance, she says, but are you seriously going to end this guy? And our Lee Jaha just looks back with a smug grin. Honestly, I have no clue yet, he says. Talk about a mind game, now watch closely because she is just as lost as we are and demands answers. Why on earth were you doing that executioner dance then? He shrugs, saying he just felt like it. He literally just wanted to roleplay as a Grim Reaper for once. This guy is a certified menace. He keeps slicing the air with flawless, lethal swings, speaking in this incredibly chill voice while showing off his insane swordsmanship. A sword dance under the moonlight is poetic, sure, but his vibe is straight up terrifying. The mysterious executioner, owner of the local inn and savior of the Black Heaven Castle. The grand leader of the legendary Black Horse Gang. Honestly, all these ridiculous titles are enough to make anyone lose their mind. The crowd is staring at him like he's crazy. Under the moonlight, his face looks surprisingly sad as he drops a weirdly deep line. That person is me, he whispers. Talk about keeping everyone guessing. The mob is completely speechless, but then Cha Songtai points ahead and snaps them back to reality. Wait, those clowns are trying to sneak away, he yells. Lee Jaha instantly halts his dramatic sword dance, his head snapping over with absolute disbelief. Say what? The escaping cowards freeze in sheer terror, realizing they messed up big time. Suddenly, a wave of pure, unadulterated killing intent erupts from him. The overwhelming pressure slams into the runners, completely paralyzing them on the spot. Even the veteran master, Elder Quach, stays silent, sweating bullets over what to do next. Seeing him hesitate, Lee Jaha mocks him. Well, old man, you look pretty chill. You got any last words for me or what? The elder grunts, agreeing to call a temporary truce just like he promised earlier. At least the old guy actually values his word, I guess. But Bake Dan steps up, urging Lee Jaha to just slice the old geezer and get it over with. Hearing that, the old master finally starts shaking. His tough guy act completely crumbles into sheer panic, but Lee Jaha just waves his hand casually, telling his crew to stand down since a promise is a promise. You and I both know Lee Jaha is merciful, right? Psych! But the old villain takes the chance, fleeing while leaving a generic threat behind like a total coward. We will settle this next time, he barks. Lee Jaha just scoffs at the threat. Since we are both leaders here, why wait? Let's finish this right now instead of wasting time later. Talk about a savage call-out, but the cowards are already running away as fast as they can. They do not even look back, completely ignoring his taunt. Lee Jaha just sighs, amused by how quickly they retreated after making such a big scene. They marched in looking all tough, only to surrender and run. In his eyes, they are basically his subordinates now, whether they like it or not. They better go home and pray for survival, because next time there won't be any mercy. Now that is what I call a cold, terrifying warning. The crew watches the enemy retreat without a single shred of regret. With the threat gone, our Lee Jaha finally turns around to check on his men. Check for injuries, he commands. It is getting way too late out here. Let's head inside and wrap things up for the night. Finally, the siege is officially over. He orders to Cookbing to handle the guard shifts and keep watch until morning. Make sure you swap shifts later, he adds. The loyal soldier nods instantly, completely submissive to his terrifying boss's orders. Suddenly, Lee Jaha glares at Lu Tuqing, who is shaking like a leaf. Before the guy can even beg, Lee Jaha winds up his arm. He delivers an absolute nuclear slap right to the dude's face. The sheer force of the impact sends the traitor flying backwards, completely helpless. He rolls on the floor, dazed. Lee Jaha mockingly comments on how tough the traitor's life must be, keeping his sassy attitude alive even after a beatdown. Man, it is freezing out here. Let us go inside. Talk about dripping with heavy sarcasm while leaving his victim in the dirt. Lee Jaha then calls out for Cha Songtai, who practically jumps to attention like a good little puppy waiting for instructions. Come over here, Lee Jaha commands. Cha Songtai walks over, shaking slightly, but Lee Jaha just throws an arm around his shoulder like they are best buds. Let's grab a drink, Lee Jaha says. Cha Songtai beams with pure joy, feeling absolutely on top of the world as they head inside. The healthy crew members help the wounded, slowly shuffling into the building as the heavy tension finally starts to melt away. Cha Songtai walks with a massive grin, totally hyped up in his own head. This is the life. I am officially a big shot in the rebirth sect. It honestly feels like a dream. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha is standing there drenched in fresh blood, looking like a terrifying demon straight out of hell. His expression is cold enough to freeze water, creating a stark contrast to the quiet room. Nobody dares to make a sound, waiting for his next move. The captured traitor Lu Tuqing is tied up tight, kneeling on the hard floor looking absolutely pathetic. He is crying on the floor when Duko Sin steps up. Without saying a single word, he delivers another devastating slap right to the traitor's face. Zero mercy, zero hesitation. The traitor shivers violently, too terrified to even breathe as the pressure suffocates the entire room. Lee Jaha coldly asks if he is hurt. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the next level of torture. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action. Everyone in the room starts checking in. No worries, boss, I am totally fine, and looks like the rest of the crew is untouched, Cha Seongtai reports. He answers him, I am untouched too, still completely healthy. Our guy cannot help but smirk. Obviously you are fine, dude, like of course you are, because you literally just stood there watching us slash each other up. You did not do a single thing, so how could you get hurt? Talk about the ultimate top-tier shade. This verbal slap from Lee Jaha leaves him completely speechless with absolutely no comeback. He just stands there in awkward silence. Suddenly, Cookbin speaks up to ask him, what is the plan now? What are we doing with Long Thu Lao Quan and Mr. Thu? Lee Jaha decides to just chill and play the waiting game for now. Their losses were massive anyway. After seeing our insane power, they are definitely sweating right now. Their underlings will start to lose sleep and panic. Seeing this, Bak Dao immediately starts kissing up. Senior brother, your moves were sick back there. I totally should have been waving a fan right next to you. Our guy just laughs and says, next time we will dance together. Bak Dan then gets serious, analyzing the situation like a pro. Senior brother, that bastard sword style, is definitely not from the underworld. Hearing this, Lu Siqing instantly feels a jolt of guilt. Meanwhile, Cha Seongtae is still salty from before and snaps. Spit it out and explain so everyone can understand, especially since some of these idiots here look totally clueless. Bak Dan gets right to the point, laying it down like he is defending a thesis. First, I can tell he underwent insane training. The way he handles his sword shows it all. When he attacked Senior Brother at the start, his sword flow was incredibly consistent and smooth. This guy did not leave a single opening in his martial arts. Lee Jaha nods along like, yeah, obviously I was thinking the exact same thing. Suddenly, Dako Sin steps up with pure murder in his eyes, barking. Hey you, are you from the righteous path? He then punches Lu Siqing so hard it makes you wince. Watch closely because Hong Xin is just standing there looking lost. Like a deer, guessing, Senior Brother, did someone seal his mute pressure point? He has been dead silent this whole time. Lee Jaha shrugs like, who knows, maybe. She excitedly volunteers, let me unseal it for him, but he instantly stops her deadpan. You cannot do it, even I do not know how to unseal it. Lee Jaha explains like a teacher. I seal pressure points all the time, but unsealing them is too annoying, so I never bothered to learn it. I did not use too much power anyway, so it should wear off soon. Hong Xin worries, frowning. Even if it is just a mute point, it is dangerous. If we do not fix it, he won't be able to talk at all, and it might even kill him. Lee Jaha literally does not care. Not my problem, bro. That is none of our business. She laughs at that. There is absolutely no saving this brother. Suddenly, another guy shouts from outside the door, sounding super frantic. Leader, the chief of Manhwa sect, just handed over his weapons and crossed the main gate. What should we do now? Lee Jaha calmly responds, cold as ice. Why worry? Just let him in. Now you might be thinking the same thing as the crowd. Whispers erupt everywhere. Why the heck is the Manhwa chief here? Is something crazy about to happen? Lee Jaha thinks to himself, how did this guy get the news so fast? His intel is literally faster than 5G network. The main door slowly creaks open, setting a tense cinematic vibe. The Manhwa chief walks in looking super nervous, with his guys struggling to carry a massive heavy chest behind him. They gently put the chest down like it is made of glass. The chief bows as low as humanly possible to show total respect. Greeting, great leader, he starts. I am Duong Tai Khan, the chief of the Manhwa sect. Lee Jaha instantly flashes a polite professional actor-like smile. Chief Duong, please make yourself comfortable. Shaking and stuttering like crazy, he says, I came here to promise that from this very second on, my Manhwa sect will never ever be your enemy. My past mistakes were purely due to my own foolish ignorance. Lee Jaha acts super generous, waving his hand dismissively. Yeah, just keep it that way. The chief is incredibly grateful, looking like he might cry. Thank you for your mercy. I swear I will never deal with Mr. Thu or Long Thu Lao Quan ever again. Please do not worry. He then opens the chest, revealing heaps of shiny gold bars sparkling like diamonds. Please accept this small token of my absolute sincerity. Seeing the gold, everyone's eyes light up like high-beam headlights. Some are even gulping in greed. But Lee Jaha, he looks completely bored and uninterested. Like, why the drama? Money is just fleeting. Why go through all this trouble to bring this here? We do not need to be formal, he speaks calmly. Even though our first meeting was pretty rough, as long as we are not enemies from now on, we are good. People need to know their place. Chief, am I wrong? The chief would never dare to disagree, nodding his head like a maniac. No, you are completely right, leader. Absolutely spot on. Lee Jaha remains totally calm and neutral, lecturing him like a wise sage of the martial arts world. Enemies can become allies, and friends can quickly turn into enemies. You never know what comes next. People flip faster than pancakes. The unlucky ones just end up dead, so do not stress about it too much. Chief nods submissively like a robot, repeating, Yes, yes, I will engrave your words into my soul. Talk about dramatic. He then politely asks to leave, probably terrified of staying any longer. It is getting late, so I will take my leave now. Our Lee Jaha plays the polite host and replies, Sure, go ahead. Why bother bringing all this gold in the middle of the night anyway? Get some rest. He bows deeply and they quickly rush out, vanishing like the wind. But suddenly Lee Jaha calls out in a mysterious voice, Chief Duong. The chief freezes, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. He stammers, yes, but it is just some casual, polite banter. Make sure to come over for dinner next time. The chief smiles, feeling a massive weight lifted off him. Of course, leader, I will absolutely join you next time. As they leave, the room goes quiet, leaving a slightly awkward vibe in the air. Ko Sin sighs, rolling his eyes with some top-tier savage mockery. How hilarious. Just a moment ago they marched in here threatening to slaughter us all. And now they flip their stance and tuck their tails like cowards. What a bunch of actors. Bok Dao giggles behind his hand, finding the whole thing incredibly funny. You and I just witnessed a top-tier comedy show. Lee Jaha chuckles in agreement. It was a great performance. Everyone bursts into laughter, except for Leo too. Yo, stick with me. You're about to see some insane revenge. Thon is dead-ass boiling with rage, glaring at them. Ko Shin sees it all and immediately catches a brutal, bone-shattering punch. Epic hit! He mocks him with a savage, challenging sneer. Why are you not laughing, bruh? Do you want another scar on your face? Say the word. Just then the door swings open and a lackey walks in, reporting in a flat tone that Lady Taishan has arrived. Without hesitating for a single second, he orders them to bring her in since it is freezing outside. Why keep her waiting out there? Get her inside already. Stop lagging. Looking super stressed and anxious, Lady Taishan steps into the room. Li Zi stands there, looking cold as ice. He speaks with zero emotion in his voice. So you are the famous Lady Taishan? Actively showing he knows her game, he drops the truth like a bucket of cold water. I already spotted your squad and their hidden weapons sneaking behind you. Honestly, they are not half bad. The hiding spots are decent, and concealing those weapons is pretty slick work. Definitely high-effort stuff. She bows her head, sounding genuinely regretful as she begs for mercy. You are absolutely right, leader. Please forgive my intrusion. My disciples and I are done with the Dragon Head clan. From now on, we are retreating to Flowing Flower Valley to live peacefully. We will never bother you again. My inner circle and I will stay out of your way and never cross the Black Cat Gang. I promise. Please show some mercy for today's massive screw-up. Do not punish those who are willing to turn back. Li Zi shrugs it off like it is petty drama. No big deal, just a minor misunderstanding, let it go. He brings up a peace offer like a mature boss. Alright, let's call it a day. At least we got to know each other. If Flowing Flower Valley is no longer our enemy, that is a massive win. Can't complain about that. So good. Lady Tijan replies with a firm, I got it. Now watch this, she pulls out an apology gift. It is an incredibly sleek high-grade dagger. You can tell it is premium gear. She speaks respectfully. Leader, this is the Toad Light Dagger, my most prized possession since childhood. I always keep it on me. Now, I hand it to you as proof of my words today. Please accept this. Lee Jaha keeps a straight face, acting like she is doing too much, but stays polite. He does not reject the gift. Since it is your sincere gesture, I will use it carefully. I actually need a self-defense weapon, so this dagger is literally perfect timing. Deadass perfect timing. Lady Taisian excitedly flexes her gear with a proud smile. Even though it is short, this blade is legendary for slicing through anything like a greatsword. It is top tier for high-rank assassinations, you know? Lee Jaha nods in approval, looking pleased. Strong fighters in this world always love collecting high-grade weapons like this. I will make great use of it. Thank you, lady. Now that her mission is accomplished, she requests to leave without causing any more trouble. With that, I shall take my leave now. The room falls back into its initial quiet state. Lee Jaha breaks the silence, giving a very sharp, direct order. Go check outside. If any stragglers are left, inspect them closely, scare them a bit, and let them run. No need to waste time starting another annoying fight. It is a waste of time. Cookbin stands up, saluting loudly like he is in military roll call before vanishing instantly. Lee Jaha gets up and walks over. Liu Siqing glares at him with a deeply complex expression, completely unreadable. Even though Lee Jaha is casually sipping tea like some wealthy noble, his intense gaze is pure killer. It sends shivers straight down the guy's spine. Lee Jaha stays quiet, but Liu Siqing is still acting tough, making a mocking face. Bold move, bruh. Absolute clown energy. His eyes flare with pure bloodlust, and he suddenly smashes a devastating punch right into his face. Slapped him into next week. Liu Siqing crashes down and boom. Someone violently grabs his head, dragging him up like a sack of trash. You and I know he is totally screwed as Lee Jaha offers a chilling choice. His voice is cold as a grave. Do you want me to torture you first, or should I just end you right now? Liu Siqing stays silent, acting like he is ready to die. Nothing left to lose. Lee Jaha spins the dagger in his hand, murmuring as if talking to himself. I have changed a lot. If you are my enemy, I will show zero mercy. Killing you with my bare hands or chopping you with an axe makes no difference to me. The end result is exactly the same. Wait, what is going on here? The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Absolutely dead silent. Lee Jaha asks himself, what the hell is actually happening to me right now? Is this what they call feeling detached from the world? Or is it just a massive shift in reality? Maybe both are wrong. My brain is fried. Suddenly, he turns serious. His expression remains stone cold. Whatever, whether I take your life or let you slide, that is the real question here. Thinking too much gives me a headache. Lee Jaha, he looks down. He stares down at Liu Siqing like a god pronouncing judgment. To end you or spare you, that is the only thing that matters. Then he snaps in irritation. What is with that look? Do I seem like an idiot to you or some uncultured punk trying to provoke me? The guy grits his teeth, looking absolutely murderous. He deadass wants to tear him apart. Oh right, I forgot I sealed your acupoint, so you literally cannot reply. My bad. Lee Jaha, he grabs his collar tightly. With zero effort, he tosses him onto a chair. He pulls out the dagger and stabs it into the table. Thud, now he is in the mood to tell a story. He speaks thoughtfully. Back when I was a kid, there was this really interesting guy in my town. Dude was always cheerful and treated me super well. A real man's man. Liu Siqing's face darkens, totally confused about what this crazy boss is planning or what game he is playing now. But Lee Jaha keeps rambling on like a pro storyteller. Back then, people settled their beef with life and death matches. Whenever a fight broke out, they went all in. Before they even started negotiating a truce, they would stab their daggers into the table. If talking failed, they would grab those weapons and stab each other. Clean, simple, and incredibly fast. He continues in a monotone voice. Even in these deadly duels, not everyone ended up dead. However, you would definitely lose a finger or two as a permanent souvenir. His gaze locks onto Liu Siqing, making the guy freeze as his heart hammers wildly against his chest. The dark, eerie story continues to unfold. One day I found him dead, slumped right over that table, but I was not even shocked. I was used to it. He explains slowly, word by word. My grandfather cleaned up his body, and I was the one who brought a cloth to wipe down that bloody table. But no matter how hard I scrubbed, it never got clean. The grim memory is incredibly vivid. Looking at the wood, I saw dozens of deep knife scars carved into it like a battle map. Lee Jaha drifts off, lost in thought. Seeing those scars, he realized his buddy is still alive in his memories, which is a comforting thought. But trust me, we are leaving things on a total cliffhanger. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some absolute chaos as my guy continues his chilling story. Look at Tuthan, completely pale, shaking, and petrified. Clearing that table daily became a straight-up habit. But each time, I just struggled to deal with my own messed-up feelings. It was rough. He rubs his chin, thinking... Out of nowhere, I realized I totally forgot his name. Since he was just some orphan, there is no way to dig it up now. Sucks, honestly. But he looks proud. He brags, sounding smug. Well, I ended up using the exact same method to take out his killer later anyway. Sweet revenge. Then Lee Jaha pulls out his blade. Holding the Mengqing dagger, his killer aura flares up like a demon. Everything goes in circles, and in the end, I will die too. We all do. Right then, Liu. Tutan starts sobbing, begging for his life. Please spare me, I have a family. My guy is surprised, like, wait, how is he talking already? Is the pressure point unblocked? Desperate to survive, the dude stutters like a complete fool. Please spare my life, I will tell you everything. Unconditional agreement, just do not kill me. But my guy stays stone cold. Honestly, I do not even care enough to ask you anything. Too much effort. He casually swings his dagger. One clean slash cuts Liu Siqing free. Lee Jaha warns him like a caring older brother, listen, only your speaking point is free. If you do not stay focused, you will suffer chi deviation. Fix your breathing or you are done for. He flashes a creepy villainous smirk that gives instant goosebumps. Why would I kill you? Why get my hands dirty? The guy is trembling in absolute despair, looking like a helpless lamb facing a wolf. Lee Jaha grabs his arm as raw energy surges. Now watch closely, because what happens next is a brutal power move. He glows as he straight up drains Liu Siqing's energy like a vacuum, causing pure panic. The insane pressure chokes the guy out completely. He is left as an empty, lifeless shell, unable to even breathe, just totally drained and broken. Then Lee Jaha cold-bloodedly stabs a knife straight through his hand. A brutal shriek echoes through the room. My guy looks totally annoyed by the noise. Shut up. If you woke up Dako Sin, he would have ripped your head off. Is suffering a little pain not way better than being dead? Real talk, honestly. He shuts his mouth instantly, sweating bullets through the agony. Lee Jaha heads back to his seat, planning his next move. Time to process all that stolen power. Gotta circulate this newly absorbed energy before it goes to waste. He looks back and challenges him. If you have the guts, go ahead and try to attack me. Remember when I told you about the life and death rules of my home? Liu Siqing is losing his mind. What is this guy? A literal monster? How can he stay this calm? Daring to refine energy right in front of an enemy is insane. Meanwhile, the power coursing through our Lee Jaha feels massive. It is way more energy than expected. If he pushes it, he could easily break through to the next realm. But martial arts theory says it clashes with his current technique. No need to rush into a breakthrough and mess things up. Slow and steady wins the race. He slowly opens his eyes, looking cool and collected. Liu Siqing is still pale and shaking from the pain. His voice is totally weak, but at least the bleeding finally stopped. What a relief. My guy nods like a proud teacher. Good job. The terrified dude mumbles a weak response. Once the dagger is pulled out, he quickly rips his clothes. He wraps up his bleeding hand with the fabric like a pro. Lee Jaha pours some wine and breaks down the situation like a true mastermind. Those other faction leaders submitted to me because their bases are fixed. They have too much to lose. He slides the cup of wine over. I know what you are thinking. He is a literal savage, right? They knew I could easily wipe out their entire sects and burn them to ashes. So they swallowed their pride and begged for mercy. Smart move. The guy grabs the wine and downs it in one gulp like water. He bows his head in gratitude. Thank you. Lee Jaha remains completely unfazed. I do not care about your life story. You run the casino, right? The guy nods like a good little dog. Our Lee Jaha raises his cup too, playing the friendly host, but his next words carry a heavy threat. Once you take care of Long Thulao Quan and the head strategist, if you are not useful to me, you are dead. Got it? His expression is ice cold. Your life depends on how you handle those targets. So how are you going to convince me? Give me one good reason to keep you around. Leo Tu Thon is terrified, his face turning completely pale as deep despair takes over. Desperate, he slams his forehead onto the table with a loud crack. My guy stays quiet. Lee Jaha sighs, sounding totally exhausted. Why does everyone pass out after talking to me? Now Mu Dung has to treat him. Such a pain. Doc Ko Sin walks over, asking with childlike curiosity, is he dead? Our guy shakes his head. Nah, he just fainted. What a weakling. The other guy acts caring. Go get some rest. Your eyes are completely bloodshot and purple. You straight up look like a panda right now. He gives him an annoyed look and turns away. Yeah, whatever. I am sleeping. Suddenly, a flashback of a small noodle shop appears. Hands are wiping down a table over and over. Young Lee Jaha thinks to himself, maybe this table was already clean, which is why it is so easy to wipe. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out, Hey Tu-ha, get me a bowl of noodles. He looks up, shocked to see who it is. Where did you go? You look so clean and dressed up today. The man's face is completely blurry, but he flashes a warm, kind smile. Lee Jaha watches him anxiously. The man takes a bite, nodding happily. Wow, it has been ages since I had food this good. Absolutely amazing. He puts down his chopsticks, teasing, Tu-ha, do you still not remember my name? That hurts. Your memory is terrible. Our guy looks confused. What is your name? The man says something, but the audio is totally muffled. Lee Jaha squints in his sleep, mumbling, What did you say? I cannot hear you. The youth version of him laughs. Ah, right, I just remembered. I am a genius. The man stands up, getting ready to leave. Thanks for the meal. Where are you heading dressed like that anyway? Going to meet a girl? Spill the beans. Young Tu-ha pesters him with endless questions. What girl? I must go. Urgent business. He smiles. Lee Jaha wonders, no more sword fighting? You are going to want to stick around for what is next. Stick with me here. This weird dream starts with him asking, why give up on revenge? The guy softly replies, he is dead, so why bother? Thanks and goodbye. He sincerely wishes him a safe trip. As the guy's figure fades into the distance, waving goodbye, Lee Jaha suddenly snaps awake, shouting, Of course! He is drenched in sweat, breathing a massive sigh of relief like he just escaped a nightmare. What a weird dream. As he lies there thinking, Hong Xin calls from outside. Her voice is crystal clear, calling him out for dinner. Lee Jaha actually feels at peace, letting out a rare smile. At the table, a massive feast is served up. It is packed with delicacies and everyone is happily digging in. Suddenly, So Gyuk Pyong stops mid-bite, looking serious and asks with that worried look, should we? Now watch closely because a war plan is being made. Should we target the dragon head demon or the guarding gentleman? Lee Jaha just chews his food, totally unfazed. He acts like he knows nothing. Bacon chimed in, super curious, asking where that Ryu Seochong guy went. Lee Jaha just lazily replies, is he missing? Leaving Bakin completely speechless. What a useless answer! Lee Jaha just keeps eating, thinking to himself that he really does not need to care about any of this. Things will work out. Bacon finally sighs, totally giving up, and says fine. Right then, the front door gets slammed open and Dako Seong struts inside. He is wearing this massive, ridiculously cheerful smile, but walking right in front of him is Ryu Seoshang, completely beat to a pulp from head to toe, looking absolutely wrecked. It looks like he got totally jumped. Trust me, you and I are leaving off on a wild moment. Everyone stares in shock as Dako Seong acts like, yo, stick with me because we are jumping in as our Lee Jaha orders Lu Siqing around like a straight-up slave, barked to sit down and eat. The guy is totally shook, stammering with a trembling voice. Thank you so much, sir. Looking at him, everyone else is secretly sweating. They are all thinking the exact same thing. Just how brutal of a beatdown did this poor guy get to become this ridiculously obedient? It is terrifying. He definitely got cooked. Suddenly, Lee Jaha stops eating and throws a cold glance at Dako Seong, his voice sounding a little bit irritated as he speaks up. Do not be so savage. Go easy on him. Hearing this, Dako Seong gets pissed, his face darkening as he frowns in total disagreement. He growls like he is trying to justify himself. I literally only punched him in the face a couple of times. It was super light, okay. Everyone is highly skeptical. Like, who is actually buying that? With his terrifying face, he definitely landed every single strike. Dako Seong glances at the bandages wrapped around Liu Siqing's hand, still complaining with an incredibly annoyed voice, saying that their guild leader was the one who actually stabbed the guy's hand in the first place. He even stripped his internal energy away. He is so terrified of our boss that he cannot even speak straight. This is so unfair to me. Then he glares over at Lu Siqing with a terrifying scowl and barks. Right? Am I telling any lies here, bro? The poor captive keeps stuffing his face while answering in a shaky, terrified voice. No, you are completely right, sir. Absolutely correct. Getting the exact answer he wanted, Dako Seong smirks triumphantly at the rest of the crew, looking smug as hell. Grinning wildly, he slaps a friendly hand on Lu Siqing's shoulder, putting on a creepy, devilish smile as he urges him. Eat up, eat a ton to get strong, bro. Making the guy freeze completely before whispering a tiny, yes, sir. Cha Seong-tae immediately chimes in to roast him, saying, wow, you are truly the troll of the year, Dako Seong. Looks like you have been through a lot. It is written all over your face. Now watch closely because this guy is playing with fire, making everyone wonder why he keeps trying to pick a fight with Dako Seong. Is he literally begging for a brutal beating? Dako Seong just laughs and fires right back, saying, well, looks like you have also had to go through a whole lot since it is piled all over your face, General Sa. You look like a total loser. Hongshin snickers right next to them, unable to hold it in, while Cha Seong-tae turns red with anger, desperately looking around for some allies. Suddenly, Lu Siqing speaks up, calling out to Lee Jaha in a super hesitant voice, excuse me, sir. Our Lee Jaha barely even glances at him. The captive continues seriously. If you allow it, I will gather my squad right now and head to the vanguard with Dako Seong. He literally begs for approval. Keeping a completely expressionless face, Lee Jaha shuts him down, cold as ice. Just shut your mouth and eat. You talk way too much. Lu Siqing immediately flinches, not daring to say another word. After finishing up, Lee Jaha sits up straight like a commanding general, ready to brief his troops. We are finished eating. Now listen carefully because I am about to explain the strategy. Everyone locks their eyes on him as three subordinates wheel out a massive board, which looks like a medieval presentation slide. Manager Byok bows respectfully, letting him know they are all set. Lee Jaha steps down from his seat and walks over to the board, grabbing a brush to start sketching like an absolute professional. He draws a single black dot on the canvas like a mind map. Right here is the Black Beast Society. Next, he writes down another name with bold, aggressive strokes. Mr. Su, we are going to hit him with a massive ambush. Hongshin and Baekmin hang on his every word, completely locked in. Lee Jaha analyzes the battlefield like a seasoned general. Knowing the Cloud Rain Guild is totally demoralized, both Wu Lian and the Iron Toad Lady managed to escape. You and I both know those two got incredibly lucky by running away like cowards. Since the Cloud Rain Guild is already weak, they are definitely the easiest target to smash first. Instead of going after the Dragonhead leader, we strike the weakest link. Pointing his brush at the board, he turns to face the group with a very serious look. As for the squad, I am only taking people who have mastered light footwork to sprint all the way to Mr. Su's hideout without stopping. No breaks. If you are slow, you stay home. Turning to Soguk Pyong, the guy immediately barks back like a program machine. Yes, sect leader! Lee Jaha tests him. Do you actually understand the plan? He answers seriously like a straight-A student. We sprint straight to the Cloud Rain Guild using light footwork. But are you saying we do not care about those who lag behind it all, sect leader? Exactly, Lee Jaha replies without a single second of hesitation. But that is not even the craziest part. You must sync up the details with me and stay sharp. He lowers his eyes, dropping a mysterious grin. This is basically a footwork survival race. You either keep up with me or you get left behind. Hearing this, everyone is completely stunned. Like, are you serious, boss? A footwork race? That sounds absolutely insane. Who does a survival run right before a massive guild war? Lee Jaha explains like a savage coach. I will start the sprint with you guys and stay in the lead, but I am not checking if you are keeping up. You are on your own. Hongshin raises her hand with a confused look. But wait, won't that split our forces up since everyone has completely different levels of footwork? What happens to the slow ones? He fires back with zero doubt in his voice. That is exactly what will happen, but it does not matter at all. Small issue. Once we arrive, we scale the walls of the Cloud Rain Guild and immediately launch our assault. We are going straight for Mr. Su's neck without any detours. So Gukpyeong goes completely pale. Wait, you are telling us to storm the enemy base and fight immediately without a single second of rest? Are we seriously playing this big? Lee Jaha shuts down any complaints, leaving no room for negotiation. Yes, everyone keeps pushing forward until we hunt down Mr. Su. I am leading, you support me. Got it? The entire room goes dead silent, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Our Lee Jaha keeps dropping his instructions in a chillingly cold tone. If the enemy flees, do not waste time chasing them down, only crush the targets blocking your path and remember to keep moving forward. Do not stop for anything. A wicked smirk plays on his lips. Keep running and push your limits to catch up with me until we locate Mr. Su. Understood? Do not make me repeat myself. Instantly, the entire room roars back with burning hype. Understood, boss. With the squad fully fired up, Lee Jaha starts handing out his final commands like a true warlord. Now, unless your legs are too slow to keep up, get ready to move out immediately. Let us go. Cha Seong-tai looks completely lost and asks, wait, when are we leaving? Lee Jaha lets out a highly confident, cocky smirk. Right now, we are not waiting around. Instantly, everyone stands up to pack their gear, the hype reaching its absolute peak. Walking past Lu Siqing, Lee Jaha notices his bloody bandages and delivers a cold order. A beat-up prisoner has no business joining this fight. You are staying behind. He meekly replies, yes, sir. But before they run, Lee Jaha turns to Cha Seong-tai with a chilling order. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch one crazy race. First, Lee Jaha orders Cha Seong-tai to guard the prisoner. Cha Seong-tai flinches, completely miserable. Why the heck is it always me? He cries. He screams like it is a massive scam, totally devastated. Why do I have to babysit this clown? I want to go fight. But before he can even argue with Lee Jaha, he gets shut down. Doko Seong pats his shoulder with a smug, mocking laugh. Good luck, bro. Have fun at home. Everyone turns their backs and leaves him behind, tossing out some hilarious, salty consolation prizes. Rubbing salt into his wounds, they tell him it is all on him. Do your best, guard him well, and do not let him escape. Finally, he actually gets to do something useful. At least he is helpful now. Seo Gukbayong nervously catches up to Lee Jaha, sounding super anxious. Sec leader, we need some time to explain this to the men. They do not get it. Lee Jaha replies coldly, zero patience left. There's no time for that. Just tell them to keep up. Anyone who falls behind is completely on their own. They will just have to deal. Anyone lagging behind can treat this as speed training. Honestly, our squad is more than enough to handle Master Show. We do not need a whole damn crowd for this fight. He throws on his coat and leads the way, looking like an absolute boss. Pushing the door open, he mutters to himself. Now that I think about it, this is pretty interesting. I am actually curious about who will arrive there first. This should be fun. He chuckles, hyping them up with a little competitive fire. Treat this like an actual deathmatch. Run your absolute hardest. Whoever loses gets a punishment. Suddenly, Dakoseong kicks the door wide open and blasts past Lee Jaha, screaming at the top of his lungs with insane hype. Let us go. He is totally pumped up, charging forward like a wild stallion on steroids. Seo Gukbyong watches with a dark expression, muttering angrily. That crazy idiot always has to show off. Crazy bastard, he always has to show off. Now pay attention. Lee Jaha turns to the remaining crowd with a mocking grin. Why are you standing around? Too scared? Are you guys chicken? The crew stands there completely blanked out, staring like total idiots. Huh? But Lee Jaha declares with absolute confidence, leaving no room for any doubt. I am going to smoke all of you. Easy. The crowd groans, totally skeptical. But suddenly they all activate their light footwork, shooting forward like a volley of deadly arrows. The rest of the disciples scramble to keep up, desperate not to get left behind. The whole crowd is sprinting in absolute chaos, looking like a disturbed nest of angry hornets. Seeing this, Lee Jaha closes his eyes with a mysterious smirk, then effortlessly glides after them like a leaf on water. It is literally a high-speed footwork showdown. Everyone is pushing their speed to the absolute limit, sprinting like crazy. But no matter how fast they go, Lee Jaha is already catching up to the main pack. Even though he started dead last, this guy is a total pro player. The crew is still sweating buckets, sprinting frantically, but in a flash, Lee Jaha closes the gap. He catches up to Seo Gukbayong, casually hyping him up. Speed up, Gukbayong, we are almost there! Drenched in sweat, Gukbayong glares up at him, completely exhausted. Man, he must be dying of exhaustion. Blasting through the dense forest under the bright blue sky, Lee Jaha uses his god-tier footwork to easily overtake another pack. It is honestly too easy for him. In no time, he catches up to Hongshin and Dako Song. This guy is literally speedrunning the entire race, totally unmatched. Lee Jaha leaps forward, looming right behind them with a shady, mocking grin. Not bad, you two. Pretty impressive speed. Dako Song and Hongshin instantly jump out of their skins. Their hearts are pounding like crazy as they scream in terror. Terrified, Hongshin pushes her legs to the absolute limit, completely ditching Dako Seong to save herself. Talk about leaving your partner in the dust. What a loyal teammate. Lee Jaha easily catches up, giving her a sly look while teasing her with a cheeky grin. Junior sister Hong, are you rushing to the bathroom or what? Why so fast? Hongshin looks completely pale, keeping her mouth shut and running to avoid getting teased further. With no reply, his face goes cold again, casually praising her like some cute pet. You are actually the fastest one here, junior sister Hong. Pretty impressive. Keep up this pace and nobody else will be able to catch you, do not worry. Though she is still trembling in fear, she finally manages to squeeze out a tiny reply. Yes, she whispers. Hearing that, he immediately hits the nitro, blasting ahead like a literal bolt of lightning. Within a split second, his entire figure vanishes from sight. Trust me on this, things are about to get wild. In just a few seconds, Lee Jaha arrives at a massive, creepy mansion hidden deep inside a maze of trees. He drops down to the ground and slips into the estate. Moving like a silent breeze, he does not make a single sound as he infiltrates the enemy base. In an instant, he glides right past 4 guards. Before they can even process what is happening, they are left standing there completely stunned, uttering a dumbfounded gasp. Huh? It takes them a second to realize they have been breached, and they scream at the top of their lungs. Intruder! Catch him! But they are already way too late. No way can they stop Lee Jaha. Reaching the main doors, he delivers a massive kick that completely shatters the entrance, sending a booming echo throughout the entire building. He walks straight through the front door like he owns the place. Ignoring everyone in the room, he casually strolls up the stairs without giving a single damn. The thugs panic, drawing their weapons and screaming about an intruder. But anyone who tries to block his path gets instantly kicked to the ground, crushed without any mercy. They can only scream in agony, helpless against his power. Moving like a hurricane, he faces a horde of angry swordsmen looking to shred him to pieces. He easily kicks them aside, knocking them down like a bunch of bowling pins. Reaching the top of the stairs, another small squad of guards blocks his way. They sneer at him, demanding to know who he is and why he is here. Lee Jaha radiates a bone-chilling aura, drawing his sword with deadly eyes. He speaks with absolute authority, declaring himself the infamous Moonlight Executioner. Hearing his legendary name, their eyes go wide as they absolutely lose their minds with fear. Gritting their teeth, they try to look tough while preparing to draw their swords. But he lunges forward, eyes flashing with bloodlust, executing a flawless, decisive slash. In a flash, he decapitates them without a single shred of hesitation. Before they can even squeak, they are dead, blood spraying everywhere in a horrific scene. It is an absolute bloodbath. As Lee Jaha enters the main chamber, a severed head rolls right past his feet, creating a gruesome, bone-chilling sight. Anyone with a weak stomach would pass out instantly. Narrowing his eyes with a sinister smile, he whispers like a demon. "Did you sleep well, Master Shu? I came to pay a visit. But you and I did not need to see this trashy, degenerate scene inside. Oh my god, talk about absolute eye cancer. Seriously, we need bleach." Master Shu scrambles to pull up his pants, desperately reaching for his sword like a man possessed. But just as his fingers graze it, Lee Jaha... Alright, you and I are about to watch Lee Jaha make his move. He glides in like a straight-up ghost, closing the gap instantly. He swings his blade, but the old man barely blocks the strike. Nice reflexes, old man. But Leader Bake is shaking like a leaf, sweating buckets. His face turns completely pale as he growls in pure rage. "You? How the hell are you? Here?" Lee Jaha's eyes glow blood red as he lets out a psycho laugh. "Yep, it is me. Surprised, old man?" The screech of their clashing swords rings out loud and sharp. It sounds exactly like a death knell. Leader Bake is forced back, holding his pants with one hand while fencing with the other. He clearly stands no chance at all against Lee Jaha. Talk about a terrible disadvantage. Lee Jaha completely dominates him like a cat playing with a mouse. Finally, he conjures an energy hand to grab the old man by the neck. He squeezes tight. Bake's veins pop, his eyes rolling back. Before he can even suffocate, Lee Jaha drives a fatal sword thrust straight through his chest. Talk about a brutal finisher. The old man shrieks, eyes wide. A massive geyser of blood spurts from his mouth as his limp body crashes hard into the wall, leaving a massive red streak behind. Lee Jaha grabs him by the face, rough and heartless. Watch closely, because what he says next is pure disrespect. He sneers at his pathetic look mockingly. The old man's face goes pale, shivering as death knocks on his door. Lee Jaha rips his sword out of him, sending blood spraying everywhere as the leader collapses. He hits the floor completely breathless. Sheathing his sword, Lee Jaha turns around. His eyes dart toward a corner of the room, sensing something interesting is hiding over there. 2 naked women on the bed stare at him, trembling like crazy, too terrified to even look. Lee Jaha looks away, but then the dying leader makes some noise. "Huh, not dead yet?" Lee Jaha squats next to him, mockingly asking, "Speak up, old man. I can't hear a single thing you're trying to mumble over here." The leader gasps out a final curse. Talk about dying with regrets. Lee Jaha is actually surprised and mocks him. "Seriously? A swear word is your literal last breath? You pathetic loser, couldn't you think of anything cooler to say before kicking the bucket?" Lee Jaha interrogates the dying man like he is a cop questioning a criminal. "Why didn't you just surrender? Didn't I tell you that you had 0 chance of survival? Why act so stubborn?" Lee Jaha keeps lecturing him like a school teacher, spouting life advice. "Why can't you trust people for once? Stop only believing in yourself. And what the hell are you doing broad daylight, Leader Bake? You are a total pervert." But only silence answers Lee Jaha. The bloody leader slumps over, completely motionless. Looks like he finally bit the dust for real. Lee Jaha scratches his cheek, talking to himself. Wait, did he seriously die just now? Who the hell am I talking to? Just a cold corpse? This is so boring. Suddenly, a trembling voice begs for mercy. Lee Jaha glances over to see the 2 pale-faced women shaking in absolute fear. They look incredibly pitiful and terrified. Let's pause here. Lee Jaha actually shows some mercy. He coldly tells them, "Whatever, I will let you both go. Consider this my good deed for the day." Footsteps rush in behind Lee Jaha as a tense voice calls out, "Sect leader!" Lee Jaha glares back, sounding annoyed. "So you guys finally decided to show up, huh? Took you long enough." So Gukpyeong and Baek Dan finally arrive. Their clothes are soaked in blood from fierce fighting, their expressions looking exhausted and grim. Seeing the bloody body of Leader Bake, the disciples exchange incredibly confused looks. They cannot help but wonder if everything is already over so soon. Outside, Dako Seong walks in carrying a blood-soaked sword, looking totally lost. Is it seriously over? I didn't even get to do anything yet. Lee Jaha replies calmly. Yeah, go deal with the rest of them downstairs. Tell them Leader Bake is dead. Make sure they all know. Lee Jaha tells him while standing up. He gives a somewhat merciful warning: if they kneel, spare them, but execute anyone who resists. An intense, bloodthirsty aura explodes from Lee Jaha, leaving everyone absolutely freezing. His subordinates salute in unison, too terrified to disobey. Blood spatters everywhere as agonizing screams echo through the halls, turning the mansion into literal hell. Corpses pile up across the bloody floor. Lee Jaha calmly walks through the brutal carnage, completely unfazed as he heads straight into the main courtyard of the mansion. He stops, his voice booming like loud thunder. Addressing the surviving Cloud Rain sect members, he declares his decree like an absolute emperor commanding his subjects. I slept last night, waiting for Leader Bake to surrender. I gave him a chance, but he ignored it, so I just attacked. Anyone want to join him? Just say the word, and I will gladly send you to the afterlife with him. Simple as that. The Cloud Rain sect members lower their heads in silent terror. They do not dare speak, fearing their heads will roll. Satisfied, Lee Jaha nods. Fine, you can keep your name. Just behave and you will survive. Gok Pyong stands there completely bewildered, having absolutely no idea what is going on. But before he can even ask, Lee Jaha turns and barks a new order. Go change your clothes, strip them off the dead guys. If you need more, find the heavily wounded ones. Just put them on and get moving quickly. Hurry up, everyone change. Lee Jaha stands silently in the courtyard, the mood heavy. Dako Seong walks up behind him and Lee Jaha turns to face him with a smirk. No need for you to change, your clothes look too fancy anyway. Dako is confused. Is this favoritism? Lee Jaha explains like some self-proclaimed fashion expert. You stand out way too much. Changing clothes won't help disguise someone like you. Just stay here and clean up this bloody mess. Do something useful for once. Lee Jaha's sharp roast leaves Dako frowning, looking deeply hurt and completely speechless. Ignoring his sulking, Lee Jaha turns to Gukpyeong to hand out their next big mission. Prepare to fight poison with poison. Hurry, we do not have much time. Gukpyeong obeys immediately, not daring to waste a single second. Watching Baek Dan and the others change, Lee Jaha looks around and calls out, Junior Sister Hong! She replies instantly in a sweet voice, Yes, senior brother. Out of nowhere, Lee Jaha throws her a cryptic question. You understand my heart, right? She blinks, completely confused. What do you mean by that, brother? Could you explain a bit more? Lee Jaha points behind him, a sly smirk on his face. That Dako Seong guy is completely unhinged, you know. He might just slaughter all the prisoners. We can't trust him. So stay here and watch him. I will take these women back to Yilyang or free them. Just keep a close eye on everything. Hearing his orders, she smiles warmly and nods. Understood, I will handle it. Lee Jaha walks toward the remaining sect members. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. They stare at him in sheer terror, but Lee Jaha just sighs in disappointment. Yo, you and I are jumping right into this crazy mess. Useless trash like Thon Tai only knows how to eat, he grunts. Everyone exchanges sus looks like, wait, is this guy roasting us right now? Lee Jaha looks down at the kneeling squad like some merciful god, totally flexing his generous boss vibes. He goes, honestly, I should straight up delete you all for trying to jump me. That is a death sentence. But since I am not a monster, I will give you a tiny sliver of hope to restart your life. Want to live? Raise your hands. If not, bite your tongues and end it right now. Quick and clean. They just freeze. Nobody moves, not a single soul even dares to breathe. Annoyed by the dead silence, he drops a terrifying threat, his voice dripping with pure ice. What cat got your tongue? From now on, stay silent and I will send you to join Leader Gentleman in the afterlife. Reunion time. Instantly, the Cloud Rain Society thugs panic, stuttering and waving their hands in fear. No way, please spare us! He points at them, dead serious. Then here is the deal. You are going to help me take down Old Man Longthu to redeem yourselves. He coldly commands, no saying no. Strip off your robes and hand them over to my squad, the 12 divine generals. Answer me right now. Staring at his murderous eyes, they immediately fold. No cap, they are terrified. Lee Jaha narrows his eyes with a wicked smile, unsheathes his sword, and growls like a beast. Now watch closely because he suddenly snaps. You know what? I am annoyed. How about I just delete you all right now? Bak Dan quickly rushes in, holding him back with everything he has got. Pleading, senior brother, chill, please do not do this. But Lee Jaha struggles to break free, shouting, let go. I will end them all. I will send them straight to the underworld. But reliable Bak Dan keeps pleading, senior brother, let me handle this. There are too many of them. Let me deal with them. Now that Leader Gentleman is dead, please give them a fresh start and a second chance, just like you did for us. Hearing this emotional plea, Lee Jaha suddenly chills out. He slowly turns around, his eyes softening just a tiny bit. Letting out a heavy sigh, he mutters with pure regret, man, I really wanted to send them straight to the underworld. Lucky bastards. Bak Dan steps up, taking full charge. Do not worry, senior brother. I will keep a strict eye on them from now on. Lee Jaha nods and lets it slide. Bak Dan bows, totally ready for the next move, waiting for instructions. But our Lee Jaha just blinks, looking completely lost. He turns around and scratches his head. Wait, where was I again? I totally forgot. Bak Dan respectfully prompts him, you were talking about us, the 12 divine generals, and before that, how Thon Tai eats way too much. Lee Jaha gasps, ah, right, my bad. He turns back to the Cloud Rain Society squad. wearing a dead serious face. Hold that thought. First spread the news that leader gentleman is dead. We need someone to play the defeated loser and run to Old Man Long Thu. I know what you're thinking, this plan is actually genius, but when he glares at them with that icy, soul-crushing death stare, their spines completely freeze. Do you understand what I just said? Speak up. Are you all mute or what? He snaps, losing his patience. Bogdan quickly steps in to save them, saying, Senior bro, I totally get the strategy. Let me handle these guys, you do not have to worry. Lee Jaha shrugs and drops it, deciding not to push them any further. He turns around, leaving them in silence. Walking a bit, he spots Takukbing and shouts his name. Takukbing bolts over like a ghost is chasing him. Lee Jaha pats his shoulder and says, Tell the Black Cat Gang crew to take a breather and rest up. You guys have been working way too hard. Go recharge. Takukbing nods, not daring to argue. He adds, As a veteran, let me tell you, fighting while exhausted is a straight-up death sentence. Suddenly, he lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Seriously, why is it that the more troops we get, the weaker we feel? This is exhausting. Takukbing gets totally quiet, feeling the second-hand embarrassment. Suddenly, a lackey rushes over in a panic, holding a blood-soaked outfit and presents it to Lee Jaha. Sect leader, please change your clothes. This one is cleaner. He unfolds the robe to inspect it, but it is literally covered in nasty blood and tears. It looks totally trashed. He makes a disgusted face like, Are you seriously calling this clean? Bring me something actually clean. This thing has a massive stab wound right on the chest. Do you even have eyes? He snaps, lecturing the guy. Get your head in the game and do your job properly. The lackey whines, totally offended. Why are you yelling at me? I was just trying to help, sheesh. Lee Jaha blinks, completely shocked by this dude's audacity. He realizes even his own Black Cat Gang is full of completely clueless clowns. Seriously, loyal help is so hard to find these days. Sighing deeply, he mutters, Whatever, just let him live. Meanwhile, Takukbin, Bogdan, and the rest of the squad finish gearing up in their clean new uniforms and assemble, reporting to the big boss, Sect leader, we are ready to roll. He purses his lips, looking epic and cool again, ready to lead them into battle. He struts forward, leading his army like an absolute boss. Footsteps echo through the area. Suddenly, a battered, staggering figure slowly drags himself forward in the distance. This guy looks completely wrecked, face swollen, wobbling like he is about to kick the bucket. He barely manages to take another heavy, painful step. Meanwhile, hiding inside the dense bushes, Lee Jaha and Bogdan are playing spy. They peek their heads out, checking on the dude who got totally destroyed. His face is a terrifying shade of purple from the beatdown. After wobbling around like a drunk, he collapses onto the dirt, completely out of steam. Watching this, Lee Jaha is silently applauding. Damn, that is some next-level acting. Bogdan smirks, feeling super proud of his handiwork. Told you so. I promised you I would deliver, he adds, overflowing with confidence. These guys are a sharp weapon. Meanwhile, the bait continues groaning and shaking on the floor. His dramatic shaking is so realistic, the two spies in the bushes are literally nodding in pure respect. Give this man an Oscar, the performance is insane. The battered decoy staggers to the gate of the courtyard. Shaking violently, he raises a bony hand and knocks. From the other side, an old man opens the door. Spotting the half-dead guy looking like he is about to cross over, the old man quickly catches him, asking in a shaky voice, Wait, are not you one of the Cloud Rain Society members? What happened? Gasping for air, the guy wheezes, The Black Cat Gang is attacking us. And I came to report to Old Man Long Thu. Trust me, you and I are about to see a massive trap unfold as the old man panics. Alright, you and I are starting with this guy wheezing. Wait up. The guard looks totally clueless as the dude gasps, desperately begging for a sip of water. Chilling up in a tree, Lee Jaha watches this awkward drama unfold, thinking, Man, what a line. Once the beaten-up lackey gets escorted inside, Lee Jaha makes his move. Lee Jaha quietly drops down, leaning casually against the gate to plan his next move. Honestly, shouldn't the Dragonhead Elder be acting up after hearing his master got ambushed? Why is it so quiet here? Shaking off his doubts, our hero casually strolls back toward the woods, pretty damn sure that messenger guy has already been thrown into a cell. Waiting in the bushes are his two buddies, Baekdan and Tagupiang. Baekdan immediately pitches an idea. Boss, let's just march right in and end this whole thing. He shuts him down instantly, saying, Looks like I underestimated this martial world. You guys wait here. Before they can even argue, he vanishes like a gust of wind. The two try calling out, but there is no stopping their absolute idol. Waving them off, he heads straight toward the main estate to handle things completely solo. But before he even steps onto the stairs, he freezes, totally locked in thought. A second later, he turns around, walks the other way, and bends down to look for something. He rips off his Cloud Rain sect robes and tosses them on the dirt. Turns out he brought a fresh new outfit. Fully suited up, Lee Jaha casually struts through the front gate. Scanning the courtyard, his eyes land on a table set right in the middle. Sitting there is an old man, looking way too relaxed. Our boy scans him head to toe. The elder definitely senses him coming. He slowly welcomes him in, asking with a calm voice, So is our little ceasefire finally over? Now watch closely. He turns away and asks in a flat voice, Is everything set? The old man just sits there, emotionless, ready to drop a bombshell. As you can see, I have sorted things out. Only an old gatekeeper is left, and I sent him to the back. Since he has no martial skills, there is no need for him to die with me. Keeping up the interrogation, Lee Jaha asks, So where are the rest of your men? The old man patiently replies, I sent them off to wherever they could go. For those with nowhere left to run, I gave them some cash. Since yesterday, every single one of them has slowly cleared out. Lee Jaha smirks, dripping with sarcasm. Aren't you just the thoughtful one? The old man lowers his head, then looks back up with a creepy, mysterious smile. So are you. Take a seat. Walking over slowly, Lee Jaha calculates his options, knowing that when an enemy tells you to sit, you definitely stand. The dragon-head elder grins, asking, "What, you do not even have time for some tea?" Our boy shoots back playfully. "I am a pretty busy guy, you know." Reaching for his teacup, the old man looks genuinely curious. Intriguing. "So a guy like you actually beat the great Rakshasa solo? I have seen plenty of people like you in this world. From your actions to the way you talk. The second I laid eyes on you, I already knew your deal." He slowly traces the rim of his teacup, his voice barely a whisper. Lee Jaha silently watches him as the elder continues. "Since this is between us, there is no need to spill the blood of our underlings. That is why I waited alone." Dropping his voice, our hero asks, "You were pretty close with the great Rakshasa, huh?" Hearing this, the old man's hand suddenly freezes right on his teacup. Suddenly, the ground rumbles violently, nearly throwing Lee Jaha off balance. Right around the tea table, massive pitch-black pits begin cracking open everywhere. Leaping back instantly, Lee Jaha dodges just as the old man glares at him with bulging eyes. Deep down inside those massive pits, piles of human corpses are revealed. Rotting skulls and bones are scattered everywhere in a grotesque, horrifying heap. Honestly, it is a sight straight out of a nightmare. You and I can feel his rage as Lee Jaha's eyes turn ice cold. He mutters in disgust, "You totally freaked me out," but the old man just glares back silently. The elder gives him a razor-sharp look, lightly twisting his teacup as the ground shakes violently once again. Lee Jaha reacts instantly, leaping high into the air. The remaining stone slabs in the yard are blasted right into the sky. After dodging midair, our hero safely lands on top of a massive boulder. He thinks to himself how lucky he is to have acted fast. If he had marched in with his whole crew, this trap would have wiped them out. Leaning on his cane, the old man stands up, challenging him to a fight. Lee Jaha just scoffs mockingly, "You are one crazy old geezer. Now I get why your name is even more infamous than the great Rakshasa." The elder stays silent, his face darkening with anger. Pressing his advantage, Lee Jaha sneers, 40 years of throwing people into your pits, so I guess nobody alive actually knows the real you, huh? Eating, drinking tea, and sleeping right on top of the corpses you murdered. No wonder your face is so pale. Is the martial world really that terrifying? The giant stone pillar under Lee Jaha's feet suddenly collapses, but he calmly leaps to another spot, telling the elder, "I have seen plenty of people like you, digging holes for others to die in, only to find yourselves trapped in them forever. They do not hunt like beasts, nor do they travel around challenging great masters." Meanwhile, his legs move with crazy speed, easily dodging every single attack thrown his way. Then he drops a brutal truth bomb, saying, "Their entire lives are completely rotten, spent doing nothing but burying their own friends and family until they have nobody left." Lee Jaha looks at him with utter contempt, adding with a cold smirk, "Every time you fill up one of those holes, those rotting corpses just shudder underneath." The dragon-head elder laughs mockingly, shouting, "Where do you think you are running?" Lee Jaha keeps dodging the flying rocks, shouting right back as he moves. "Obviously I am running if I am at a disadvantage. You think I am stupid?" The old man simply points in one direction. "The exit is not that way." Our boy looks back and realizes the main exit has indeed vanished into thin air. Lee Jaha turns back with a sarcastic, mocking grin, saying, "You are a pretty interesting old guy, huh? Learning all kinds of tricks. Trying to copy Guguzi now?" Looking all mysterious, the elder raises an eyebrow and asks back, "You actually know of the legendary master Guguzi?" Our hero smirks, thinking, "I might look like a teenager, but I am actually way older than you think." Suddenly he looks up and thinks the sky looks beautiful. Realizing he is overthinking things, his mind wanders back to Guguzi, the legendary master of divination and a famous recluse in the martial world. He got his title from his home, Ghost Valley Manor, a legendary figure deeply detested by Ki Jin-soo, the founder of the Golden Hook art, and that's where we leave it. Lee Jaha looks at him with pure disdain, utterly roasting this crusty old geezer who thinks he is a mastermind. "So you actually know about Guguzi? Trust me, you and I are about to watch a total badass shut down this sleazy old man," the dragon-headed elder says curiously. "Is there really someone like that?" Lee Z. He looks down and asks, "Have you ever heard of Qi Xingzi's?" But this is the first time the old man has heard of him. He is slightly lost in thought before continuing. "The martial arts I learned, the three-cave samadhi true fire, was created by him." Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he muses, "Yet I caught you so easily. Pretty cool, honestly." Leezy drifts off in thought. "A clever rabbit digs 3 holes to hide, but a smart hunter burns them all. That is how this technique was born." While zoning out, he casually summons a blazing bright red fireball. The dragon-headed elder laughs maniacally at this. He charges forward, activating a technique that makes the surrounding rocks rise and fall like lightning. With a swift, calculated motion, he hurls the snake he uses as a staff straight at Lee's dodge. The kid steps aside with a quick gasp, glaring at him. He glares at the old man with eyes as sharp as daggers. Hey, isn't it a classic rule in the martial world to wait while your opponent gets their weapon ready? Right? The two clash in a brutal duel, slashing and blocking in a high-speed frenzy. They spring apart, backing off a few steps. The dragon-headed elder prepares a direct charge. Straight at Lee Zihi. Reacting instantly, he shatters the strike. Out of nowhere, 3 massive iron spikes fly at him. But watch closely, our guy easily dodges them all, leaving behind a massive cloud of dust. Seizing this golden opportunity, the dragon-headed elder unleashes a devastating, terrifyingly powerful strike, but the kid still gracefully slides away from every single blow. Leaving the old man hitting empty air, Lee Jaha activates his light body technique, rising into the sky as light as a feather, completely out of reach. Out of the thick smoke, the dragon-headed elder charges with a volley of massive iron spikes, all aimed right at Lee Jaha. In a flash, he rips off his coat and hurls it hard at the incoming spikes. Covered by the flying fabric, they harmlessly fall, but then he freezes. He just accidentally threw away his super expensive favorite coat. Grieving over his ruined drip, he sighs, "Man, I feel so bad for you. Hopefully in your next life you will get a better owner, some decent righteous master. Then you won't have to suffer anymore." Shaking off the grief, he lands on a nearby boulder, his gaze turning deadly cold. The dragon-headed elder shudders slightly, totally thrown off. What is up with this kid's sudden, suffocating bloodlust? Suddenly, Lee Jaha's flame erupts violently, surging straight toward him. With bloodshot eyes, his voice carries absolute terrifying rage. "Dragon-headed elder, you are dead meat. You ruined my favorite coat. If I do not get payback for this, I do not deserve to be called a man." Stumbling back a few paces, the old man's face goes pale as he barks, "You crazy bastard, what are you babbling about?" Suddenly, both go dead silent, making the air feel suffocating. Lee Jaha sneers, delivering a chilling threat. "Keep flapping those gums, old man. You are about to sleep with the fishes." The elder stares back, completely unable to believe his ears. A massive question mark pops up in his head. Sweating under the kid's terrifying gaze, he shivers, thinking, "This maniac looks like he is literally going to eat me alive." Desperate, he slams his staff against the ground, launching another swarm of iron spikes. While unleashing his magic, the elder watches the kid's slick, highly evasive movements, trying to calculate his next move. He has the high ground. Is he trying to stay mobile just to dodge my poison mist? Curse words fly from his mouth as he aggressively pursues him. Suddenly, Lee Jaha spins, unleashing a savage sword strike. The dragon-headed elder barely blocks it, panic setting in as he begins to sweat over the sheer speed of the clash. Did this brat really hide his true strength this whole time? The kid smirks, eyes sharp as daggers. Veins pop on the elder's forehead as he curses under his breath. "You cocky little bastard!" Spinning his staff, he shatters the brutal slash, catching the kid slightly off guard. Instantly, a massive, dense fog of smoke envelops them both. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lee Jaha vanishes into thin air. The elder lunges wildly to grab him, but his clawing hand is just a split second too slow. Safe in the shadows, the kid chanced to activate his special technique, the heaven-devouring great art. A shadowy black hand appears before him, radiating intense, fiery red energy. He channels his inner power to summon a massive array, condensing everything into a blinding crimson fireball. He hurls it, and boom! You and I both know this explosion is absolutely devastating. The elder stands frozen in utter shock at the sheer destructive power. He cannot believe a mere kid did this with just a simple wave of his hand. As the dust finally clears, our guy is still standing tall, sword resting on his shoulder. Grinning, he taunts, "Is that all you got, old man? Show me your real tricks." Refusing to back down, the elder snaps back, "If you have the guts, come down and fight me." Lee Jaha points his blade straight at his face and yells, "You old fox, do you think I am stupid? I already have the high ground. Why would I come down?" The elder completely loses his cool, shouting, "What did you say?" Stunned, he wonders, am I hearing things? Did this kid actually lock down all the tactical positions already? Meanwhile, our guy floods his sword with massive energy, then dives straight at him, swinging his blade. Even though the elder manages to dodge the brunt of the strike, the raw impact still sends him stumbling backward, completely unbalanced. Stepping back, Lee Jaha unleashes a rapid chain of deadly slashes. It is a complete onslaught. Shaking under the pressure, the stubborn old bastard still refuses to give up. The kid keeps swinging, carving the air with terrifying high-damage shockwaves that fly straight toward the dragon-headed elder, leaving him absolutely no room to breathe. The old man's face goes pale as his defenses crumble, but Lee Jaha shows absolutely zero mercy. With one brutal slash, he severs the arm holding the staff. The elder's eyes bulge in pure agony. Before he can even process the excruciating pain, another slash cuts off his remaining arm, sending him collapsing to his knees, puddling in his own blood. Pausing for a split second, the kid smugly summons yet another roaring fireball, casually spinning it around his fingers like a toy. The dying elder, utterly terrified, desperately begs for his life. Amused, the kid stops playing, holds the fire out, and slowly releases the massive blazing sphere right at him. The old man can only watch in absolute horror as death slowly approaches. An earth-shattering explosion erupts alongside his agonizing screams, completely vaporizing everything in its path. Smoke rises from the ashes. Standing tall, our Lee Jaha looks down with immense pride, poetically describing the beautiful destruction he just unleashed upon his foe. Aren't these flames just gorgeous? The fire rages on, its fierce crimson glow seemingly ripping the night sky apart, dancing and casting eerie, flickering shadows across the battlefield. Standing in the center of this blazing inferno, the young warrior looks completely solitary. He just stands there, silently watching the flames grow wilder by the second. The fierce red light illuminates his face, highlighting his sharp, resolute features. This is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Yo, stick with me here. Thick smoke is billowing everywhere. But this guy stands completely frozen, totally hypnotized by the dancing flames. The wild wind is whipping his hair, And his eyes? Gleaming with this creepy scheming look. Or maybe, quite honestly, he is just staring because this giant wall of fire looks epic as hell. Suddenly, this crazy young guy flashes a super twisted, wicked grin. Instantly, the air around him turns heavy and this straight-up chilling vibe settles over everything in sight. The flames rage even harder, like they are literally vibing with his sick smile, turning the entire place a bloody demonic red. Then out of nowhere, his crazy laugh starts echoing out like it is straight from hell, as Lee Jaha's face gets totally twisted with this pure, smug, evil satisfaction while the glowing light flames dance across his sharp features, making him look insanely dark and menacing. Literally every single detail on his face now screams pure, unpredictable evil and mystery. Slowly raising his sword high, Lee Jaha's eyes still look totally demonic when suddenly wildfire ignites out of thin air, completely wrapping around the entire blade. He starts spinning around smooth but lethal as his sword carves gorgeous arcs of pure fire, with every single swing packing some seriously scary power, screaming through the air like it is literally ripping space apart. The flames on his sword explode outwards, spreading everywhere to create this absolute raging tornado of fire around him. His gaze is cold as ice, sharp like a dagger aimed straight at his enemies. He does not even need to speak, but those eyes are enough to make anyone shiver in pure terror. Now watch closely, with that sick smirk on his face, he looks like a straight-up demon, crawling out of the dark. Holding this insane power, he is loving every second of it, his eyes turning wild and vicious like a hungry predator, hunting its prey. Sinister thoughts take over with zero hesitation or regret. He just wants absolute destruction. The fire in his eyes flares up, the raging fire of pure madness ready to burn everything to the ground. "Burn it all down," he whispers. But right as that wildfire completely engulfs him, old memories start rushing back like stubborn ghosts that refuse to fade. Distant, familiar voices start echoing in his mind, forcing him to remember the sea of fire from years ago. A blood-red blaze that blackened the night and burned everything to ash. Back then, he stood there alone like a shadow in a firestorm. He walked away without looking back once, but his eyes showed he was torn between ruthlessness and pain, remembering the day the inn was swallowed up by that raging sea of fire. "You totally deserve that end, Chief. That is exactly what you get for bringing pain to others." Meanwhile, Lee Jaha is lost in his bitter thoughts. Every heavy swing of his sword reflects his messy mind, with each sharp strike looking like he is trying to cut off the ghosts of his past. But the more he swings, the heavier his heart feels. Suddenly, a voice calls out, dragging him right out of his deep thoughts. "Leader!" Lee Jaha stops and turns toward the voice, his eyes still hazy and a bit surprised. In that exact moment, he seems completely lost in some long dream, unable to tell reality from illusion. His unfocused eyes scan the burning area as if he is trying to figure out who just called out to him. Did someone call me, he wonders. Lee Jaha takes a deep breath, trying to focus on what is happening around him. He keeps swinging his sword with absolute power and skill when that familiar voice rings out again. This time, the tone sounds way more urgent than ever before. "Sect leader, I know what you are thinking. Is he losing his mind?" Well, Lee Jaha's eyes flash with malice as conflicting thoughts race through his head. Is it an illusion? The mad warrior stops, his sword glowing bright as the raging fire around it flares up, fueled by the boiling anger in his chest. All around him, the sea of flames mirrors the wild chaos in his head. Then that voice speaks again, carrying this heavy wave of painful memories and deep nostalgia. It says, "I am the subordinate who first met you in Yiliang County, and I have followed you all this time." Suddenly, Lee Jaha's wicked laughter mixes with the firelight. His eyes go dead cold, refusing to show any weakness. "Is that so? Show yourself then," he says, sounding totally defiant. "The crazy demon fire is burning inside me, so it is all over now, yet his wild eyes still look empty, his mind still haunted." He mutters, "Why can't my mind find any peace?" Just then the voice rings out again, way louder and clearer. "Leader, wake up!" Instantly the madman snaps right out of it, his eyes finally clearing up despite looking completely exhausted. He looks back like he just escaped a nightmare. "Ah, right, is that you, Yunpyong?" Below, a massive crowd is gathered, their eyes glued to the leader they have followed for so many years. Their faces are completely terrified of the raw power radiating from Lee Jaha, yet they still look at him with deep respect and awe. Slowly his crazed gaze fades away, replaced by a heavy look full of sadness and deep internal conflict. He sighs, looking down at his loyal crew with a slightly sarcastic yet relieved grin. "Oh, so you guys made it here already? Well, that was pretty fast." Yunpyong shouts back, his voice a wild mix of anger and panic, with his eyes filled with pure worry. "Leader, we saw that giant fire was absolutely massive, so we ran over here as fast as we possibly could." Looking down at them, Lee Jaha's sharp eyes flash with cold, quiet determination. It really looks like a thick haze of smoke is surrounding Lee Jaha, making him seem totally detached, like he is standing in a completely different world from his men. In this silent moment, the bright flames flare up to form a massive wall of fire, bringing everyone back to reality. The crowd outside is completely trapped by the blazing fire, with blinding light and roaring flames spreading everywhere. Taking one deep breath, Lee Jaha decides to jump down from his high ledge, landing right next to his panicked followers. Baek Dan nervously steps up with a super tense face. "Leader, is it finally over?" Lee Jaha simply nods and says everything is done. Baek Dan lets out a huge sigh of relief, though he still looks pretty worried. "So what do we do next?" he asks, sounding super anxious. But suddenly, Lee Jaha just bursts out laughing, his voice echoing loudly and instantly shattering all that tense energy. It is like a massive weight has finally been lifted. Trust me, you and I love to see him like this. Running out of the fire, he yells out, "It is over, let's go home." Meanwhile, Yunpyeong can't even get his head around Lee Jaha's crazy energy, complaining with a seriously worried face. "You are having way too much fun. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild ride where this subordinate is literally sweating bullets, but his crazy gang leader, Lee Jaha, is actually loving every single second of the chaos. He laughs like a maniac, eyes shining bright. "Yo, Kwon Bin, you are totally overthinking this, man. I'm just a little hyped up right now, not going completely insane yet." Hearing this, Tu Kwon Bing laughs right along, totally getting his boss's vibe. His eyes are filled with pure respect and understanding for the man he's been following for so long. "Yeah, boss, I totally get it," Kwon Bing says. "Sometimes when the adrenaline kicks in, you just can't control your emotions and you just gotta let loose." Lee Jaha smirks, absolutely loving that his right-hand man gets him. Staring ahead at the wreckage, he speaks up in a surprisingly chill and friendly voice. "You are pretty sharp, Kwon Bin. The fact that you can read my crazy mood swings means you are definitely not just some average thug." Meanwhile, everyone else rushes out of the raging fire. The air is thick with heavy smoke, but the pure hype of victory completely wipes away any fear left in their minds. Suddenly, Lee Jaha looks back at the mansion he just completely trashed. The flames are roaring higher and higher, matching the wild, chaotic energy inside his own head. Staring at the massive inferno, Bai Yin tries to breathe in the suffocating heat. He asks, "Hey boss, is the old master Long Lin and his whole crew completely wiped out?" Lee Jia looks totally unfazed, keeping his eyes locked on the ruins. He wears this smug, satisfied grin like he just won the lottery, speaking in a super chill voice. "They are all toasted, man, nothing but ashes in that beautiful fire." Hearing this, Bai Yin lets out a massive sigh of relief, a huge grin spreading across his face. "Awesome, it is finally over," he mutters. But then Lee Jaha lets out a cold smirk, his eyes scanning the crowd. "What is with those faces? Aren't you guys happy?" Now watch closely, because a dead silence suddenly drops over the entire crowd. It is like time completely stops as they all stare at their leader, waiting for his next move. Then, Lee Jaha suddenly bursts into a massive laugh that echoes through the sky, before instantly flipping his switch back to a dead serious, intimidating expression. Alright, playtime is over. He looks around, wondering where that actor idiot went. Honestly, the mission was a breeze, mostly thanks to this bruised up, terrified guy hiding at the very back. "Right here, boss," the guy stammers. Tu Kwon Bing quickly steps up, reporting, "Long Lin's gang is officially history and their servants fled. Their entire territory is yours now, leader." Lee Jia nods, his voice firm and commanding. "Just let those servants run, they don't matter. But as for holding down their turf, do not slack off. Stay on your guard." Kwon Bing nods, taking his words to heart immediately. "Understood, boss. We will make sure nothing goes wrong on our end." Lee Jaha goes quiet for a second, his gaze turning serious. "Look, it is not as simple as you think. That clash was pretty rough, and things are only getting harder from here." Suddenly, the mood gets incredibly heavy. Hearing their boss speak like that, the subordinates can feel his disappointed gaze digging right into them, like he is low-key blaming them for slacking. Breaking the awkward silence, Kwon Bin speaks up, drowning in guilt. "You are right, boss. You did all the heavy lifting while we were pretty much useless out there. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, their boss totally agrees they are useless. But honestly, we have to admit this enemy was actually a pretty tricky opponent to deal with. That old man Long Lin actually had some moves," Ziha says. "His mountain villa was packed with nasty traps. The guy was a total sly old fox." Bai Yin nods along, totally agreeing. "Absolutely, boss." Lee Jaha keeps breaking down the situation. "So that makes 3 major factions we have completely wiped out so far. Taking down Dai Lasat was definitely the hardest part since his crew was massive," Ziha notes. Bai Yin just smiles, totally respecting his boss's insane tactical genius. "We completely get what you mean, boss," Bai Yin says. Behind him, the rest of the gang starts nodding like bobbleheads, totally agreeing with their leader's words. Zia speaks up again, his voice super chill and not forcing anyone to stay. "Look, our business with the Van Vu Association is done. If you want to leave, just go. The fights ahead are going to be brutal, and honestly, your martial arts are pretty weak. So think hard, but if you choose to stick around, you are welcome." The Black Cat Gang Van Vu Association and Hak Thien Bao are all bowing to our Hao sect now. Suddenly, one of the low-level thugs raises his hand to ask a question. Ziha sighs, totally exhausted by his clueless crew. "Duh, Hao sect is literally our group. It is basically a trash can faction designed to harbor weak, clueless idiots like you guys. Honestly, it gives me a massive headache just thinking about how useless you guys are," Ziha grumbles. The poor subordinate just stands there completely speechless and embarrassed. Then another genius speaks up, asking, "Wait, so you are the leader of the Hao sect too, boss?" Ziha glares at him with pure irritation. "Are you seriously that dumb? If it is not me, then who else would it be?" The guy stammers, looking terrified. "But wait, aren't you also the leader of the Black Cat Gang?" Ziha's face goes completely dark, his voice dropping to sub-zero temperatures. "Is there some law saying one person can't run multiple gangs? Use your brain for once." An intense, heavy pressure suffocates the room as everyone shuts their mouths. Ziha turns to his elite members. "Now that we conquered those 3 factions, our territory is huge. We expanded way too fast, so you guys need to split up the management of these new territories yourselves. Do not make me micromanage your work." Instantly, the elites bow in unison, shouting, "Yes, boss, we got this!" Zia stands there looking like an absolute boss, practically radiating power and confidence. "Look, you guys might be clueless, but everyone has some kind of talent," Zia says. so put those strengths to work. I realize my biggest talent is managing you guys. Bai Yin totally catches his boss's drift and bows respectfully. Got it, leader? Leave the rest of the Van Vu Association matters to me. I will clean it up. That association is massive with tons of smaller gangs, Bai Yin explains. I will handle it carefully, absorbing those who submit, letting the innocents go, and absolutely destroying the rebels. Lee Jaha gives a satisfied smirk. Perfect. Thanks for the hard work. Since everything is wrapped up here, let's head back home. He turns around and starts walking away. His crew bows deeply as he leaves. Yes, boss. Back at the main castle, the entire place is dripping with this super cold, heavy vibe of raw power and authority. Understood, boss. Later, back at the main headquarters, a heavy cold silence fills the majestic castle, giving off a vibe of ultimate power and dangerous isolation. Lee Jaha drops down from above with absolute style. He casually pushes open the heavy wooden doors, the loud creak echoing through the silent room as he walks inside. As he steps inside, Cha Songtai smiles, but seeing Liu Siqing covered in wounds, trust me, you and I need to watch this. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where power is everything. A beaten-up guy kneels on the floor as Lee Jaha, tall and proud, strides to the leader's throne and sits. Right in the center, he oozes absolute dominance. He smiles, asking if everything here is cool, and Cha Xiangtai grins back with total, unquestionable confidence. Yep, all good. Lee Jaha turns to the battered Liu Siqing kneeling on the cold floor, showing zero mercy. His voice is sharp, testing him with a dangerous edge. Is Cha Xiangtai treating you well? Hearing this, Liu Xing flinches, his eyes darting around in pure panic, too terrified to even look up and meet his gaze. He squeaks out a quiet yes, suffocating under the heavy pressure. Cha Xiangtai notices their master looks pretty pleased, immediately guessing how things went down. Beaming, Cha Xiangtai says everything must be settled since the chief returned in such high spirits. But Lee Jaha suddenly pauses, looking totally blank. What is settled? He has no clue what Cha Xiangtai is talking about. You know, handling that Master Thu guy and his faction. He speaks up, keeping it respectful but clearly annoyed. Ah, Lee Jaha finally gets it. That whole mess is totally solved. Master Thu is dead, and Long Lao Quan has been completely taken care of as well. He rests his chin on his hand, completely relaxed. Daila Sat down in the underworld must be partying now that his old buddies have joined him, even if it was a bit messy. Everything is right where it belongs, and it is all thanks to you, Liu Siqing. His sharp eyes slide down to the kneeling traitor, his voice dripping with icy coldness. I really owe you one. Now watch closely, because that intense gaze is pure poison. Liu Siqing is so paralyzed with fear he cannot even make a sound. Cold sweat pours down his neck as a heavy, suffocating silence fills the room. Yes, Chief, he finally whispers. The next day, Lee Jaha sits with his legs crossed. Oozing absolute boss energy, he leans on his hand, staring right through the guy in front of him. So, your real name is Hodian Tan, right? From the famous Hodian sword family? Cha Xiangtai sits across from his boss, but his posture is totally relaxed and calm as he confirms it is true. Liu Siqing, on the other hand, is shrinking in sheer terror. He squeaks out another yes, sweating bullets like any wrong move will get him slaughtered on the spot. Lee Jaha tosses down a sketch of some guy. I am hunting this dude. Seeing the drawing, Liu Siqing turns completely pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. How do we find him? He stammers. Lee Jaha sighs, looking totally exhausted and defeated. It seems even the mighty chief has absolutely no plan for catching this guy. Hearing this, Liu Siqing realizes this is his golden ticket to stay alive. Panicking, he screams out, Chief, please spare me. I will do literally anything to find him. He literally bets his own life on the line just to buy some extra time. If you have some poison, just give it to me. I will return for the antidote. Once I track him down, Lee Jaha does not look impressed at all. Honestly, he just looks super tired and completely over all of this drama. Way too many people died today. My average day starts with slaughter, and if it also ends with slaughter, that is just bad vibes, you know? Liu Siqing lets out a massive sigh of relief, like he just cheated death itself. Still, his face is totally ghost white, completely drained of blood. He tries to calm down and bows, thanking the chief for letting him live. But Lee Jaha is not letting him off the hook that easily. A wild idea pops up. We need some kind of trust. Force does not solve everything between people. Let's see what crazy trick he pulls next. He orders Cha Xiangtai to fetch some wine and grab 3 cups. Cha Xiangtai has absolutely no clue what his boss is plotting, but he does not question it. He immediately gets up to do it. A moment later, Cha Xiangtai returns carrying a massive top-shelf bottle of aged liquor. It looks incredibly expensive. He sets the giant bottle on the table, right in front of his leader, then slides back to his seat. Once everything is set, Lee Jaha commands with absolute authority, Diantan, drink up. Liu Siqing chugs it down instantly without a single second thought. Lee Jaha shrugs, his voice totally cold and indifferent. I do not care who you are, whether you are Hodian Tan or Liu Siqing. Even if you are not from the Hodian sword family or if this is some rival clan plot. He suddenly glares, making the vibe dead serious. You are just an unlucky loser I captured. From now on, you do exactly what I say. Got it? He spits out each word, turning the room absolutely freezing. Terrified out of his mind but wanting to survive, Liu Siqing desperately nods in agreement. Lee Jaha reaches inside his robes, searching for something with a deadpan expression. Then, out of nowhere, slam, he drives a short sword into the table. Cha Xiangtai and Liu Siqing turn completely pale, sweat dripping off their chins. Lee Jaha grips the hilt of the short sword tightly and declares, This is the life or death duel for my old home. If our chats do not go smoothly from now on, we will use this to end each other. Hearing this insane threat, both men are absolutely paralyzed, completely failing to understand why their boss is doing this, but knowing their lives are on the line. Lee Jaha cold-facedly issues a direct order to both Cha Songtae and Lu Siqing. From this exact second, I am giving you 108 days. Ho Tan, you must teach Cha Songtae literally everything you know. Every single sword technique, inner energy, footwork, and mental art. Both of them realize this is a totally impossible task. Their faces are a mixture of panic, shock, and pure disbelief. Lu Siqing bows his head. Shaking in fear, his mind races to find a way to make this work. But Cha Songtae cannot accept this. He slams his hand on the table. Boss, how am I supposed to master everything in just 108 days? Lee Jaha stares at Cha Songtae, rejecting the challenge, and sighs, speaking in a voice full of pure exhaustion. Hey, Cha Songtae? Cha Songtae looks up, wondering what his master is trying to say. Suddenly, Lee Jaha's face drops. His eyes turn into deadly daggers, ready to slice anyone who resists. Want to die? Let us use the life-or-death duel then. Cha Songtae turns completely pale, thinking he is absolutely dead. Lee Jaha growls, a bloodthirsty look in his eyes like a predator lock on its prey. Cha Songtae freezes, sweat pouring down his face. Facing that grim reaper gaze, he can only offer a forced, desperate smile to deny his rejection. Lee Jaha's face relaxes a bit. He orders, this is the Black Cat clan. At the hour of Mao, you two wake up, eat breakfast, and train. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Train, eat, train, and sleep. Stick with me as Cha Songtae and Yu So-chong grit their teeth through Lee Jaha's absolute nonsense. He warns them that break time is free, but if they dare flee or skip training, he will personally end them with the life and death pact. He keeps threatening them, saying if they are not happy, they can just pick up that dagger and stab him. Hearing this, both of them turn totally pale. They exchange confused looks, unable to believe this madness. They stand completely frozen, totally paralyzed by sheer terror, and cannot speak a single word. Hearts racing, breathing heavy. They can feel the danger closing in as cold sweat drenches their backs. They only have one single thought in their heads right now. Only a complete lunatic would actually do that. Lee Jaha stares at them, his voice calm yet absolutely dominant. Since I have drained your inner energy, you can use your break to recover it, or you can just rest. The choice is yours. Then Lee Jaha lays down the law once again. Keep in mind, you only have 108 days. It is either long or short, depending on your mindset. You do not need to master everything. But after 108 days, Cha Songtae must be stronger than he is now. Hearing this, Cha Songtae asks his boss with a doubtful look. How are we even supposed to know if I am stronger after 108 days? Lee Jaha hates this question and instantly drops another threat. If you are not happy, pick up that dagger and stab me right now. Cha Songtae backs down instantly, saying he was just talking. He silently curses. Damn it, why does this guy always tell me to stab him? Yu So-chong realizes this is a brutal mission, basically like trying to pass a failing final exam. It is basically impossible given this tight schedule. Teaching him a whole sword art in 108 days is way too much. Meanwhile, Lee Jaha completely zones out, arms crossed, looking smug as hell. Now pay attention to how this crazy boss acts like it is not his problem at all. Sure, Cha Songtae is just a chef, but he is no total amateur. Hearing his leader throw shade like that makes Cha Songtae's veins pop with pure rage. But he has to swallow his anger. He cannot do anything to this wild sect leader, left wondering if that was a compliment or an insult. Lee Jaha continues with his usual ice-cold, careless tone, telling Yu So-chong that teaching swordsmanship or whatever else is entirely up to him. Just figure it out yourself. Yu So-chong proudly reminds him of their elite status, declaring they are the prestigious Hoyan sword family. But Lee Jaha does not care who they are. At this point, results are the only thing he cares about. I do not care about your family. If you do not want to teach, take that knife and kill me, or I will stab that guy to death. Yu So-chong just hangs his head in silence, completely speechless and paralyzed by absolute helplessness. Lee Jaha turns to his loyal subordinate Cha Songtae, his voice booming. Cha Songtae, if you do not want to learn, just die already. Do not live as a useless freeloader. If you do not want this or that, grab that weapon and charge at me because I will kill you. Hearing this threat, Cha Songtae freaks out inside. He is totally miserable, hating this insane challenge but way too terrified to talk back. In the end, he can only bow his head. Alright, fine. The tension is thick enough to cut. Let us pause because the absolute terror of their crazy leader has left these two completely frozen in fear. Some intense inner struggle, Cha Songtae bravely accepts this ridiculous challenge, declaring he will learn. His eyes shine with pure determination and submission, ready for action. He is fully geared up for the brutal hardships ahead. Yu So-chong lets out a heavy sigh, then makes a solemn declaration with dead serious eyes. I will teach him everything. Everything is going exactly as Lee Jaha planned. He casually replies that they now understand each other. Instantly, he pulls out his short sword, stabbed into the table with lightning speed. Without wasting a second, he cuts his own finger and lets a few drops of blood fall into the alcohol. The bright red blood blends with the white wine, looking pretty damn wild. Lee Jaha then passes the short sword over to Cha Songtae. Cha Songtae shakes like a leaf as he takes it, his face losing all color. Terrified, he stammers out, "Why are you giving this to me?" Lee Jaha stares back with absolute annoyance, giving him a spine-chilling look. Cha Songtae turns pale with fear, his trembling hand slowly slicing his own finger with the blade. He gently drips his blood into the bottle. Seeing this, Yu So-chong follows suit immediately, not daring to show even a single shred of resistance. Lee Jaha pours the wine into 3 cups and boldly declares, "This cup holds our lives, mixed with the blood of 3 men bound by the pact." He repeats the oath, as agreed. For 108 days, Hoyun's song will be your master, and you must teach Cha Songtai with absolute devotion. Yu Seochong sits in silence, absorbing every single word of the demand. Cha Songtai also takes this blood oath incredibly seriously, ready to fully commit. For 108 days, disciple Cha Songtai must train with absolute effort and sincerity. Holding the wine bottle tight, leader Lee Jaha speaks with authority. As the creator of this sacred oath, if either of you takes this lightly, acts dishonest, or shows any resistance while fulfilling your bloodbound duties, I will personally end both of your lives with this very dagger. Let the heavens, earth, and the gods be our witness for this pact. Hearing this absolutely terrifying oath, Cha Songtai and Yu Seochong are completely drenched in cold sweat, their faces totally pale. Lee Jaha raises his cup, his sharp eyes locking onto them. "Will you two uphold this oath?" Yu Seochong raises his cup as well, answering with a firm, resolute voice. "I swear." Cha Songtai immediately copies him, declaring his oath too. Once the vows are done, Lee Jaha orders them to down their drinks to seal it. The 3 of them raise their cups and bottoms up, officially concluding the ritual. Lee Jaha then turns to everyone present to drop the big news. "Alright, the absolute hellish training starts today. Tonight will be our final dinner together." But out of nowhere, Cha Songtai speaks up, ruining the entire vibe. "From now on, I am no longer the cook." Hearing this, Lee Jaha totally freezes for 5 seconds. Meanwhile, the rest of his crew had headed to Igyong County. With his crew scattered, Lee Jaha has never been this stressed. "Trust me, you and I are about to see everything go totally downhill as he plans his next move. Dead. That is it. You and I are looking at a massive dinner crisis. We are totally doomed until a sliding door suddenly shatters the silence and Hong Shin appears, holding a massive bag of food. "Hey big brother, I brought some steamed buns I just bought." Right then, Lee Jaha sees a glimmer of hope and a crazy idea spark like a light bulb in his brain. Hong Shin is completely clueless, just smiling and laughing. "I did not know what you liked, so I just bought half meat and half veggie buns from the shop down the street. Use them as snacks with your drinks." Hearing this, everyone in the room feels like their savior has finally arrived, and they start clapping like crazy. Hong Shin has absolutely no idea what is going on as she walks over to her brother. "Why is everyone acting like this?" Lee Jaha grins and says, "Nice job. From now on, the 4 heavenly generals will take turns handling dinner." Hong Shin gasps, "Wait, so suddenly?" Lee Jaha does not even hesitate as he nods repeatedly. His face is dead serious, like he just handed down a massive legendary mission that only the absolute elite could handle. After that, they grab the buns and dig in, the vibe instantly turning into a festive party. But suddenly, Lee Jaha calls out, "Hong Shin, is there no ramen?" He wonders why his favorite side dish is missing. Realizing she made a mistake, Hong Shin immediately stands up. "I will go make some right now," she offers, but she still cannot let go of her favorite bite. "I will finish this one and cook." Lee Jaha nods. He is not even trying to be polite, even though his craving totally interrupted her meal. "Well, thanks then." Hong Shin happily replies, laughing out loud with absolute pride. "Got it." Suddenly, Cha Songtai wants to ask her for a favor, but he seems a bit too embarrassed to speak up. "I also want to ask for something." Hong Shin just casually munches on her piping hot bun and tells him to speak. Now watch this part closely. Just as Ryu Shik-young is about to bite into his bun, he suddenly feels a creepy gaze locked right onto him. He looks up only to find every single person staring directly at him. Ryu Shik-young freezes, sweat pouring down his face as he suddenly remembers his status as a prisoner. "Why are you looking at me? I know I am a prisoner, but is asking for a bowl of noodles really that bad? Really?" He looks at them, they look at him. He feels like he just made some insane earth-shattering demand. Accepting his sad reality, he lowers his head and goes back to chewing on his plain bun. "I am fine." Lee Jaha finds the mood too awkward and snaps, "Cut the drama. Hong Shin, just make noodles for everybody." Hong Shin quickly responds, "Yes." Lee Jaha flashes a big thumbs up at her instant agreement. He honestly feels like this martial arts world full of sweaty guys is basically a living hell. His eyes trail after Hong Shin as she heads off to cook. But suddenly a strange sound echoes through the room, a soft sniffling sob. Lee Jaha is completely shocked and turns toward the noise. Ryu Shik-young, that once legendary ruthless swordsman who killed without blinking and knew no pain, is currently holding a half-eaten bun and crying his eyes out. It is a hilarious sight that leaves everyone standing there with their jaws on the floor. Lee Jaha and Cha Songtai smirk, immediately starting to roast him. "Oh man, look at this guy. Are the buns seriously so good that they made him cry?" Cha Songtai sneers. "When did a hardcore killer like you start crying over ramen?" But then he pauses. He remembers that since this guy is his new sword instructor, he should probably let it slide. You and I can see his face is totally swollen, but those are real emotional tears. He wipes them away, saying, "It is not that. I will still teach you with everything I have." Lee Jaha stares at Cha Songtai, frowning. "Hey, Cha Songtai." Hearing the master call his name, Cha Songtai feels a sudden chill run down his spine, like something terrible is about to happen. A very bad feeling. He quickly answers yes. Seeing his reaction, Lee Jaha cannot resist teasing him. "Your golden era is over, huh? How does it feel?" Cha Songtai glares back in utter annoyance. He stays totally silent, but then they both burst out laughing. Hong Shin carries out 4 steaming bowls of noodles, smiling as she asks, "What is so funny, guys?" Lee Jaha laughs. "I was just saying, thinking about the brutal training this kid Cha Songtai is about to face makes me crack up." Hong Shin giggles along with him. That is hilarious. She sets the bowls down, completely ignoring Cha Songtai, who is currently boiling with absolute rage from being roasted this entire time. Is that so? The glistening, simple yet incredibly mouth-watering noodles sit before them. Everyone digs in like starved beasts, slurping away and refusing to put their bowls down. They nod in approval, praising her amazing cooking. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Lee Jaha looks up from his meal to see who it is. Guak Yongchang and Guillaume Saryong walk inside. Master, we went through so much trouble to find you. Everyone stops eating and stands up, turning to greet them with deep respect. Lee Jaha asks, what is up? Why are you guys suddenly here? Guillaume Saryong smiles. We have finished our task. Hearing this, Lee Jaha is completely taken aback. Seriously? With a loud thud, a heavy wooden chest is slammed onto the floor. Guillaume Saryong quickly opens it, drawing everyone's eyes directly to the box. Inside, something glows so brightly that their eyes go wide. It is a sword. Lee Jaha stares at it, realizing it is not quite what he expected. It is shorter than I imagined. Guess they could not find all the cold iron I needed. Still, he smiles, accepting the imperfect weapon anyway. It has been a while since I got a gift. It is not perfect, but I appreciate the effort. Seeing his master hesitate, Guillaume Saryong immediately makes a suggestion. What are you waiting for? Pick it up and try it. Lee Jaha slowly lifts the sword. As he draws it, a blinding light erupts, radiating pure power. It feels incredibly familiar. The blade is deadly sharp, clearly a top-tier weapon. Guillaume Saryong beams with pride. Are you satisfied, master? Lee Jaha feels pretty pleased. I like it a lot. But then, he looks around. Is there nothing we can test cut? Lee Jaha suddenly glances over at Ryu Shikyung, making him jump in fear. The captive immediately drops to his knees, slamming his head against the floor. Please, spare my life. Everyone stands there completely baffled. Lee Jaha looks down at him. Why would I kill you? He grabs his old sword to compare the two. I only plan to test it against this. Guillaume Saryong looks at the new weapon, feeling immense pride in his craftsmanship. Will that work? The new sword looks incredibly solid. Why not test it against such a legendary blade? And that is where we leave things, with a master smith hoping to shatter our Lee Jaha's weapon. Trust me, you and I cannot wait for the next showdown. Yo, stick with me. You are not ready for this. Jaha suddenly unleashes a blinding blaze around his sword, clashing both blades faster than a fake friend switching sides. Boom! A massive explosion rings out as Kim Satlong's precious sword just cannot take the heat of Jaha's blade. It shatters into a million pieces, leaving everyone completely mind-blown and totally speechless. Like, what even was that? Meanwhile, Lu Shichong looks at the shattered blade pieces landing right next to him, utterly stunned, his face turning completely pale. Lee Jaha stares at Kim Satlong's once proud sword, now snapped clean in half right in his hands, completely lost for words. But Kim Satlong quickly realizes something is super off. Hold up, is that no way? He realizes he is looking at a literal legendary weapon from the myths. Where on earth did you get that sword? Lee Jaha nonchalantly shrugs it off, saying it is just the Black Cat boss's basic sword. Talk about a massive facepalm for Kim Satlong. How did that weak boss get something this epic? Salty and annoyed, he excuses himself to go rebuild his shattered pride. How on earth did that random Black Cat gang leader end up with such a top-tier treasure anyway? Kwak Ryongchang quickly snatches his sword back from Lee Jaha's hands and runs after the brooding blacksmith. He tries his best to comfort the devastated old man walking out. Jaha is totally speechless at this point. He can only watch them walk away in dead silence. But watch closely here. A sudden loud burst of laughter breaks the quiet. It is Cha Songtai. He watched the whole drama unfold and just cannot hold back his gut-busting laughter. Jaha immediately snaps at him, telling him to shut his mouth. Songtai notices that deadly glare, realizes he went a bit too far, and quickly bows an apology. Jaha gets dead serious, telling him everyone fails sometimes, even himself. He asks Songtai if he has ever failed. Songtai brags proudly, saying he has failed way too many times to count. Jaha does not hold back and fires right back. With a savage, mocking tone, Jaha tells him you actually have to try doing something to fail. If you do nothing, you never fail. Are you just a do-nothing loser? Songtai's face goes dark. He is absolutely furious, but has zero comebacks for that burn. Hongshin cracks up on the side, making Songtai shake with pure rage. After their petty bickering, Jaha decides to wrap it up and stop wasting time. He announces he is going to rest, and everyone bids him farewell in unison. They all bow, but Seongtai cannot help but ask as he sees the sect leader heading outside. Where are you going, boss? Jaha casually responds. I am going to sleep. Seongtai panics, asking why he would sleep outside. Jaha just shrugs, saying he loves walking around inside his own castle grounds. The night sky is so peaceful, everything is dead quiet, and the whole vibe is just pure chill. His dark eyes stare up at the crimson sky as deep, heavy thoughts rush in like a flood. Laying down under a cherry blossom tree, his mind drifts. He remembers the mad monk, an esoteric master who made him go crazy in his past life. In the martial world, both the righteous and dark sects feared him like a literal god of death. Just hearing his name made everyone shake in their boots. The mad monk was the one who traveled all of China with Jaha, experiencing everything. Anyone from those sects who crossed him had only one destination: 6 feet under. Every top master from both factions wanted a piece of him. But Tibet became a massive graveyard for those arrogant fools. None of them ever made it back alive. Jaha followed him everywhere, from the Central Plains to the Mongolian deserts. He never once called him master, yet the old monk always treated him like his own disciple. I know what you're thinking, this crazy guy has a heart? Yeah, looking back in this new life, Jaha feels so guilty for how he treated his actual master. He truly was his one real master. Flashback to the past, the Mad Monk hands his legendary staff to a young, completely unknown Lee Jaha, who was still a nobody. The old master tells him to take the staff. Jaha asks why, but the monk says it is just a useless, lifeless object to him anyway. Young Jaha just scoffs, hating the idea. Why would I need a monk's staff? If you don't want it, just throw it away. Why force me to carry your trash? The master explains that Jaha's murderous intent is way too high. Without something to suppress it, he is doomed. Simply put, this staff is a solid weapon. You can fight with it. Weapons are like humans. This one is tough, just like your stubborn pride. Jaha is still confused. So, is this thing completely unbreakable? The Mad Monk patiently explains that nothing in this world lasts forever. However, this staff reflects his own wild, stubborn will. As long as he holds on to his obsession, it will never break. But Jaha's brain is totally lagging. All this deep philosophical talk is way over his head. The master just sighs. He is completely done with his clueless disciple. Whatever, you will get it later. Even though Jaha is reluctant, he quickly snatches the treasure from his master's hand. Gripping the staff tight, he follows the monk. Where are we heading next? The master keeps walking, his eyes suddenly filling with deep sadness. We are heading back. Jaha is not happy about this. Back? Why the sudden change? The master replies that their journey has already been going on for way too long. A journey only makes sense if you eventually return. They have been through so much, big, small, and insanely dangerous. Now it is time to look back on everything. Jaha is bummed out. Why go back? I do not even have a place to return to, so what am I supposed to do? The master looks at his disciple. His eyes are warm, but his voice is full of playful disappointment. What do you mean you have nowhere to go? Suddenly he turns around, grabbing Jaha's head tightly. With a crazy, threatening glare, he yells, I am your home, you idiot. Whenever you need a place to crash, just turn around. I am always waiting for you. I can even shave your long hair so you can be a monk like me. Just do not go dying in some random ditch. Whenever you are lost, come back. When you have absolutely nowhere else to go, just come back to me. He turns around without looking back, leaving his favorite disciple standing there in complete silence. Jaha just watches him walk away. In that single moment, time feels like it completely stops. Little did he know, that would be the last time they ever met. His eyes are filled with heavy, mixed emotions as he is left all alone once again. Dark clouds cover the sky, fully matching the absolute chaos inside his mind. With nothing but empty space around him, Jaha rests his master's staff on his shoulder and walks straight into the growing darkness, completely swallowed by his loneliness. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. Sunlight beams down on his face as cherry blossom petals drift through the air, one landing gently right on his cheek. He stares up at the calm sky, feeling a strange peace, and that is where we leave him. Trust me, you and I are definitely ready for his next big move. A breeze drifts by. Over on the training field, Cha Songtai is grinding hard with Master Lu Siqing. You and I can see everyone pushing their limits on this normal day. As the day goes by, Lee Jaha meditates on the porch, even in the bath. The loud, chaotic chatter echoing across the courtyard like a busy market cannot disturb his focus. Even when annoying jokers try to mess with him in the yard, he remains completely motionless. Seriously, even during those mind-numbingly boring meetings, his meditation never stops. People pass by constantly, staring at him, but nothing shakes his focus. Instead of catching some sleep to regain his energy, he just chooses to keep meditating like a boss. Day after day, Cha Songtai is clearly leveling up fast under Master Lu Siqing. Even when the rain pours down like crazy, every single soldier keeps pushing through. They grind through the storm, desperate to get pro. Under a cherry blossom tree, Lee Jaha sits in the pouring rain, still meditating. Then, another bright morning arrives. The sun is shining, the sky is clear, and the air is incredibly fresh. Lee Jaha is out in the yard, and his hard work is finally about to pay off. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from inside him, fueled by a terrifyingly powerful inner core. The blinding glow slowly fades, completely retracting back into Lee Jaha's physical body. Opening his eyes slowly, he feels that insane power flowing through his veins. His eyes light up with a fiery aura of pure strength. He clenches his fist to celebrate. He is absolutely thrilled. He thinks, I have officially surpassed the peak of the brooding chicken realm. Does this mean I finally reached the fighting chicken stage? Now pay attention to the training ground, where everyone is busy grinding. Suddenly, one of the guys notices their sect leader is walking right toward the main training area. The crowd stops in surprise, quickly turning to greet their boss. Realizing he just interrupted their flow, Lee Jaha waves them off and issues a quick order. Just keep training and ignore me, he says. They bow to obey, but everyone still looks super awkward and shy. What is wrong with you guys? Just keep going. Tukukbing is nervous, but follows orders anyway, secretly thinking their leader seems totally different today. Lee Jaha then jumps right into the training circle with them. He blends in perfectly, showing zero division between boss and soldiers. He throws some sharp, powerful punches, but the soldiers screaming their lungs out makes him frown a bit. After crushing his physical routine, he goes right back to meditating to refine his internal energy. Every morning he trains with the crew, and every afternoon he sits under the tree. He sits under the tree to cultivate. Suddenly, a swordsman approaches him with an update. Boss, it has officially been 108 days. Lee Jaha opens one eye to process the news. Is that so? He asks, staying completely still. That swordsman is none other than Cha Seongtai, but his look has changed completely. The dude looks totally different from the last time they met. Lee Jaha stares at his former chef, analyzing his stance. A smile creeps up. You look stronger. A lot stronger, he says. Cha Song-tai, sporting a thick beard and exhausted eyes, oozes pride. Yes, boss. The me from 108 days ago is completely gone. Is completely different from the beast standing before you today. Lee Jaha tilts his head toward Lu Siqing. Thon-tai, you notice this guy leveled up too? Lu Siqing no longer looks like the ragged mess from 108 days ago. He is incredibly calm and confident now. Boss, I was a swordsman too. In those 108 days, even with all the complex sword techniques and footwork, even the dumbest student would make at least some progress. My internal energy cultivation under the sword scripture has jumped up a whole level. Honestly, everything is going exactly as planned. He proudly shares his success, admitting that while this brief period was not enough to make his internal power skyrocket, the intense grinding has successfully built a solid, unbreakable foundation. This will serve as the base for my future breakthroughs, leader. Lee Jaha nods, pleased. Great work. So, how do you feel about teaching the other guy? The man ponders for a second, then looks up. Well, helping him actually helps me. If you allow it, boss, I want to keep teaching him. Lee Jaha is surprised by the request. You really want to do that, he asks. Without hesitation, the man nods. Let's see if this decision pays off. Lee Jaha realizes Ho Duyantan has completely changed compared to before. Did teaching Thon-tai actually make him realize something deep about martial arts? Lee Jaha looks over at Cha Song-tai. Instead of deciding for him, he asks, and what about you, Thon-tai? What do you think about this? The guy agrees immediately. Yes, boss, I also want to keep learning under him. Silence falls over the trio as they wait for Lee Jaha's final call. Seeing how determined they both are, Lee Jaha nods. Fine, keep training together. It is a good thing since we are going to face stronger enemies soon. You all need to step up your game. Excited, the duo quickly bows to show their gratitude. Yes, boss. Lee Jaha then turns back to Cha Xiangtai. Thon-tai, after rolling with me for a while, how do you like the marine world? He smiles. Well, how should I put it? It is pretty challenging. Lee Jaha gets serious. Glad to see you are getting smarter. Back in the day, partying and drinking was fine, but now you are running with me. We have got way too many deadly enemies out there. If you do not level up, you will not even survive, let alone help me with anything. With your experience, you get what I am saying, right? He warns them both that the Marine is a ruthless place filled with dangerous traps. You only have one life, so you both better train like your survival depends on it. Cha Song-tae is deeply grateful for his leader's wise advice. I will definitely keep that in mind, boss. This is just the beginning, and I promise to become highly useful to you as we move forward. After everything we went through, I know I must get stronger just to survive. My martial arts skills are trash right now, but I will keep pushing. Day after day, I will grind harder than anyone. Lee Jaha smiles, completely satisfied with his answer. He definitely did not pick the wrong guy. Even Ho Duyantan is smart enough to realize he is currently weak. If he does not push himself, his life will be over when blades start flying. At that point, wanting to train hard would be absolutely useless. But by putting in the work, his power will keep rising day by day. With rising power comes absolute confidence, and that confidence is the ultimate fuel for anyone trying to survive. He smiles at the master and disciple. And that is where we leave them today. Remember, your effort is for your own future, so keep grinding. Lu Siqing stands respectfully, bowing. With a quick bow, he is ready to take orders. On a chill day with clouds drifting like lazy fish, you and I are watching Cha Xiangtae grind his training when, in the yard, he suddenly spots his sect leader rushing off somewhere. He immediately yells, "Yo, where are you headed, boss?" Lee Jaha lazily replies, "Heading out to place bets on some arena fights. And on my way back, I will scout the area around Yeeha." With that, he takes off. Over here, Cha Song-tai is totally clueless about what Lee Jaha just muttered about that place. So he turns to Ryu Seochung and asks, what the heck is arena betting? Seochung shrugs, drunk fools beating each other up, what else? Cha Xiangtae is still left, standing there like a confused puppy. Why would the boss suddenly go there? He has the same doubt. Dunno, man, that guy's brain is on another level. Lee Jaha struts down the street like an absolute boss. Everyone bows down out of respect for their crazy leader. As he walks, he starts flashing back to his past life, thinking how he got such a devious face back then because of these shady arena bets. Honestly, if you get beaten to a pulp daily, your face structure literally morphs. And he took endless brutal beatdowns back in the day. The memories are flooding back. But hey, he learned a ton of survival tricks from that hellhole of a place. First lesson? Defeat is the ultimate teacher. Once you get thrashed, you quickly learn how to hit back twice as hard. Then his mind drifts to something else. The angry mob standing around. Just by reading an opponent's gaze, stance, and vibe, he can instantly size up exactly how deadly that guy really is. And why do desperate losers at dead ends always resort to gambling? Past Lee Jaha smirked wickedly because no matter how hard you fail, you can always make a quick buck. No matter how hard you fail, you can always make a quick buck there. At the bustling town market, people are everywhere, and delicious food smells are straight up hitting his nose. Don't blink, because we are about to see him walk into this local tavern. Lee Jaha looks around with a smirk, seeing nothing has changed, and pulls up a chair. Immediately, a speedy waiter rushes over with a cup of water, asking, "What can I get you, sir?" Lee Jaha barks, "Bring me a bottle of Dukang." He looks around the tavern again. Some sketchy thugs are glaring at him like they want to rip him apart, sizing him up. Lee Jaha just scoffs with pure disgust, totally hating this toxic, trashy vibe. These absolute clowns are definitely here for the martial arts betting. A moment later, the waiter brings over a massive bottle and a cup. "Here you go." Lee Jaha sits alone, pouring his drink and ignoring the trash surrounding him. To him, these fools are just weak, irrelevant small fry. He raises his cup and chugs it down. Out of nowhere, some random hand snatches his bottle right off the table. The guy chugs the whole thing without a care, letting out a satisfied gasp. He sits right opposite Lee Jaha, acting like he owns the joint. Since it is your first time here, buy your big bro a drink and I will show you how things work. Lee Jaha finds this absolutely hilarious and bursts out laughing, shaking the entire tavern. Seeing him laugh, the thug chuckles along, but Lee Jaha immediately demands his bottle back. His bottle? The guy is shocked, saying he already drank the whole thing, tilting the bottle upside down to show there is not even a single drop left. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, Lee Jaha instantly snatches the bottle back and smashes it over his head before the fool can even react, making him groan. No way he is letting him recover. Lee Jaha grabs his hair and slams his face into the table with an explosive crash that shakes the room. Everyone is instantly terrified and stops looking down on him. He lifts the groaning guy up. His face is completely wrecked, swollen, and covered in blood. Lee Jaha looks over at the waiter and orders, "Yo, bring me another bottle of Dukang." The terrified waiter nods quickly and runs to grab it. Lee Jaha then turns back to the freeloading thief who drank his alcohol. With a death glare and a cold voice, he makes the guy bolt out of his seat and run like he is being chased by a grim reaper. He does not even dare look back at the monster. Jang Sam arrives to clean the blood off the table, asking nervously, valued guest, are you okay?" Lee Jaha shrugs. "What's the big deal?" The waiter replies fearfully, "The guy you just thrashed is a brothel owner. He is definitely going to bring some backup." Lee Jaha does not even flinch. "How many guys does he usually bring?" Jang Sam quickly answers, "Oh, probably like a few dozen people." He asks to be sure, "Is that so?" The kid nods to confirm. Lee Jaha glances at him. Is that information actually solid? Hearing this, Jang Sam is just left completely dumbfounded. He asks suspiciously, "Have you been here before?" "It is my first time seeing you." Lee Jaha calmly replies, "Yeah, I used to hang out here a while back." The kid nods, got it." Jang Sam immediately runs off and rings a massive bell to get everyone's attention. At the sound, everyone locks eyes on him. Jang Sam shouts, "Listen up! Anyone want to bet on this guest duel?" He points right at Lee Jaha, who is just chilling after wrecking Hyuk Gyong. The kid guesses Hyuk Gyong will bring about 10 goons, right? No entry fee, just place your wagers on who wins or loses. Jang Sam grabs a big bowl and continues making his announcement. Over on the right, we have Hyuk Gyong's side. Plus, our tavern will add 500 silvers to the winning pot, to be split among the winners. He hypes the crowd up, shouting, "Place your bets, let's go." Everyone begins putting their money down on their favorite pick. The right bowl is piling up with cash because everyone is absolutely sure that the local boss's goons are going to secure an easy victory. Out of nowhere, a white-haired elder and another guy walk up to Lee Jaha and ask, "Hey kid, where do you hail from?" Lee Jaha grumbles back, "Pay up before you ask, you old pests." Their faces immediately turn sour. This whole situation starts reminding him of the good old days in his past. Suddenly, a massive, angry-looking thug stomps into the tavern. He marches up to Lee Jaha's table and barks at him to step outside right now. But Lee Jaha is totally chill, replying calmly, "Hold your horses, let me finish my drink first." The thug's face darkens with pure rage. "Drink faster." Lee Jaha downs his cup in one shot and gently places it back down. He stands up with a completely bored expression. "Let's go." Losing his patience, the thug immediately spins around and exits. Lee Jaha tracks him from behind, sizing him up, then straight up chucks the empty bottle right at the back of his head. Boom! The guy face plants onto the dirt. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a classic move because the whole crowd goes wild with cheers. Turns out they all bet on Lee Jaha. They keep shouting, "Go for it!" With total swagger, he steps out to face the music. Outside the tavern, a whole gang is waiting for him, led by the very same idiot he just smacked up. After absolutely wrecking those chumps earlier, Lee Jaha straight up challenges the rest barehanded. The big boss barks an order to his goons, and they all immediately drop their swords. Even though his face is swollen beyond recognition, the leader still cockily accepts the barehanded challenge. "Fine by him, let's go fists only." Lee Jaha just smirked. "Stick with me here, because this crazy guy actually treats this deadly gang fight as some chill weekend entertainment to kill boredom as he slowly walks toward them. They charge him all at once. Lee Jaha stomps his foot, launches forward, and throws a devastating spin kick straight to one guy's dome, putting him to sleep instantly. The dude gets sent flying, crashing into his buddies and dragging them across the floor. The rest are sweating bullets as Lee Jaha leaps right back into the action. It's a total one-sided beatdown in favor of Lee Jaha. These scrubs don't stand a chance against his basic moves, and they can't even block a single hit. He literally drops them using just 2 fingers, straight up poking their eyes out. Lee Jaha keeps throwing massive kicks, utterly destroying every single punk who dared to mess with him. With a swift spin, he blows them all away. The survivors back off in pure terror, trying to defend themselves. With a deadly glare and a creepy smile, Lee Jaha's inner demon awakens. Suddenly, some idiot draws a sword and lunges straight at him. Lee Jaha doesn't even flinch. He instantly spins, grabs the guy's arm, and brutally twists it right behind his back. The thug can't even react before letting out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the room. Instantly, another goon rushes in to save his buddy's life. He mindlessly charges at Lee Jaha, but guess what? He gets the exact same brutal treatment. His painful screams immediately join the chorus, and it's absolutely satisfying. Riding his momentum, Lee Jaha targets the rest of the gang. He winds up his arms for a massive move, and before they can even blink, bones start snapping loudly. Now, pay attention here because this is where the onlookers completely freeze in shock as the thugs drop to the ground, crying and clutching their shattered arms. Everyone watching is totally stunned, wondering who this overpowered kid is to be so crazy strong. He turns around and coldly asks, "Is anyone else left?" Their hearts are racing and no one dares to make a sound. The white-haired old guy immediately barks at the waiter, "Pay up our bet money right now." The winners happily swarm Jang Sam to collect their cash, thrilled to have enough booze money. Jang Sam also quickly rushes over to Lee Jaha carrying a massive basket of coins. He hands it over, saying, "Here's your silver, master." The basket is overflowing with gold and silver coins, but Lee Jaha only reaches in and grabs a single bar. He hands it to Jang Sam and tells him to split it among the injured guys. Jang Sam takes it, then happily hands Lee Jaha 2 more silver bars. Smiling, Lee Jaha tells him to keep some too. Jang Sam's eyes light up, absolutely ecstatic as he bows, "Thank you so much." Then Lee Jaha makes his next demand. "Give the rest to me." Jang Sam nods frantically, packs up the massive gold bag in seconds, and holds it out with both hands while hyping Lee Jaha up. "Your martial arts are insane, making money is too easy." Lee Jaha then curiously asks him, "Who's the guy who earned the highest reward around these parts?" Jang Sam explains it's Dongfang Ren, but it's tough because challenging him costs 10,000 silver taels. Hearing that, a highly satisfied smirk plays on Lee Jaha's lips. "You and I both know this is about to get wild." In his past life, even Lee Jaha had to be wary of this king of the slave arena. Dongfang Ren, the undefeated god of war. Gripping his newly won bag of gold, Lee Jaha quickly calculates the math. Damn it, he's still way short of 10,000 silver taels. With a cool stride, he throws the heavy bag over his shoulder and leaves. As he walks, he realizes he needs to go grind for more cash first. Once he has enough, he can officially challenge him and settle all his old debts once and for all. Lee Jaha heads over to a quiet place. He finds a secluded spot to chill, but the silence is shattered by the sharp, non-stop screeching sound of swords being grinded. It feels super sketchy. Dozens of hostile glares lock onto him like wild beasts stalking their prey ready to rip him apart. But Lee Jaha instantly sizes up the room. He realizes this is a weapon-breaking arena. Simple rules, whoever breaks the opponent's weapon first wins. He casually steps inside with supreme confidence. Gu Yoak, the boss of the dojo, steps out looking highly smug and barks, "You want to try?" Lee Jaha nods without a single trace of hesitation. The master asks if he has enough silver to cover the massive bet. Without saying a word, Lee Jaha straight up opens his bag to show off his cash. Gu Yoak smiles greedily at the sight. Annoyed, Lee Jaha smirks, "What, are you scared? If a weapon dojo is this cowardly, then I'm completely speechless." Gu Yoak is pissed, realizing this kid has a lethal tongue. He yells out to the crowd, asking if anyone knows which clan this punk belongs to. He offers a reward to anyone who can identify him, but the crowd replies they have no clue. The master sighs deeply, looking totally irritated. Totally annoyed, Gu Yoak finally accepts the bet and demands to inspect Lee Jaha's weapon first. Lee Jaha's face immediately darkens with deep suspicion. He snaps, "This is my first time here, old man. Are you trying to scam me? Don't mistake my chill face for weakness." He knows his game. Even though the goal is just breaking weapons, Gu Yoak is secretly a high-level internal energy master. He's definitely not someone to be underestimated. His weapon is top grade. He wants to touch Lee Jaha's sword to secretly inject his internal chi and destroy its durability beforehand. What a dirty trick. What a sly old fox, but Lee Jaha saw right through his shady scheme. Gu Yoak tries to play it cool and casually tells him to relax. "Don't doubt me, kid. I'm just making sure your sword meets the standard safety regulations. We don't want any accidents happening in here." Tired of the old man's lies, Lee Jaha straight up draws his sword. "Cut the crap, let's get to business." He raises his blade in warning. His eyes are locked onto the master with deep suspicion. "Since you're the host, I'll let you take the first strike." The master smiles. "Fine, I'll use this blade against you." The old man pulls down a legendary, highly refined sword of his own. It looks incredibly sharp. Mocking Lee Jaha's sword, he warns him to watch out for flying metal shards when his blade shatters. He unsheathes his sword, asking, "Are you ready?" "Bring it on." Seeing the kid show zero fear, Gu Yoak gets annoyed as hell. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next." "Alright, stick with me here because we are about to watch this old guy execute a lightning-fast strike directly at Lee Jaha's defenseless sword." Reading his move instantly, Lee Jaha silently praises him, thinking, "You are not bad, aiming for the spine of my blade to deal maximum damage." In a flash, he shifts his blade's angle, flipping the table. Gunak's sword gets blasted into the air, leaving the old man utterly shook and terrified. He looks totally pissed since things did not go as planned. It is over for him as Gunak is forced to switch stances, becoming the one on trial. Now it is your turn. Lee Jaha asks about the dojo rules again. "Hey old man, is it true that if you injure your opponent here, they will hunt you down?" The old man nods, telling him to be careful. Without wasting words, Lee Jaha aims a clean, devastating strike straight at dojo master Gunak's sword. Boom! With a deafening crash, the master's sword snaps right in half. Oh man! Enraged, Gunak immediately unleashes his inner energy, launching a desperate, all-out attack, but Lee Jaha is ready. He casually slips the blow with insane reflexes. He glares, releasing his own massive pressure. Shook and furious, Gunak's face turns completely dark with panic. A painful shriek echoes as Lee Jaha drives his sword straight into Gunak's body. He stares him down, growling cold warnings, "You seriously dared to play tricks on me?" The old man's face pales, blood dripping from his nose and mouth in a pathetic mess. Looking absolutely miserable, he wheezes out a desperate plea for help, save me. Giving him zero room to resist, Lee Jaha brutally slams his head down, sending him flying far away. Suddenly, those bloodthirsty spectators who were cheering are completely speechless. Now they are just standing there, jaws dropped, too scared to breathe and shaking like leaves. Meanwhile, our victorious MC casually opens the defeated old man's iron chest. Jackpot! Here is the loot! Grabbing the cash, he taunts the crowd. What are you guys waiting for? Is there not a rule to attack if someone gets hurt? A heavy dead silence fills the room. Nobody dares to even twitch. Lee Jaha sneers, keeping up the pressure. Who is stepping up first? Are you all mute now? Seriously, look at them. He glares with pure contempt while they swallow their spit, sweating bullets. Now watch this, because he is about to call them out. He scoffs, what a bunch of cowards. Then Lee Jaha slowly heads toward the main arena, where wild cheers and massive hype fill the air with insane energy. This is where top martial artists clash to claim victory. The stands are packed to the brim with spectators, absolutely buzzing for some high-stakes, chaotic action. It is an official duel arena for martial artists to settle scores. But there is a catch: no poison or sneaky hidden weapons allowed, pure fair play. Fair play, right? Slamming a massive sack of 1 gold onto the table as a warm-up, he catches the eye of an old man staring at him. Up on the stage, the winner is decided amid roaring cheers. But suddenly, whispers and rumors start spreading like wildfire through the excited crowd. Did you hear? Some crazy rookie actually dared to challenge Dongfang Ren, the reigning arena king. Meanwhile, a servant runs to report this to the arena boss. That is the arena manager, Manager Ping. Lee Jaha stands tall, looking completely relaxed and confident, waiting for the two of them to finish their little chat. Up in the stands, word of someone challenging King Dongfang Ren is spread everywhere. Everyone is gossiping, hunting for the idiot brave enough to do it. You and I both know how this goes. Manager Ping struts over, asking if he is the challenger. Lee Jaha hates his trashy, looking down on him attitude. So he snaps, yes, I am the one challenging Dongfang Ren. The manager scoffs openly, thinking this brat has a death wish. Then he yells to the crowd. Hey everyone, let us give this absolute fool a round of applause. But the entire crowd stays dead silent. I mean, who would dare make a sound? He smirked. Though who knows, maybe this idiot will somehow beat King Dongfang Ren. Suddenly, an impatient guy in the stand screams at the top of his lungs. Manager, stop stalling and start the fight. Ping rolls his eyes, muttering that to challenge the king, you actually need some real skill first, kid. If you are trash, you do not deserve to face the king. He glares at Lee Jaha, so consider this your debut match. Classic one-on-one until someone surrenders. Lee Jaha shrugs, completely fine by me. Manager Ping sighs, looking totally annoyed at this insanely arrogant punk who does not know his place. He shouts to the arena, you all heard him, right? Anyone want to jump in and teach this kid a lesson? He puts his hands on his hips, smirking. Winner gets a cool 1,000 silver coins. Fists or weapons, anything goes. If you want the cash, step up. This is a golden chance. 3 fighters instantly rush onto the stage, completely eager for that easy cash. They are rearing to go, but Manager Ping frowns in absolute annoyance. 3 at once? No way, that is against the rules. He waves his fan, ordering them. It is one-on-one, so 2 of you get lost. The 3 of them glare at each other, refusing to back down. Sensing trouble, the 2 skinnier guys quickly hop off the stage. Smart move, running is always best. Leaving the big guy on stage, Manager Ping starts introducing him. You all know this fighter, but let me reintroduce him anyway. He is the wind-riding swordsman, a human shield who always shows up for these high-stakes matches. Lee Jaha looks at him and remembers, this guy actually gave me a ton of trouble back then. He is an old enemy. Ping laughs arrogantly, bragging that the wind-riding swordsman is a seasoned veteran who always puts in the work in this very arena. He is a true powerhouse with a rock-solid defense. But there is a secret motivation behind all his intense training that most of you do not know about. He is grinding solely to get revenge for his previous defeat against Dongfang Ren. Meanwhile, a servant quickly moves around, collecting bets from the eager spectators. Time to rake in the cash. Ping chuckles at the money before turning back to Lee Jaha with a highly provocative and mocking look on his face. Hey, new guy, why don't you tell us who the hell you are? Ping sneers, adding, you have been acting way too calm this entire time. Lee Jaha completely ignores the noise. He steps onto the stage with insane presence, while the wind-riding swordsman stares at him like a predator locks onto prey. Both fighters are locked in. Manager Ping raises his fan, and trust me, you and I are about to witness an absolutely brutal clash. Ready your bets. Prepare yourselves, I will count from 1 to 10 to start. The crowd goes dead silent, holding their breath in suspense as the wind-riding swordsman glares. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the most savage arena beatdowns yet. His opponent glares, sword ready, but Lee Jaha is just chilling. The arena manager, Administrator Pyong, yells out. The duel begins. Now! With a sly smirk, he whips his fan down to start it. Instantly, the swordsman, Ingu Fong, rushes straight at Jaha, aiming for a swift, lethal one-hit knockout strike. He slashes with dead accuracy, but Lee Jaha dodges like the wind and delivers a monstrous kick. Ingu Fong reacts fast, raising his shield just in time. But Jaha's raw strength is just too crazy, sending him flying backward. Digging his heels in, the swordsman exerts every ounce of power to avoid sliding off the platform entirely. Nungu Fong lets out a creepy smirk, clearly hyped to face a worthy challenger. Even Jaha offers a silent nod of approval, not expecting this guy to survive his kick. Pay close attention right here, because our Lee Jaha is about to finally stop playing nice. Ingu Fong charges back in, but Jaha's eyes turn dead serious now. He unleashes his legendary Wood Phoenix technique. His legs instantly burst into flames as he drives a savage knee strike forward. Desperate, Ngu Fong raises his shield to block. With an earth-shattering boom, Jaha's flaming kick slams directly into the shield, sending massive shockwaves through the arena. The impact completely blows the swordsman away. Ngu Fong crashes, rolling across the stone floor, completely dazed. Before he can even process the devastating attack, Jaha is already airborne, hovering right above his head. He dives down for a brutal overhead slam, causing another massive explosion. Ngu Fong barely blocks with his shield again, but his defense is starting to crumble fast. The force literally shoves the shield into his own face, spraying blood everywhere. As the battered swordsman rolls away, Jaha relentlessly presses the attack, giving him no room to breathe. You and I both saw that coming, right? He is totally locking him down now, stomping the shield as Ngu Fong cowers like a turtle hiding in its shell. Total turtle behavior. The crowd's cheers instantly vanish, replaced only by the heavy, rhythmic thuds of Jaha's brutal stomps. Everyone goes dead silent, sweating in sheer terror. In this eerie silence, Jaha actually feels disappointed. This guy is so mid. How did someone this weak even get famous in the arena? What a joke. As his kicks keep raining down, his annoyance turns into pure impatience. He yells out, "Hey, Black Turtle, are you gonna hide under there forever?" Out of patience, that cold, savage look returns to his eyes. He delivers a devastating stomp to the cowering turtle. Coughing up blood, Ngu Fong screams, "I surrender!" Jaha finally stops, looking completely bored. Turning to Administrator Pyong, he casually asks, "Looks like I won, right?" The manager just stands there, totally speechless and shocked. Left completely stunned, Jaha doesn't let him off, demanding his reward of 1,000 taels. The manager's face turns red with absolute fury and humiliation. Boiling with rage, Pyong points aggressively at Jaha and screams, "You arrogant punk, this was just the opening match, yet you completely disrespected everyone here. Do you have any idea how much you just insulted the audience?" But Jaha doesn't care about his whining and snaps back with an annoyed glare. "Shut up already. Your voice makes me want to punch your face. Just announce the winner." The manager literally shakes with rage but is completely powerless to react. Jaha pressures him further, urging him to hurry up. Left with no choice, Administrator Pyong snaps his fan open and begrudgingly declares the match officially over. The crowd erupts into loud cheers and applause for the victor. But amidst the noise, a familiar voice echoes from the stands, catching Jaha's attention immediately. He turns to see a familiar face laughing and boasting in the crowd. Squinting, he suddenly realizes, isn't that the restaurant waiter? He silently facepalms. This idiot actually took his hard-earned cash to gamble it all away. What a fool. Before he can think more, Administrator Pyong steps up and speaks. "Listen, I know you came here to challenge Dongbong In, but to keep the crowd hyped, we are holding a few more matches to promote tomorrow's big fight." The manager is still totally salty and wants some payback. "Today, I will show you that the true power of this arena is nothing to be messed with. Tomorrow, your match with Dongbong In is official, got it?" Annoyed by his rambling, Jaha raises an eyebrow and snaps. "What is your point exactly?" Pyong keeps his arrogant attitude, scoffing. "You really lack basic manners, don't you?" Jaha remains perfectly chill, keeping his signature stubborn and cold vibe. "That is just how I am, deal with it. Honestly, seeing how old you look, I am actually being pretty polite." Hearing this, the manager flinches and backs away in fear. Shaking, he quickly turns to a servant and barks, "Take this guy to the challenger quarters so he can rest." The servant bows deeply in obedience. After that, the manager storms off, leaving the servant to guide Jaha. Meanwhile, the beaten turtle Ngu Fong slowly recovers and warns Jaha to stay on high alert. "Hey, you really need to watch your back around that manager. He is packed with dirty schemes," he mutters, wiping the remaining blood from his bruised face. Instead of worrying, Jaha playfully smirks and asks, "What can he even do to me? Try to trap me with a honey trap?" Ngu Fong stares at his cocky attitude, completely stunned. "Wait, do you actually have experience with that?" Jaha feels a bit insulted by the question and shoots back. "What? You think I cannot handle some attention?" Ngu Fong has no answer to that. Just then, a servant approaches and hands Jaha a heavy pouch filled with coins, money secured in his pocket. Feeling generous, Jaha flips a single silver coin toward Ngu Fong, who catches it out of sheer reflex. He looks down at it, totally confused by the random tip. "Take those spare coins and go buy yourself some food. With a weak defense like yours, you are basically just a human punching bag for everyone." Jaha scoffs. With that, he turns on his heel and leaves Ngu Fong standing there in absolute shock and disbelief. Jaha starts reflecting on his past life. In his past life, Ngu Fong actually had some decent skill, but now he is just way too weak compared to him. Times have truly changed. The servant leads Jaha into an incredibly luxurious challenger's room. Seeing the fancy decor, he instantly suspects they are definitely trying to bait him with a honey trap. Let's see what they have planned. He pushes the curtain aside to find a stunning girl with long flowing white hair bowing politely to welcome him. "It is an honor to serve you tonight, master." Smiling warmly, she gently introduces herself as Bak Soa. She happily continues to explain her duties. "Please let me know if you need anything. Make yourself completely at home here, as it is my duty to happily take care of you tonight." And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you do not want to miss the next part. Jaha jokes, asking if she plans to poison him, leaving her laughing nervously. "Alright, you and I are about to watch this genius MC call out a rigged system. His eyes are totally sus. If he dies here, Dongfeng wins, and this arena gets filthy rich." Nga calmly explains while keeping up her fake servant act. "Oh my lord, the undefeated arena king would never need to resort to such cheap tricks." Her voice His voice is pure sarcasm. Oh really? I think different. He is your star player, so no way you let him lose. He is literally a magnet, pulling in all the greedy gamblers. He keeps breaking it down. This arena only gets clout because of him. You invite top-tier fighters to challenge him, hype up or trash their reputations and rig the matches. His cold eyes see right through them. You guys have endless shady tricks to scam cash from these brainless gamblers, do you not? Baktana smiles sweetly, dodging all the blame. She claims that is totally out of her league and offers to bring him some fine wine instead. Lee Jaha softens up at the mention of good alcohol. Fine, bring me the absolute best bottle you have. She bows politely. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. He quickly adds, but it is free, right? She nods to confirm, and Tuha is pretty pleased, telling her to hurry up. But she hesitates to leave, asking him to wait. Lee Jaha urges her to move faster, but Baktanga still lingers, asking him what kind of girl he wants to serve him tonight. Lee Jaha gets suspicious immediately and questions her. A girl to serve me? Baktanga quickly explains, just to pour your wine, sir. It is the arena rules. Do not reject it. I will bring the most gorgeous girl to serve you. She gives a sly smile, teasing him. What do you think? Or do you already have a lover outside? Because that would make things hard for me. He looks at her with pure disgust, shutting down her offer. Forget it, just bring the top shelf wine first. Baktanga freezes on the spot, realizing her charm is totally useless on this Lee Jaha guy. Seeing her shocked face, he gets curious and asks her what is wrong. She snaps out of it and exits. Now you and I need to watch this next part carefully as a massive feast is served in Tuha's room. He sits down immediately, feeling like a total boss. Suddenly, a stunning girl with sharp, elegant features smiles right at Lee Jaha. Greetings, young master. I am Hakling Ni, here to serve you. Tuha just stares her down and mutters, Hey, how is your alcohol tolerance? She looks completely lost. He asks her again, louder this time. I said, can you drink a lot? Hakling Ni just stammers nervously, unable to find her words. Dodging the question, she quickly pours a cup and hands it over. He stares down at the bowl, totally suspicious of her. Something shady is definitely going on. He closes his eyes and quietly casts some magic, making the wine vibrate. In an instant, Lee Jaha scans the entire area. He detects Baktanga lurking right outside the door, spying on him. His face darkens as he suspects them. Is there anyone else hiding around here? Noticing his weird vibe, Hakling Ni nervously asks him, Is everything okay, young master? Tuha ignores her and just glares with pure annoyance. He remembers hearing rumors about the famous black and white beauties of the arena. Now he is finally seeing them in person. They look weak, but their martial arts are definitely top tier. Definitely cannot underestimate them. He sighs, feeling a bit disappointed because he expected a much better honey trap. But hey, you and I know he is just playing dumb to watch this cheap drama unfold. Tuha grabs the premium wine bottle with a sly grin, pouring a cup for Hakling Ni. Let us drink this together, he says. She happily smiles and reaches out for the cup while Tuha closely watches her every move, scanning for any tiny detail. Then, with a lightning-fast strike, Lee Jaha hits her pressure points with crazy precision. Hakling Ni instantly freezes, completely paralyzed. She stares at Lee Jaha, her face filled with absolute terror. She is totally doomed now. He pulls the hairpin right out of her hair while she panics helplessly. He searches her belongings and uncovers a hidden packet of white powder. Wait, what is this? Lee Jaha smiles, exactly as he expected. What is this powder, some kind of drug? He inspects it closely, wondering what it does if swallowed. Will it hurt you, lady? Lee Jaha teases Hakling Ni. I am super curious. What should we do? Let us test it. Feeling mischievous, Tuha pours the strange powder into her cup, his voice turning deadly cold. Guests should serve the host first. Lee Jaha smiles like a villain, right, Lady Hack? Hakling Ni stares in absolute terror, trembling, but unable to even scream. She is completely mute. Lee Jaha forces her mouth open and pours the laced wine straight down her throat. She is forced to swallow, completely helpless. You've got a great tolerance, lady, finished it all. He says, gently sets the cup down, folding his arms like a hero, but his eyes stay icy. Well, if it is poison, you are dead, but if not, then you are just extremely lucky. 50-50, sweat pours down Hakling Ni's face as she panics in fear. After some time passes, the candle burns out and the last flame dies. Lee Jaha grins like a villain. Guess it is not poison, my bad. Talk about a quick flip. Hakling Ni's beautiful face is drenched in tears, crying a whole river. Lee Jaha looks at her, totally confused, and asks, why are you crying? He seems slightly soft-hearted, affected by her beauty. He thinks, right, she is paralyzed and cannot speak. Otherwise, she would be screaming bloody murder right now. Suddenly, a soft voice from behind the curtain breaks the quiet room. Alert and on guard, Lee Jaha immediately spins around towards the sound. The curtain gently sways and Baktanga gracefully steps inside with an elegant look, her soft voice carrying a strange, heavy sense of authority. Do you need anything else, master? Completely unfazed by her beauty, Lee Jaha's lightning reflexes kick in, and he moves faster than a flash. In a heartbeat, his finger strikes a vital pressure point on her body. Trust me, you and I are about to see her freeze up completely. She cannot move or make a single sound. Baktanga stands stiff, frozen in place like a statue. Her eyes, once so sharp and confident, are now filled with sheer panic. She glares at Lee Jaha, terrified and completely powerless as she realizes she is totally at his mercy. Stick with me here. We are jumping right into a crazy situation where Ziha has to act fast before anyone lurking outside realizes they are completely helpless. He swiftly grabs Baisonga by the back of her neck. Completely paralyzed and absolutely terrified, she can only watch helplessly as he hauls her away like a sack of rice. Just like a sack of potatoes. He dumps her onto a chair right next to Hei Linger. Without wasting a single second, Jaha snatches the hairpin straight out of her hair. And guess what? Hidden inside that hairpin is a secret compartment packed with some mysterious white powder. Classic villain moves right there. He stares intently at the stuff, wearing a totally mocking smirk on his face. Seriously, drugging people again? Is that your only trick? Remaining completely chill and fully confident, he slowly dumps that white powder right into the wine cup. It dissolves instantly, leaving the liquid looking perfectly clear and harmless. Then Jaha slowly walks up to Bai Songa. With zero mercy, he violently forces her mouth wide open. Talk about brutal. Without hesitating, Jaha grabs the poisoned wine cup and quickly pours the drugged drink straight down her throat. Paralyzed and utterly powerless, she can only stare at Jaha with wide, panicked eyes as she is forced to take it. Gulping it down, tears stream silently down her face like dew on a fading flower. Meanwhile, Jaha just stands there, acting totally unfazed by the whole dramatic scene. He keeps his eyes locked on the weeping girl and casually asks, "Why are you crying so hard anyway? What kind of drug even is this?" Suddenly, both of these gorgeous girls, who are famous nationwide for their stunning looks, find themselves completely helpless as their bodies start heating up like crazy. Both Songa and Linger feel a massive surge of intense heat. Their skin turns bright red as if their blood is boiling inside their cells, gasping heavily for air. Jaha just stands there watching, wondering, what on earth is causing such an extreme reaction? It is super weird. Right now, both Songa and Linger are struggling hard in absolute agony. Now pay attention, because this is where he realizes it is just a love potion, meaning it will not kill them, so he decides it is absolutely none of his business as he stands up. With a smug smirk, he tells them he is heading out for a drink and they better stay alert until he gets back. Then he just walks out on them, leaving both of them in a total mess. He completely detaches himself from the situation, enjoying the sweet taste of freedom as if all his stress has just vanished. He thinks to himself that this new body does not care about physical desires anymore, remaining totally calm amidst the chaos. Night falls on the town, bringing bright, glittering lights, creating a super lively and bustling atmosphere. Jaha steps into a local tavern, where the waiter, Jong-sen, spots him and immediately rushes over to welcome him warmly, saying since the young master helped him get his cash back, this bottle of wine is completely on the house. He quickly places a premium bottle on the table as a token of appreciation. Even though Jaha is in a relaxed mood, he cannot help but keep his guard up, asking if the drink is poisoned. The waiter shakes his head vigorously, saying he would lose his own life if anything happened to the master. But Jaha looks at Jong-sen with serious eyes, pointing out that literally anyone could have poisoned it, so he must double-check. Jong-sen agrees it makes sense and quickly looks around suspiciously before sitting down, right across from him. Leaning in close, he acts like he is about to reveal a massive secret. "Master, there is something I really need to ask you," he whispers quietly, asking if he should bet his entire life savings on tomorrow's match. Jaha plays it safe, asking who he thinks is going to win. "Now I know what you are thinking, but check this out." When the waiter instantly brags that it will definitely be Jaha, our Lee Jaha is utterly confused. And honestly, the waiter does not even know why, claiming it is just a gut feeling or maybe his ancestors whispering to him. He wonders if he should bet. Jaha quietly pours some wine, looking totally unbothered, and asks if the guy would actually listen to his advice. Jong-sen sees a glimpse of hope to strike it rich. He eagerly agrees, yelling that it is a done deal. But Jaha is highly skeptical and asks him if he is actually being serious about that promise. Jong-sen nods with absolute confidence, saying, "Of course." Staring back with a freezing gaze, Jaha delivers some blunt advice, telling him to stop gambling. But the waiter looks disappointed, his eyes filled with desperate hope, arguing that winning this time would completely flip his entire life around. Jaha sighs, realizing greed easily blinds people, questioning if that small amount of money could truly change anything. Jong-sen laments, asking if he wants him to work like a slave forever. Jaha calmly replies, "Is it not because you lack the courage to do anything else?" Hearing this, the waiter looks deeply embarrassed, arguing that switching jobs requires capital too. Jaha slowly pours more wine, analyzing his situation and asking him what his actual hobbies and dreams are. He speaks softly, telling him to reflect on what he truly desires. The young waiter looks up in surprise, a hint of sadness in his eyes, asking, "Master, don't you already know that?" Staring right back, Jaha tells him to stop asking others and search his own soul. The waiter falls silent, gazing at Jaha sitting across from him, before they both raise their bowls and drain them. Just then, a rowdy gang barges through the tavern entrance. Jong-sen immediately jumps up to welcome them, rushing over to greet the group. But out of nowhere, a brutal slap lands right across his face, with absolutely no warning or reason. How rude. The arrogant thug sneers, calling him crazy for drinking on the job instead of serving customers like a good little waiter. Jong-sen holds back his anger, putting on a polite smile and begging for forgiveness, explaining he just had some good news today. The gang struts inside, while Jong-sen glances back at Jaha, who is calmly sipping his excellent wine with a knowing smile. The waiter sighs, complaining about how miserable life is, grumbling about his terrible luck. Hearing his complaint, the thug stops dead in his tracks, glaring back at the waiter with absolute murder in his eyes. Oozing pure malice, he turns around and growls, asking if the waiter was just trash-talking him. Terrified, the waiter freezes as the thug steps up closer. With a deadly look, he accuses him of whispering insults. The waiter stammers in denial, but suddenly, Jaha stands up and claims it was actually him. And that is where we leave it for now, with Ziha staring down the thug before dropping him in a split second, so stay tuned for what comes next. Yo, check this out. You, how dare you talk trash to me, you dead dog. Lee Jaha stays totally chill, staring him dead in the eyes, and in a flash, he strikes. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild ride where Lee Jaha completely ignores the sidekicks to choke out their arrogant boss. Die, trash! His eyes are pure murder as he stares. He glares down at the trash, squirming in his grip. How dare you go around hitting random people, you idiot? He growls, his voice dripping with pure rage. Ready to teach this punk a lesson, he pulls back his finger and delivers a massive flick right to the guy's forehead, sending him flying across the room. The bully rolls on the floor, clutching his head and screaming in absolute agony. Talk about a major headache. Meanwhile, Jaha just strolls forward, looking cool as hell. Totally chill, zero worries. He raises both hands, gearing up for round 2 of the flicking show. The other 2 lackeys realize they are not getting away either. And boom! Both of them get blasted straight back. The noisy tavern instantly falls dead silent, replaced by nothing but painful groans. The vibe is suddenly like a funeral. Jong Sam finally breaks the ice, asking nervously, "Boss, you must be pretty tired after all that face slapping, right?" Jaha casually shrugs and replies, "Of course I am." Jong Sam sits down and sighs like a drama queen. Man, life is so tough. Even beating people up is exhausting. This world is just full of misery. Then he looks up at Jaha with pure curiosity. "But boss, have we met somewhere before?" he asks, desperate for some connection in this cold, crazy world. "No, absolutely not," Jaha replies, soft but firm. Jang Sam scratches his head, still totally confused. "Seriously? That is weird because I feel so close to you." "Wait, here's the part you and I need to watch. If I quit this place, where do I go to find you?" Jaha just gives him a calm look. "You are way too weak, so I cannot tell you yet." Disappointed, Jang Sam whiningly explains it is only because he has not learned martial arts, but Jaha ignores him. He just calmly sips his wine, enjoying the rich flavor. He states, "I never judge someone as weak just because they do not know how to fight or practice martial arts." "Wait, why is that, boss?" Sam asks. Jaha dodges the question, changing the subject by teasingly complimenting him, "Man, you can really drink." But Sam stays serious. He begs on his knees, "Boss, please guide me. I do not want to get strong to rule the martial arts world. I just want to make my own life better." Seeing his absolute determination, Jaha gives him a test. "Fine, here is a mission. Tomorrow, go to the Black Temple Gang and give them a very specific message. Tell them to gather their top fighters around 3 p.m. Oh, and make sure they bring large carriage boxes to pack all their gold." "Got it? Can you do that?" Jong Sam's eyes light up and he eagerly nods. "I am on it." Later in his room, Jaha sits across from Baek So-hee and Hook Ryong. The 2 girls are red-faced. They are gasping for air, sweating bullets, looking absolutely miserable. Suddenly, Jaha slams a sharp dagger into the table. He coolly says, "Your pressure points will release soon. But if you dare scream or choose to ignore my questions, this dagger is going to get very busy. Once you can speak, you better remember what I just said." Jaha radiates a terrifying, murderous aura that fills the entire room. "I warned you, if you end up dead, do not blame me. Blink once if you understand." Hook Ryong trembles, opening her mouth to speak. "My speech lock is gone." Jaha cuts straight to the chase. "Listen up, is Steward Pyong the one behind you?" You and I can feel her absolute terror as she squeaks out a yes. Jaha smirks, turning up the pressure. "Still clueless? I do not blame you. But maybe a little physical pain will help clear your heads." Jaha casually plays with his dagger, his eyes turning ice cold. "Did Steward Pyong order this hit?" Terrified, Hook Ryong quickly blurs out, "Yes." Jaha chuckles, teasing her. "Whoa, do not rush. Rushing is bad. If you die, your friend next to you can still talk." His voice is incredibly slow, but the psychological pressure is heavy. Meanwhile, her partner sitting right across from him has already turned completely pale from pure terror. If you end up dead, she will quickly realize the terrible consequences of keeping quiet. In fact, she might sing even louder to save herself. So chill out, got it? Sweat pours down her face as she squeaks out another yes. Suddenly, Jaha whips his head toward Baek So-hee, giving her the shock of her life. Scared half to death, she whispers, "My speech lock has been released too." Jaha orders, "Good, now listen, both of you, confess to everything. Lie to me, and you will seriously regret it. Speak together. Hesitate, and you die." He grins cheerfully as if he did not just threaten them. Sounds fair, right? The 2 can only stare back in dead silence. "This is great," Jaha rubs his hands in excitement. "Well then, I wonder which of you lovely ladies will die first." Question number 1. Who is pulling Steward Pyong's strings? 1, 2, 3. Instantly, both Baek So-hee and Hook Ryong scream, "The Fighting King!" Jaha nods with absolute satisfaction. "Nice, looks like luck is on your side this time." He keeps going. Question number 2, is the Fighting King ranked higher or lower than Dongfang Ren? Higher or lower? Jaha lowers his voice to count. Fast now. 1, 2, 3. Higher, they shout together. That catches him off guard. Jaha's eyes is darken. Well, that clears up a few things. What should I ask next? Without any hesitation, they get hit with the next question. Question number 3. Think carefully before answering. Who is the Fighting King? Start thinking. He slowly counts. 1, 2, 3. Elder Gu, they blur out together. He double checks. "You mean Elder Gu, the owner of Jialuo Inn?" Hook Ryong and Baek So-hee dare not hide the truth. Yes, they confirm. This news sends Jaha deep into thought. Is it possible that the old man, known for being kind, treating everyone to free meals and being rich, is actually a major player with deep underground gang ties? It is really hard to believe. Jaha narrows his eyes in absolute shock, never expecting it would be him. He is annoyed. That means Jaha's own business has got some serious, dangerous competition now. Muttering a curse under his breath, he complains that the world is hopeless. before turning around to leave, tossing back a surprisingly warm compliment. "You two answered well. Only when his shadow vanishes like the wind do the girls dare." Exhale, their racing hearts practically leaping right out of their chests in pure relief. As night slowly falls, Jaha finally makes his way over to the famous Jiluo Inn. The entire place is absolutely packed and as chaotic as a busy market. Jaha does not even care, grabbing a random empty table and sitting down. Instantly, a young waiter rushes over, greeting him with a polished professional smile. "Yes, sir, what can I get you today?" Jaha replies with a completely blank expression. "Just bring some good wine and snacks." The waiter bows politely. "Right away, sir." Jaha rolls his eyes, getting a bit annoyed. "I know you got it, now hurry the hell up." Hearing the command, the waiter bows deeply and runs off in a total panic. "You and I are going to wait and see if his solo drinking night gets crashed by trouble. All right, you and I are about to watch our Lee Jaha meet a very shady middle-aged guy trying to act like a big shot, but Lee Jaha is absolutely not having any of it. The guy flexing in front of him is the legendary gambling king himself, but our crazy Lee Jaha has zero interest in playing nice or making friends with this clown. The gambling king doesn't waste time and gets straight to the point. He claims his girl's messed up and the military advisor went way too far, so he wants forgiveness. Lee Jaha has to admit this old geezer is sharp. He already figured out exactly why Lee Jaha crashed this place. He is a total ancient sly fox, no cap. The old boss gives a subtle hand signal to his crew, and instantly, everyone in the tavern gets the hint and starts quietly clearing out in perfect order. In a flash, the huge room empties out, leaving Lee Jaha as the only customer left. Now that they are alone, the gambling king finally shows his cards. He tries to cut a deal, offering 10,000 as a challenge fee plus 40,000 more to apologize, demanding Lee Jaha take the cash and drop the beef. His tone carries a subtle threat, boasting that no master from the orthodox or unorthodox sects has ever received more than 50,000 silver. But Lee Jaha asks directly, "Is it really 50,000 silver?" The old man confirms it. At that moment, Lee Jaha goes into full detective mode, realizing this old man is the mastermind behind everything. Every single master who managed to beat Dongfang Yan mysteriously vanished into thin air just days later, completely ghosted from existence. The gambling king's face goes dead silent. His face darkens like a brewing storm as he tells Lee Jaha he doesn't need to know so much. He says even if he accidentally killed his friends, so what? It was just an unfortunate accident. Nobody wanted that to happen. But if that is not the case, then you need to pack up and get out of here right now. He slowly warns Lee Jaha to chill out, saying his generous offer is clear and there is no need to make a massive scene. But just on cue, a shadow approaches. Now pay attention to this perfect timing because look who just showed up. It is Dongfang Yan looking completely murderous, ready to rip Lee Jaha to absolute shreds. But Lee Jaha stays completely unbothered, not showing a single drop of surprise. Suddenly, a chair is violently dragged back as Dongfang Yan aggressively plops right down next to him. He sits down heavily, while the gambling king watches closely, trying to test Lee Jaha's reaction to see what this crazy bastard is going to pull next. The boss asks how 50,000 silver sounds, which instantly triggers Dongfang Yan. He is completely outraged, shouting, "What, 50,000 silver? You're giving that to him?" The gambling king roars, cutting him off completely to shut him up because he is talking to a guest. Lee Jaha just smirks, staring back with massive suspicion. "You're funny, old man, but this whole thing is a straight-up scam." "What martial arts match? It sounds totally fake." The boss quickly tries to defend his business. He says that as a businessman, he has to do whatever it takes to make a profit, even if he has to be a little sneaky. Lee Jaha just laughs. His sarcasm level is absolutely off the charts, telling the old man he makes way too much cash, and even the dark sect underlings can't compare to his greed. The gambling king loses his patience, telling Lee Jaha to just take the money and beat it. But Lee Jaha just taps his fingers on the table, looking incredibly chill. He stops pretending to be nice, admitting that he loves gambling, and when he plays, he goes all the way, even if it means risking his entire life. The gambling king coldly nods, saying he gets it. But Lee Jaha keeps mocking them, reminding them that gambling is about winning and losing, not running some dirty, rigged scams. "You guys play dirty, and it is honestly pathetic. I bet you do this to everyone, paying off strong masters to keep their mouths shut so you can get rich." He completely exposes their shameless scheme, showing how they keep rolling in cash by silencing anyone who could stop them. His words cut deep, exposing every dirty trick. I know what you're thinking. If Lee Jaha doesn't play along, they're going to erase him, right? But he just dropped the ultimate truth about their dirty connections. You've got both the orthodox and unorthodox factions in your pocket. The gambling king's face turns black as coal when he hears Lee Jaha calling him out so brutally. Pretending to do honest business while scamming behind the scenes and silencing witnesses. If this gets out, who is going to trust you? Lee Jaha stares at him with burning anger. He calls them a bunch of absolute trash. The boss doesn't flinch, coldly asking if he has a death wish. In response, Lee Jaha slams the table with insane confidence. "Exactly. Since we are gambling, let's go all the way. I bet you didn't expect this, but let's make the biggest bet possible and see who ends up surviving." The gambling king is completely stunned, trying to process this madness. He demands to know what Lee Jaha means by the biggest bet. Lee Jaha explains it calmly. He breaks it down simply, saying they are going to bet everything they own, going completely all in. The gambling king is instantly shaken, his mind racing in shock. "You will fight against me and me alone." The boss can only gasp in utter disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. But Lee Jaha stays extremely casual. If I win, you all die and everything you own belongs to me, endgame. But if I die, you get exactly what you want. Sounds like a deal, right? The gambling king stays silent, his brain loading at 99%. Lee Jaha keeps throwing fuel on the fire, teasing him about whether he is too scared to play. Are you confused because this deal is too good for you? Or are you just terrified of losing absolutely everything in a single bet and ending up completely broke? The boss tries to test his resolve, asking what happens if he refuses. Our boy remains totally emotionless, saying that things will only get much worse for him if he does. The gambling king can't believe his ears, wondering how things could possibly be this bad for him. Lee Jaha tilts his head mysteriously, warning him of what is coming tomorrow. My crew arrives tomorrow, so tonight is your best chance. Use it wisely. The old man's face darkens as he stays silent, desperately trying to calculate his options. Dongfang Yeon suddenly steps up like some hero, telling the boss that this guy is completely insane and not normal at all. But Lee Jaha just ignores him completely. He turns to the gambling king and says he has a quick question he needs answered. The boss glares back at him with a serious, judging expression on his face. He asks sarcastically, exposing how they hide their identities, drug the challengers with aphrodisiacs, and send women to weaken them before bringing them to the bedroom. That way, they are too weak to fight, which is incredibly devious. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lee Jaha adds that even if they lose, they still ambush their opponents. So what do you and I make of this crazy bluff? Trust me, this wild gambler just bit off way more than he can chew with our mad demon. Alright, stick with me here. Our Lee Jaha just dropped a heavy roast, calling him a trashy assassin trying to play king. The old man glares back with pure murderous rage. He challenges him in a smug tone. Your words make zero sense. If you are really that confident, why don't you just kill us right here and now? It is way more profitable, quick and easy. But our Lee Jaha asks a counter question that completely freezes him. More profitable? Zixia looks down on him with pure disgust. He looks at him like a weird insect. Where did this old man get that logic? They both come from the same guest house, so why are they so different? The gambling king is totally lost, his brain turning to mush. What does same background even mean? Our hero does not waste words and gets straight to business. Whatever. Now pay attention, because here is where he pulls off the ultimate call-out. You have lived other people's lives long enough. Stop acting. Let us have a real gamble for once. Stop playing stupid mind games, it is exhausting. Next to him, Dongfang is absolutely boiling, his face turning red with rage. He glares, wanting to eat him alive. But the gambling king stops him and demands, what did you mean by having the same guest house background? Spit it out. Our hero's eyes do not even flicker. They stay steady as a rock. Because I am the master of the Zixia guest house. The old man freezes, staring at him with a completely shocked look. Zixia guest house? Dongfang asks with a blank, clueless face. Where is that? Hearing this name for the first time, the gambling king does some heavy thinking. Let us pause here. You and I know he is walking straight into a trap, but he still agrees. Gather the subordinates and head straight to the battle arena. Just do not regret this later. Zixia nods, acting totally cool. Life or death with no regrets is the ultimate rule of the martial world after all. Then he stands up and speaks with absolute arrogance. Let us move, you pests. Dongfang sneers at him, talking down like he is already the winner. It is rare to see someone so eager to die. Are you looking for a death wish? Zixia happily fires back. Damn, you sound so powerful. The gambling king really is built different, so cool. 10 out of 10 for elegance. That sarcasm completely triggers him, making his blood boil with rage. He growls, this brat. But the gambling king steps in. Keep your cool. Let us get to the arena first. You can settle this slowly over there. Dongfang flashes a creepy, menacing smile. It is insanely disturbing. Oh, I will do my absolute best to set you free. With that, the whole crew leaves the brothel. They strut out like they own the streets. A waiting guard spots them and asks curiously, what is going on, boss? Dongfang orders with a dead serious face. Gather every single fighter at the battle arena right now, no exceptions. The subordinate gasps in shock, eyes wide open. Wait, you mean absolutely everyone, boss? He shoots a sharp glare. Yes, right now, no more questions. The entire group marches out. With an overwhelming aura, our hero walks calmly, looking cool as hell. He looks at them with zero emotion. And trust me, you and I are about to see Dongfang eat his own words. Regret is too late now. No return tickets. But suddenly, Zixia